Hello. Welcome to the series. I'll be taking a break for personal reasons. And first of all, I wanted to say thanks to all of you for your great support to this series. And if you want me support financially, you can join my Patreon only for $5. My goal is 50 Patreon and then I will become a full-time YouTuber. And special thanks to my first Patreon Zoa C and second Patreon Dale Williams. If you want to support me, Patreon and Discord links are in the description. Day gates and dungeon opened up and demonic beasts poured out. With some humans started awakened superhuman abilities, which provided a hope for humanity. Those humans are called hunters. Hunters are divided into different classes SSS to G class. G class hunters are basically like normal humans. And SSS class hunters are like gods. After hunters class has been decided, there was no possibility of it changing. Then we are shown that Hunter Seong Miri Nim has taken the hunter's test for 10th time in hope of increasing her class, but it was no use, she is still a B-class hunters. Then a warning message popped up on her mobile saying that an A-class monster has appeared in the nearby area. Then we are shown that it is a thorn bull, and people are running away from it. Then we see that our protagonist is also on the scene with a little kid. They are trying to run away from it. She appears on the scene and hits the monster with a lightning strike, and then she sees that there is no damage to the monster. Then she asks the protagonist to run away and she tries to hold it. Then she thinks of her past where someone has killed her parents and her big sister tells her not to think about revenge. Then suddenly she hears a voice in her head saying God's crushing forefinger. Then suddenly her powers increase and she kills the monster with one hit. Then our protagonist thanks her by saying Seong Miri Nim, thank you. Then she says it's fine and our protagonist leaves. After a second she thinks how he knows her name, who is he? Then suddenly remember, that it was his voice, that she heard in her head saying God's crushing forefinger. Then she thinks who is he? RMC is standing on the bridge thinking that he and his nephew could have died. He says that it's all because of this phone. As he is about to throw the phone in the lake. Then we are shown a flashback, a few days earlier. RMC is working on his story in a restaurant. As he struggles to write anything, he thinks that tomorrow is the due date. Then he looks at his mobile. Then he thinks that I should clear out unused apps. Then he see an app called God Maker. He opens it, and see an ant. Then some random text appears on the screen. He can't read it, so he thinks that it is a bug. Then start randomly pressing on the screen. He clicks on an ant and it dies. Then a coin popped out of the screen, and hit his forehead. Then a text appears on screen saying number 1 was crushed to death. As a reward, 1 God coin was dropped. Then he thinks that he just awakened as a hunter. Then he goes for an evaluation test for his ability. After the test he is told that, congratulations, Mr. Yu Ilshan. The evaluation test shows that you have gained abilities. He gets excited and thinks that his rank is S or A, and then he is told that he is AG rank, the lowest rank. Then he gets disappointed. Then he thinks let's go home and finish the chapter before the novel manager starts harassing me. Then we are shown that he has written just 1 sentence in 5 hours. Then he gets bored and take a break to cool his head. Then suddenly an alarm started ringing on his phone. When he checks it, it is that God Maker game. Then he started killing a lot of ants. He collects hundreds of God coins. Then the next morning when he wakes up and see all the small coin have disappeared and only the big one are left. Then a message pop up saying congratulations, unknown God. You have filled the request to open the God store. Then he thinks about it a little. And then say curiosity kills the author. And press yes. Then we are shown that somewhere else some high-profile people are happy that for the first time in Korea someone to the hunter's store. The S-class creation hunter Mr. Kongwoo who unlocked the hunter's store ability. And S-ranked telepathic hunters Seong Minutes are here to clarify your doubts. That everybody is very happy that finally Korea has a hunter store. Then they ask the S-rank hunter to manifest the hunter's store. Then he activated his hunter's store. Then that all try see the hunter's store but that are not able to see it. Then a man speaks up and says that it is as normal for only the person who activated the hunter's store to be able to see it. Then he says we'll now use the hunter Seong Mina's ability to see the hunter's store. Then we are shown that some really powerful items are available on the store. Then we are told that 1 gold coin is equal to 1,000 Korean won. Then everyone starts mumbling that how expensive the items are. Then President speaks up and says that, the fate of our country depends on this. We must keep this a secret until the project is running fully, and 2S rank hunter as high bodyguards. Then we are shown that our protagonist can unlock God's store. Then a message popped up saying you need 100 gold coins to unlock the God store. So our protagonist presses yes. Then 100 gold coins disappeared. Then the God store opens, but he can't read any of items' names. But the items are way too expensive for him. He says that he only got 300 coins in a night but items 10,000. Or 100,000. Then he scrolled down to find a cheap item. Then he sees 100 gold coins items. Then he bought it. Then popped up saying you've purchased blind God's eye. Then our protagonist screams, my eyes. I can't see. I didn't just become blind, did I? Where did my phone go? Then he hit his foot with table. Then he suddenly starts to see again. Then he get relief and says, that scared me. That he is able to read the text. Then he says that what grande name they have. That he sees that the most expensive item is 1,000 trillions. Then he tried to find that is there anything else he can buy. Then he sees an item called God's crushing forefinger. Then he buy it, because it is the only item he can afford. Then he tries to turn off his air conditioner with his God's crushing forefinger. Then he turned on his TV with his ability. Then he thinks that this ability is some kind of remote control. That the protagonist tries to write his novel with his God's crushing forefinger ability. But he can't write it. Then suddenly his phone started ringing. It was his director's call. Then his director started shouting saying that the novel you sent it is seriously fun. Protagonist thinks that he only wrote about him killing ants in this stupid game. Then his director says that there is only one problem. The protagonist asks him what the problem is, I'll immediately fix it. Then his director says that the problem is next chapter when it is coming. Then protagonist asks him for 2 days to complete the next chapter. Then the protagonist says that killing these ants creates great content. Then he started killing a lot of ants. After a while he picks up a 100 gold coin. And says that I am a long way off from buying items. Even the cheapest item's price is 1,000 gold coins. The item is growth God's blessing lowest class God. The word growth makes my heart beat really fast. Right, I'll collect 1,000 coins quickly and buy this. Then a red ant appears on the screen. He tries to kill it, but the red ant doge attacks. Then he thinks that, is it a boss? He gets frustrated and angry. He started attacking it but ant doges it again and again. He tried to kill the boss for a while but he was not able to kill the boss. So, he started killing other ants first. Then a message popped up saying the karma value of a god of unknown god has surpassed 800. Then another message popped up saying, 200 karma left until you can obtain the title of evil god, who strives for power and aggression. You can earn a reward once you obtain the title. Then he gets tired and falls asleep. Then a warning message popped up saying, the god of an unknown name is chasing after the unacquired sacrifice boss. Then we are shown that our protagonist is sitting in the theater. Then a movie starts, in which someone is walking thinking that, is this the power of Black Tribe's god? He tried to kill me by sacrificing his own followers. I have to let my companions know. This reaches the cave. He coughs out blood in front of the cave. Then we see that an army of red ants is eating body parts of black ants. Then the boss red ant informed other red ants that, I figured out where our food, Black Tribe, has escaped to. But they were all annihilated by the god of Black Tribe. It was a monstrous beast I barely managed to escape. We must do something before that monster strikes again. Then everyone in the red ant army started laughing at him. Then a loud sound came from behind the army saying silence everyone. Then everyone stands still. The great shaman appears saying, Sir 808 of Dawn. I sense the presence of evil being that 404 mentioned. What he is saying is the truth. Then the great shaman starts screaming saying that this is now the territory of His Majesty the Great Emperor. Then 404 started crying while saying that you believe me, wise man. Then the great shaman casts a healing spell on 404. The great shaman asks the brave soldier 404 to lead them. I will personally subjugate this evil spirit. Then everyone in the Red Ant army started saying, I will help. I will help too. Death to the evil spirit. Then our protagonist wake up saying that felt real. He thinks that, did I dream about an ant, or did an ant dream about me? A message popped up on the protagonist's phone, saying 404 invaded, 808 invaded. Protagonist pick up his phone and see that the red ant is back. He gets fired up and says that, I will absolutely kill you this time. Then he sees the ant with the beard. And think that, could it be? Is that the ant with a beard that I just saw in my dream? Then a laser beam came out of the phone and hit our protagonist's forehead twice. The Red Ant army started to praise the great shaman. The great shaman turned around and said everyone run away. Then a laser beam hits the great shaman. Then laser beams started raining from the sky killing everyone in the Red Ant army. We see our protagonist is hitting his phone with the fists. Then he picks up his phone and start crying. Shit. My phone is completely shattered. Then a message popped up saying, congratulations, you have obtained the title of Evil God. We are shown that our protagonist is holding his broken phone in his hand while looking toward coins around him. A message popped up on the phone saying unknown god's karma has reached 1000. Congratulations. You have obtained the title of Evil God. Then he gets an ability called Brutal Slayer rank F. He sees it and says a title of passing 1000 karma. Brutal Slayer. Evil God. I'm a nice person even without law. He sees a ring in a pile of coins. Then he picks up and tries to see what this ring is about. He tries and on. He gets all healed up and all of his fatigue is gone. Another message popped up on his phone saying blind God's eye. Analyzing the ring. Successfully analyzed. He sees that the ring's name is the Ring of the Druid. The ring 808 carried around for eternity. Then he says I didn't expect things to turn out this way. Does this work for other objects too? Then he tries to analyze his TV. Analysis window says Ilson's TV. Used for 1 year. Then tries to analyze other things as well. He says should I stop? I'm feeling like I am realizing reality. Wait. With an inducible ring like this and my new analysis power. I'm only AG rank. With all this. He thinks that will never put me as AG rank if that see all this. He goes to the Center for Paranormal Phenomena. The receptionist tells him that the margin of error is less than 1%. Do you really want to get a re-evaluation? He says yes. The receptionist tells him that only the first evaluation test is covered by the country. Second test will be 1,580,000 won. Then he thinks that his highest skill will be only F rank. He says I'll come back next time. Then he sits and think there really are a lot of people. Is there anything I can write about here? He tries to use his analysis ability on people, it works out. But he can't see anyone's full name. Only their age and specialties. He sees a girl's full name. Then he goes near her and thinks curiosity killed the author. And says excuse me, aren't you thrilled right now? She turned around with angry face. Ready to punch him. Please don't think of me as a strange person. I am not some kind of weirdo. Then at the last second his phone started ringing. It was his demon sister's call. Then he runs away saying, sorry. I need to take this call. He says to his sister, where should I meet my lovely niece? His sister called him a loafer because he is unemployed and likes money. He says, am I an unemployed loafer because I like money? He started shouting saying alright, I got it, so stop it. I'm hanging up. Don't be late. After that we see our protagonist is sitting in the park with his niece. While looking at his niece, he thinks that, she's so cute. Who is it possible for my demon sister to give birth to such an angel? His niece asks him what dark history means. He uses analysis ability on his niece. It tells him that she needs ice cream. They go to an ice cream shop and buy a chocolate ice cream. He pays with coins. So, receptionist get frustrated and put so little ice cream in the cone. He see that and thinks she is giving so little. So he remembers that he has his remote control ability. They get a tall ice cream cone. Then he thinks what a peaceful day. He gets a warning notification on his phone, saying title Cruel Slaughter rank F has been activated. Due to its activation, battle luck of unknown god has been greatly increased. He hears someone laughing and saying, "Oh, the one who walks the path of great evil, I'll devour even the trials that you're experiencing and become the true demon god." He says, "I'm done for." Then we see the same scene as before where Soang Mary Nim asks them to run and she tries to hold the thorn bull. He analyzed the thorn bull that want to obtain divinity by devouring the unknown god. We see that our protagonist is standing on a bridge thinking about what happened. He thinks of the message that popped up on his phone after the battle, which said you have overcome the trial. Cruel Slaughter rank has gone up by 1. As reward you can buy a low-level god's authority without spending a buy coins. He thinks that it's all because of this phone. As he is about to throw it away, a message popped up saying Saintess. After that we are shown that Black Ant is saying, "Oh unknown god, we beg of you, please have mercy on us. Please save our tribe." Then a red ant walks in saying, "The holy maiden of Black tribe. Did you think you could escape from Black tribe's soldiers?" Our protagonist sees that message saying that would you like to rescue the small creature, who is desperately asking to be saved by you. Then our protagonist kills the red ant and saves the holy maiden. Then our protagonist says this ant is kinda big. The holy maiden would like to know the true name of the unknown god. Then he says Yu Ilshan. The holy maiden worships Yu Ilshan. Then a message popped up saying you have obtained the title of the good god merciful redeemer. You currently possess both good and evil god titles. Due to the influence of gaining good god title, Yu Ilshan's tendency will now be switched from evil to neutral. As a first-time special bonus for obtaining a good god title, you will be given 100,000 gold coins. Wait a minute, that means in total, 108,700 gold coins. He opened the store and thinks about what he should buy. Then he buys the blessing of the growing god, lowest class god. It came out. He analyzed it. It said body fluid in the description, so he says that makes me not want to buy any more. He smells it and says that it doesn't smell like anything. He drinks it and says it's just an energy drink. He angrily says that, "Isn't this a scam?" Then he sees the description and it says the more you drink the better. He says okay, I'll bite. He drinks a lot but nothing happens. Then he gets unconscious and falls down. A message popped up saying, God's assimilation rate increases 0% to 5%. Yu Ilshan's inherent ability strengthened as much as the assimilation rate. He wakes up on his bed and says, "When did I get home?" We see a lot of ants climbing over him. He saw his phone and said swarming. He noticed the ants and tried to run. He tried to open the door but he was not able to open it. An ant bites on his foot. He sees the window of his room and starts running toward it saying this is only the 3rd floor. If I were to fall, I won't die, right? He hit his forehead with a window but he was not able to break it. He says I'm trapped. He gets angry and starts to throw his books on the ants to crush them. He killed one of the ant generals. Firing ants moves forward. They hit the protagonist with a lot of small arrows. One of the ants loudly says that how do you like that you unnamed monster? This is the power of a great empire. All troops charge. Behead this monster and present it to His Majesty, the Emperor. Then our protagonist says that he can't breathe. He sees a mosquito killing Sperry. With that he burns his whole room. We see our protagonist is sitting in the middle of the flames and thinks that, my body won't move, am I gonna die like this? The high-class evil god Soundless Nightmare has sent you a gift, Yu Ilshan. Do you accept? He presses yes. Then a dark energy state gathered around his finger. We see that a lightning strike hit the mountains. It's Seong Miri Nim, ability. We see that she is trying to use the same power that she used to defeat the throne bull. She thinks that if she awakened that power, revenge will no longer be a dream. She sees the smoke coming from one of the buildings. Our protagonist is still in the middle of the flames. Then a message popped up saying, the ability of Yu Ilsun's inherent ability, Soundless Nightmare, is being absorbed. He tries to use God's crushing forefinger but nothing happens. He gets unconscious thinking, will I die like this? Then Seong Miri Nim appears on the scene. We see that our protagonist's niece is standing in front saying, are you really my uncle? Our protagonist's sister gets angry with him and starts hitting him. Our protagonist's niece finds a flower basket in front of the door. On the flowers basket said that wishing Yu Ilsun a speedy recovery. Our protagonist thinks that it's from his supervisor. We see Seong Miri Nim is watching our protagonist from the building in front of the hospital. She thinks that whenever that man is near me, I could wield power beyond my limits. She observed him for 4 days but she can't understand, does that man have something that allows me to surpass my limits? She says, wait, aren't I being a stalker right now? She says I should go back before I get caught for sneaking out. We see that the Great Maiden of Black Tribe is trying to give our protagonist her tribe's treasure. And the other ants are asking her to reconsider. Then a message popped up on his phone saying, the Saint and 101 blank ants are praying to Yu Ilsun. The believers want to offer a tribute to you, will you accept? He thinks that, aren't the tribute are given to really important people? So, that's me. What are they giving me? He says yes to the tribute. Then the tribute comes out of his phone. He analyzed the tribute and said that it is the fruit of the world tree. Then see that it said it might be good for stamina. He says you passed. Then electricity started coming out of his body. Then coughs and says, what kind of taste is this, salty, spicy, and even bitter? Then suddenly he feels no pain. He opened his bandages, and sees that there are no wounds on his body anymore. Seong Miri Nim was seeing him from other building, she is surprised by his recovery. And she thinks, who is this man? Then a message popped up on his phone saying, the additional function of God's blessing in God Maker has been activated. I can bestow blessings using the offerings of my believers. He says, the things that ants like. Then ants say look, something is descending from the sky. Ants eat said what a heavenly taste. All the ants healed up once they ate the snow from the skies. Then a message popped up on his phone saying, you have obtained 101 true believers. The current amount of faith is 1101. You have gained 10,100 God coins. Because of faith. Then we see our protagonist go to a shop to sell his items. When he enters the shop he says I'm here to sell my items. The receptionist says that you must be a hunter. He says that he is an awakened but he doesn't have a hunter's license. The receptionist gave him a form to fill out. He started filling out his form. Then 3 hunters enter the store. Our protagonists use his analysis ability to see who they are. One of them speaks to the receptionist and tells her that he heard that her shop was not doing these days, so, he brought some decent items for her. That man sees our protagonist. The receptionist screams with happiness saying, a set of martial armor. He says he went through a lot of trouble to get it. Then she says it has 560 mana. It must be quite expensive. Our protagonist thinks that's a fake. The hunters demanded only 3 big notes. The receptionist says you want 300 million. She thinks a little then says wait a minute, I will get from my safe. Our protagonist stopped her and says that's fake. You must not buy it. Once the hunter grabs him and asks him, can you prove what you just said? Our protagonist uses his God's crushing forefinger on the item. One of the hunters attacked our protagonist. But his boss stops him. Boss of the 3 hunter bows in front of our protagonist and says we apologize, high-ranking hunter. If it's fine with you we'd like to leave right away. Our protagonist says okay. 3 hunters leave the store. Receptionist says thanks to our protagonist. And says you must be hermit. Hermits are awakened people who live a normal life without working as a hunter. The receptionist asks him that he was here to sell something. Our protagonist shows the items to the receptionist and she says, it has only 12 mana. Even if we're to give you more money it's still a D-class item. Receptionist says sorry and return the item. Then a message popped up saying, it'd be great if you give this item to Seong Miri who is nearby. While hiding she says item trading. To heal that fast from that state, is this the effect of the highest level potion? He's barely a G-class hunter. How did he get his hands on the highest level potion? Like I thought he could be a high level hunter. To find out my identity and heal that fast. He might really be able to help me pass my limits. Wait, this is totally stalking again. If my sister hears about this, I don't know what kind of words she'll throw at me. Then our protagonist appears behind her says Seong Miri. Oh good I have something to give you. Then we see a lightning strike hits a building's rooftop. A professor says 1000 MP, it is high even among our ranks. Seong Miri thinks that the ring increased my power. We see flashback in which our protagonist is giving her the ring. She thinks, to give an incredible item like this like it was nothing. A man claps and says incredible. Her sister is also standing there. Her sister says that, don't get ahead of yourself, Seong Miri you're still only a rank. Then her sister says, if you around about revenge, be warned my hands will come for you. Seong Miri thinks, sorry sister I can't. If that person can help me surpass my limits, revenge won't be a dream anymore. We see our protagonist is trying to sleep, but his blind god's eye ability gets it. He sees that someone is ordering General Kamikiri, take Jim's edict. With 5 million troops Jim commands. Take down the monster held by the savage black tribe, that massacred 100,000 troops of Hibiscus and Kim. 4th Blade Kamikiri of the 10 Blade of the Emperor, we will follow your command. Our protagonist wakes up screaming. He thinks, a dream. Phew, thank goodness. Wait, based on what happened until now, that definitely wasn't just a dream. I almost got killed by 100,000 of them. But 50 times that. Just what do I do? His notification rings, he says who is it at this hour? Who's messing around this time? It is the soundless nightmare, it says do you need power? Our protagonist replies, who are you? Soundless nightmare says immature and feeble god. First sacrifice 100 humans of your kind. Especially the same blood as yours, if you do so. Then our protagonist angrily blocks the soundless nightmare. His blind god's eye, inherent authority gets activated. General Kamikiri appears on the screen and says, Savage Tribe's monster, I General Kamikiri, will sever your neck and then offer your head to the great emperor. Our protagonist says, that's what I saw in my dream. A timer appears, 71 hours, 32 minutes and 21 seconds. He says around 4 days left. He sees on his phone that, Satan 101 black ants are also shaking in fear. He says I'll have to prepare once again this time. He tries to analyze himself in the mirror but it doesn't work. He says it worked so well on its own on other people. It worked. His analysis ability says, Ilson has successfully been analyzed. Specialities, irrational and a loser. He says damn power. Then he bought what he needed from the god's store. He sees a great ability, evil god's authority Gehenna's flame, low-class god. Price 2 million god coins. He buys it and says only the name was cool. This is basically just a lighter. It advertised the effect was great if used with God's condemning middle finger. I got scammed again. I should have trashed it then. His phone rings again. He says now what? His director angrily says it's been over a week. Our protagonist says I'm sorry, I've been undergoing a lot of accidents recently. His director says I'll be believing in you. Popkas. Our protagonist screams. And says, I need the popkas. A message popped up saying God Maker's assimilation rate heavily increases 5% to 10%. Yu Ilsun's inherent authority has been strengthened. Then we see our protagonist sleeping in front of his laptop. He wakes up and says, "It's all done. How to send it to my supervisor." After that we see that Seong Miri has bought a cake for our protagonist. And she is going to his home. She thinks she needs to make a good first impression to ask a favor. We see she is standing in front of our protagonist's door. He is sleeping and she is about to ring his doorbell. She rings the doorbell but no one answered. She thinks that, is he not home? She opens the door and looks inside but he is not in his room. Then we see that our protagonist is tied to a chair in a warehouse. One of the kidnappers say, "Wow. How is he sleeping in this kind of situation?" The kidnappers are the same hunter who were trying to scam the item shop owner. He wakes up and says, "A kidnapping." He thinks, where the hell am I? What's going on here? Have I really been kidnapped? Leaders of the kidnappers say, "It is really impressive that you can sleep in this kind of situation." Our protagonist uses his analysis ability and recognizes them from before. Kidnappers says, "I see you remember now, it's nice to meet you, Yu Ilsun." Our protagonist says, "What do you want?" Kidnappers say that they need compensation for the damages done last time. "Fortunately for you, we accept bank transfers too." Our protagonist says, "What should I do? I don't have my phone with me." One of the kidnappers says, "We have it here." A message popped up on his phone saying evaluation complete. Calculating time until the army of 5 million troops led by General Kamikiri reach Yu Ilsun. Timer hits 0. Our protagonist screams and says, "Untie me. And throw that phone away." A swarm of ants come out of the phone, kills the one of the hunters. Kidnappers says, "What are these bugs? There are so many of them." Other one says, "You bastard, your ability is controlling bugs." Our protagonist thinks, do they just look like bugs to them? Kidnapper says, "It sure is unique. But I can just burn them all." Kidnapper burns them all and says to the protagonist, "Shall we calculate how much you owe us for killing my brother?" Then the kidnapper falls down. A stone hits his head. Ants ready the catapult to shoot other hunter. Other hunter tries to run while saying, "Help me." He tried to open the door but he was not able to. Our protagonist thinks, is it the same situation as before when I was trapped in my apartment? He thinks that even the humongous flame couldn't destroy this army. Will I be able to make it out of here alive? If I'd know these guys were so strong. No, in the first place, if it wasn't for that goddamned game. One of the ants says, "Evil god, your subordinates are all dead." He thinks he is done for, this is how he is gonna die. Ant says that I'll kill you right away and turn you into snack for his majesty. Then a message popped up on his phone saying, activating small miracles effect. A lightning strike hits the ants. Ants say that how dare you attack his majesty's army. Reveal yourself, hidden subordinate of the evil god. It's Seong Miri. She asks, "Are you alright, Mr. Yu Ilsun?" Then she hits Ants with blasphemous. And Ant says, "How dare you attack the great emperor's army? You are not even using your own hands. And, to have the power to call a follower this strong. That evil god is the evil of all evils that can lay waste to the empire and vie for the throne. I, Kamikiri, will die here today, but I'll take one of your followers to the grave." Seong Miri thinks, so many insects. "General, you must seek shelter. The thousand blade that tears all asunder. Your servant beg you. Pass down your incredible authority to me." A god replies saying, "One that wants to stain my precious blade with blood. Did you prepare a sacrifice?" The general says, "I will give the heads of all my soldiers as tribute." God says, "So be it. General, you have to retreat." Then he cuts down the heads of his army. Our protagonist thinks, did he just kill his own men? Then he analyzed the ant general. Analysis window says, "General of the Empire is aiming for Seong Miri's neck with the thousand blade. Follower of the evil god." Our protagonist says, "Who does it say he's aiming for?" The general says that disrespectful towards the great emperor. You shall pay with your life. Seong Miri says, so fast, lightning storm. The General Kamikiri cut down the lightning storm and cut Seong Miri's neck. We see that Seong Miri is laying dead in front of our protagonist. The General Kamikiri says that only your life can pay the price for disrespecting the Emperor. Evil god of the Black Tribe. You will also have to pay with your measly life. Then a message popped up in front of our protagonist saying, Unknown's authority with soundless nightmare present it has seen ahead of the mortal fate. Our protagonist gets angry and says, damn it. Another message popped up saying this is a nightmare that has yet to pass. But it is also a fate that will happen soon. The General Kamikiri says now I will send you to your followers as well. Another message popped up saying, you Ilshan. You are a being that can change mortal fate. Our protagonist says that, those thankful people that saved me 3 times. Another message popped up saying will you change fate with God's authority? Upon hitting yes 100,000 God coins will be consumed. He says yes. A message popped up saying traversing time with God's authority. Fate is being altered. Then time reversed and Seong Miri came back to life and she thinks that insect it feels different. It's dangerous. Changing Seong Miri's fate. Our protagonist grabs her and pulls her back. We see our protagonist is standing angry in front of the General Ant. Seong Miri says I knew this man. He asks her, are you alright? Lightning Empress. The General says die, you puny evil god. He says annoying insect. God's condemning middle finger. Then the warehouse exploded. The General Kamikiri dies with flames. Then we see our protagonist and Seong Miri are both fine. After that we see that our protagonist is holding a small knife. He reads the description of the knife. The one who will be my master. He says hot. We see the Seong Miri says, please leave it to me, master. Our protagonist says, hello. We see that our protagonist is holding the knife and where would I use this? Seong Miri says, you're a hermit, right? I was just wondering. Our protagonist thinks she is misunderstanding something here. After that we see that Seong Miri is asking our protagonist, please make me stronger. I'll do anything I can. I know it won't be easy but please accept me. Our protagonist thinks I have to finish my novel fast, oh boy. He asks, Lightning Empress. She replies saying, yes, master please call me Miri. I never said I'd be your master. Anyways, how long do you plan to stay here? She says until you teach me. He says no, I'm really an average person, I'm only G class anyways. She says, but you gave me this ring that made me so much stronger. Our protagonist says, I'm happy it helped you, but I just picked that up. Seong Miri says, I understand your intentions but still. Please at least give me a chance to make up for my mistake. Then she says there we go. Now it looks like a living space. Our protagonist asks her, you worked hard, so shall we order something? She says, of course. Black bean noodles. Oh it's an emergency alert. Master we will have to save the black bean noodles back to next time. Our protagonist gives her the blessing of the growing god potion. She excitedly asks, how did you do that? It was just like Hunter Kong Wu. Our protagonist says, I don't know who that is but it'll help you if you drink it. She says that, thank you master. I'll treasure it with every sip. Then he says it's just one shot, it's not even that much. After that she leaves saying, I'll see you later then. He says, I guess I'll have to eat alone. Then we see that our protagonist is sitting in the restaurant and as soon as his food arrives, a breaking news appears on the TV saying that an S-rank monster has appeared from the gate. Thankfully a hunter arrived at the scene. But buying time for the citizens to flee seems the most she can do. The hunter who is fighting the S-class monster is Lightning Empress. As the most would think that she'd be no match for an S-class monster, the Hunter Association has been asked to send reinforcements. We'll show you the scene live on camera. Our protagonist says isn't it dangerous? It's an S-class. Then scene switches to Seong Miri fighting the S-class monster and helping civilians to escape. Then she thinks, it'd be an S-class monster. Will I be able to face it alone? More than that, if my sister finds out. Focus Seong Miri, don't get sidetracked now. She hits the monster with her strongest attack. A dust cloud covers the monster and everyone thinks that she has defeated the monster. She thinks that she has done it, but a monster attack hits her. She fell down and thought, so I really didn't have enough power. She sees the potion that the protagonist gave her, she drinks it and gets so much stronger that her lightning turns blue and yellow combined. And she is ready to fight the monster again. After that she hits the monster with a really big lightning storm. Our protagonist is shocked to see how strong she is and who's teaching who. After she defeated the monster, the news reports asked her, you defeated a giant S-class monster so quickly after being promoted. How do you feel? She says happily that, Master, did you see, I did it. It's all thanks to the potion you gave me. You are the bestest ever. Our protagonist watched the video on his phone and said, the views are already at 2 million. She is eating at our protagonist's house. He says, shouldn't you be getting home soon? Your family will be worried. She says that there is no one like that to worry about me. Our protagonist says that, know why there are parents out there who wouldn't worry about such a pretty daughter. She says they are both dead. In the Nether Dragon incident. He says Nether Dragon. Entire world had come together to barely defeated it. It was a formidable terror that took millions of lives. After that he says, damn my mouth. Yahweh to go you Ilshan with your big mouth. He says you used too much energy, wanna eat this one too? She says of course. Then a message popped up on his phone saying, you've satisfied the target favorability and trust value. If the target says the next key phrase, you can activate faith. Faith activation key phrase, I trust you Ilshan Nim. He thinks that is this some visual novel game. Wait, faith activation, would it be like that time with the Saintess where I got too many god coins? I don't know when another ant army ambush will happen. And the more god coins the better. He says to Miri, I have a favor to ask of you. She says ask me anything, I'll do anything. He says can you just repeat what is say? She says yes, what is it? He asks her to say, I trust you Ilshan Nim. Then he gets on his knees and says that must be too hard, right? Is said. Something weird. After that she says I trust you Ilshan. A message popped up saying you've succeeded in forming faith. Congratulations, Seong Miri is your first follower on Earth. Current followers 1102. He says what about the coins? Then a new message popped up saying a new skill shearing menu have been created. Then a small portal opened up behind Seong Miri. Some ants came out of the portal. Leader of ants says, oh that person is the evil god of Black Tribe. To promise such an arrogant man a godly position no matter how low the position may be. His Majesty has truly made a great decision. His Majesty had said that evil god will be of grave importance in the Great War. Well then let's let that evil god know of His Majesty's generosity. Then our protagonist thinks that, I can use lightning storm whenever I want. I'll fall for it this time. Skill sharing Seong Miri. He can use lightning storm but it gets out of control. And hit the ants that come out of the portal. They all get burned and die while saying, that evil god's powers, how? Seong Miri is surprised to see him use her ability. Seong Miri says that, Master you can use lightning too. So cool. He says, that's not the important thing here. The repair fee. Then we see that the Ant Emperor is angry to find out about what happened to his delegation. The Emperor orders to bring me head of that foolish evil god. Then ants say, with the honor of the divine throne that the empire and I serve at stake. We shall obey His Majesty's command, the great half-god and ruler of the empire. After that we see that Seong Miri is running in circles. He says that, she can run that fast without using any of her abilities, a high-class hunter sure is amazing. She says should I do more laps? Are you already done with 100 laps? She says yes. He asks her to drink the potion and take a break before continuing. He thought it was just a Red Bull to me, but it works on Miri. It sounds like nonsense, but I accepted her as a disciple, so I gotta do something for her. All that I can do is give her this potion. She asks him what should I do next. He replied, how about squats? She said okay. He thinks, wait, can't I figure out how she should train if I use blind God's eye to evaluate her abilities? Then he uses his ability on her. A message popped up saying activating blind God's eye's inherent ability. Reaching the opponent's state of mind. He sees a dark place in her mind. And says, where is this? Then a huge yellow lightning tiger tied with a bunch of chains. Our protagonist is standing in front of a huge yellow lightning tiger in Seon Miri's mind. He used his analysis ability on the tiger. Analysis window says, Seon Miri's true nature rank S has been sealed for 10 years. Specialities, tied by an SS rank chain. He thinks, Miri was originally an SS rank, and she momentarily got unsealed by God's crushing forefinger. That means, all her power will be unlocked if that chain gets cut. Then he lifts his finger to cut the chains. After that we see that Miri is saying, teacher, thank you for today, stay safe. He says drink the potion before you sleep. She runs away leaving a dust cloud behind. He thinks she's already on that level. Just how much stronger will she get, when the chains get cut? Anyway. Then we see he is using God's crushing forefinger. To cut the chains. He says, no, if only this much gets cut at once, when will I cut it all? He thinks, just who chained her? She wouldn't chain herself. Well, I'll find out eventually. After that see that someone is following our protagonist and our protagonist have no idea about it. When he reaches home, he says, her chains aren't my problem right now. My house. Then his phone started ringing. He says, what now? A message popped up saying, Soundless Nightmare looks at you sorrowfully. He thinks that, I blocked him last time, so what is it now? So annoying. Another message popped up saying, the thousand blade that cuts all, looks at you with resentment. He thinks, this guy is, that blade owner. After that, the thousand blade that cuts all, shouts that it isn't a mere blade owner, but a god blade that cuts even gods. Our protagonist says, so what? Wait, that's that, but these guys can read my thoughts. Now I have too damn stalker. I was already getting annoyed to death. Then Soundless Nightmare, requests for you to unlock it. The thousand blade that cuts all requests for you to return its god sword. He angrily says, stop it, I almost died getting that god blade or whatever. The thousand blade that cuts all, offer to give an estimated amount of 2.2 million god coins that it received from its army as tribute in exchange for the god blade. Our protagonist thinks what? When did you steal that? No you. Making offers with money you stole. Soundless Nightmare, laughs as if you are cute and signals for you to give the blade to it instead. It offers 10 million coins. He thinks, 10 million. With that much, I can get a good low-rank authority or item. As well as buy a bunch of potions for Miri. The Thousand Blade, is nervous at Soundless Nightmare's betting offer. Soundless Nightmare, laughs, calling it broke. The Thousand Blade, sheds a tear and says that it will offer its authority in exchange. Our protagonist thinks, authority? What kind? The Thousand Blade, offers its unique authority, Ultra Blade. Our protagonist says, oh. Ultra Blade. It sounds cool. The Thousand Blade, appeals that, no one would dare face you if you have its authority. Our protagonist says, a blade like this is something all men fantasize about. Soundless Nightmare laughs and tells you to take its authority, Rose that blooms at night. It appeals that, with its power, you don't even have to sweat and will still easily be able to surpass your opponent. Our protagonist's eyes glows and he says, who wants to offer more? The two messages popped up on his phone saying, you have received, Ultra Blade, 2.2 million god coins, and 3 uses of Thousand Blades treasure, from Thousand Blade that cuts all. You have received, Rose that blooms at night, from Soundless Nightmare. Our protagonist says, since I can only use 1000 blades treasure 3 times, I'll have to save it. Ultra blade, rose that blooms at night. What are these? Should I try using them? He says, authority, rose that blooms at night. Why isn't it working? Then a message popped up saying, rose that blooms at night activates when the use is asleep. Our protagonist with angry face, says that if it activates when I'm asleep, how will I know what it does? My fault for trusting a stalker, damn. Now next authority, Ultra Blade. He gets really angry and says, you trashy scammers. Nothing works. He says, do you think I'm a pushover? A message popped up saying Ultra Blade is activating. He started drooling and thinks, I feel weird. Why am I like this? Then he make a creepy face and says, want to cut? The knife appears in his hand. He thinks, why am I like this? After that we see, he is running the streets while saying I'll cut everything. Then someone says I'll be heading out first. A woman say, let's wrap up and leave too. Other one says that, there's still vegetables left to cut. She say, we have him. Then we see our protagonist is, cutting vegetable with tears in his eyes. He gets home and says, I'm going to die. He puts the knife in a drawer and says, Ultra Blade or whatever, and this knife, it's really dangerous. Controlling people on its own. Then he lay down on his bed and says, I thought something bad was going to happen. I'll never touch it again. After that we see that, an ant army is on standby. The leader of Ant's army, asks one of his subordinate, is the evil asleep? He says, yes, Salju. He is definitely asleep. Leader of the Ant's army says, alright, the honor of killing him will be ours. Then her subordinate says, yes, and thinks, today, on the seat of the best of the 10 blades, will be me instead of that gloomy spider. Leader of the Ant's army says, let's go. After that our protagonist is asleep, then a rose grow from his belly. Ant army is shocked to see that. Then a message popped up saying, the conditions for Soundless Nightmare's unique authority, rose that blooms at night, have been met. The ant army started to attack. After that Rose opens up his mouth and eats the ants. The leader of the ants army gets scared and say, that's. Then a message popped up saying, pathetic creatures. Tremble in fear. Your nightmares will soon bloom. The nightmare flower. Leader of ants army thinks, that's definitely the nightmare flower. Yes, I read about it in our tribe's old documents. One of the soldier asks her, Salju, what should we do? She thinks, the terrible god that devoured 90% of the great continent's population 3,000 years ago. The disciple of the soundless nightmare, the nightmare flower. Then she says, we shall not fear. The events of today will go down in the history of our time for eons to come. She runs towards our protagonist to attack. Her soldiers say, we will follow Salju. She says, approach the main body by averting the movement of the branches. She and her soldiers reaches near our protagonist. The nightmare follower eats her soldiers. She says, shit, then some branches of the nightmare follower attacks her. She says, I may not be able to kill the evil god, but I will take the disciple of the terrible god, monster flower, as my companion to death. She throws her spear towards the follower. But nightmare follower absorbed it. She says, no way, it absorbed my ultimate attack in one gulp. This is impossible. Then we a shadow on our protagonist's face, in which nightmare follower eats her. After that our protagonist wakes up in the morning saying, why does my stomach feel so full? His phone notification rings. He says, fine, what is it now? A message window said that, the Holy Maiden and her 101 followers desperately wish to be rescued by you, Ilshin. He says, what's up with you? Are you not feeling well? Wait, then he uses his blind god's eye ability. Which said, the Holy Maiden and her 101 followers special characteristic, addicted to the killer bee tribe's venom. He say, how in the world did you get addicted to bee venom? Did you invade their honeycomb because you wanted honey or something? What the hell are you supposed to give to ants who are addicted to venom? Don't die. Just wait a minute. A message popped up saying, because of the sincere heartfelt thoughts of Ilshin, the miracle menu is activated. Then a skill window opened up saying, one of the most important things to a god is a miracle for the believers. Depending of the miracle you may provide to your believers, they may worship or fear you more as their faith grows. An other window appears saying to perform the miracle of healing, your divine power and 100,000 god coins are required. Of course, I'm overflowing with coins, and if you need this divine power or whatever, just take it. 100,000 god coins are used. A message popped up saying, a portion of the fruit of the world tree, that was absorbed by Yu Ilshan is used as an ingredient for the miracle. The miracle is performed according to the will of Yu Ilshan. He says, are they going to be okay now? I just got up, why do I feel sleepy? He fells again. A message popped up saying, the god title Merciful Redeemer has been upgraded from E class to D class. Yu Ilshan's tendency has changed from EVA to neutral. An other message popped up saying, some of the good gods, including bountiful abundance, start to take notice. After that we see that, the saintess is coughing out blood and saying, please dear God take pity on our tribe. And give us a miracle I beg of you. Then a yellow rain started falling from the sky, healing everyone in the process. All the ants say the rain is washing away the venom. God Yu Ilshan has blessed us. Thank you, God. Then the saintess says, everyone. Yu Ilshan has saved us once again. Now, we must repay him with the unwavering faith of our tribe. Let's give him a tribute as a sign of our faith. All the black ants say yes. After that our protagonist wakes up saying, what time is it? Why am I feeling so tired? You're awake. Miri is sitting in his house. He see her and says, why are you here, Miri? She says, you didn't show up for training, so I came here since I was worried. Sorry. Then we see a statue of Yu Ilshan on a shelf. She asks him, what is that thing over there that begs for my attention? He uses his analysis ability on the statue, which says, statue of Yu Ilshan, the black tribe has made a statue of Yu Ilshan with gratitude and fanaticism. Special characteristic, ugly. She says, it seems to look better the more I examine it. It's incredible, can I have it? He says, yes, if you'd like. He think you need to get your eyes checked, Miri. He sits on a box in front of his laptop to write the script. Then his phone rings, again what is it? He sees a sprout of the world tree. It has sprouted thanks to the miracle that was performed by Yu Ilshan, who had absorbed the fruit of the world tree. Special characteristic, it is sick. It may wilt soon. Time remaining until wilting, 24 hours, 30 minutes, 39 seconds. He says that, the sprout of the world tree is sick. Then I sold use the blessing of the growing god. What it has no effect. If it's the world tree, it must be the fruit that instantly healed my burn wounds that time. So if I manage to nurture and grow it, I will be able to sell the fruits. I'm sure there's something useful in the store. He founds an item called, the Tears of the Bountiful Abundance. But to buy this item he needs to complete a quest. If the quest does not get complete, the purchase cost will not be refunded. Then we see, he is picking up trash while thinking, I have to go to such an extent to save the world tree. He has to complete 100 good deeds, he already has completed 10 good deeds. Then he hears a sound saying, kid, what are you doing on my territory? He is an old man, he says, a newbie like you shouldn't step foot in this area. Our protagonist thinks, a homeless person. But I swear, I've seen this man, he says, I think we have a misunderstanding here. Our protagonist tries to give him some money to buy a warm meal. The old man get angry and says, you dare give alms to me, Choi Kangson. Our protagonist thinks, yes. I remembered. The S-class hunter who used to be a street cleaner. Choi Kangson. Choi Kangson says, I won't reject you goodwill. Then they airs a sound and say, a monster appeared. After that the old man says they're finally here. I knew his prediction would be right. Then our protagonist says that I'll be taking my leave now. Old man says, you're going too. Why don't you go with me then? He grabs our protagonist jumps. Our protagonist says that, no, wait sir. I think there's been a mistake. When our protagonist sees down, he gets so scared. After that old land on the ground and says, the miracle mentioned there was an 80% chance of a rift occurring, looks like he hasn't lost his touch. Our protagonist passed out falls to the ground. After that the old man says, kid. Are you passed out? I thought you were at least B class. Then a huge monster appears in front of the old man. He says, looks like we're having frog legs for dinner. The monster says that, is he the rumored young god? Perfect. It looks like I arrived before the other got here. If I manage to offer my master the kid, he'll be satisfied. Get out of the way, old human. Then old man says, seriously, you've been making an awful lot of noise. He runs towards the monster to punch him. With a mana fist. The monster says, get out of here, Gramps. That kid is mine. Then a message window appears, saying the owner of the ability detected danger. His nightmare flower ability gets activated. The nightmare flower eat the monster and old man. After that we see that our protagonist wakes up in the ant world. He says, where am I? He is standing behind the saintess. The saintess says, you're awake. Oh my great and charitable God. After that he is standing in the real world. He hears a sound saying, mother. Old man is laying down scared cover with the saliva of the nightmare follower. I got eaten by a big follower. Our protagonist cover his nose and says, that smell. Did you fall down into the sewers? A message popped up saying you have defeated the subordinate of the evil god and have brought peace to the world. Another message popped up saying you have exceeded quest requirements. As a reward, you have received the item Bountiful Abundance. The ability of Bountiful Abundance will activate curing the sick world tree sapling. He says, perfect. I'll be rich now, I can finally relax now. A message popped up saying, congratulations, you have successfully revived the world tree. You have refueled the revival of the black tribe. Then our protagonist says, however, what should I do with him? Should I just leave him? He calls an ambulance which took the old man with it. A message popped up saying, the more influence of your followers increases, the more powerful your divine power will become. Then a man says, how's things going with the hunters from the academy? Another man says, everything is ready as soon as Choi Gangson leaves the hospital, we'll start the project right away. I'm sure Kangson will be a good teacher for the Lightning Empress child. I'm expecting plenty from the best teacher and a talented pupil. Then we see at our protagonist's house there are two status of himself. He says what part of that looks like me. Then a message of the saintess popped up saying, oh our great charitable god Yuilshan. He says you, read that ant from before. Then a message popped up saying due to the effect of the status your sympathy rate with Antrinia has increased by 105. Saintess says please save our pitiful tribe members. He says what is wrong with him. Then a message popped up saying these black tribe members are your devoted followers. Note, they were attacked by demonic beasts. He gets angry and says, how dare they, who decided to mess with my followers, led me to where the demonic beasts are. I'll deal with them with my own two hands. The saintess says, thank you for blessing us, our Lord Yuilshan. He says alright lead me. After a while he thinks, it's taking a long time for these ants to lead me. When they get there, he thinks what's all this now? He sees them and gets scared. A message popped up saying, summon cockroach beasts, these are demonic beasts that the demonic beast handler summoned from the demon realm. Note, they duplicate once every hour. Time left, 1 second. He screams and says they are all cockroaches. Then the saintess says, don't fret, everyone. Did you all forget? Remember that we, the Black Tribe, are blessed with the protection of the great Yuilshan. Then the saintess looked behind at Yuilshan, and sees that he is running away screaming. He is shocked to see him run away like that. Other ants says that, the god has betrayed us. It's over for us. The switch is to the red ant's emperor's castle, and emperor says, are you sure? Other red ant says that yes, my lord, I am confident. I'm sure you saw what the summoned demonic beasts have accomplished during the last battle. 4 days at most, I'll be sure to bring you the body of the false god. Then Emperor says that, I'll be waiting. However, know that death awaits if you fail. Another red come in running saying, I have an urgent message. The emperor says who dares to make a scene. If it's not important, it'll be your head. Other red ant says the cockroach beast tamer's beasts have multiplied to millions. That evil and ruthless false god. Back in the forest we see that a big smoke cloud appear, it's insect killing gas. There are a lot cans of that gas and Blacken are standing to guard the cans. After that we see that our protagonist is back, he ran away before to find this gas. He thinks, I'm glad that I bought that bug spray for cases like this. A black ant says, there are still a couple left alive. Our protagonist says, you thought I'd miss you. After that we see that the saintess is standing in front of our protagonist with her head down. He asks, what's wrong? I defeated all the demonic beasts. Then she started crying loudly while saying, I doubted my faith in you my god. I have no right to place my trust in you. Kill me please kill me. He says there's no need for that. Just calm down. After that a message popped up saying you have satisfied requirements to earn a new inherent ability. Then a skill window shows up saying, you can obtain the inherent ability, the multiplying thumb of God by paying 100 coins. Would you like to obtain the inherent ability? He says, this is a great deal for 100 coins, right? It's all or nothing. But a trial may come if you buy this ability. After that he says, these comments are still pretty weird though. Then he buys it says, now then, why don't I take a look at what kind of ability it is? His phone notification rings, he says, what's this now? It's a message of the great manager who says, sir we need to meet now. Then his manager is drunk and asks him, to try some. Our protagonist says, alright. Then he drinks it starts to stare at his manager. His manager asks him, why are you staring at me like that? He asks him, what's going on with your current rate of work? Our protagonist says, about that. Then his manager hit the table, and starts shouting, please. Just put some effort into it. Please. Okay just listen to me. Our protagonist says, can you please not scream anymore? What's wrong with you? Then a message popped on his phone saying, demonic beasts are attacking the black tribe again, would you like to help the black tribe ants to defeat the demonic beasts? His manager hits him and says, are you playing a game right now? Then we see that saint of black tribe is praying to you Ilshin. We'll be sure to cleanse the world of all the demonic beasts. Then a message popped up saying, God of destruction, inherent ability of question mark, has killed the beast of disaster. 300 million god coins obtained. After that we see our protagonist is walking in the streets at night. Then another message popped up saying, the tears of the bountiful abundance who supports you Ilshin has requested support. User you Ilshin may select any ability as a reward for reaching rank C of Merciful Redeemer. The cost of it will be paid for by tears of the bountiful abundance. Then he says well, then you're saying I can get an inherent ability for free. Right. If that's the case, the most expensive one. A message popped up saying, user you Ilshin has selected the following ability. Creation of heaven and earth. Transcendental class. Category. Ability for only transcendental beings. Cost. 1000 quadrillions of god coins. Another message popped up saying user you Ilshin is not adequate to use the innate ability of creation of heaven and earth. Then another message popped up saying, creation of heaven and earth will be converted to one use of false creation of heaven and earth, you Ilshin status. Then a warning message popped up saying the world will partially change. After we see that Seong Miri is looking at the sky. Then all the other people are looking at the sky. Then we are shown that, there are 2 moons in the sky. It was our protagonist's ability which was responsible for this, no one knows that Yu Ilshin is responsible for this, not Yu Ilshin himself now about this because, he was drunk at the moment. Then we see that a naked man standing on the rooftop of a building. He says, you said the Lightning Empress. The name of the hunter that's bothering the guild leader's business. The other man standing between a lot of corpses says, that's correct. The naked man says, perfect, the time has finally come. Then other man asks, then how many people? The naked man says, don't you think the more, the better? Let's start with 2000 for now. Oh my lord, just wait a little longer. Your devoted follower will make sure that your will is fulfilled. We will bless the world with the will of God. After that we see that, this is the Houston, Exploration MTS-2, please report the situation on the second moon. Toon, this is Exploration Rocket MTS-2, approaching the orbit of the second moon is impossible. Then the rocket gets out of control. MTS-2, what is it? MTS-2 says, control of the ship is impossible. Control of the ship is impossible. The moment the second moon appeared one morning, everyone must have been surprised. While nothing else is known aside from the fact that it shines a gold light at night and green light during the day. Experts are predicting that the gates and dungeons could explosively increase. Because of this, through a reporter's interview, the Korean Hunter Association will be working together with the government to respond to the second moon situation. After that we see that our protagonist is sitting and saying, my head hurts. Then Miri says, I'm back. He says 500 laps already. She says, yeah, sorry it took a bit longer than usual today. Now should we do planks? Oh planks. I see that the teacher prioritizes the core. He thinks, actually, I'll have to take a look at Miri's mental image again. She says start. He uses his blind god's eye ability on her. A message popped up saying, arriving at the mental image. He sees the tiger and says, it kind of got cuter. Then he uses his god's crushing forefinger to cut the chains. He says, still a lot left, but I think a lot of progress has been made. That guy isn't wary of me anymore either. Then the tiger licks his face. After that he says, now I'll have to see if Miri's power has been amplified. After that Miri says, I knew it. Teacher training methods are effective. He says well since a lot of people are watching, you should be careful. She says, thank you so much teacher. He thinks thank goodness the effects seem to be showing. After that the saintess sends a message to him saying, you Ilshan, will you give me a name? He thinks, she wants a name. Well I can't keep calling her saint, it would be good if she has one. Whitey is for dogs, then he thinks of his manager saying to him, you have no sense in naming. He says right auntie since it's an ant. Auntie how's that? She gets really happy to hear her new name. Then all the other ants started asking for names as well. He says, how will I name this many, whatever, you're 1, 2, 3. When he gets home he says the home is best. Repairs are finished, time to rest now. Then his phone notification rings and he says, now what is it? A message popped up saying Saint and 100 followers of the Black Tribe, thanks to the silver bullet of Yu Ilshan name and experience from hunting of disastrous demonic beasts, they have evolved. Type, Gayami. Specialities, cuties. He says, what is this? Evolution. The screen got more modern and clean. Because of the Gamyami's evolution, demonic beast summoned Crocoach Express get exchanged. Yu Ilshan goes up to level 2. He says there were levels in this game. A message popped up saying, Civilization Revival, gets activated from the level up. Ant says, the forest is changing. Then the saint says, Yu Ilshan. What kind of miracle will he bestow this time? He gets excited and says it looks decorated now. He says since I made training grounds and walls, these guys can train and defend properly. Then the saint says, did you see the incredible miracle of Yu Ilshan? Let's worship the great Yu Ilshan. Worship Yu Ilshan, who feeds us, protect us and let us sleep. He says, these guys. Anyways. They are getting cuter as we go. The name Gayami tribe as well. Gayami means ant in old language, right? So these guys must evolve too. Interesting. Then next, what is that? Let's try. Then a message window appears saying, Warrior Tower. Base of the tower the Seeker of the Eternity is going through. Specialities, chance of survival, less than 0.0000001%. After that a message window appears saying, the Gayami tribe is in fear of the Warrior Tower. Our protagonist says, if the ants go in Eve out of curiosity. Then he says, I'll have to take down the wall and block the entrance. After that he warned the black ants, "You guys, don't even think about going inside the tower out of curiosity." Then a black ant thinks, "A tower only brave can attempt. If only I could get a little stronger. I can protect my friends." After that we see, the emperor's castle is angry on the shaman who failed to kill the black ants and evil god. The shaman apologizes, but his majesty says the only apology is death. The shaman says, "Your majesty please have mercy." Then the emperor kills him. After that the emperor gets angry. Then we hear someone say, "Please hold your anger, your majesty." The emperor says, "You're back, mystic." She says, "Yes, your majesty. I have finished carrying out the mission you ordered and have come back to you, your majesty." She says, "Your majesty, you are someone that will soon be reborn from a demigod into a true god. Please leave the work to me and get ready to climb as a god, the black tribe insects and their evil god. I will make them go extinct. I swear on my name Arachne." Are shown that a mosquito is attacking a monster which is screaming in pain. After that Arachne says, "Bloodsucker Mosto." Mosto replies, "Welcome." Arachne gives order to Mosto that, make those evil god bastards pay for ticking the emperor off, using the cursed needle of the ugly plague rider. Then Mosto says, "All right, however, I have one request to make." After that we see that, our protagonist is spamming his keyboard. He thinks of his director saying, "If you can't finish your work by the end of this week, you can forget about publishing new series since your contract will be terminated." He starts typing even faster and thinks, "I can't let the contract get terminated." There is smoke coming out of his laptop. He says, "I can do this. I just have to wrap it up now." After that, he checks his phone and says, "Let's see, how are these guys doing?" All the ants are sleeping in their houses. He says these guys are sleeping comfortably. Then he hears someone saying, "Muscle, muscle." He says, "Huh, what is that?" We see, an ant is rolling over a huge boulder. Our protagonist gets shocked and says, "Whoa. Lifting a rock that's way bigger than its own body. This guy seems different." Then an status window opens up says, "1, warrior of the Gyami tribe. Specialties, training hard to protect its kind." Our protagonist says, "Interesting, I guess they got their own specialties after evolving. I feel like raising them now. Is there anything I can do?" He gave a potion to one. The one says, "What is this?" "This is a gift from Yu Ilshan. Yu Ilshan was watching over me. Thank you, Yu Ilshan." Yu Ilshan says, "All right, then I'll get back to the grind." He started working on his novel again. After that we see, Mosto is standing outside of the apartment saying, "That's the rumored evil god. The evil god that sent 3 of the 10 blades to their deaths." After that we see a flashback where, Arachne asking Mosto, "What is your request, bloodsucker Mosto? Could I taste the blood of the evil god? I'm curious about the taste of that evil god's blood, hee hee." Arachne says, "Of course. His blood, along with the honor of slaying him, is all yours, bloodsucker Mosto." Now we back to present. Mosto says, "Arachne, you didn't know that with the power from the evil god's blood that I'll get, I'll surpass the emperor and become a god. And you will also become mine." Then we see that our protagonist is so sleepy, he says, "I have to finish and sleep a little more." Mosto thinks, "Haha, he looks like the densest god in the world. Some evil god he is. He can't even feel me approaching." Mosto bites our protagonist and says, "A delicacy. Such a delicacy. Power is surging within me. It's incredible. With this power, I can." Our protagonist squashed the Mosto and said, "Ah, that stings. I'm wide awake now." His hand is filled with blood. He says, "Why are there mosquitoes during late fall?" He shakes and says, "It feel weird." He sneezed so hard that everything from nose came out. He go to washroom and says, "I'll have to wash up." He sees the mirror and says, "What is this? A mark on my forehead." He uses his ability on himself to see what this mark is. A message popped up saying, "The stigma of ugly plague rider. The curse of chills is in effect." What is this? A curse that gives me a cold. I have to finish up. He is laying down on bed. Then a lot of messages popped up saying, the curse of fever is in effect, the curse of muscle pain is in effect, the curse of anemia is in effect. He checks the god's store to find an item which might be able to heal him. He sees an item called, holy item, he said. Is a famous doctor, right? Let's quickly buy it for now. A message popped up saying purchase complete. A quest has appeared. He screams, man, just give the medicine to me. I have to go to a hospital. Then someone is saying my name is Kim Taebyum. A warrior selected by the religious organization. Although it's a nameless emerging religion, it doesn't matter. I saw the god. No, to be exact, a miracle that God's avatar made happen. Thanks to that, I barely raised myself from G rank to C rank. Then we see a lot of people bowing in front of the disciple Johann. He says, the god needs plenty of sacrifices to descend into this rotten world. God's warrior, Kim Taebyum. For God, you'll be able to complete it without fearing death, right? That's all it takes for me. For God. For the cleansing of the world. Kim Taebyum says, I will complete this task. Today, I will lay down my life for the cleansing of this world. He has the same mark on his forehead as our protagonist. He is wearing a bomb jacket and says, that is my mission, and Johann's mission. We see that our protagonist is crawling his way into the hospital. A quest window shows up, saying, if you want to live, save 100 sick humans. Our protagonist says, 100 people. Why don't you tell me to just die now? After that we see, Kim Taebyum is holding a nurse hostage, while saying everyone, don't move and get down. If even one person moves, everyone dies. The girl is crying for help. After that, the lighting empress appears on the scene and says, let go of the nurse now. Kim Taebyum says, shut up Hunter. After that he looks towards our protagonist. Our protagonist says, what kind of situation is this? Kim Taebyum says to Yu Ilshin that, oh. Brother. You got the mission from his as well. For him to send reinforcements. Hurry up and help me. Yu Ilshin thinks, a terrorist. After that Lightning Empress says what? He had an ally. She looks toward him and says, teacher. What are you doing here? Kim Taebyum asks him again for help. Our protagonist says, who me? Kim Taebyum asks Yu Ilshin, let's offer a sacrifice for the god of destruction's descent. Lightning Empress says what are you even saying, Kim Taebyum? You thought wrong. That person is my teacher. Kim Taebyum says, what are you talking about? The skull on my forehead is our mark. I can feel a wicked aura emanating from him. Lightning Empress gets angry and says, what? Did you just call our teacher wicked? Do you want to die? Our protagonist says to Lightning Empress, I'm dying Lightning Empress. I need treatment. After that, Kim Taebyum says, go ahead and strike me. I'll just detonate these bombs. Then the Lightning Empress says, you cowardly villain. Kim Taebyum gets angry and says, you fool. How dare you try to prevent a sacrifice from being offered to the one who will purify this world? Do you not understand the great significance of that being? A message popped up saying, the subject's memory is being read. Another message popped up saying, success. You have successfully read the subject's memory. Kim Taebyum says, then, how about you join in on this great work that I'm doing? After that we see Kim Taebyum's memories. Someone is talking to Kim Taebyum saying, if possible you must kill the sacrifices, after they have experienced a great amount of fear. The god of destruction's descent requires a great number of sacrifices. Can you do it, Kim Taebyum? My warrior. Kim Taebyum replies, yes. My lord. Of course. Then we get back to the real world, where Kim Taebyum says, Lightning Empress. If someone like you can be sacrificed, then that being will be very pleased. Our protagonist thinks, wait. Won't I die if this keeps going? Kim Taebyum says, for the god of destruction. And he is about to press the button. Our protagonist says, I have to stop him. And uses his god's crushing forefinger on Kim Taebyum. And says to Lightning Empress, now. She replies, yes, teacher. Lightning Empress uses her lightning bolt on Kim Taebyong. He gets unconscious. She turns around and sees that our protagonist is also unconscious. Then our protagonist hears a monster's voice saying, "This idiot, your time to die has come." Devil mark on his forehead starts to glow. After that, a message popped up saying, "The curse of necrosis has been activated." Then we see that someone is talking to Arachne saying, "Beautiful consort, just give me the order, and I will kill that evil god with my poison right now." Arachne replies, "You won't have to meddle at all, Naba." Naba says, "If the god of plague's curse doesn't work." Arachne replies, "There's no need for any concern. The leader of this abominable plague is a very stubborn and greedy being. That person won't ever let anything they sink their teeth into go." After that, we see that our protagonist is standing in the middle of the white mist cloud. Our protagonist says, "I remember hearing a strange voice before the curse activated. But where exactly am I, and why am I here?" He hears that voice again saying, "A newborn god. Dare to stir me awake. I condemn you to eternal suffering and endless deaths." Then we see that there are 3 huge monsters are standing in front of our protagonist. Monster says, "You will soon wallow in despair and beg me to kill you. I will serve you as food to my steeds." Our protagonist looks towards Monster and thinks, he's talking a bit too much. Then suddenly our protagonist's nightmare ability activates and eat them. After that, he woke up, and a message popped up saying, "Congratulations. You have accomplished the quest. If you want to live, then save others, to an excess. Owner of Cheongnonggyong smiles upon you." There is a pill inside of our protagonist's mouth. He thinks, was that a dream? Another message popped up saying, "You have been gifted, medicinal elixir of Hua Tuo." Lighting Empress says, "I am glad you woke up, teacher." His body starts to glow. He says, "My body's fully recovered." Is this the effect of the elixir? One more message popped up saying, as an additional reward, a portion of that being's godly power is now flowing into you. Then our protagonist leaves the hospital and we see that the disciple Johann is watching our protagonist on camera. Disciple Johann says to guild leader, "I'll give you 4 days, guild leader. 4 days to kill those hunters and bring that man to me." Guild leader says, "What does disciple Johann want with that man?" Disciple Johann replies, "This is why insects like you haven't received the favor of the gods. Can you really not feel that man's value? Even when he's shining as bright as a sun while standing amongst lowly insects like you. I can see it. The favor of the gods is permeating from his body." After that, we see that our protagonist is back home and he says, "The effect of the elixir of Hua Tuo is amazing, isn't it?" Then a message popped up on his mobile saying Ilho is desperately requesting salvation from you, Ilshin. We see that Ilho is on the ground. Our protagonist says, "What's wrong? What happened?" After that, we see a flashback where Ilho is standing in front of tower thinking, "I will emerge victorious in every trial within the warrior's tower. All to obtain the power that'll allow me to protect my tribe." Ilho opens the door of the tower and enters it. He hears a voice saying Challenger Ilho is now attempting a trial. Warrior's tower's first floor, trial of talk. Condition to clear, climb the stairs and reach the second floor. The trial has begun. Ilho starts to climb the stairs, while thinking, "Don't be scared, Ilho. I leveled up with that drink you, Ilshin Nim gave me. I even switched my job to a soldier, and now I'm wearing the amazing armor." A giant boulder rolls down the stairs, squashing Ilho in the process. Our protagonist says, "The ant, the one I trampled and killed for fun in the past. Did he suffer like this, too?" Another message popped up saying in 10 seconds Ilho will have their life suspended. He says, What, no, for now let's get the blessing of the god growth." It does not work. He thinks, "What do I do?" He says, "Now that I think about it, I received a reward from the owner of Cheongnonggyong. Healing medicine low-ranked god ability." He uses his healing ability on Ilho. Ilho is now all healed up and standing. Yu Ilshin shouts at Ilho that, I told you not to enter the tower since it's dangerous. Ilho says, I'm sorry, I wanted to protect my tribe. Our protagonist says it's dangerous here, so let's get out for now. Ilho tried to open the door but he was not able to. A message popped up saying, you cannot exit until you have cleared the 50th floor. Ilho starts crying and says, what should I do? You Ilshan Nim. Then someone knocks on his apartment door. Our protagonist says, Ilho, drink that for now, I'll be back soon. He opens the door, there is a big muscular man standing outside of his apartment. The man introduces himself, I am Department Head Kim Taemin, an exclusive scout of the Brilliance Guild. It's an honor to meet you. Our protagonist says I'm not a hunter, though. Kim Taemin says, you will be soon, do you have time for a quick chat? After that we see that Ilho's body is glowing after drinking some potions. Then a message popped up saying the Seeker of Eternity looks down fondly on Challenger Ilho who is walking the path of a true man. He gets fired up and says, let's try again. Once the giant boulder is rolling toward him. He punches the boulder with full force, boulder shatters to small pieces. He was shocked to see his own powers. Then a message popped up saying, Challenger Ilho has cleared the trial of rock. Challenger Ilho has received the blazing of rock as a reward for clearing the first floor of the warrior's tower. Challenger Ilho is attempting the second floor, trial of wink. Then another message popped up saying, Challenger Ilho has cleared the trial of wind. After that we see the Yu Ilshan is surprised to hear that his annual salary will be 300 million. Kim Taemin says, yes that's right. If this is to you liking, then how about we go to my guild right now so you can sign the contract. Our protagonist lost in his thought about 300 million. He uses appraisal skill on Kim Taemin by accident. How found out that he is a lackey of God of Destruction. Kim Taemin says, I'll say this now, you won't receive an offer like this one anywhere else. Our protagonist gets angry and thinks, what? Then was the 300 million just bait? Was that it? This damned bastard. I'm going curse him. Kim Taemin asks, is there a problem? Our protagonist says thinking about it, I'm actually quite busy right now. If you contact me later, then. Kim Taemin asks, are the conditions not to your liking? Our protagonist says, no it is just to have a manuscript that I need to complete. Kim Taemin says, however, the guild master was quite earnest in his request to bring you with me, so if you have the time, I would be very grateful. Our protagonist says, if you say it like that, then I don't have a choice. But, my stomach is suddenly aching, could I quickly go to the toilet? Kim Taemin says, yes, go ahead, I'll wait for you here. Our protagonist goes to the bathroom and thinks, what kind of human is he? When I appraised him earlier, it definitely said that he was the lackey of the God of Destruction, like the terror bomber from the hospital. He thinks, who should I call? The Hunter Association? The police? Kim Taemin punch through the wall of the bathroom, and says, who are you trying to call? Yu Ilshan Nim. Our protagonist gets scared. Kim Taemin says, I'll ask you again teacher Yu. Who are you planning on calling? Yu Ilshan nervously says, about that I have an urgent call to make to a publisher. Kim Taemin says, ha, and punches Yu Ilshan. He says I don't understand why I was called here. Other could have done this too. Since you don't seem to understand. Kim Taemin grabs Yu Ilshan from his neck, lift him and says, I'll take you with me after knocking you out. Kim Taemin says, it would have been better if you just listened to me. If you stay still, I'll send you to sleep for some time painlessly. As Yu Ilshan is about to faint, a message window popped up saying, a quest to save the next believer has been created. Save the Earth Branch's first member, Seong Midi from death. Quest reward, faith from Seong Miri plus 100. Yu Ilshan thinks about the quest and says, first, I need to do something about this guy. Shit, the gap in strength is too big. At this rate, I'm going to die first. I need strength. Ilho the ant says, the great and only God. I will give you my strength. Please succeed. A skill window appears saying, skill sharing added, Gayami clan Ilho. Ilho's shared skill, steel body. Yu Ilshin screams and says, shear, all his cloths rips to shred. He grows bigger and stronger. Kim Taemin thinks, now I'm certain he's someone the guild master is interested in. He takes of his coat and says, if this is the case, then there's no need to be jealous of the one who got that lightning person. I'm not sure if the matter with the lightning empress has already been dealt with, but I'm going to stop fooling around and quickly escort teacher Yu. Well, then shall we begin? Before he completes his sentence, Yu Ilshin jumps toward him ready to punch. Kim Taemin dodges it and says, that's a heavy punch. But he's not guarding, just throwing punches around recklessly. How disappointing. Yu Ilshin grabs his face and kicks him in the face. Kim Taemin falls to the ground unconscious. After that, Yu Ilshin tries to call Miri, but he was not able to. He says, this stupid game. Help me quickly. I need to find Miri. Then a message popped up saying, the believer management system of only God will now be implemented. A message popped up saying, finding the location of the believer, cost 1000 coins. Yu Ilshin says I already have so many coins. Of course it's yes. Confirming Seong Miri's location and situation. Then we see that a man with a sword says, don't worry. It won't be painful. A message popped up saying, you have foreseen Seong Miri's disastrous fate. Those events have not yet happened, but they are soon destined to. Yu Ilshin thinks, it's the same as what happened in the past with the death demon. This means, Miri isn't dead yet. Another message popped up saying, will you change the destiny of mortals with the authority of God? He says, of course. Yes. He thinks about the man and his unique trait, sword fanatic. Then he says, a sword. I also have one. He grabs his demon knife and say, nice, let's go. In exchange for changing their destiny, 100,000 coins will be consumed. Then a yellow light comes out of his body. After that we see, that Miri is laying on the ground covered in blood. And the sword demon is walking toward her. Miri says, why are you? I have no ill feelings towards you. Sword demon says, I'm just doing my job. After that we see that, Yu Ilshin appears on the scene. Sword demon says, just who on earth is he? Yu Ilshin says with an evil look on his face, I want to slice him. Sword demon asks Yu Ilshin, are you on the same side as the lightning empress? Yu Ilshin says, I want to cut. Sword demon says, he wants to face me. With a mere fruit knife. Sword demon jumps toward Yu Ilshin to cut him. He says even S-class hunters couldn't handle my blade. I'll compliment you if you manage to even dodge it. Yu Ilshin is standing there smiling without a scratch. Sword demon says, did he just block my strike with a fruit knife? No. Calm down. It's my fault for underestimating my opponent. This time, my blade cuts stone like it's tofu. You'll never be able to block it. Yu Ilshin deflects his attack with ease. He is shocked to see that. The sword demon starts to attack him, while saying just where did this guy come from? Yu Ilshin blocks his attacks with ease. Sword demon says, I've never heard of someone like him before. He looks like the lightning empress, teacher. Wait, does that mean he's unknown, the unofficial hunter managed by the government and the Hunter Association? If it's unknown, then it makes sense that I didn't recognize him. Sword demon bring out a potion. He says I didn't have to use this. It'll take away from my lifespan, but I'll be able to end him with one attack. He drinks the potions. Then purple lightning starts to come out of his body. Sword demon gets ready to attack Yu Ilshin and says, teacher of the lightning empress, hunter unknown. Sword demon attacks Yu Ilshin with his full strength. Yu Ilshin swings his knife towards the neck of the demon's sword. He barely dodges his attack and jumps him from behind, and attacks him again. The sword demon thinks it hit. It was a good duel, unknown. His blade shattered, he got shocked and said, my blade broke. He is shocked to see him unharmed and says, no, he's fine after getting hit by that attack. After that Yu Ilshin start to swing his knife mindlessly. Then a blue aura nearly missed him. He thinks I'm going to die. He gets slashed all over his body. Then we see that sword demon is alive and says, I'm alive. Without a single injury. He thinks with that much power, he could have easily killed me. Why did he let me live? Sword demon asked him, just who are you? Yu Ilshin replied, I am the sword god. Sword demon thinks, he's the god of swords. Then a message popped up saying steel body skill sharing time has expired. Returning to the useless body of Yu Ilshin. Yu Ilshin sees the sword demon and gets scared and says, hey. Fruit knife. Wake up. I said wake up. After that another message popped up saying Yu Ilshin's blade, the sword god's thousand blade that cuts all, has turned into fruit knife due to lacking authority. Sword demon bow down in front of Yu Ilshin and says, no, I lost dear sword god. A message popped up saying Yu Ilshin's sword god can now be evolved. The sword demon says, please give me the chance to witness more of the swordsmanship you just used, sword god. I will lay down my life for you, sword god. If you tell me to cut my stomach, I will. You can order me to do anything. Yu Ilshin thinks, this guy isn't in his right mind. He sees, toward Miri. The sword demon jumps near the Miri. The sword demon brings out a potion and feeds it to the Miri. Yu Ilshin asks him, hey. Just what are you feeding her? The sword demon says, I apologize for acting out, sword god. A message popped up saying, you have successfully completed the follower redemption test. Seong Miri's faith has increased by 100, becoming 139. Yu Ilshin thinks, from damn insects to loudmouths from a guild I've never heard of before. How many times is it now? Just why can't people stop messing with me and the people around me? The sword demon says, the lightning empress will be okay once she reaches safety. Yu Ilshin says, but whose fault is it that she got hurt in the first place? The sword demon says, sword god. Please cleanse my sin by cutting my stomach open. Yu Ilshin says, so what if he's a foer? He doesn't even seem sane. Yu Ilshin thinks, wait, now that I think about it, this guy was hired from a place called the Sheen Guild, right? And he says, hey, Mr. Sword Demon. You said you'd listen to anything I say, right? The sword demon says, of course, sword god. Yu Ilshin asks, sword demon, how strong are you? Sword demon says, there aren't even 10 people I won't be able to kill in this country. Then take care of the place called the Sheen Guild for me. The sword demon gets scared. Yu Ilshin says, what? You told me to order you anything, right? You can't do it. Sword demon bow down and says, if it's the order of the sword god, then I will gladly do it. Yu Ilshin thinks, an assassin hired by the enemies is expendable. He just had a message popped saying, the obedience of the fanatic. The conditions for activating the unique authority obtained has been fulfilled. The multiplying thumb of God per 100 coins. Do you want to activate this authority? He gets excited and he thinks about gold bar and coins. He says, of course, yes. He runs back to his apartment and says, where did I hide my emergency money? He brings out his piggy bank. He has only 100 won. He says, anyways, the multiplying thumb of God. He waits for a little bit but nothing happens. After that a message popped up saying that, the multiplying thumb of God, cannot be used on physical objects. He gets angry and throws the coins and says, what the F, I thought my life was going to become easier, but I have no useful skills. Then the soundless nightmare says, get a hold of yourself and show us the dignity of a god. And the thousand blade that cuts all says, let's get rid of all those arrogant bastards. Yu Ilshin thinks, ah, that's right. I can't keep getting attacked like this. I should attack first. A first hit is a guaranteed win. He says, everyone, what should I do to become stronger? Bountiful Abundance says, build good and long-term karma. Soundless Nightmare says, it will take too long, so you should instead stack bad karma with massacres. The thousand blade that cuts all, agrees and says, while you're at it, learn to comfortably use the thousand blade. He thinks about what would be better. Alright, I've decided, I'll just do both. He opens the game and a message popped up saying welcome to God Maker. Another message popped up saying depending on you plays, you may become a good god, of an evil god. Then he thinks first, I'll use the multiplying thumb of God, to multiplying thumb of God, to multiply my ants. He uses the multiplying thumb of God. He says, now destroy the enemy, my million soldiers. Then a message popped up saying, with God's authority, 1 million Ant Clan soldiers have started marching towards the Imperial Army. Duration, 24 hours. He gives the evil smile and says, Hahaha, kill all the enemy soldiers. What's Auntie doing? God's healing ring finger. What? I'm surprised she can use my skill. Then a message popped up saying good karma stacks as the number of believer increase. He says, what's with this fanatic feeling? Isn't this a little dangerous? Anyways, thanks to Auntie, good karma is stacking automatically. His manager calls him and says, Sir. Oh my gosh. Why isn't the manuscript arriving? Do you know how hard it was for me after the president wanted to cancel our contract immediately? I think I need to take a break for personal reasons. His manager says, you haven't even returned from hiatus, and you want a break. Are you crazy, human? He thinks, wait, what would happen if I used the multiplying thumb of God on myself? Would I get a clone? I have nothing to lose. After that he uses the multiplying thumb of God on himself. Then a red lighting appears beside him. His handsome version appears in front of him. The message popped up saying, the multiplying thumb of God. Duration, 6,666 seconds. He gets happy and says, it worked. Nice, a clone. From now on, I'll make the manuscript. His clone punches him on his face and says don't order me around you fucking retard. He punches him again and again on the face and insult him. RMC is sitting on the ground with the beat up face, and his clone says, PHEWWW, I feel a little refreshed now. His manager is still on the phone and say, Sir. What was that sound? Do you think you can trick me? His clone picks up the phone and says to his manager get lost. Then his clone turns into a demon and says, equip cruel slaughter. He, shall we begin? His clone turns into smoke and go inside the game. After that we see that, a huge green monster is fighting blank ant army. There are some other big monster with him as well. One of the black ant army members says, they're so strong even though we have numbers, we can't go against them. Green monster laughs says, that was fun, black tribe. Then a red light appears in the sky. A red lighting hits the monster killing them in the process. RMC's demon clone appears on the scene and a message popped up saying due to the massacre, cruel slaughter has increased to rank C. One of the monsters says, is that the evil god we've heard about? After that a red ant appears in front of Arachne saying, cough. I'm sorry. All our soldiers who went on the offensive were annihilated. By one evil god. How does that make any sense? The red ant turned into dust while saying, you mustn't fight the evil god that looks like the devil. After that we see that and green ant is hearing everything from behind a wall. Arachne orders to summon the 10 swords and the great commander right now. Then green ant thanks Miss Arachne, please forgive me for not being able to say goodbye and leaving. I go overboard just this once. With these hands, I will give you the evil god's head. After that scene switches back to RMC's house, he suddenly wake up says, what happened? Then he remember himself being beaten up by his own clone. He says to think I didn't have enough people after me, for me to get beat up by my clone. A message popped up saying, Tears of the Bountiful Abundance, is asking you where your handsome clone went and to introduce him to them. He checks his phone and says, 121 missed calls. From who? I'm not expecting any calls. I also have messages too. Soundless Nightmare says, Sir, we will terminate the contract. After that he gets a lot of good messages about the advancements in the game. After that he screams and says, what's the point of all this now? What's the point if the game's going well? This damned game. He quickly sits on the chair in front of his laptop and says, "I'll type it out real fast and send it." A message popped up saying, "New believer rescue quest, save the fanatic believer." Will you save the fanatic believer, Sword Demon? Rewards. Saving the fanatic believer, Sword Demon, will help your abilities bloom like flowers. He says, "Really? I have work to do right now. Let's just ignore it. Ignore, ignore, ignore." Another message popped up saying, "Let's get to know what the believers are thinking." The perspective of the fanatic believer, Sword Demon, will be now shown. After that we see that the Sword Demon is tied with chain, and women standing there saying, "You really aren't talkative, huh?" She grabs a wipe and says, "Why don't you spill it already?" Her state's window appears, her name is Chiolmi. She grabs Sword Demon's head and says, "If you spill it now, I'll kill you painlessly." Our protagonist thinks, what the hell greater than? That scared me. Guild. Did he get captured while attacking the Sheen Guild? Huh. That's. After that we see that, there is a big muscular man standing behind the Sword Demon. Yu Ilshin says, "Holy crap. There's one more super strong guy." His state's window appears, his name is Chioldu. A message popped up saying, "Using you inherent authority, you approach the opponent's mind." It says, "I was sold to the Dark House when I was young and was raised to be an assassin. After awakening my Tai Chi abilities, I carried out several assassination missions. I go to know Chiolmi and Chioldu, who were raised like me in the Sheen Guild. They naturally became my rivals. I couldn't have normal dreams of my future like others. I walked the path of becoming one with the sword in order to become stronger. At last my swordsmanship was as advanced as it could be. I had reached my goal. But is this the end? I'm ashamed." After that see that Chiolmi is asking Sword Demon, "Who ordered you to attack the Sheen Guild? Who could you betray us?" Chioldu says, "Traitors get killed. Let's just end this." She says, "What? Kill him?" Priest Johann said he'd give us 100 million if we bring him alive because he wants to use him as a sacrifice. Chioldu says, "I'll kill you too if you interrupt." She says, "I won't. I just think it's a shame." Sword Demon thinks, "I'm sorry Sword God." Yu Ilshin says, "This is bad. I have to save him first." Share the skill the believer number 1, Steel Body. I need number 1's muscles. As Chioldu is about to punch Sword Demon, Yu Ilshin appears on the scene and saves him. Chioldu loudly say to Yu Ilshin, "Who are you, where did you come from?" Yu Ilshin says, "That doesn't matter right now. I'm a busy man, you see." After that he says, "What if I use Seong Miri's lighting tactic skill while I'm in number 1 steel body state?" He says, "Share the skill of believer Seong Miri, lighting tactic." He give an evil smile and says they'd all be wiped out in one hit, right? I'm such a genius. A message popped up saying skill limit reached. Status overload. He gets shocked by his own attack. Chioldu says, "Are you mocking me right now?" Chioldu throw a powerful kick to Yu Ilshin's neck. As soon as his kick touches Yu Ilshin he get a big electric shock. A message popped up saying you have endured the overload with your steel body skill. Yu Ilshin thinks, "I almost died." Chioldu is laying on the ground unconscious. Chiolmi go near Chioldu and says, "Wake up. Oppa." Yu Ilshin says, "Phew, I somehow took care of one of them." Chiolmi with anger says, "You. How dare you?" She uses a fire breath attack on Yu Ilshin. Yu Ilshin thinks, "Am I gonna die like this?" A message popped up saying you have endured the flames using number 1 steel body skill. He thinks of it as a hot spring bath. What is this? It's really hot, but it feels good. She says, "I defeated him." She sees him standing without a single injury and says, "What? How did you?" "No way." He thinks I didn't know number 1 steel body skill was this strong. I'm glad I leveled him up a lot. She use another flame attack and say, "I'll burn you to ashes for good." He deflects the attack and hit her with a karate chop on her neck. His steel body skill expires. He thinks, had it ended just a bit earlier, I would have turned to ashes. A message popped up saying Fanatic Believer Rescue Quest complete. Your abilities are blooming as a reward. He thinks, I wonder what the reward is. If my talent is blooming, then maybe I'll become a better writer. He waited a bit but nothing happened. He gets angry and says, what? Is that it? So, what bloomed? I'm an idiot for expecting something good. Sword God gets excited and says, Sword God. You've defeated the enemies with methods I've never even seen before. You're amazing. Yu Ilshin thinks, hey, don't look at me with those kinds of eyes. Where am I? I have to go home and work. Hey, Sword Demon. Sword Demon says, yes, oh Sword God. Just give me an order. Yu Ilshin say, no it's fine. I just wanna go home. Let's get out of here. Someone from the dark side of the room says, you're as amazing as I expected. Nice to meet you. Sword Demon says, be careful oh Sword God. Priest Johann says, that person is the cause of all this. Yu Ilshin turned to stone and think a pervert. Priest Johann says, it's an honor to meet you, Yu Ilshin. Yu Ilshin thinks, I've encountered a wild pervert. Yu Ilshin says, I have to be careful. Priest Johann says, brother. Yu Ilshin thinks, the wild pervert is coming this way. Priest Johann, I'm so thrilled that my whole body is shaking. I can't believe I've finally met a fellow apostle. Sword Demon stops Priest Johann and say, don't come any close to the Sword God. He hits Sword Demon in the face and say what a trivial insect. Sword Demon goes flying with a simple touch. Yu Ilshin thinks, I can't believe the Sword Demon who defeated the Lightning Empress was beaten by him that easily. Priest Johann asks Yu Ilshin, okay, who is that god that you follow? Whose apostle are you? He jumps toward Priest Johann to punch him while saying it's Bottle God. He uses skill sharing Lighting Strike. As he is about to hit Priest Johann, the scene switches to Ant Battle where the Green about leave for the battle. Green Ant leaves and says, I'll go beat the believers of the evil god. Since the fewer the believers, the weaker he will be. The Green Ant reaches the Black Tribe. Green Ant cover in black lighting says, it's here. The Black Tribe village. Ant uses his poison skill and says the Black Tribe will be poisoned to death. Everyone is in Black Tribe is suffering and cannot breath due to the poison. The Green Ant, the power of the evil god will be weakened. After that we get back to the fight of Yu Ilshin with the Priest Johann, where Yu Ilshin hit Priest Johann in the face a strong punch. Priest Johann goes flying. Yu Ilshin thinks as expected the one who strikes first wins. Priest Johann stand up again in a zombie style. Yu Ilshin gets scared to see that. Yu Ilshin immediately hits him with a Lighting Strike. Priest Johann falls on the ground again but stand up again. Yu Ilshin thinks the skill of the Lightning Empress doesn't work on that bastard. Is it because this pervert isn't just a pervert but an immortal pervert? Priest Johann stanks up and with an evil smile says, it's no use. No matter what attack you strike me with, it won't work since I come back alive again. Yu Ilshin thinks, the time for strong skills is already over, and I can't use my Lighting Strike skill as well. Even if I use it, that bastard will just come back to life again. Am I going to die in vain from this perverted bastard? Priest Johann says, do you amount to just this much, brother? You should hurry and entertain me more. Yu Ilshin says, damn it. I have to hurry and figure something out. Either way, I have to do something. He uses multiplying thumb of God on himself. He thinks, there's no way he'd do a team kill when there's an enemy, right? Priest Johann brother. I can't believe you have an alter ego. As expected, you're cool. Yu Ilshin's clone looked toward him. Yu Ilshin gets scared, and thinks I was so scared last time. As I was giving him orders, he beat me up, so I should stay quiet. Clone says, this is trouble. Yu Ilshin say, oh. Alter ego. Yeah, since you know this is trouble do something anything. Clone says, yeah, the Gyami tribe is in danger. Don't you know that when the believers die, all the power of a god disappears? Priest Johann get angry and says, you too, right now are you ignoring me? He attacked them with purple energy balls. Clone dodges his by jumping and Yu Ilshin tries blocks them. Yu Ilshin get hit and falls to the ground. Yu Ilshin says, "If I die, what's the use of all this power and everything?" Clone says Yu Ilshin, "Burn that weak bastard." His clone goes inside the phone. Again. Priest Johann says, "Are you done with you petty tricks?" Yu Ilshin thinks, "Oh no, this time, he just disappeared as he wished." Priest Johann prepare the purple energy balls again. Yu Ilshin thinks, "That damn thing. What does he mean by burning it?" Then he suddenly remember that he has his own skills as well. God's condemning middle finger. Small size flame burns above his middle finger. He says it's a great size for lighting cigarettes. Priest Johann says, "Is this your last trick?" "That's right. Let's draw this out with multiples." The multiplying thumb of God. Small flame balls have no effect on him. After that, Priest Johann says, "Brother, I'll have to stop playing around with you now." Yu Ilshin close his eye and says, "Is this the end? I got team killed like a dumbass by my alter ego. To think my end would come from a wild pervert. Sigh, my life." Priest Johann suddenly felt extreme pain. He says, "Why isn't my regeneration working? I should be invincible." A message popped up saying you were being consumed by the brutal Gehenna's firework. Yu Ilshin says, "What? It had this sort of function. Could you just please properly explain skills from now on?" Priest Johann get angry and ready to unleash a big attack. Yu Ilshin thinks that, because of the ridiculous skill, Yu Ilshin feels extreme pain in his body. He kneel down on the ground. After that, scene switches to Gyami tribe where the green ant is attacking the black ants while saying, "The black tribe is being poisoned to death. And the evil god's strength will weaken. Blame the evil god that you serve her." The green ant suddenly feels something coming towards him and says, "What is this feeling?" It's Clone that is flying at rapid speed toward the green ant. Green ant says, "The evil god of the ant tribe. Come, you heinous and wicked god. Your power will soon be reduced to nothing." Clone kills the green ant with a single punch. He sees that all the blank ant are lying on the ground. He thinks, "Are they dead?" Back in the real work, Yu Ilshin is laying on the ground while saying, "It hurts so bad. I feel like every bone in my body is broken." A warning message popped up saying, "The number of believers is rapidly decreasing. Warning. If you lose a large amount of believers all at once, you will lose your power." He thinks Ant the God Maker alarm is going off right now, too. Sigh, this honestly sucks. Another message popped up saying, "Do you wish to restore those believers with God's healing ring finger? 5,212,385 coins will be consumed in accordance with the number of believers." He says, "Wait, I never knew I was allowed to use God's healing ring finger on myself. If I can, then that's incredible. I'd be nothing short of invincible." He used God's healing ring finger on himself. A message popped up saying, "As you have used it on yourself, 10 million coins have been consumed." He says, "Wait, why is it 1,000 times more expensive than the number of believers? Whatever, I'm just glad I survived." You have obtained 5,212,385 white god coins in accordance with the number of lives saved. Oh, the best kind of payback. Priest Johann gets angry and create a new and big energy ball and says, "How are you still able stand?" Yu Ilshin immediately uses skill shearing strong. "This is how the tables turn, you perverted bastard." God's condemning middle finger. Priest Johann jumps backward to dodge the fireball. Priest Johann says, "You truly are an incredible disciple. How did I mistake you for a useless offering until now?" Yu Ilshin says, "You are finished now. Priest Johann, I will devote the 999 offerings I have. And you, an offering higher than any disciple grade, are my final piece." A message popped up saying, "Descent of the God of Destruction." What? Is this why he kidnapped the sword demon and targeted my? Priest Johann laughs and says, "Thank you for becoming my last offering." After that, suddenly roof cracked open and a lot of red lightning appear from the roof and a big eyeball as well. It is the God of Destruction himself. Yu Ilshin gets scared and says, no. I have to stop him. He uses God's crushing forefinger on the god of destruction. A message popped up saying the authority cannot be used on the god of destruction. Priest Johann suddenly cough out blood and says this is different from what you promised. Priest Johann fell down to the ground. After that the god destruction attacks Yu Ilshin. He thinks is this the end? After that Yu Ilshin is unconscious and thinks I had a dream. No. Was it an illusion? I was a strong and benevolent god, revered by all. While it's excessive right now. The great god who swallows mountains. Was the true name of the thousand blade that cuts all. The god of destruction, betrayed by the abyss. Lost the maiden that the great god loved. And the world with her. All before he lost his own life. He was a god that sought peace. But now, he became the manifestation of revenge. After that Yu Ilshin suddenly opens his eyes. He sees a huge sword in front of him. He hears someone saying, great god. Right. Let's do it together, your revenge. After that scene switches back to where god of destruction is coming out of the roof. Sword demon gets scared to see the god destruction and thinks, what's I have to look after the black? But I can't even move a single finger. I've never felt such fear in my life. Yu Ilshin says, black ghost. Sword demon replies, black god. Yu Ilshin says, get you act straight and look closely at how I'll kill the god that pervert brought down. Sword demon says, so cool. Priest Johann is tied with snakes and saying, I don't want this. God of destruction says, how can you say that you will also kill those who serve you? Priest Johann says, please, have mercy. Yu Ilshin says, do you get it now? After that snakes suck the life out of Priest Johann. Yu Ilshin says, the god you serve is nothing but a barbaric demon. Isn't that right, you demon? Yu Ilshin says to god of destruction, what are you staring at? Sword demon think the eyes that crippled Johann with just a glance. He's not trembling at all in front of it. Yu Ilshin lifts his hand up and summons the shining sword. Yu Ilshin uses his ability called Ultra Blade. He thinks that, the thousand blade that cuts all is an ability that was gifted to me. Ultra Blade is an ability that draws out the performance and inherent potential of a blade, then integrates the blade with its user. His sword get as big as a building. God of Destruction attacks Yu Ilshin. But Yu Ilshin dodged the attack, jumped and got ready to attack. He says destruction F off. Back to your world. After that Yu Ilshin hits the god of destruction with Ultra Blade. After that we see that the Wuhan SSI 12th district abandoned downtown area is destroyed. And Army and Hunter have arrived at the scene searching around. Hunter are thinking that it was a triple S rank crack. If it's that, then a monster strong enough to wipe out a country will come out. Also director of the Hunter Association arrive on the scene. His name is Heo Kangchial. He says, it seems we'll have to implement the project into action. A Solider says to director, we have a survivor here. It's Priest Johann. Director says, he managed to cheat death in this tragedy. Director asks Priest Johann, Elder, can you tell us what exactly happened here? Priest Johann just start laugh and do not answer the director. Director says, take him to the ambulance for now. We see a flashback where destroys the god of destruction in pieces. Someone says to Yu Ilshin, as you said you truly are, a god amongst gods. After that we see that a big dragon defeated by some hunter, and one female hunter is standing on dragon's head. One of the hunters says, as expected of Seong Mina. She killed it with simple mind control. Is that even possible? Someone asks her, are you really S rank? I know that the dragon race has an especially high resistance to mind abilities. To see it fall so quickly. She angrily says, whatever, just clean up the rest and hand over your return stone. He says, what? Where are you going? She says, I said hand it over. After that he throws the stone toward her and says, fine, fine. Don't wrinkle that pretty face of yours with a frown. This costs 100 million, do you really have to use it in this situation? Is there a problem somewhere? She says, stay out of it, if you don't want to die. I came because I heard there was a dragon but it was just a small fry. Shit, I've wasted my time. After that we see that 2 days later, Yu-Ilshin receiving treatment by his niece. She asks him who is that scary adjussee over there. Yu-Ilshin asks him, how did the thing I asked you to do go? I don't think you have the time to be sitting around in this room. Sword Demon says, ah. Cleaning up the remnants of the Shining Guild. There is no need for me to go out for that. Yu-Ilshin thinks, what does that mean? S-rank hunter Seong Mina and a specialized team from the Hunter Association have already launched a large-scale operation against them. You could practically say that the black market in Korea has fallen. Yu-Ilshin says, Seong Mina. The Seong Mina who also does TV commercial modeling. He thinks, Seong Mina. Her name feels somewhat familiar. Ah, Seong Miri. Now that I think about it, they could be siblings, with those names. No, their looks are completely different. That being said, is Miri okay? He asked his niece that, shall we go back to you mom now? Then a message popped up saying your godly achievements have finished calculating. Yu-Ilshin has blocked the descent of a part of the god of destruction 1 out of 100. The good deed score of Yu-Ilshin has risen by 1 million. He says, oh, it went up a lot. By the god of destruction, does it mean the eyeball monster that I blocked from descending upon Earth? You're telling me that was only 1 out of 100 parts of it. If it's that big, then how big was the Abyss Dragon? Another message popped up saying congratulations, Yu-Ilshin. You have received the right to attempt the promotion quest through your divine achievements. He says, what? A promotion quest? Then a quest window appears saying, low-ranked good god promotion quest. 1. Gather a minimum of 1 billion believers. 2. Alternatively, gather 10 sapient beings of S rank or higher as you believers. Low-rank evil god promotion quest. 1. Gather wicked deeds score by killing at least 1 billion sentient beings. 2. Alternatively, plunder the strength of 10 sapient beings of S rank or higher by killing them. Yu-Ilshin, will you attempt the promotion quest? He thinks, good god. Evil god. Both. He screams and says it wants me to do both at the same time. This level of difficulty is just hell. I can just accept both quests. He thinks good and evil. Wouldn't it be genius to pit the stalkers on each side against each other? If I just use these guys properly, I'll be able to crack it. Am I a genius or what? He gets excited and says, you bastards. Fight each other to the death. After that he goes to the hospital to visit Miri. He knocks the door and says, Miri, are you there? She replies yes. Please come in. He thinks why is a patient's voice so loud? Inside the room she is doing push-ups on her thumbs. She gets excited and goes near Yu-Ilshin and says, whoa. Are you here to visit me? How exciting. He says, why is an injured person acting like this? She says I got a bit bored just staying still. He reply, well, is your body alright? She says, yes, it's fine. I didn't even get any scars. Then suddenly a girl shout from behind the Yu-Ilshin saying, are you crazy? She hits Miri on her back. Yu-Ilshin thinks where did this girl suddenly appear from? The girl says, why are you taking off your bandages in front of a man? And she looks towards Yu-Ilshin with an angry face and says, who are you? He gets scared. She grabs him from his shirt and says, what's your relationship with my younger sister? Who are you, for Miri to be acting like this? He thinks, younger sister. So it's Miri's Unnie. She doesn't seem like a normal person. She says, if you're trying to play around with my younger sister, I'll kill you. Miri shouts saying, what are you doing to teacher Ilshin? Her sister says, teacher. This guy. This sloppy beggar looking person is a teacher. You're saying this guy is a teacher at the Hunter Academy. Her tries to tell her the truth, but Miri stops him and says, no you can't tell her the truth. Yu-Ilshin understands and says, you're right. I'm the physical education teacher at the academy. She says, physical education. If you're a teacher at the academy, you're definitely a current hunter, but I've never seen you before. What's you rank? No matter how I look at you, you don't seem like much. Miri says, our teacher Yu-Ilshin is a really amazing person. He's someone that can way stronger than Uni, so don't think you can treat him however you want. Miri's sister removes her hat and says, is that so? Seong Mina, the S-rank hunter celebrity who's said to be even more beautiful than other celebrities, is Seong Miri's Uni. Seong Mina says, so, you've lost all your fear, have you? Just because you made it to a rank, you have no respect anymore. Seong Mina uses her skill mind control on her sister. Say it again. Who's stronger than who? Obey, yield. Miri says, I was wrong, Uni. Mina says, what kind of hunter is this weak? Mina increases her power and says, kneel. She says, you just have to do what I tell you to do. He stands between Miri and Mina, you should calm down. And says, you might end up hurting the kid. She uses her powers on Yu Ilshin. He says, your voice is a lot louder than it looks. She says, you're not going to move. She uses her mind control skill on Yu Ilshin and says, move. Crumple. You beggar bastard. She is shocked to see that her mind control is not working on Yu Ilshin. He says, I do think I may have crossed the line here, but even so, isn't it better for siblings to settle problems by talking? Miri is impressed and says, wow, teacher. To think you could resist Uni's mind control, her primary ability. He thinks, mind control. Right, Mina is a mental affinity hunter. Mina says, you what's your rank? He thinks I'm telling you that I'm G rank, why are you asking me something so embarrassing? She bow down to Yu Ilshin, and says, I've caused an incident due to my own ignorance. Teacher Yu Ilshin, please look after Miri in the future as well. He's startled and says, pardon. Yes, yes. What is this? What is this complete switch in demeanor? Mina say, Seong Miri, don't complain that the hospital food is gross, and eat that porridge since it was expensive. Miri reply, okay thanks, Uni. Yu Ilshin thinks, looks like she, unexpectedly, takes quite good care of her younger sister. After her status window appears, saying her name is Seong Mina. Things to note, descendant of the god of destruction. Under the curse of the abyss. He thinks I should tell her this, right? She has a terrible temper, but she is Miri's Uni, and even brought porridge for her. He asks her, Mina, I have something I'd like to ask you. Are you, by chance, hurt anywhere? Or under a curse? She says, a curse. Yu Ilshin says, I'm talking about the curse of the abyss. She gets really angry and says, how do you know that? He trembles in fear and says, I have a sensor skill, so, but if I've made some king of mistake. He thinks her moods are really hot and cold. She's suddenly using informal language again. She says with a happy, it's fine. He thinks, what the hell, she's so scary. Who is she, Janice? She says, let's see each other again soon, teacher Yu Ilshin. He says, yes, let's do that. Mina leaves. Then Yu Ilshin thinks, the pressure of an S-rank hunter is no joke. If her mental affinity is already this great, I can't even imagine what her battle affinity must be like. The fact I have to convince people like her into becoming my believers is expected, it's hell. Seong Miri says, teacher. What are you thinking about? He thinks, I can't say I'm worried about the future of Earth, no, my future, actually. I'll just say, what I'd already planned to say. He says, Miri, do you mind if we go up to the roof for a moment? She says, that's fine, teacher. After that we see that, Yu Ilshin is standing in front of the tiger in Seong Miri's mind. He says, even if I use my ability, there's no change. He uses God's crushing forefinger again and again. But it do not work. He thinks I thought that, since I was lucky enough to grow after the last incident, it'd be a lot easier to do this, but it failed. If I can unlock this, Miri will be able to grow to S rank, why isn't it working? My strength is coming back now. Is it really this hard? I don't get it. Am I going about it the wrong way somehow? He says, Miri, can you stand over there for a second? She says, like this. Yu Ilshin says, let's concentrate on the seal, Ilshin. Focus all you neurons on this. She says, teacher, if you keep looking at me like that. He thinks, focus, like you're trying to thread a very fine needle. A message popped up in front of him. He say, what is this? Was this why it wouldn't be unsealed? She says, teacher, what does that mean? He say, Miri, do you know where Uni went? She says, sorry. Why? He says, looks like I'll have to have a very sincere discussion with your guardian, Miri. After that we see that, in middle of the ocean, where Apostle Johann is locked up. Johann thinks it's like the miracle of God that I heard of when I was losing hope in life. Everything was a lie, salvation, that was the only reason my mind and body were able to survive. I believed in God like a madman. That's just demonic. That's not what I wanted. However, he is different. The one and only God, the God of gods. This world will receive salvation thanks to him. Please forgive me. Allow this lowly and corrupt believer to follow the great and honorable Yu-Ilshin. A message popped up in front of Johann saying, "You have developed faith in Yu-Ilshin." He gets happy and says, "Thank you, Yu-Ilshin, for accepting this lost and sinful believer, thank you." After that, suddenly a masked woman appears behind Johann saying, "Did you mention Yu-Ilshin?" Johann says, "Who are you? How did you get in here?" Johann thinks, nobody should be able to enter this place unless they're at least S-class. I seems like the officer of the association have abandoned me. I've heard they've been quite envious of my abilities. I'm aware that I've killed quite a lot of people. Is this the decision they made to quell the public's opinion? Although I'm no longer an apostle of evil, I'm still quite able to kill you. Masked woman says, "Don't play with me. Looks like you haven't hit the abyss either." Well, regardless of that, I still can't forgive you for trying to kill my sister, Miri. After that we see that, Yu-Ilshin is sitting on his chair in his apartment saying, "Looks like I never got the chance to meet Mina. Why is she so busy?" Well, I guess it's hard for a top celebrity to make time. Forget about that. Looks like the Sword Master finally went home. Yu-Ilshin read Sword Master's letter and thinks, please don't come back. After that message popped up on his Godmaker app, he opens the Godmaker app saying, "Godmaker. What's going on?" Message says, "The human, Johann, has been converted to the order of Yu-Ilshin by the God of destruction. Johann is considered a fanatic." Yu-Ilshi say, "Johann, that weird pervert. Wait, why?" Then a quest window appears saying, "Quest, lower rank, good God, advancement in progress. Normal follower. 5,212,326. Follower with intelligence and potential to reach beyond S calls. 1 out of 10. Yu-Ilshin says, "Wait, he should be beyond S class. I don't know what's happening, but that's 2 birds with 1 stone. This is perfect. The Sword Master left, and I have an S-class follower. What happened to Johann?" Another message popped up saying, "The fanatic of Yu-Ilshin Johann has died." He is shocked to see that message and says, "What? Then there's no point in gaining the new S-class follower. Why did I die?" Another message popped up saying, "Everything a fanatic owns is the property of the god. The sacrifice will be absorbed." He died, but he was absorbed. What's going on? Then a lot of warning messages popped up. And one of the warning message said, "Absorbing the sacrifice may result in excruciating and numbing pain." He screams with pain. After that he thinks, did I just absorb Johann's abilities? You could have told me this nicely, you damned game. So even if a fanatic dies, I still absorb their abilities. How did Johann die? Did he really die? Then a news appear in his phone saying, "Mastermind of the black market, found dead due to heart attack in prison." He says, although his name wasn't announced, the mastermind of the black market is Johann. He checks high mission progress, it is still saved. He says, "I don't know if it's a concern or a relief, but my mission progress is still saved." Along with absorbing Johann's ability. I got berated with good information when I wasn't expecting it. But what caused Johann to become a fanatic? And to die suddenly due to a heart attack? Although he died, I still kept my progress. And since a follower of the god of destruction died, should I be glad? I don't understand. He is a bad guy, right? Let's stop thinking about this. It's all over anyways. What should I know? I can do anything. With all the authorities I have now, I can become a hunter and gain money and glory. But that's not what I really want. Yeah, I'm a writer. Even if I'm a third-rate writer with no work, you get the best results when you're motivated. A few hours later, he says, I should get enough attention since I uploaded 10 chapters at once. Since it's all based on my experience, it should be interesting. This should attract more fanatics. Let's see what the comment section looks like. He gets a lot of bad comments. He gets demotivated and says, let's try to find a different job. Then someone knocks the door. Who is it? I'm not expecting anyone. Is it the Swordmaster? You idiot. I swear, if it's him, I'm going to say something. Why are you back? I'm going to kill you. When he opens the door he see that it's Miri and she is on her knees saying, "Teacher please. Can I ask for a really difficult favor from you?" Yu Ilshin thinks, look at those sparkling eyes, how could I even try to turn her down? I wouldn't be human if I said no. He says, sure. A message popped up saying the faith of Earth Apostle Seong Miri has risen by 10. He thinks, I just agreed, and her faith went up by 10. But what kind of favor is it? She gets excited and says, as expected of teacher you're the best. Yu Ilshin thinks, I'm getting weirdly nervous. Then we see that, the next day they arrive at Hunter Academy. He says, you want me to be your guardian, as a substitute for Yuani. She says, that's right. He thinks she's had too many unexplained absences, so her homeroom teacher called in her guardian. Why isn't her sister? Yeah, I kind of see why. So her faith didn't just go up by 10 for nothing. She says, but teacher you look really good in a suit. Why not always wear something like this? He says, sorry. I only have this one suit. She says, should I buy you one? I have lots of money. He reply, no, don't waste your money like that. I don't have a reason to wear one. Then I'll buy you a designer Uyghur suit, at the very least since we have to show off teacher's coolness to the whole world. He thinks, Miri's tendency towards fanaticism is somewhat similar to aunties and black ghosts. Now, let's go quickly. Otherwise, we might be late for the meeting. You're right. One of the teacher asks Yu Ilshin, pardon me, but what is your relationship with Miri? She says, he's my older cousin. Teacher says, he's your cousin but he looks nothing like you. Yu Ilshin thinks, I just said what Miri told me to says, but did I get caught? Miri says, no way teach, no, Oppa and I look totally similar, though. He thinks as expected, her lie was way too obvious. She says to teacher, take back what you said about our Oppa being ugly. He says, no, but I never said anything like that. Yu Ilshin thinks, judging by his good evolution, this person probably isn't just a normal guy either. That being said, he has a name that really suits his muscles. Teacher says to Yu Ilshin, I apologize for my bad manners, I thought Seong Mina would be coming. Well yes. Teacher says, but are you also a hunter? You must also be very talented, since you share the same blood as Midi. Yu Ilshin say, sorry, me no I'm just an ordinary person. After that we see that old man is saying, so much time has already passed. After that we see that a gate is appearing in the middle of the city. One of the soldiers says, damn it. Of all places, a gate appears in the middle of a city, and no only that but right above an elementary school. And together with a devil ogre that could wipe out the entirety of Korea. It's an S-rank sovereign monster devil ogre. One of the soldiers says, is there anything the hunters can do? As expected it's an opponent that even hunter can't handle. One other soldier says division commander over. There. After that we see that a man punched the monster with a powerful punch. Monster falls down to the ground dead. One of the soldiers says, the hell, did he manage to defeat the devil ogre, an S-rank sovereign monster, all by himself? What kind of crazy? I've never seen the hunter before. If he's this strong, he must be S-rank, but where did he come from? We see that the old man is saying, I'd continuously tried to live quietly, but because of that bastard, my entire world changed. It was from then that people started to call me Choi Kangson, the sweeper. But I'm too old for that now. I have to dig deep at this academy to discover and foster new talent. That is my duty. But our academy's biggest problem is Seong Miri. Not only has she grown dramatically recently, but only the upper classes of the association know that she's actually quite coddled on the inside. It's important that we make it possible for her to grow in an orderly fashion. In today's meeting, I'll have to tell her properly. Then, she might come to her senses. He says, you're a writer. Yu Ilshin think, what? This feeling that I'm somehow being looked down upon. I may look like this, but reading is actually a hobby of mine. May I ask what sort of things you write? I'm currently writing a story about raising an ant with a mobile phone. There's a saintess ant, a muscle ant and so on. Teacher says, it seems we've arrived, this is the principal's office. Teacher knocks the door of principal office and says, sir, student Seong Merit and her guardian have arrived. Please, come inside. Yu Ilshin says, "Hello, sir. I am Seong Miri's cousin who has come here as her guardian." He says, "I don't know what Miri has done wrong, but..." Principal replies, "Not at all." Then suddenly both of them pointed toward each other and said, "Wait." Yu Ilshin says, "This bastard is..." "No, this person is that drunk from before. He's definitely S-rank Hunter Choi Kangson is the sweeper." Principal thinks that this bastard is from back then. "No, there's no way. There's no way that guy would be here." Yu Ilshin says, "Drunk Hung. That's you, right. I'm glad to meet you again like this." Yu Ilshin thinks, "Nice, since it's someone I know, this meeting might finish quicker than expected." Principal gets scared and says, "Don't come any closer." Yu Ilshin says, "Sorry. I'm just happy to see a familiar face." Teacher thinks, why is the principal suddenly being like this? Let's stop him for now. An ordinary person would die after a single hit. Yu Ilshin says, "No, but why are you being like that?" Seong Miri stands between them and says, "Sir. What are you doing?" Principal says, "You don't know anything, so stay still. We don't know when a monster will appear." Teacher thinks, I don't know what he's talking about. But to think the principal could be this scared. No, more than that. Who exactly is this cousin of Miri's? Yu Ilshin says, "Are you really going to be like this? When I even gave you 5,001 back then." Principal turns around and starts to run. Yu Ilshin says, "You don't have to give the money back. I won't say anything about it." Principal jumps from the window and start to run away in front of everyone. Yu Ilshin with an angry face says, "What's with him?" Teacher says, "Were you surprised? Allow me to apologize on his behalf." Seong Miri says, "The principal's really fast." Teacher says, "It looks like something wrong happened up here after he saved people last time. It's an occupational disease, I guess." Yu Ilshin thinks that, "I don't think he was quite sane when I first saw him though. I'm sure he'll come back soon." After that we see that everyone is drinking tea. Yu Ilshin thinks, why is he staring so intensely at me? After that a message popped up saying the human follower Seong Miri has given Yu Ilshin a tribute, Choi Kangson's favorite snack. Yu Ilshin thinks, Choi Kangsan's favorite snack. This can count as a tribute. But seriously, why is he staring at me like that? Is it because of the snack? Come on, there's no way. Yu Ilshin stands up and says, "Sir, is there something you'd like to tell me? If needed, we can go somewhere private to have a conversation." Principal's body shakes with fear. He says, "No, there's no need for something like that. Sit, let's all have a conversation together. This is horrible, how am I supposed to counsel?" Teacher says, "We decide to call you today because Miri has been skipping class on a regular basis. As you can see, she's a bright and sincere student. Therefore, we suggest that you keep a closer eye on her to ensure her success in school." Yu Ilshin says, "Yes, please don't worry. I'll be sure to take care of our Miri more." Teacher says, "Thank you for coming during your busy schedule." He says, "No worries, of course. Please take care of Miri for me." Teacher thinks, looks like we should end things here. Yu Ilshin says, that's all, I'll be taking my leave." Teacher says, "Of course." Principal says, "No, I can't let you leave like this. Do you understand how long I've spent looking for you? This is destiny." Yu Ilshin thinks, what the hell is he talking about? Principal says, "Our Hunter Academy is equipped with the greatest of equipment. Let's go and conduct a couple of tests. Come with me. Please do this for me." Yu Ilshin says, "Why should I?" Principal says, "I'm begging you. If you take the test, I'll do anything for you." Yu Ilshin thinks, now that things have come to this. Yu Ilshin says, "If you forgive all the Miri's absences, and stop forcing her to participate in training, I'll think about it." Principal says, "Deal." Teacher says, "Principal, this is." Principal says, "Shut up. This is the perfect opportunity." After that we see that Yu Ilshin is standing inside a glass tube. Female doctor says, "Don't you know this is excessive? An ordinary human being conducted for hunter testing." Principal says, "It's just this one time. It's very important." Doctor says, "The previous test showed that he's AG rank. What about that is important?" Principal says, "There's something like that." After that we see that, Yu Ilshin is standing in front of a glass ball. A message popped up saying, "Orb of Selector, currently in the possession of the Hunter Academy. Used for 20 days. Characteristic, used as a tool to gauge the abilities and strengths of a human, often used to differentiate between followers and sacrifices. Yu Ilshin thinks, the orb of the selector, this should be an item being sold for millions of won. It has the ability to differentiate followers, too. I have a bad feeling about this, but I can't tell why. Doctor says, to start the test, please put your hand on the orb. Yu Ilshin puts his hand on the orb, it emits bright yellow light and stops immediately. Doctor says, the test is over, please come out. She says, impressive. Yu Ilshin gets exited and thinks, impressive. What does that mean? Finally, do they recognize my greatness? He asks, what rank am I? He thinks, B, A. Or maybe since I am considered a god S rank. She says, AG rank. From you health to intelligence. Everyone is shocked to hear that. Principal says, there's no way, are you sure there isn't something wrong with the machine, Yunbi? Yunbi says, the results produced have a margin of error of 0.1%. Miri says, Yunbi. The two of them, were they that close to each other? He says, they're related. Yunbi says, Principal, I'd prefer if you'd call me Manger Choi at work. Principal says, alright fine. Yu Ilshin thinks, but seriously, even if I'm lower ranked, I'm still a god. Can that machine not measure the powers of a god? Principal says, are you really sure? Is he really AG rank? Yunbi says, I'm sure Principal. Principal thinks that's odd. Then that day, how did he do that? I was sure that he passed out on the rooftop. Now that I think about it, he must be the type that needs to pass out to show his powers. If that's the case, I just need to put him to sleep myself. Yu Ilshin says to Miri, wanna get something to eat on the way back? She says, yeah, alright, let's go. Principal gets ready to fight and says, no, I won't let you. Yu Ilshin says, what now? Principal says, spar with me. Show your skills off to me. There's no way a machine like this can do anything. Yu Ilshin says, why should I? It's not like I benefit from this. He thinks benefit. Maybe. Both the sword master and Johan become fanatics after fighting me. Maybe if I can teach this old man a lesson, I can get that S-rank follower that I need for the advancement quest. Yu Ilshin takes off his coat and says let's go. Everyone else is shocked to see that. Principal laughs and says, perfect. Let's all go to the sparring room then. Teacher says, I'll be the one to fight. To have Korea's legend, our principal. Fighting in a situation like this, I don't think it's quite appropriate. After that we see that, teacher and Yu Ilshin are standing inside a ring ready to fight. Yu Ilshin touches the cage and thinks, it looks really sturdy. So this will absorb the energy from any and all skills. Really? Teacher says, are you really not going to wear any protective armor? Yu Ilshin says, but you're not wearing any either, though. Teacher says, there's a difference in experience. Between me and you, Hyungnim. Yu Ilshin says, it's fine. I don't want to wear any either. Teacher with angry look in his eyes says, you might regret it. Principal says, don't be careless. Janook is a top B ranker, not only that, but he has lots of experience in real-life fights, so he could even manage to take on a rank hunter. Yu Ilshin says, is that so? Seong Miri cheers him up, says, Oppa, you can do it. Finish him in a single blow. A lot of people gather around the ring saying, looks like teacher Janook is going to spar. It seems like they're doing a recruitment test for a new teacher. Yu Ilshin says, no, why are you all coming here? Teacher says, let's finish this quickly before it get even noisier. Yu Ilshin say, shall we? Then you can attack first. Teacher thinks that attitude of his that doesn't even care about the difference in ranking. It's really pissing me off. I don't really know what the principal sees in this guy. But I'll show him properly what it means to live as a hunter. Teacher says, well then I'll begin. He throws a powerful punch at Yu Ilshin. But Yu Ilshin barely dodges it. Teacher is shocked to see that and thinks, he dodged. Although, I did pull my strength back at the last minute. Is this beginner's luck? But this is the end of that luck. I'll finish it. He hits Yu Ilshin on the face with a powerful punch. Yu Ilshin is standing still, a little scratch on his face with finger up in the air. He uses his god's crushing forefinger on teacher. It hits the middle of the head of teacher. His nose starts to bleed and some his teeth fell out as well. He falls on the go round thinking, impossible, a mere G rank is beating me, a B rank. Yu Ilshin thinks, what the? Isn't he a B rank? Then aren't I at least in a rank at this point? Seong Miri says, Oppa, as expected, you're the best. Principal also says, yeah, as expected. A newbie watched all this and said, he definitely felt like an ordinary person. Yu Ilshin thinks he alright. After that, Principal gets into the ring and says, you should fight me too. Principal takes off his shirt. He is a big muscular man. Yu Ilshin thinks, I'd really prefer not to fight that beefcake. But if I can make the drunkard Hyungnim a believer, won't that be even more beneficial? In their end it'll be even sweeter. Principal thinks, somehow, I feel annoyed. In any case, to think that he would destroy Teacher Janook like that. As expected, the machine was broken. But, compared to his acolytes that day, this is nothing. I'll have OT make him pass out. Principal says, my blood is pumping for the first time in a while. Then, shall we start? Yu Ilshin says, before we do, let's make a bet. A bet. The loser has to listen to the winner's single request. How about it? Principal says, as long as it isn't illegal, it's fine. Since I'm still a public servant, it won't be anything weird. You just have to do one thing that I request of you if I win. Principal Thins look at this brat. He's really that sure he'll win. Even if he doesn't become a believer after I win, I'll have to say the keyword like I did with Miri. Principal says, okay, I'm not sure if that's possible, but alright. If I win, then you have to do me a favor as well. Yu Ilshin says, okay. Let's do it. That's not a problem, since I'll win regardless. Principal says, good then, and as a power-up, his body is covered with dark blue lightnings. Yu Ilshin thinks drunkard Hyungnim really is no joke. Then I'll gather all my power too. His clothes shred to pieces. And know they are standing in front of each other ready to fight. Principal says, as expected, it really is you. Miracle's words were right. Yu Ilshin says, by miracle, do you mean the S-rank Hunter Yeji? Principal says, that's right, she said that soon, the most brutal and most honorable being would appear. Yu Ilshin thinks, wait, now that I think Aoba did, brutal and honorable. Was she talking about evil and good God? Miracle is really incredible, isn't she? Principal says, she said that if that being ever appeared, I should affiliate them with the Academy. Yu Ilshin says, the Academy. Principal say, that's right. Yu Ilshin THNKS, I dunno, I still have to write a novel and be promoted. I'm busy too, you know. Principal jumps toward him and punches him in face. Yu Ilshin blocks his attack with his fist. Principal says, let's continue to check whether you or the beaten and Principal are fighting with each other. Both of them are throwing powerful punches at each other. They hit each other in face at same time. Seong Miri and everyone else is shocked to see them fight. Yu Ilshin see an opening and hit the Principal with a powerful kick. Principal cough out blood but hold himself together and hit Yu Ilshin with a powerful kick on the same spot. Yu Ilshin grabs his stomach because of the pain. Principal says, you punk. As expected, you're great. Yu Ilshin thinks, he's S-class. But I can do it if I try. I haven't used my full power. Principal says, you have to win and make sure you enter the Academy. Even if I have to use my full power. Yu Ilshin gets ready to fight again and says, no thanks. Here I come, and jumps toward Principal but immediately stop himself and sees Principal activating his full power. Everyone is shocked to see him use his full power. Someone in the audience says, it's the Principal's full power. Loot at his fists, which swelled up like a gigantic balloon. Shouldn't we stop them? Even if Yu Ilshin is a teacher, this is too much. We have to stop them. Both of them jumps toward each other. And as their punches are about to hit each other, a message popped up saying, Ilho has overcome the trial of flowers on the 11th floor of the Warrior Tower. A faithful believer and your temporary apostle, Ilho is offering you a tribute. Yu Ilshin thinks, what? At this moment, figures. Every time one overcomes a trial, a tribute is offered. For now, let me knock down Choi Kangson, then check it. Choi Kangson smiles and thinks, I should at least break an arm. Then their punches hit each other. A huge shock wave appears. Then suddenly some flowers appears on his hand. He thinks, what is this? Is this perhaps a tribute? He throws the flowers and says, come on. A tribute right now. Principal sees the flower and thinks about what was happened before. After Principal break the cage and run away crying like a baby saying, Mom save me. Principal thinks, I haven't collapsed yet, but still the monster. Yu Ilshin sees him and thinks what's with him? Does he have allergies? He thinks, wait, doesn't this mean that I won? If that's so, then that homeless man is my believer now, right? He checks his phone and thinks, I haven't received a message saying he's become my believer yet. Then, as expected, I have to say the keyword. Auntie summons him. He thinks, for what reason am I being summoned? Then a message popped up saying, an additional 4,210,221 non-believers want to enter the city. Will you accept them and show your grace? Yu Ilshin gets really excited, and I can't believe the number of believers is increasing on its own, so the quest is going smoothly. Seong Miri see toward him with proud and everyone see him with surprised faces. Yu Ilshin thinks, let me go somewhere quiet for a while. Then a message popped up saying the development is taking effect, the city's walls are being doubled. Additional homes are being constructed. Congratulations, the numbers of believers have increased. His number of common believers crossed 10 millions out of 1 billion that he need. He says, well, for now, I've expanded my territory in accordance to the increased number of believers, but at this rate, how am I gonna reach 1 billion believers? Aunt see he frustrated and thinks, it looks like it's a spell from God Yu Ilshin. Auntie Ant. Another ant gets excited and says, maybe it's a spell from God. She gets really excited and say, God's spell. Auntie says, dear God Yu Ilshin. Yu Ilshin says, what are they up to again? All the ant says, great and merciful Yu Ilshin, the start say a bad starting with F. Yu Ilshin says, I guess this is what they mean, what they say, don't just spout things in front of kids. Yu Ilshin keeps walking and says, well, that's that. Anyways, I wonder where our principal is. Then he see toward he phone and says, what is it this time? He gets surprised to see that and says, what? After that we see that Sword Phantom is about to kill himself. A message popped up saying, God Yu Ilshin, will you save you believer Sword Phantom from committing suicide? He says, a suicide crisis. Yu Ishin teleport to him immediately. Sword Phantom sees toward Yu Ilshin with a crying face and says, Sword God, please save me. Yu Ishin grabs the dagger from his hands and throws it away. Sword Phantom is relived. Yu Ilshin gets angry and says, what came into you, and why are you killing yourself all of a sudden? Sword Phantom says, no, it's not like that. Yu Ilshin senses something and says, you're not trying to kill yourself. Then the masked woman appears behind them and says, you just almost killed yourself. Masked woman says, for sure. I didn't sense anything. She thinks, where the hell did he come from? Sword Phantom says, Sword God, you can't let your guard down. That guy over there is using a strange technique. If you try listening to his voice manipulation, you'll know that he's not an ordinary pervert. Yu Ilshin says, what? She gets angry and says, a pervert. Yu Ilshin recognizes her and says, he's not a guy, and he's not a pervert. Sword Phantom says, pardon. What do you mean? Yu Ilshin says, what are you doing here, Seong Mina? Sword Phantom thinks, Seong Mina. Why the hell is Seong Mina doing that to me? He sees her status window. She says, Yu Ilshin says, as I said before, I have sensing skills, so. Sword Phantom thinks, even then. As expected, the people that the Sword God meets are on a different level. She removes her mask and jacket. Sword Phantom see her and says, you're pretty. Sword Phantom thinks, I can't believe such a goddess-like beauty uses evil tricks. I can't be blinded. She gets angry and says, don't make me laugh. This mask uses in a class cover-up magic. A sensing skill can break through an item like this. Sword Phantom says, an overwhelming energy. It does not affect Yu Ilshin, and he says, well, aside from that, what are you doing here? She is shocked to see that her power has no effect on him. She gets really angry and says, of course, I'm here to kill that punk. Sword Phantom gets scared and Yu Ilshin says, you're going to kill the Sword Phantom. Sword Phantom says, Sword God, of the 10 people I told you about the other day that I can't kill, one of them is her. Yu Ilshin sees toward him and Sword Phantom, tell me honestly. Aren't you actually weak? He says, anyway, I don't know what's happening, but can't you just forgive him? He may look lacking, but if you know him, he's actually a poor guy. This guy is nice. She gets really angry. A lot of lighting starts to come out of her body and her eye starts to glow. In other words, she looks really awesome and she says, "You want me to leave the guy that tried to kill my little sibling?" Yu Ilshin thinks, as expected she knows. He says, "If that's the case, then shouldn't you let him live? If you really can't let it go, all responsibility and surrender." She says, "I don't know what you're deluding yourself in, but great timing. If you have that sorted out, then." He says, "Pardon." She says, "You're next in line." He is surprised to hear that and say, "What? Why me?" She says, "Don't act innocent. Johan said you named too." He says, "If it's Johan then." She says, "I already know that you're behind all of this." He is confused and say, "I am." She says, "For what purpose did you approach Miri? You pretended to save her, currying her favor. What the hell are you up to?" He thinks this is really infuriating. What is she conspiring? He says to her, "Then, let me ask you a question as well. If you really cherish your sister so much, why did you seal her ability away?" She thinks, "This human. How did he? Is it because of his sensing skill? As expected he's dangerous. I should kill him." I am just want say something to my viewer. I am listening to music while working on this video and I am laterally getting goosebumps at this scene. Then we see that Seong Miri tied in the chain. A message popped up saying, "Blood seal." Note: Seong Mina, cursed by the abyss, is risking on sealing her own life. Miri's seal, which could not be solved no matter how much skill is used, belongs to Seong Mina. He says, "No matter how much I think about it, I don't get why you have to risk your life for a seal. Perhaps you're jealous. Because your sister is much better hunter, you had to cut her off." She gets really angry to hear that and says, "You don't know anything." So she uses her ability Kaie Declaration of Apostle and says, "Don't talk nonsense." He is just standing there. Sword Phantom brings out his sword and says, "Sword God," and jumps toward her to attack. She stops Sword Phantom with just a single flick of her finger and says, "You're nothing but a bug." He falls to ground and cough out the blood. Yu Ilshin see that with a surprised look on his face. He thinks, "What the hell is this crazy ability? She just flicked him." He says, "Sword Phantom, are you okay?" Sword Phantom says, "You should be careful, Sword God." He says, "There's actually a rumor that Seong Mina is not an S-class but a double S-class." He gets scared and thinks a double S-class. I on the other hand, am just a G-class, so just how strong is she? And red energy ball appear in her hand and she says, "I'll stop." G-ball hit him in the heart. Sword Phantom scream and say, "You can't die." Yu Ilshin looks toward him and says, "Ah, please, shut the hell up. It's just a little ticklish." She is really shocked to see that and says, "What?" Sword Phantom gets happy and says, "As expected." He feels a relief and says, "I can live now." She is shocked to hear that and thinks, "Just ticklish. I gave it my all this time though. Where the hell did he come from?" She says, "I'll admit that you're better than I expected. But if you think that my ability is only mental manipulation, then you're mistaken." She bring out her full power. Her body gets surrounded by blue energy. Sword Phantom gets up and pick up his sword and says, "It's a crisis. It's an absolute crisis." Sword Phantom says, "Sword God, be careful. As I've mentioned earlier, Seong Mina may be double S-class." She flies high up and creates a big red energy ball. Yu Ilshin thinks, officially, the highest calls of Korean hunters is S-class. But if what the Sword Phantom says is right, then she's much stronger than that homeless guy. No, she's incomparable to him. She activates her ability and says, "Burn." He says, "What?" A huge fireball comes toward them. The fireball hits the ground and explode. They are barely able to dodge the fireball. Yu Ilshin arm gets a little burn. There is huge hole in ground in front of them. Yu Ilshin thinks, in addition to the mental manipulation skill, I can't believe this kind of attack skill is possible. She's really trying to kill us. Probably not, right? She creates a big blue energy and says, "You rats. I haven't even started." He thinks, what? She's really serious. He blue ball become really big like a boulder. She throw it towards them and says, "Freeze." Sword Phantom become a frozen statue. And Yu Ilshin's only ankles are frozen. He thinks she can use attack skills freely. Is she a mind hunter? He wait mind. Right, this is. He breaks free. And says, "Sword Phantom, these are all just hallucinations. It's all fake." She says, "Yeah, you're right. My ability is in the mantle realm, and all of these are just illusions. But did you know? Perfect illusion is no different from reality. She picks up a lot of rocks and create a huge boulder using her power. A boulder as big as a big mountain. Then says, even if this is just an illusion. If this kind of illusion is imprinted on your body, you guys will die. She throw the boulder towards them, and if you don't want to be destroyed like this, reveal your identity and purpose. Even if I tell her, she won't believe me, but I'm a third-rate writer. Even ants are gods. Right now, I'm focusing on turning Miri into an S-class hunter. So I don't know what's going on. But please release Miri. She says, what? Since you want to die, you've gone crazy. If you really want to die that much, then die. Sword Phantom gets really scared and says, Sword God. She says, you bugs. Yu Ilshin uses skill sharing. He says, strong body. His clothes gets ripped to shreds as he hits the boulder with a powerful punch. She is really surprised to see him. His punch hit the boulder and break it into thousands of pieces, and a shock wave hits Seong Mina. She thinks he received it with his strength. That's insane. Sword Phantom breaks the ice and says, as expected of Sword God. Yu Ilshin says, I said it was hallucination and didn't believe me. Look, you're still frozen right now. Sword Phantom bow down and says, I'm sorry, Sword God. Yu Ilshin says, you're overreacting again. She says, impossible, that guy is just AG rank. Sword Phantom says, please forgive my blasphemous sin by cutting my open. Yu Ilshin punches him and says, stop talking shit. Yu Ilshin says, just stay still. Since I have something I need to do first. Yu Ilshin jumps toward her. And says, Faculty Hung Nim, will you listen to my words now? She gets scared and says, he's fast. She jumps backwards and says, what do you think you're doing? She tried to use a skill again. He says, no, but why are you ignoring me? She uses space thinking. Some yellow and purple lights hits Yu Ilshin. Yu Ilshin falls backward. He in a pure white space and says, where the hell am I? He is inside that peculiar space. There was a sturdy yet soft floor. And pleasant smell that made you want to close your eyes. He says, for some odd reason I feel good. There was nothing present, but somehow, I could almost hear the insects on a warm summer's night. Together with the thought that I could achieve everything I Eve wanted to. He says, I feel like I could do anything. Then suddenly that space turned black. Some sparkling thing starts to fall from the sky. He sees that and says, it's beautiful. Seong Mina says, you really pissed me off. She uses another skill. He suddenly remembers that he was fighting her. She uses endless deep swamp. He gets surrounded by water. He starts to drown. She says, you're finished now. Give up. He raises his hand and uses God's crushing forefinger. His skill doesn't work. She says, don't worry. He says, what? She says, you won't die, so don't worry. But if you get sucked in there, you'll become a vegetable, and you'll never be able to escape. He starts to cry and say, isn't that the same thing? She steps on his face. He thinks, no, stay calm. This place is just a hallucination. She says, this is seriously your last chance. Tell me. He says, no, but tell you what. She says, who are you? What's your goal? He blushed and says, that's Seong Mina's. She says, good, so you're in the mood to talk. He says, it's not that, I can see it. She says, what? He reply, I can see you panties. They're white. Her face red and she jumps back. He thinks this is why you don't wear a dress and step on someone's face. She gets really angry and says, just die. He fully drowns. He thinks, I'm sleepy. But I can't fall asleep. I didn't even hear why she sealed Miri. I'm so sleepy. You have met the condition for the enlightenment of the rose that blooms at night. He thinks, I don't know why. But I feel like I'm going to have a good dream. She says, I didn't get to find out. I thought he would have some relation to the Nether Dragon. I didn't end up finding out his identity. But I did remove a future risk. I guess I'll go back to reality now. Then Nightmare Flower comes out of the water. She sees it and gets really scared and thinks, what the hell? Nightmare attacks her left and right. She dodges all the attacks. And thinks, what the hell are these things? There are a lot of Nightmare Flowers and they all get really big. She thinks, they're bigger than earlier. How can something like this be in my thinking space? It's a place no one can enter without my permission. She thinks, could it be that bastard? we see that Yu Ilshin is sleeping on a big rose just like a little baby. He thinks, so cozy. I'm sleeping but I want to sleep even harder. Then we see that Seong Mina is barely able to hold herself together. She is injured. Damn it, all I can do is dodge. Have I ever felt so helpless before? The difference in power is too big. This is like the horrors of that day. She falls and says, no, I can't die like this. Nightmare Flower grabs her. She says, no. As the Nightmare Flower is about to eat her, she says, please. I still have things to do. I can't die before I get my revenge on the Nether Dragon. After that we see that she is crying and says, before I get my revenge. Seong Mina disappears. We see that Yu Ilshin is standing in middle of a destroyed city. He says, this place is. Where am I? I was definitely fighting Seong Mina. Then he sees a big, yellow light. He uses blind god's eye ability. A projector is running. A message popped up saying Yu Ilshin is observing Seong Mina's nightmare. He says, I was able to see way Seong Mina sealed Seong Miri's abilities. Seong Mina's nightmare began 15 years ago. We see a huge red dragon is destroying everything. The Nether Dragon, which was dubbed the worst monster of all time, was the cause. It ate hundreds of people in one breath. And even ate Mina and Miri's parents. It ended up branding the two sisters. The Nether Dragon had seen the enormous potential in the two sisters and branded them with the purpose of using them as sacrifice. Thanks to the seal, Seong Mina was able to become an S-class hunter. After becoming an S-class hunter, she lived with the sole goal of avenging her parents. There were rumors that the Nether Dragon had died. But she did not believe that and thought the Nether Dragon would come back someday. However, the dragon's curse did not let go of Seong Mina. Her power might have grown exponentially, but it cut her lifespan. It was obvious that at this rate she would not live long. A curse that allowed her to grow powerful faster but also cut away her lifespan. The problem was that she wasn't the only one with the curse. Seong Mina tried to undo the branding, but there was no use. She instead chose to cut her lifespan more in order to seal her sister's ability. She would at least stop her sister from becoming an S-class. Yu Ilshin starts to cry and says, I didn't even know. Then a message popped up saying, the mentality of Seong Mina, who has been eaten by the rose that blooms at night, is breaking down. The thinking space that has imprisoned Yu Ilshin is being destroyed. Then we see that he come back to reality and Sword Demon says, Sword God, are you okay? You weren't answering me, I was worried. Then Sword Phantom says, what are you gonna do now? Seong Mina is laying on the ground. Sword Phantom says, are you gonna sell her off to the Hunter Association? He runs towards Mina and says, Mina, Seong Mina, wake up. He says, thank God she's not dead. She opens her eyes. Yu Ilshin says, Seong Mina, are you hurt anywhere? She says, Mama, and hugs Yu Ilshin. Seong Mina is sleeping inside a house in a forest. Yu Ilshin says, damn it. He tries to use healing ring finger but it doesn't work. He bring out his phone and says, stalkers, are you watching? What should I do to cure Seong Mina? Perpetual Truth Seeker says, a strong body will cure anything she needs to train her body. Yu Ilshin says, no. Rejected. Next please. All Cutting Sword of the Heavens says, if she's gonna die anyways, why don't you just offer her to me as a sacrifice? Yu Ilshin gets angry and says, I didn't expect anything from you in the first place. Please get lost. All Providing Richness says, if you become a high-tier god, you'll be able to cure her with the power of God's healing ring finger. He says, I'm barely reaching a low-tier god, let alone a high-tier god. I'm rejecting this one as well. Hold on, I don't really recall this, but whenever I lose my consciousness after I get my ass beat, the rose that blooms at night always appeared. So all of this happened because rose that blooms at night activated while I was unconscious. Could I be a genius? He gets really excited and says, am I right, Nightmare, why don't you say something? Soundless Nightmare says, if she ate it already, there's nothing that can be done. He says, what? Does that mean I have to just leave her at this state? Soundless Nightmare says, there is one way. He says, oh really? So you're telling me that I gotta sleep with her? That's the only way, really? A message popped up saying Soundless Nightmare vigorously nods its head. After that we see that she is sleeping on the bed and he is sleeping on the floor right beside her. He wakes and says to her that, you should sleep under the sheets. He starts to walk away. She says, where are you going? He says, I'm gonna prepare breakfast. You don't mind rice, right? He says, there were no sexual implications included when Soundless Nightmare said that I had to sleep with her. She acts like a baby and says, food, I like food. He says, just like how water flows from a high place to a lower place, her memories that I swallowed will flow back to her as a dream. Which means, I just have to share my dreams with her in the same space. It seems to be working too. He says, well then, let's check if you're okay. What's your name? She says, Seong Mina. He asks, what's your favorite thing? She says, Miri, my sister. He asks, what's your least favorite thing? She gets really scared and says, I'm scared of flowers. He says, I've only managed to get her mental age back to that of a child's. Because of that, I've been lacking sleep in. She says, I'm sleepy, I'm going back to bed. He says, I've become a kidnapper. He checks the news, everyone on news is saying that, S-rank hunter Seong Mina have been kidnapped. He thinks, if she returns to the public like this, I'm so gonna be cancelled. I should keep myself hidden until Seong Mina somewhat comes back to her senses. I'm deep in the mountains, so I guess they won't find me so easily. But first, I should let Miri know. After that we see that, Sword Phantom is training outside of the house. Yu Ilshin comes out of the house, Sword Phantom sees him and says, you're awake, Sword God. I bid you a good morning. He asks him that, is your training going well? Sword Phantom says, of course. The swordsmanship book that you have gifted me is a thing of wonder. It is a revolutionary sword style that breaks all stereotypes of swordsmanship. He thinks, the heavenly sword of Cheon Ma. Of course I bought it at a high price to train you. He thinks, I initially thought that lower god rank up quest would be impossible. To be honest, how the hell am I even supposed to make 1 billion believers and 10 S-ranked followers? He grabs his head and says, my head. Then a message popped up saying, your S rank and above followers possibility of transcendence have increased by 2. Added, Ilho, NT. Sword Phantom says, Sword Saint, are you alright? Yu Ilshin thinks, I don't know how hard they've been training in Entria, but Ilho and NT have become S ranks. Which means that Sword Phantom has a chance to become one too. Since there's almost no chance that an S rank hunter would become my follower, I'll turn my followers to S rank. Sword Phantom is confused to see him. Yu Ilshin thinks, and that's why I invested 20 million god coins to buy that sword book. That sword just came with it. But, he reads book, it says, the ultimate swordsmanship is abandoning the sword itself. Rise above humans, sever the sky, and finally, cut down the mountains. To tell the truth, my fists are stronger than my blade. He gets really angry after reading this and thinks, it really looks like I've been scammed. But the items that I bought from the 1000 Blade can't even buy refunded. He thinks, yeah, let's just drop my expectations. Let's just use batches, potions are the best for growth. This was extremely effective on Ilho, so it should be effective on Sword Phantom too. Yu Ilshin says, drink this while you train. Sword Phantom bow down and says, thank you, Sword Saint. Yu Ilshin thinks, this guy, he's watched too many historical shows. Yu Ilshin says, alright, then. I'm going to make breakfast, so you should continue with your training. Sword Phantom says, no. I should be the one too. Yu Ilshin says, just do what I tell you to do. It'll help me more if you become stronger. Sword Phantom says with tries in his eyes, I will make sure to live up to your expectations, Sword Saint. He sees his phone and thinks, what should I cook for breakfast? Yu Ilshin says, let's see, are there any good recipes? He see a breaking news saying, S-rank hunter Baek Yu-yeon warns the terrorist kidnapper, if you date to even touch her, I'll twist your neck off. He gets scared and says, twist my neck off. Something fall from the sky behind them. It's a hunter, he says, where's my Mina? That hunter's name is Baek Yu-yeon. Yu Ilshin and Sword Phantom gets scared and says, you're Baek Yu-yeon. Sword Phantom gets angry and says, how dare you? Do you have any idea who this person is? Baek Yu-yeon says, who is he? Sword Phantom points towards him and says, he is the mighty Sword Saint. Baek Yu-yeon says, Sword Saint. What's that? Sword Phantom says, I'm disappointed in you. The famous Baek Yu-yeon has the eyes of a child. Yu Ilshin thinks, hey, Sword Phantom, I'm starting to get embarrassed, so please stop. That Mina girl that you've been looking for has already lost to the Sword Saint and has become unable to live without him. Baek Yu-yeon get really angry and says, unable to live without this bastard. If it's what I think it is, you'll all die here. Sword Phantom starts to laugh and says, you fool. You do not recognize the true strength. Please rest here, Sword Saint. Yu Ilshin thinks, just shut up. Please. Sword Phantom says, I'll take care of that man. Yu Ilshin thinks, where is his confidence coming from? You're up against an S rank. Sword Phantom jumps toward him and says, die, you amateur. Baek Yu-yeon takes out his sword, and burns the Sword Phantom with a single touch of his sword. Baek Yu-yeon disappears in front of his eyes. He grabs Yu Ilshin from his neck. Yu Ilshin thinks, fast. This is teleportation. Baek Yu-yeon says, where is Mina? What was that crazy bastard talking about? Yu Ilshin feels the presence of Red Dragon and thinks, this is. A big red dragon appears behind Baek Yu-yeon. Yu Ilshin says, the red dragon, the essence of Baek Yu-yeon's sword. Baek Yu-yeon says, you bastard, what have you done? He raises his sword and says, answer me. Yu Ilshin thinks, hot. My face is gonna get burned, let's put off the flames first. He uses God's crushing forefinger on the flames. Baek Yu-yeon says, how dare you point at me? Baek Yu-yeon gets scared and unable to move and says, I can't move. Baek Yu-yeon says, what kind of skill did you use? Yu Ilshin says, vanish. And points toward the dragon behind Baek Yu-yeon. The dragon covers his eyes. His flame starts to disappear. He looks behind him and says, what the hell? His sword starts to break into pieces. He gets really scared and says, my sword of the dragons. Is this you doing too? Yu Ilshin gives an evil smile and says, what? Why don't you let go of my neck first? I'm still really warm because of the flames formed just now. I'm weak to heat, you know. Baek Yu-yeon says, what? What did you just say? Yu Ilshin says, I know you heard me. Sword Phantom up and thinks, he defeated Baek Yu-yeon so easily. He's amazing. Mina wakes up and comes out of the house and shouts, shut up. She gets angry and says, Mina can't sleep because of how loud it is. Baek sees Mina and says, Mina. You're okay. She sees that Baek has grabbed Yu Ilshin's neck. She points toward Baek and says, bad person. Mina uses a laser beam and says, die. He goes flying and falls to ground. He coughs out a lot of blood and says, Mina. Why are you attacking me? Mina hugs Yu Ilshin and says, Miri, are you okay? Baek is surprised to see that and says, what? She says, I'll protect you from the bad person. Yu Ilshin thinks, if you suddenly hug me like that. Baek starts to cry after seeing that and says, Mina. He says, I almost called her Unnie. And, if these two really are dating like the rumors says, I'd wanna die if I were in his shoes. A girlfriend who can't even recognize her and regress to her child self. I'll let this one go since I feel bad for you. He uses God's healing ring finger. Baek says, I've been healed. Then a message popped up saying calculating principle of cause and effect of the opponent, Baek Yu-yeon, being healed. He may be an 8th place low-ranking being, but he possesses the possibility of transcending. Yu Ilshin thinks, possibility of transcending. 100 G coins will be used in exchange for the healing. He thinks crap, 100. Sure is pricey for an S-class. Yu Ilshin thinks, no. This is an opportunity for me to increase the number of S-class followers I have. Look at those eyes. He looks like he'd give me his liver if I asked. He might become a follower if I do well. I'll have to try. Baek says, did you just heal me? This amazing healing ability. Even the S-class healer I met in South America wasn't this good. Yu Ilshin thinks, I'll build a good relationship with him first. Yu Ilshin says, Baek Yu-yeon, I think there's been a misunderstanding. I'll explain the situation. Then some helicopters appears on the scene. Yu Ilshin thinks, what? I guess he wasn't alone. Yu Ilshin asks him, did you come with your subordinates? Baek says, no, I came alone. Yu Ilshin thinks, he wouldn't lie in this situation. So who are those guys then? There are a crap ton of them. Is there a reward for my head? Is it the Hunter Association's investigation team? Whoever they are, they've made things real annoying. Some of them jumps from the helicopters. He thinks there sure is a lot of them. He sees the principal on one of the helicopters, and thinks, the principal. But what's with his face? News, does he also think I'm a kidnapper? He sees that Miri is also there. Mina gets happy to see Miri, and says, it's Miri. He thinks, how do I explain this? They're definitely gonna misunderstand the situation. He told them the story truthfully and brought up the ceiling of Miri. Miri starts to cry and says, so that's why she did that. They both huge and she says, she risked her life to protect me. Mina says, Miri, don't cry. Why are you crying? Doctor gave you Ilshin, a B-class awakened license, he says, but why? She says, you're G-class by measurement, but with the principal's guarantee and the flower monster you summon. Mina and principal both get scared by only the mention of the flower. She says, you were able to obtain a B-class license because your ability to summon creatures was highly valued. Yu Ilshin thinks, monster flower. Creature. Rose that blooms at night. Principal says, so, would you consider working with me? You can be an academy professor if you're a B-class. Yu Ilshin says, why would I do that? He thinks, I have to raise my ants and write my novel. I also have to raise S-class devotees. I'm a busy man. Principal says, I can give you double the usual initial salary. Yu Ilshin says, how much? She shows him the amount on a calculator and she says, this is the estimated amount if I add the principal's special sum onto the initial salary. Yu Ilshin sees that and thinks, what? How many zeros is this? There's too many. Yu Ilshin says, I'll do the professor thing. Actually, my dream's always been to be a professor. When should I start? After that we see that in classroom of Miri, a girl comes near her and says, you look like you're in a good mood. Did something happen? Miri says, yeah, someone really special's coming today. Yu Ilshin comes to the class looking like a zombie. All the students says, who's that? Someone says, look at that seating. He's the one who sent Mr. Janook flying with just a punch. Then who's with him? Sword Phantom is also there with them. Yu Ilshin says, hello, everyone. I'm Yu Ilshin. I'll be your substitute teacher. While your homeroom teacher's out. Everyone start to says, what? All of a sudden, Sword Phantom hit the ground with his sword and says, everyone, silence. I'm the assistant teacher, Sword Phantom. He looks towards students with an evil look and says, you should consider it an honor to be taught by the great sword god. Yu Ilshin says, really? Then let's just self-study. Yu Ilshin thinks, I need more sleep. My room's already small, but with Choi Kangson and Baekyu Hyeon. Sword Phantom picks up his sword and says, don't make a sound from now on. Anyone who dares to interrupt the sword god's slumber, my Dragon Fang will not forgive. Students says, Dragon Fang. That's the sword's name. That's so childish. The energy he's emitting is at least a class. Let's just shut up and study. After that we see that the next day, he says, it's almost finals, right? Then should we self-study? The day after that, he says, geez, it's raining. We should self-study on days like this. The day that comes after that, the weather's so good today, let's self-study. One of the students thinks, what's wrong with him? Why have we been self-studying for 4 days in a row? When he's awake, he's playing some stupid game with ants. How is he a teacher? After that, he is sitting with the students and eats and says, they even give free good, it was a good decision to work here. He laughs and says, go my young G. Why are you eating so little? It's free. She thinks, what's this salary thief talking about? Miri says, you're eating so well. Go my young G thinks, what? Are your eyes broken? Her rose-tinted glass are making her blind. She says, what do you like about some ugly, lazy man who always wears sweats and doesn't teach us anything? Miri says, what? You mean Mr. Yu Ilshin? She says, it's okay. I should be the only one to know his charms. Mirar says, Unnie and Mr. Yu Ilshin must be waiting. She run a ways, and says, my young G. I gotta go first. My young G says, hey, are you meeting him after school too? My young G thinks, I can't just let this go on. I gotta rescue my friend. I'll beat her up if I have to. Then the next days, Yu Ilshin says, partner up. We're gonna train with dueling today instead of self-studying. My young G thinks, finally a chance. I'll beat you up like a dog. Yu Ilshin says to Sword Phantom, you take care of the rest, Sword Phantom. I'm sleepy. Sword Phantom says, yes, I'll do as you say. My young G thinks, what? This is basically self-studying. He's gonna make us duel and sleep. He sees a corner and says, that place looks good. My Youngji says, wait teacher. Yu Ilshin says, wait. She says, I don't have a partner. Yu Ilshin thinks, right. There were 21 students in the class. Didn't think of that. I have to sleep. She says, so I'd like you to be my partner. Sword Phantom says, no. How dare you suggest dealing the sword go? 1. She says, why not? Is it that bad to ask for a duel training? He must be scared. Sword Phantom gets angry and says, Yu Ilshin says, be quiet, Sword Phantom. Yu Ilshin says, I'll do it. Yu Ilshin whispers, Choi Yunbi said my salary will be cut if I'm too lazy and that I'll have to start paying for lunch. So I should at least pretend to work. She thinks, I can still hear you. You salary thieving teacher. Yu Ilshin and my Youngji both go inside the ring. She says, I'm gonna destroy you, you salary thief. Jin Hyuk thinks, geez. Such harsh words. I can still hear you even if you mutter them. Is she Miri's best friend? Go my Youngji. I don't have anything to say against her accusation. I did sleep every class. But I had my reasons. Today morning he wakes up and grabs his head and says my head. I let the two sister take my bed for the sake of Mina's healing. I couldn't sleep because of these damn bastards. How are these guys S-class hunters? Korea's future is dark. He touches Beck with his feet and says, sleep at your house. He gets angry and says, he's not even waking up. These two bastards have been living at my apartment for a week now already, and they drink every day. Every damn day. Then we see that the day before the first day on the job. They all are celebrating Yu Ilshin's new job. Yu Ilshin says, that was the beginning. For the past week, they've been drinking because it was raining. They drank because the weather was nice. I was worried they'd be a disturbance to Mina. After that we see that Mina says, drinking again. Go ahead. You're all idiots when you drink, it's fun. Yu Ilshin says, but she liked these idiots, although I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing. And when these two idiots fell asleep, then Mina wakes him up and says, I'm hungry, give me food. He says, I'll make you kimchi fried rice. She says, wow, nice. Add a fried egg on it too. He thinks, I don't even have time to sleep cause I have to take care of Mina and drink with those idiots. Then a breaking news appears saying, the Russian S-class hunter Sergei, died in Gangwon-do. This looks like a disaster-level monster's doing. I could have predicted it if only we had miracle. Principal thinks, unconscious at such an unfortunate timing. Sergei, what a loss. Beck show a picture to Principal. In the picture there is something written on the wall with blood. Principal says, what is this writing? Did he leave a will or something? Beck says, according to the analysis team, it's not his writing but some African country's language. It means sacrifice to the gods. Principal says, we need to get there before it's too late. Beck says, alright skill. Teleportation. Yu Ilshin says, the fried rice is done. Where did the two idiots go? Mina says, where are they? He says, I'll look into it. You eat and get ready for school. She says, I love Ms. Yunbi. Yu Ilshin thinks, I leave Mina with Yunbi whenever I go to school. That way, it's good for both me and Mina. Then we get back to present where Yu Ilshin and my Youngji are ready to fight. Yu Ilshin thinks, I was gonna begin trying hard starting tomorrow. Well, whatever. He thinks necromancy. My Youngji says, here I go mister. Open thine eye, my kin, Hades. Yu Ilshin thinks, Hades. The king of hell from Greek mythology. She uses summoning. A big monster appears in front of him. Its name is Giant Zombie Hades. He smiles and says, so she's good at necromancy huh? This is real interesting. He says, skill strong body. Hades stops his attack, is confused to see that. She says, Hades, what's wrong? Hurry up and attack him. Hades bow in front of Yu Ilshin. She is shocked to see that and says, hey are you crazy? Hades says, I withered. And inferior. Greet the great supreme being. She says, Hades what are you doing attack him? She thinks, a summoner's order is absolute. Is this happening? All the students are shocked to see that, and says, what's happening? Wow, he subjugated my Youngji's monster without even doing anything. Sword Phantom smiles and says, I'm impressed as to how the zombie bastard recognized Sword God's greatness. Miri says, I think so too. Our teacher's so great. My Youngji punches Hades and says, Hades. Move. Please move. Yu Ilshin thinks, I feel a bit bad for her. Our little squirrel student. Yu Ilshin sees toward Hades and thinks, why don't you at least pretend to fight? Hades says, how dare I? It's subtle, but I feel the power of the mountain-eating god, my owner from you. I implore you to take that command back. Yu Ilshin says, mountain-eating god. I heard about this from somewhere. I remember. So you were his knight. I placed my hand on Hades' head without even realizing what I was doing. As if I had really become the mountain-eating god. The image of mountain-eating god appears behind Yu Ilshin and put its hand on Hades' head. He thinks Hades' memories came flooding into my mind. His appearance was not that of a zombie. Hades, who had become his knight out of respect for him, failed to protect the Vestal and died. Filled with regret, Hades became a zombie and floated around for 1,000 years. And ended up being summoned by Go My Young Ji. Damn, that's real sad. Then a message popped up saying, you have the divine power of the mountain-eating god. You fulfill the conditions of follower succession. Will you take in the knight of the mountain-eating god? Yu Ilshin says, of course yes. Do I even need to think about it? A message popped up saying, congratulations, you have succeeded in succeeding a follower of the mountain-eating go. Giant zombie Hades has become the third follower of Earth. Although the use of divine power is required, evolving is possible. He says, what? Evolve? I'm not sure what the results will be. But it sounds good, right? A message popped up saying, will you use divine power to evolve giant zombie Hades? He says, yes. Then a lot of black and white energy came out of his body and goes into Hades' body. Hades screams with pain. Then a bright yellow light appears. Miri says, that's a miracle. You're the best. Sword Phantom says, I'm getting to witness the sword god's miracle with my own eyes. An honor to my bloodline. Yu Ilshin is also shocked to see that and thinks, this is evolving. A golden armor appears on Hades' body. A message popped up saying congratulations, giant zombie Hades has evolved into Dark Holy Paladin Hades. Sword Phantom says, you're as amazing as ever, you've created a miracle. Dark Holy Paladin Hades also possesses the potential of transcending. Hades says, thank you for the blessing. I swear on my soul to be your shield. Yu Ilshin's S-class followers count reaches 4. My Young Ji is shocked to see that and says, Hades changed. He even talks. Yu Ilshin thinks, she seems really surprised. He feels so dizzy and as he is about to fall to the ground. Hades grabs him. He says, he's so pale. What do we do? What happened? Hades says, he is simply asleep. There is nothing wrong with him. Miri says, really? Sword Phantom says, he must have been really exhausted. Sword Phantom bow down and says, sleep well. I will guard you until you wake you up again. After that we see that Yu Ilshin thinks, I must have spent a lot more divine power than I expected. Well, evolving is difficult, after all. We see that he is giant farm. He thinks this place is in my dreams. He is laying laps of a beautiful woman. He thinks, today's with abundance Nuna. I've earned the ability to meet the stalkers I only got to see in my stat windows. Tears of the Bountiful Abundance is telling you to rest and recover your divine power since you have used a lot of it today. He thinks, yes, yes. Thank you Abundance Nuna. It feels so nice I'm in heaven. But I didn't know that. While I was resting, a dark evil was approaching. After that we see that Mina is eating a lollipop and says, I'm so bored, when are Miri and Ilshin gonna be done? Playing with them is fun. She brings out a wooden box and say, I brought this along in case I got bored. I'll play with this now. She talks to the wooden box and says, is someone there? Do you want candy too? She starts to shake the box and says, just kidding, I'm not gonna give you my candy. It's mine. Yunbi thinks, I prefer her old rude self. What is with her? Anyway, I hope Dad and Baekyu Hyeon are alright and Kangwon do. If Seong Mina was in her right mind, that'd be a big help. She throws her lollipop and starts to shake with fear. She freaks out and says, no, no. Yunbi grabs her and says, Mina don't worry, I have a lot more candies. Mina hugs her and says, I'm scared. Yunbi says, Mina calm down. What are you scared of? She says, monsters. They're coming to eat me. Then we see a homeless looking guy is standing outside of the school saying, 2 sacrifices. For God are hiding here. The 2 seeds of the nether dragon. But, why isn't the other one mature? He starts to walk into the school. One of the security guards sees him and says, who's that? You cannot be serious. One of the security guards stops the evil guy and says, "You can't come in here dressed like that." Security guard grabs him from the shoulder and says, "Let me see you id." Evil man says, "How dare you inferior beings." Evil man cuts the security guard's head. Other security guards brings out their weapons and says, "Where do you think you are, you crazy bastard?" He easily kills two more guards and walk ahead. Some other security guard tries to stop him, hits the ground with a punch and kills them. He says the same thing that was written on the wall earlier. He says, "Sacrifices for God." Then security guards press the alarm and says, "Alarm red. Alarm red. Invader." Evil man says, "It's too loud. There are only two that need to be sacrificed for God. The rest are all trash." Then a lot of students starts to attack the evil man. One of them says, "Surround him and attack at the same time." Damn it, our teacher's not even here. Evil man sees Seong Miri and says, "Found you. One of the seeds of the nether dragon." He gives a sinister smile and says, "The unripe sacrifice." Professor says, "Who the hell are you?" Evil man grabs rock in his hand and says, "Loud little parasites." And he crushes the rock. And says, "Should die." He throws some kind of energy balls toward them. It hits the professor in stomach and a girl in the neck. One of the attacks goes toward the Seong Miri and Sword Phantom. Sword Phantom bring out his sword and blocks the attack. He feels the impact of the attack and shacks a little bit. Evil man gets angry and says, "A parasite dares to block my attack." Someone in the school speaker says, "Everyone, please evacuate immediately to the bunker. The principal and S-class hunters will arrive in 10 minutes. Please evacuate to the bunker instead of fighting the villain." Miri says to Sword Phantom that, "Please move Mr. Yu Ilshin to the bunker. I'll try to fend him off for 10 minutes. Sword Phantom says, "Hades will do that himself." Evil man gives an really evil smile and says, "That's impossible." Evil man starts to transform. He becomes a yellow dragon. He creates a big purple energy ball on his hand. Miri and Sword Phantom gets really scared and Miri says, "What is that?" A really big purple barrier surrounds the school. Dragon says, 10 minutes. Don't even dream of support, you insects. Miri gets really scared and says, "Is that a territory barrier? Only Lord class monsters like the Nether Dragon can do that." Sword Phantom stands in front of her and says, "Miri, run to the bunker, that's the only option we have right now." Miri says, "What?" Sword Phantom says, "I'll distract that alligator, so." Dragon jumps toward them and says, "Where are you going?" Sword Phantom swings his sword with full power. His sword breaks in two pieces, one of the piece hits the roof. Dragon hits him really hard. He goes flying and hits the wall behind him. He cough out a lot of blood. Dragon says, "How dare you? But where has the sacrifice gone?" Miri appears behind him ready to attack. Miri uses a really powerful electric attacks. Dragon screams with pain. After that we see inside the bunker. Mina is really scared. Doctor says, "Is something wrong, Mina?" She thinks, Miri's in danger. Mina disappears. After that we see back at the fight. Miri is using her electric powers. Sword Phantom screams and says, "Miri, watch out. Her electric powers have not effects on the dragon." Dragon hits her and she goes through the wall. Sword Phantom is chewing out blood. Say, "Dear Sword God, I'm sorry." Dragon has grabbed her against the ground using his hand. She is screaming with pain. Dragon says, "You can't escape, sacrifice." A mouthworm mouth comes out of Dragon's hand. As it is about to bite her she says, "Teacher." Mina screams and says, "No," and uses her mind control skill. She says, "Stop." Dragon looks toward her, and says the Nether Dragon's seed came here on her own. She is really surprised and thinks, the skill didn't work. She says, "Loud. Way too loud." She throws her backpack and says, "Shut up. My sister's about to die." She activates skill, thinking. Dragon uses his tail to attack her, and grabs her with his tail. He bring her closer and says, "I'll sacrifice you in a bit." She gets really angry and says, "Don't touch my sister. You monster." Dragon says, "We'll begin the ceremony." Miri gets really scared and starts to cry and says, "I'm scared. Save me." Mina starts to cry as well and says, "Please save my Miri." Yu Ilshin. Yu Ilshin suddenly opens his eyes. Yu Ilshin says, "What was that?" He gets up and says, "I think I have to go now." Noonam. Tears of the Bountiful Abundance says that, your divine power has yet to recover. She is worried that you might die to the God of Destruction's apostle if you go now. Yu Ilshin says, I have to at least do something. Yu Ilshin gets there. Mina screams, Yu Ilshin. Dragon says, the blood ritual is done. I will now offer the sacrifice to go. Yu Ilshin cuts his tail off. Dragon screams and says, my tail. My precious little tail. His stats window appears saying, Apostle Gustav. 85 years old. Rank double S class. In charge of harvest, raised by the god of destruction. He picks up Miri and laughs like a lunatic. And starts to act like a lunatic and says, I wanna cut up the crocodile more. Miri is crying and says, teacher. A lot of red energy is coming out of Yu Ilshin's body. Yu Ilshin gives a really evil smile and says, crocodile. Crocodile. Dragon starts to shake with fear and says, who are you? How dare? He screams and says, you mentally ill rat. Yu Ilshin jumps toward him and says, I wanna cut you up. Dragon tries to punch him multiple times but Yu Ilshin dodges all the attacks. One of the punches gets way too close to him. He does a backflip to dodge the punch. Dragon is about to swallow him. Yu Ilshin cut his mouth. And hits him in the head to close his mouth. And stand on his face. Yu Ilshin licks his blood and says, I wanna cut you up. Even more. Yu Ilshin starts to cut him multiple times. Dragon says, you little rat. Sword Phantom see him and says, that's the swordsmanship I want to take after. Dragon falls to his knees. Yu Ilshin says, is that all you have, Croc? Dragon says, you're strong. But, Dragon releases his full power and says, that wasn't everything I have. Yu Ilshin says, really? This is gonna be fun. Dragon says, if I sacrifice you, the great god will be happy. Look, this is the power of great god of destruction has bestowed upon me. Yu Ilshin says, whom whatever powers you have hidden. Slicing you up will be more fun that way. Perpetual Truth Seeker is disappointed in the fact that you used a sword when you have great muscles to put to use. Soundless Nightmare is cheering you on with cannibalistic flowers in both hands. Yu Ilshin thinks, useless little stalders. Yu Ilshin says, what's this? The dragons transform again and now his color is back and red gems all over his body. Yu Ilshin starts to pick his nose and says, is that all he's got? Boring. Yu Ilshin jumps ready to attack. He tries to cut him. But Dragon doesn't get a single scratch. Yu Ilshin thinks, my blade won't go through. Mine. Me. The sword god. He jumps again and says, I can't accept that. He tries to cut him so many times. But he doesn't have any effect. Dragon grabs his hand and stops him. Dragon smiles and says, that kind of sword won't be able to slice through this god-given skin. Dragon hits him in the stomach. Yu Ilshin cough out blood. Yu Ilshin goes flying really far. And hits the barrier. He thinks, I can't move. Dragon grabs him from the head and picks him up. And says, how does feel it to experience this god-blessing power? Dear God, please take this appetizing sacrifice I offer you. Yu Ilshin uses God Healing Ring Finger. A lot of warning message popped up saying, you do not have enough divine power to use this skill. Yu Ilshin thinks shit. Another warning message popped up saying, death is approaching. He thinks, my vision's fading. Hades appears behind Dragon and says, Master. Dragon punches Hades in the stomach. Yu Ilshin thinks, did I become too arrogant from having become a god? Wouldn't it have been more like me to just run away, no matter who was dying? The ant which is climbing the tower screams and says, Yu Ilshin, please regain your strength. Auntie also is praying to him. She says, dear great and merciful Yu Ilshin, please regain your strength. Yu Ilshin says, I can hear and feel the desperate voices and tears of my followers. Mina screams and says, Islhin Nim don't die. Miri also says, please. Sword Phantom also says, I'm sorry. If only I were stronger. Yu Ilshin says, their earnest wishes and tears seeped into me. A message popped up saying, a part of you divine power is being regained as an effect of the followers' tears and prayers. Dragon says, I'll be sacrificing you to God. A message popped up saying, Skillshare, Sword Phantoms and Hades' skill have been added. New Sword Phantom Heavenly Demonic God Sword. New Hades Immortal's Blessing. Yu Ilshin cuts Dragon's hands off. Dragon starts to scream with pain. Yu Ilshin says, Skillshare, Sword Phantom. Heavenly Demonic God Sword 1 second. Principal and Fire Hunter are trying to destroy the barrier but they are not able to. He says, I can't get through the barrier. Principal says, damn it. My skills don't work either. Principal gets angry and says, Gustav, that bastard. He's gathered all of Koira's S-class and A-class hunters in Kangwon-do and came here. Fire Hunter says, if only I had miracle. The barrier starts to break. Barrier disappears with a really strong shock wave. We see that Yu Ilshin is acting like a lunatic again. Dragon sees him and says, what the hell are you doing? Yu Ilshin give an evil smile and says, I want to slay you. Yu Ilshin swings blade with so much power that even his blade breaks into a lot of pieces and goes flying toward the dragon. Dragon tries to block and says, dangerous. Dragon doesn't get any hits, he is confused and says, what? What did you just do? Yu Ilshin says, you have already been slain. Dragon starts to run toward him with anger and says, you psychotic bastard. Did you deceive me? Yu Ilshin don't even move from his spot. Dragon feels something and says, what? His stomach has been cut open. And also his arms. Dragon screams and says, I can't lose to a guy like him. After that we see that Dragon is laying on the ground in his blood pool. Dragon says, you lowly parasite. What have you done to me? A really big yellow ring appears on Yu Ilshin's head. Dragon see him and says, is this his true self? Dragon thinks, I should have ran away when I first saw him. This person. No, this great being. Dragon's body starts to break away. He becomes dust right on the spot. A message popped up saying, God of Destruction's follower, Gustav, has been slain. Absorbing the sacrifice. Congratulations, follower Gustav is a sacrifice worth 5 S-classes. Yu Ilshin falls on his knees. Another message popped up saying, Quest low class evil go promotion in progress. S-class possessing transcendence potential sacrifice 2+4 out of 10. Principals comes running, and says, Yu Ilshin. You can't die. They both get scared and says, no. Hades comes there and says, Master is only asleep. They both says, asleep. After that say that inside a garden. There are a lot of dangerous flowers. Yu Ilshin opens his eyes slowly and thinks, this place is soundless nightmare. I'm in the mouth of a man-eating plant. So I was eaten by a damn stalker. Sunless Nightmare says, that once his bodily liquids have been absorbed fully. No curse or poison will ever harm you. Yu Ilshin thinks, that's nice. It's nice, but it's been a really long time. I'm starting to doubt whether this actually works. Soundless Nightmare says, that there is only one last punch remaining. Yu Ilshin says, punch. Soundless Nightmare swallows Yu Ilshin and Yu Ilshin says, what the hell is this? Save me. Yu Ilshin wakes up on a bed. Mina is sitting right by him. And she says, are you up? Mina says, you've been asleep for 1 whole week. Yu Ilshin thinks, a week? It's only been a week. No way. Mina come near him and says, are you okay? Did you have a bad dream? Yu Ilshin says, I'm okay, thanks for worrying about me. A message popped up saying, congratulations. The wish of Seong Mina has come true, and she has become a Falth follower. Seong Mina is a strong follower worth 2 S-classes. Quest window appears saying, Quest low class good go promotion in progress. S-Cals possessing transcendence potential. Sacrifice 5+1 out of 10. Yu Ilshin smiles and thinks, Mina has become my follower. Mina says, what are you looking at? A message popped up saying, Seong Mina, type follower. Description, let us try to ask for a kiss, she might be happy and do it. He thinks, what a kiss. A fish breaks the wall and come inside the room. Mina gets really scared and grabs Yu Ilshin. She says, another monster. I'm scared. That fish has a lot of dents on it. A message popped up saying, Ilho's tribute. A very big fish. Ilho says, dear Yu Ilshin. Please feast on this and feel better. Yu Ilshin thinks, Ilho. What is he doing? Principal comes running and says, what happened? What is this? Miri and Sword Phantom also appears there. Miri says, teacher. Sword Phantom says, Sword God. Are you okay? Yu Ilshin says, what about some shark fin for lunch? For all of the students and staff. Yu Ilshin uses God's crushing forefinger. And throw the fish out. Yu Ilshin says, direct delivery from the source. I'll pay for the shark. We see a few days later. They are about to go inside the class to teach. Yu Ilshin thinks, I'm nervous. He walks inside the class. One of the students says, that teacher is the association's secret weapon. Of course that's why S-Class Seong Mina is always with him. He's the one that killed the double S-Class monster when we were in the bunker. Yeah, the principal won't talk about it, but we all know. Yu Ilshin thinks, I can hear all of you. Sword Fatum hits the ground with his sword and says, you all have finally realized the greatness of the sword god. My Young-ji stands up and says, everyone, arms to the side. Greeting to the teacher. Yu Ilshin sees her and thinks she was the classroom president. I never knew. They all give him respect and says, hello. Teacher. He gets really happy and even starts crying and thinks, they've never greeted me like this before. Anyway, I'm glad the students are looking much happier. After the Gustav incident, Yu Ilshin says, hello, everyone, it's been a while. Since it's been a while we'll self-study. They all immediately gets disappointed. Yu Ilshin gets scared and says, I was gonna have them self-study while I worked on my overdue drafts. But I don't this I should. They look like they're gonna have an uprising if I do. Just kidding self-study. As if. Counseling. We'll do one-on-one counseling today. We see in the counseling office. Yu Ilshin calls them one by one and he calls Haoyeo. She is really fat and sits on the chair and says, yes, teacher. He checks her stats window. Yu Ilshin thinks, precise treatment using status windows, counseling, and healing skills. What is that if not an excellent PE teacher? Yu Ilshin says, don't move. Yu Ilshin uses God's healing ring finger. She start to glow bright green. He says, how did you do that? My senses are double what they used to be. Yu Ilshin thinks, of course. It's because I healed you blood problem. Yu Ilshin says, then, next. Yu Ilshin says, why you too? Sword Phantom says, I want you advice too. Miri says, me too. Yu Ilshin says, you two get training at home. Sword Phantom says, but it's different in school. Miri says, right. Yu Ilshin says, well, alright. Who first? Sword Phantom says, me. Miri says, no, me first. They both get angry at each other and Sword Phantom says, no. I can't give this to you even if you're my student. I was here first. Miri says, but you're not even a student here one. Yu Ilshin thinks what a dynamic. Don't fight. I'll just to both of you at the same time. A message popped up saying, follower Auntie's desperate prayer has arrived. He says, what? We see in Ant World, Auntie says, dear Yu Ilshin, please save us. We cannot stop this with our pathetic powers. Yu Ilshin thinks, what? Why? What's wrong? A lot of warning messages popped up. He says, at that moment, I could see Antria's urgent situation. Empire's army consists of millions of soldiers is marching toward the Antria. There are not millions of red ants, there are billions of them, and there are not just red ants. There are also follower of Dominator of the Abyss Swamp. 2000 years old. Summoned by Arachine and they regenerates endlessly. And there are also the followers of Strong and Deceitful Beast. Male Beast. 666 years old. Summoned by Arachne. And follower of Light shining in the highest depths of the sky. Genderless. 2200 years old. Uses Horogying flames. Summoned by Arachne. Yu Ilshin sees that and thinks, 3 of very terrifying followers. A message popped up saying, the 3 followers are similar or stronger than the double S-class, Gustav. There is a very high possibility that all of Antria's ants will be massacred. Yu Ilshin gets really angry and thinks, what? So these bastards are trying to cut off the source of my power. A message popped up saying, time remaining until the Empire's priestess Arachne and her empirical army of 100 billion bus arrive at Antria. 78 hours 12 minutes 5 seconds. Yu Ilshin gets really scared and thinks, 100 billion bugs. I can't stop those even if I poured in truckloads of insecticides. Will I be able to protect the ant tribe from them? I barely even won against Gustav. Sword Phantom and Miri sees him and says, Sword God. What's wrong? One of the generals says, charge alongside His Majesty and the great gods. Let's dry the seeds of the evil god. He gets really scared and thinks, shit. I think I'm fucked. He thinks of something and says, no, I have the low-class quest. Miri and Sword Phantom are confused to see him. Sword Phantom says, Sword God. Miri says, he was out for a week, and now. A quest window appears saying, low-class quest good promotion in progress. S-class possession transcendence potential sacrifice 6 out 10. He thinks, yeah, first. I have to increase the number of followers. Yu Ilshin thinks when a person is drowning in a swamp, in water, they're bound to grasp at straws. After that we see that principal is eating his lunch in cafeteria. Yu Ilshin sees him and thinks, there it is, my straws. Yu Ilshin sits right by him. He checks high stats window which says, Choi Kangson. 58 years old. Remark, muscular man with the potential to transcending. Likes you for having saved his daughter. Principal says, do you have something you want to say to me? Yu Ilshin says, Kangson Hung, I have a favor to ask. Yu Ilshin tells him, and principal starts to laugh really hard. And says, alright, I believe in Yu Ilshin Nim. Good. Principal says, what a weird favor. Yu Ilshin thinks, there's no change at all. I guess it didn't work. Miri and Mina are watching him from the other table. Miri says, Unnie, let's stop socking and eat. There is no change in his quest window as well. Yu Ilshin thinks, thanks, to Seong Mina, who's being fed by her sister right now. I only need 4 more. Becoming a low-class god. That's the only way out of this situation. But why doesn't it work when Kangson Hung Nim says the keyword? Because he doesn't believe in me. Yu Ilshin says, Kangson Hung Nim, is there anything I can help with? Something that would make you believe in me more. Principal says, what are you scheming? Is it, even if I like you, I can't give you my daughter? Yu Ilshin thinks, what the hell is he talking about? Miri and Mina are confused to hear that. Principal says, never, never, never. Give it up. The world is not that easy. Yu Ilshin says, don't worry, I'm not into woman older than me. Mina gets angry and says, what? Principal get really and says, did you just say? You bastard. Are you saying you don't like my daughter? Yu Ilshin thinks, he's definitely now normal. Is that why he can't become a follower? Either way, I need to find a way to make him believe in me. Principal says, but you. Yu Ilshin says, yes, what is it? Principal says, you're helping students with your healing skill. Yu Ilshin thinks, yes. This is it if I utilize this. Yu Ilshin says, yes, the students, and Seong Mina have gotten much better thanks to the healing skill too. She couldn't even speak at first or recognize people. Principal says, really? Yu Ilshin says, is there something I can do for you? Principal says, can you heal someone who's reaching the end of their lifespan? A message popped up saying, S-Class Choi Kangson's follower quest has been created. Follower quest: heal Choi Kangson's friend and show him the powers of a great god. Opponent: Choi Kangson. Quest reward: Choi Kangson's faith. Yu Ilshin thinks, I have to this. Yu Ilshin says, let's go right now. Alright, got one S-Class follower. After that we see at the hospital inside the VIP room. A woman is laying on a bed made out of flowers. Yu Ilshin sees her and thinks, this is his friend. She's way too young. Principal says, what are you looking at? Yu Ilshin says, didn't you says he was your friend? She looks like she could be my friend, not yours. Principal says, Miracle doesn't age. She looked like when I first met her too. Although she didn't have with hair. Miracle isn't just an ordinary friend, she's a comrade who's been with me through the dangers of the battlefield. A hero who saved Korea with me. He thinks, the flowers. A nurse says, excuse me. Principal says, Miracle's lifespan is already at its limit. She's absorbing the plant's energy to sustain herself. Doctors and healer hunters tried to heal her, but they all failed. Principal says, what do you think? Can you do it? Yu Ilshin says, I'll try. A message popped up saying, Lee Murray female human. Remark, her little reaming lifespan has been put on hold by a coma. Yu Ilshin thinks, I can't see her age. This is first time this has happened. Is it an error? He hear a voice says, it's not gentlemanly to obsess over a woman's age. Yu Ilshin thinks, this voice is it Miracle's. Principal says, I see Miracle has called him into her thinking space. I'll leave it to you. After that we see that Miracle is sitting on bench inside a park and feeding the birds. She says, is it good? She sees Yu Ilshin and says, hello. Yu Ilshin thinks, what the hell? Is this a dream? No, this is her thinking space. It's similar to Mina's skill. But this is much stronger and more clear than Mina's. Yu Ilshin says, Miracle, so you're Lee Murray. She says, yes, that's right, Yu Ilshin. He says, you know me. Miracle says, of course. A chosen one. You were the incarnation of evil in the premonition. But you looks rather pathetic and kind in real life, I'm relieved. Yu Ilshin thinks, pathetic. Is she insulting me or what? I should be mad, right? Miracle says, I was going to use my remaining lifespan to remove you. If you were anything like the premonition showed. He thinks, I should hold it in. I should be respectful toward the hero of humanity. Yu Ilshin says, why did you being me here? She says, because my physical body is basically dead. I brought you into this space so I can talk to you. Yu Ilshin says, then can you send me back? I want to heal you. He thinks, I don't really have time. Reaming time 68 hours 1 minute and 5 seconds. She says, I cannot be healed. Do you want to try using your authority on me? He says, here. She says, your authority is much greater than you think. Here go on. Then God's healing ring finger. A message popped up saying, calculating the causality of the opponent to be healed. Failed to heal. She cannot be healed with the amount of divine power you currently have. He thinks, I don't have enough divine power. But then Hung Nim's quest is screwed. She sits no her knees. And Yu Ilshin says, what's wrong? She says, I believe. In Yu Ilshin Nim. She says, you're still young and lacking. But I've decided to put the earth and my fate in your hands. A message popped up says, congratulations. Lee Murray has become U50 follower. Lee Murray is worth 2 S-classes. S-class possessing transcendence potential followers 8 out of 10. Yu Ilshin thinks that was sudden, but now I just need 2 more S-class followers. She says, I was. If you keep saving small worlds as you are doing now, you be able to save our own world someday. He thinks, does she mean Antria? She says, I hope you will save us when the time comes. You and cute God. I will happily look forward to that day. Yu Ilshin says, wait. She says, I don't have much time. Young God, do not worry. The solution to your problem is, much closer than you think. She disappears and a message popped up saying, follower Lee Murray's skills have been added to the skill sharing. New, Lee Murray Premonition Dream. Yu Ilshin thinks, a prophecy skill. A message popped up saying, you do not have enough divine power. Yu Ilshin gets really tired. Principal grabs him and says, Yu Ilshin, are you okay? He thinks a solution that's nearby. After that we see at the academy gym. Heeds is playing basketball with the students. He thinks, I failed the principal's quest. But I'm preparing another way to gain followers. I just have to check my surroundings, as Murray said. He says, then please deliver it by tomorrow at the latest. He thinks, I've taken out credit loans. And monthly loans, and I emptied out my bank account. I hope this will work. Sword Phantom is also training there. He thinks the sword I got from the fraud. Sword Phantom Taining Sword Veer 2. A heavenly demonic god sword training sword sold by the 1000 blade that cuts all. Heavily ripped off. Training sword Veer, one's upgraded version. Remark. Fucking heavy and durable. Yu Ilshin thinks, I paid 20 million for this. In order to make Sword Phantom an S-class. And this I got as a free reward. The Wise Taiji Sword, the secret collection of the 1000 blade that cuts all. A book containing the essence of Zhang Sanfeng. But, Sword Phantom give the book back and says, this kind of placid tempered swordsmanship doesn't go well with my type of swordsmanship, which strives for the extremes. The heavenly demonic god sword is already overwhelming. If I were to learn the Wise Taiji sword, I am afraid my energy and blood will be ruined. Sword Phantom politely declined the damn 1000 blade that cuts all. Sword Phantom stops. My young G sees him and starts to drool and says, so cool. Sword Phantom says stop watching and come up here. She throw the ball and says, me. Water, would you like water? He says, no, not you. The summoned monster next to you. Hades says, what a rude man. Sir Sword Phantom, do you want to taste loss again? Today's different even if you're an S-class. I feel like I can fin against you today. Yu Ilshin thinks, perhaps. It's impossible for an A-class to defeat an S-class. But it is possible for Sword Phantom to get to S-class through duels with Hades. The heavenly demonic god, sword. It's not any ordinary sword technique, after all. Somewhere close by, she might have meant Sword Phantom. Hades jumps toward Sword Phantom and says, I won't go easy on you. Prepare yourself. Sword Phantom is ready to swing his sword and says, I've mastered the heavenly demonic god sword to the extremes. I am not the same me from yesterday. Sword Phantom swings his sword with full strength. Hades disappears and appears behind Sword Phantom and hits him behind the neck using the handle of his sword. Sword Phantom falls to his knees. Hades says, "Sir Sword Phantom, that was pretty good, but still not enough to beat me." Sword Phantom says, "This stupid body. But wait, I will definitely win one day." Sword Phantom falls to the ground unconscious. Hades picks him up and says, "I'm sure you are alive, after all." Hades says, "My liege, I will take him to the nurse's office." Yu Ilshin says, "Alright. My young G-Sias, Hades, I'm coming with." Yu Ilshin thinks, as Hades said, Sword Phantom will become an S-class one day. The problem is when he drinks a potion and a message popped up saying, synchronization with the God Maker has increased 45% to 46%. Yu Ilshin's inherent authority has been reinforced. Yu Ilshin thinks, this is my 2000th bottle, and yet it only rose by 1%. I've got a war to attend. We see that Mina is releasing Miri's seal on her powers. Yu Ilshin says, is it going okay? He thinks, of course she wouldn't reply, she's super concentrated. At the moment, Seong Mina is undoing Miri's seal. She's undoing the seal in order to let her protect herself, instead of having her powerlessly become a sacrifice to the Nether Dragon. After that they both get tired and Miri says, "Honey, are you okay?" She says, "Yeah, I'm okay." Yu Ilshin thinks, the close place that Miracle mentioned. It thought she meant either Sword Phantom of Seong Miri. Well, whatever. Yu Ilshin says, don't push yourself too hard, try to be slow. You can do it fighting. Mina thinks of him says, don't worry, I'm not into order women. She looks somewhere else and ignores him. She says, Mina. Yu Ilshin says, yes. She starts to cry and says, I'm not Unnie. I don't wanna be older, call me Mina. Yu Ilshin says, Mina, do you want candy? She goes running to him and says, I like candy, gimme. Yu Ilshin thinks, she needs to come back to normal, so that we can undo the seal. Quest window is the same as before, he ha 8 follower and he needs 10. He thinks, it'd be 10 if Sword Phantom and Miri became S-class. I guess I don't have time for that thought. Time reaming until the Empirical army arrives at Antria. 48 hours 1 minute and 30 seconds. He thinks, I guess it's impossible. I need to hurry and start training. I almost forgot something. He calls Miri. She says, yes. Yu Ilshin says, I need to leave this world for a bit. Tell Sword Phantom I'm leaving the guarding to him once he wakes up. He says, I have something very very important to do. She says, what is it? He says, sleeping. He sleeps. After that we see that he is in front of the Thousand Blade. He shouts and says, are you kidding me right now? After that we see that he thinks, the unexpectedly close place that Miracle mentioned. The last option is, the hell, training with the stalkers in my dream. Time flows much slower in the dream world than in real life. So I'll be able to train for more than 3 months in the dream, which is around 2 days in real life. Very awesome. Although I'm not sure how much stronger I can become. After that we see in the Sword God Temple. A man is sitting on the throne. Yu Ilshin thinks, this is the realm of the Thousand Blades that cuts all. When I first laid eyes on this fraud, I almost fainted anyway. That's not what's important. Yu Ilshin says, Thousand Blade, is the repair done yet? Yu Ilshin thinks, I left the knife that exploded during the fight with Gustav with him to repair. The Thousand Blade that cuts all says not yet. He says he needs more time because the blade was badly broken. He says, then at least lend me something. The Thousand Blades that cuts all says that will be 1 million gram coins. Yu Ilshin shouts and says, what? Why has the price doubled since last time? The Thousand Blades that cuts all says to not borrow if you are broke. Yu Ilshin thinks, damn this evil merchant fraud. Yu Ilshin says, I guess I have no choice. Pay 1 million gram coins. Wait, he's not playing a trick on me to earn extra money, is he? Yu Ilshin see a really bright shining sword and says, what is this? Yu Ilshin says, Thousand Blade, just a wooden sword. What am I supposed to do with this? Are you kidding me? Do you think I'm that stupid? The Thousand Blade says, it is a better sword than it looks, so just try it out. A message popped up saying, old man weary wooden sword made from an apricot tree 850 years old. Remark, a training sword used by the founder of the Manhwa sect. Yu Ilshin sees that and thinks, 850 years old. A training sword used by the founder of the Manhwa sect. That actually doesn't sound bad. He says I'm in a hurry so I'll just use this. I already paid any wars. He activates Ultra Blade. The Thousand Blade says that once the synchronization with the Manhwa sect founder's wooden sword hits 50%, a miracle will happen. He get excited and says, what? 50% a miracle? He says, the synchronization rate will increase the more you train here. Yu Ilshin thinks, right, the synchronization rate did increase faster in dreams. But this wooden sword, I mean the Manhwa sect founder is reacting. As if he's trying to tell me something. Well, anyway, a miracle. What could that be? The Thousand Blades that cuts all sneers and says we will begin hell training. A really big sword come toward Yu Ilshin. Yu Ilshin says, so suddenly. Yu Ilshin deflects the big sword with his wooden sword. Yu Ilshin thinks, I blocked his sword with this. The Thousand Balds that cuts all says to try and attack him once. A message popped up saying, remaining time 30 hours 50 minutes 10 seconds synchronization 46%. After that we see that Yu Ilshin thinks, I've never succeeded in an attack in a dream before. The Thousand Blades that cuts all says, that blocking the 10,000 attacks was impressive. And that he will begin another 10,000 attacks. Yu Ilshin drinks a lot of potions and blocks his attack. A message popped up saying, remaining time 20 hours 1 minute 0 seconds. Synchronization 46.5%. Yu Ilshin smiles and thinks, I can see his weakness now. Yu Ilshin jumps toward the Thousand Blade and hits him with a powerful attack. Yu Ilshin gets excited and thinks, finally. A successful attack for the first time. A message popped up saying, remaining time 20 hours 0 minutes 20 seconds. Synchronization 47%. Yu Ilshin drinks another potion. And thinks, I need to reach 50% no matter what. The Thousand Blades says, he is proud of you and asks for a potion, too. Yu Ilshin says, buy one yourself if you want it. A big hand appears from behind him and grabs him. Perpetual Truth Seeker says it is time to work the metal now. Yu Ilshin thinks, Perpetual Truth Seeker this time. After that we see at the Muscle Temple. A man made of iron is standing in front of him. Perpetual Truth Seeker says working the metal is the best when preparing for war. Truth Seeker hits him with a whip. Yu Ilshin screams with pain and thinks, this stalker doesn't wipe me metaphorically speaking. He literally whips me. Damn it. Truth Seek says, your muscles have gotten much plumper and praises you. He tells you to try lifting a 2-ton weight as warm up. There is really big weight in front of him. He throws the sword on the ground. Yu Ilshin thinks, all this work to protect the ants, I'll succeed no matter what. Yu Ilshin lifts the big weight sometime and then his nose starts to bleed. Yu Ilshin screams and says, success. Truth Seeker claps his hands and says you need to drink potion in order to avoid muscle loss. Yu Ilshin drinks the potion. A message popped up saying remaining time, 10 hours 1 minute 5 seconds synchronization 48%. Soundless Nightmare is excited due to the fact that it is his turn next. Yu Ilshin thinks, damn it. Stop eating me, you stupid nightmare. Anyway, if I fell asleep here, I'll return to reality. I can't have that happen yet. Yu Ilshin uses the wooden sword to break out the nightmare's stomach. Yu Ilshin thinks, these stalkers. None of them are sane. Remaining time. 0 hours 1 minute 1 second, synchronization 49%. Yu Ilshin thinks, damn it. Shit. I tried that hard, and I'm still 1% short. I need to drink more than 2,000 potions in order to make it to 50%. I don't have the time. He thinks of something and says wait. Yu Ilshin thinks hit you harder. Soundless Nightmare shivers in pleasure. Yu Ilshin says, then let's test. Yu Ilshin jumps toward the Soundless Nightmare and says, how much stronger I've gotten. Yu Ilshin cuts him so many times. Yu Ilshin thinks what the hell. Stop enjoying it and give me that one. A message popped up saying, remaining time 0 hours 0 minutes 1 second. His synchronization is 49.9%. He gets really angry and says, damn it. I'm gonna lose my mind. Soundless Nightmare joyfully says that the Heavenly Demonic Ghost Sword was the best. Synchronization has reached 50%. From now on, you may directly intervene in Antria. Directly intervene. That's it. You said, it'll be a small but surprising miracle. The Aklaska lower's mentality and stamina will increase as a result of synchronization. Yu Ilshin thinks, I think that's regearing to Sword Phantom and Miri. Is this the small but surprising miracle? It'd be reasonable if they become S-class. A message popped up saying, the first attack of the Imperial Army has begun. This marks the beginning of the Holy War with Yu Ilshin's fate at risk. Yu Ilshin thinks, damn it, I gotta get to Antria. No, first to the school rooftop. There must be a delivery for me there. After that we see that the Red Ant Army has surrounded the Antria tribe. From all sides, Arachne is sitting on a throne. She says, so that's the castle built with evil god's authority. It's said to be impregnable because of how sturdy it is. Beelzebub's filth fly unit at the front. Beelzebub says, yes, ma'am, we will not let you down. They all fly towards the front. And says, such insignificant little creatures. Auntie is seeing all this from a roof. And says, there are too many of them. I can't stop them with my divine power. Auntie says, I will obey Yu Ilshin's divine order to not ever leave the castle. Please get here quickly. One of the black guards says, apparently, Beelzebub's cursed filth is said to melt even stone. We're all dead if they attack from the sky. We have to run. Beelzebub says, dear disgusting god of filth and infectious disease. Please curse those inferior creatures. He says, die you inferior creatures. He says, all soldiers. Fire the filth with the authority of the god of filth and infectious disease. A really big food breaks the sky and come down. Arachne gets scared and says, that's. He steps on a lot of the ants. And kills them. Yu Ilshin brings a lot of insects killing sprays. He thinks, did you see that? That's my insecticide army. Delivery got here in time. I'm so damn cool. Bugs sees the spray and thinks, what does that writing mean? Is it a language used by the evil god? And the things falling underneath it. He gets really scared and says, this is a war we cannot win. I will die at this rate. My god is saying that. He says, run. Yu Ilshin thinks, look at all these flies. Disgusting bastards. He uses God's crushing forefinger. Yu Ilshin thinks, God's crushing forefingers on off authority. Combined with the telekinesis skill I got from follower Johan. You're all dead. He activates a lot of sprays. They cough out blood and says, how can this be? Poison. It's poison. It's the deadliest poison we've ever encountered. Everyone fall back. All the ants says, don't let the poison gas touch you. Is that the legend's evil god that the savages are said to worship? Run. We'll die. Arachne says, don't be afraid. He's on his own. If you all run, you'll die by my hands. Yu Ilshin says, there are a whole bunch of them. They could cover the entirety of Yoido. You're dead once the poison gas touches you. Run. Arachne screams and says, you think such a trick would work again? Strong and deceitful beast. Please lend we your power. Beast says, very well. Beast goes flying toward Yu Ilshin. Yu Ilshin says, this bastard. It's sending the insecticide gas this way. Yu Ilshin says, damn it. That's gonna kill all my ants. Yu Ilshin says, I can do right now is. Yu Ilshin uses God's crushing forefinger skill telekinesis. Yu Ilshin thinks, shit. All my insecticide cans got swept up too. My precious money. She says, that damn evil god used another Turk. It sure is strong, all of my ants almost died. Yu Ilshin thinks, what the hell is that cat doing? The beast eats its own army and says, harvest sacrifice. Yu Ilshin thinks, trying to get stronger by eating the sacrifices. Those cruel bastards. Arachne thinks, this much loss was to be expected. If only I can borrow God's power with tens of thousands or tens of millions of sacrifices. I need to sustain this momentum. Dragonfly, let the blind troops lose. Yu Ilshin thinks, anyway, because of that oversized cat. My ultimate weapon, the pesticides, all went flying. Stupid cat, I'm gonna make sure to kill you. As he is about to use God-crushing forefinger, he sees a lot of dragonfly flying above him. Yu Ilshin says, what the hell is it this time? Some blindfolded ants are riding over the dragonflies. She thinks, the blind troops' chins are even able to destroy stones. Even if they can't kill him, they'll be able to get critical hits in. The followers will take care of him after. Blind troops jumps from the dragonflies and says, blind troops, to the ground. Yu Ilshin uses skill, strong body. Blind ant's chins break after touching him. Perpetual Truth Seeker is excited and says that he was right when he said lifting enough steel weight alloys turns your body into steel. Blind Trops says, don't panic. We outnumber him. The opponent is just some weak god. They all start of hit him, his body gets covered him red ants. Yu Ilshin uses God's condemning middle finger. And also uses the multiplying thumb of God on the flames and kills all the ants that was covering his body. The throws fireballs towards the ant army. The ants screams and says, "Hellfire's coming down on us. Run." A lot of ants starts to burn to death. Yu Ilshin thinks, shit, my divine power is lacking. Quest low class evil god promotion in progress. Ordinary sacrifices. 52,023,002 out 1 billion. Yu Ilshin thinks, there are 100 billion in the Imperial Army. I thought I'd easily get through the 1 billion needed for promotion. Damn it. I'm glad I got stronger with the 50% synchronization. But it's still not good enough. Is it because I used up a lot of my divine power? I'm a bit dizzy. Anyway, why's that bastard glaring at me like that? A message popped up saying, follower of light shining in the highest depths of the sky. 2,200 years old. Remark, greatly exasperated at Yu Ilshin for the same kind of flames as its master. Yu Ilshin thinks, this one's a unique one. Arachne screams and says, dear followers of the great god. Please stop that evil god. I, the carriage of fire, accept that request. I will take 100 million sacrifices as a price. She says, as you wish. An ant comes there and says, priestess, please have mercy. Another sacrifice. She says, shut up. Think of it as something honorable for the sake of the Empire's victory. Fire Beast uses a really strong fire attack to kill millions of ants. And says, harvesting sacrifices. Yu Ilshin thinks, it got bigger. I feel like I'm royally fucked. Beast jumps toward Yu Ilshin to attack him. Yu Ilshin uses God's crushing forefinger. Failed to activate, you do not have sufficient divine power. Beast hits Yu Ilshin with a really powerful attack. Yu Ilshin chose out blood. Yu Ilshin goes flying and falls to the ground far away. Priestess says, did you see that? The pitiful fate of that evil god. I've finally avenged you. Yu Ilshin thinks, did I lose? Even if I'm worshipped as a god, maybe I'm still too weak to protect the ants. Auntie comes there and says, no. Yu Ilshin, please open your eyes. Yu Ilshin sees her and says, Auntie, why are you here? I told you to not leave the castle. She says, Yu Ilshin Nim's healing ring finger. A message popped up saying, failed to completely heal. The divine power of light shining in the highest depths of the sky is interrupting the healing progress. She says, please. Yu Ilshin Nim's healing ring finger. A message popped up saying, failed to completely heal. The divine power of Fire Beast says, determined bastard, you're still not dead. You good for nothing evil god. Get ready for this. I will kill you and sacrifice you to my master. After that we see that Ilho says, dear great and merciful Yu Ilshin. Please allow for my descent. Yu Ilshin says, Ilho. Right, I had Ilho. Yu Ilshin says, descend, Ilho. Yu Ilshin thinks, please. I hope I have enough divine power left to bring him here. Please. Ilho appears on the spot and says, I have come here, summoned by the great Yu Ilshin Nim. The descent of Ilho has been granted. Remaining time 60 minutes. Ilho says, don't worry. I've killed many of these monsters from the tower. Yu Ilshin says, really? I'm proud of you, Ilho. When did you become so strong? Beast monster is about to eat him. Ilho is in beast monster's mouth and beast monster says, it's just a tiny insect. Auntie gets really scared and says, Ilho Nim. Yu Ilshin thinks, Ilho was eaten. This is really the end, I don't even have the strength to move a finger. A message popped up saying, the 1000 blade that cuts all says that the prepare of the blade kitchen knife is finally complete. He says the delivery is free since he has ripped you off plenty of times. A really awesome looking sword appear in the sky. Yu Ilshin grabs the sword. He thinks, I can feel power building up within me. Yu Ilshin stands up and Fire Monster thinks, this is a bit dangerous. Yu Ilshin uses skill share, Sword Phantom. All the summoned monsters says, this is bad. No, this is extremely dangerous. Yu Ilshin activated Heavenly Demon Rain. The all starts to run away and says, dangerous. Yu Ilshin smiles you trying to run away. Yu Ilshin cuts the Fire Beast. The Fire Beast falls to the ground. Fire Beast says, the precious created for me. Yu Ilshin cuts the head of the snake-looking monsters. Yu Ilshin gets really angry and says, that slippery bastard. I just take care of you. How dare you eat my Ilho? You're dead. Yu Ilshin thinks, but my divine power is an issue. I don't know if I have enough to use Heavenly Demon Rain again. He grabs his head and says, damn it. I'm getting dizzy again. Beast Monster says, you bastard, you used too much power just now. Beast does really loud roar. And says, this is our chance, kill him. Beast Monster feels something. And says, what the hell? Beast gets really scared and says, why do I suddenly feel so much power coming from him? We see that Yu Ilshan's body is releasing large amounts of mana. A message popped up saying, Earth's follower Seong Miri's seal has been undone. Seong Miri has the potential of transcending. Yu Ilshan thinks finally. Is this the small but surprising miracle? Quest low class good god promotion in progress S class possessing transcendence potential sacrifice 9 out of 10. Yu Ilshan thinks, my divine powers being restored thanks to Miri. Sword Phantom, I believe in you too. Yu Ilshan says, alright. I'll use Heavenly Demon Rain once again. Beast gets really scared and says, you bastard. I'll have to avoid a face-to-face battle. Yu Ilshan hears a noise and says, what's this noise? The snake monster restores its heads. And says, are you surprised, you inferior evil god? My body's been blessed with immortality, your sword won't kill me. Yu Ilshan says, I see. A message popped up saying, follower of Dominator of the Abyss Swamp. Remark, regenerates endlessly. Yu Ilshan thinks, it looks like I'm royally fucked. Snake says, what are you shaking there for? Killing us with that lowly sword chi was never possible. Snake goes toward him to attack and says, die. You lowly being. Yu Ilshan's sword says, sword chi. Yu Ilshan thinks, what's with this? Sword. I don't like it. Snake stops and says, loot it that a sword talked. What a useful sword. Alright, I'll take you as soon. Yu Ilshan's sword get really angry and says, you snake head, repeat what you just said. Did you dare say that my sword chi is lowly? Snake says, all sword chi is useless when it comes to my immortality. Just come at me. I will use you as a decorative piece. Yu Ilshan thinks, I feel like some other character possessed this sword. Who is it? The founder of the Manhwa sect. No, the voice is too different. Yu Ilshan's sword laughs. Yu Ilshan says, this voice sounds like some lunatic mental hospital patients. Snake gets really angry and says, you dare laugh. Sword says, of course it was funny. You're already dead, after all. All the snake heads starts to disappears. Snake says, you cursed me. But, this much is nothing if I just use the blessing of regeneration my master has given me. Snake is not able to regenerate and says, impossible. A mere sword defeated me. Sword says, did you really think you could outlive the Heavenly Demon Rain? Sword says, you were already dead the moment I hit you. Snakes disappears. Sword says, you lowly snake. You have massacred a follower of Dominator of the Abyss Swamp. Absorbing the sacrifice. Congratulations, the follower of Dominator of the Abyss Swamp was worth 2 S-class hunters. Quest, low-class evil god promotion in progress. S-class possessing transcendence potential. Sacrifice 8 out 10. Yu Ilshan thinks, I can feel myself getting much stronger. I wonder how it'll be once I get to 10. Beast Monster prepares a really powerful attack. Beast says, it's too late. I will rip you to pieces with the wings of wind. A lot of wind slash attack come toward him. Yu Ilshan cuts all the slash attacks with his sword. Sword say, that was good, you're not so bad. Yu Ilshan says, shut up. And says, to Beast, you slimy little cat. You dare ambush us. Heavenly Demon. Beast Monster gets really scared and fly away and says, wait. Yu Ilshan says, what? Wait, my ass. After that we see that something hitting Beast Monster form inside. Beast says, it hurts too much. Yu Ilshan see that and thinks, that's. Beast Monster starts to fall. Beast hit the ground and says, my stomach. And screams with pain. It says, my stomach feels like it's gonna rip. My stomach. His eyes turns red because of pain. Shis stomach blows up and something come flying out of its stomach. It's Ilho who is covered in blood. Yu Ilshan get happy and says, you were alive, Ilho. Ilho smiles and says, of course. It's easy escaping inside a big monster if you just rip its stomach. Yu Ilshan says, Ilho, you're the best. Ilho starts to fall and Sword says, he's too good of subordinate for you. Yu Ilshan asks his sword, who are you, by the way? Sword says, you haven't even figured out who I am. Fu. Clean your ears before listening to me. I am. Yu Ilshin gets scared and says, you are. Yu Ilshin gets angry and says, what? Why are you stalling for so long? Is this some K-drama's secret birth plot? Sword says, who am I again? Yu Ilshin thinks, considering how he's insane, he must be the Blades, Sword God. But no, the voice is different. Who are you? Thousand Blade, explain this situation. Something went wrong when you were fixing it. The Thousand Blade that cuts all is refusing to answer. What kind of reaction is this? I'm gonna need a refund. Fire monster starts to get up and says, a mere insect destroyed my god-given body. I cannot forgive this never. Yu Ilshin says, he's not dead. Fire beast says, Saintess. More sacrifice. I need more in order to kill that stupid god. She says, okay. Please take 10 no, 100 million, and. Fire beast says, no. That won't do it. All of them. I need all 100 billion. Saintess gets scared and says, sorry. What do you mean? Fire beast says, sacrifice them. For the honor of God. All you live. Fire beast uses a really powerful fire attack and start to burn the army of Empire. Saintess says, please stop. This is different from what we agreed to. The Emperor will not forgive this. Fire beast says, shut up, bitch. Sacrifice. I'm taking sacrifices. Yu Ilshin gets sacred and says, shit, he's getting even bigger. Ilho picks up a mount and says, muscle. Ilho says, I will take care of this big, good-for-nothing bastard. Ilho throws mountain toward the fire beast. And says, die, you monster. Fire beast breaks the mountain into millions of pieces. And give an evil smile. Yu Ilshin thinks, the stone melted. Fire beast says, this is the power of great master. Light shining in the highest depths of the sky. Fire beast gets really big. Ilho says, Yu Ilshin Nim. What should I do now? Sword says, you idiots. What do you mean, what should you do? Yu Ilshin say, do you have some good idea? Sword says, slay him. All you need to do is just kill him. All he's capable of is some inferior flames. Inferior flames. You call that inferior? I don't know who he is, but he's definitely not normal. Even the ground starts to turn into lava. Sword says, trust me. There's nothing I cannot slay. Yu Ilshin thinks, he sounds absolutely insane. But I have no other choice right now. Alright, let's do this. Yu Ilshin jumps toward the fire beast and says, skill share, sword phantom, heavenly demonic god sword. The first, heavenly demon rain. Yu Ilshin swing the sword with full power. His attack has no effect on fire beast. Fire beast starts to laugh and says, is that all you can do? Yu Ilshin thinks, damn it. I knew it. I guess this is the limit of this sword. I should have realized it would be bad when Thousand Blade offered to ship for free. I guess Antria will fall. How am I supposed to slay an insane monster like that? Fire Beast's bod gets split in two. Fire Beast says, no. My body. My precious body my master gifted me. Sword says, did you see that? That's my power. Yu Ilshin thinks, I was the one who wielded you. But I didn't pass out this time. I passed out right away when it was against Gustav. Maybe I did get stronger. Yu Ilshin gets scared and says, what? Say that again. Tears of the Bountiful Abundance looks with worried eyes at the burning sky. Soundless Nightmare says, it is too early to let your guard down. Yu Ilshin says, burning sky. Yu Ilshin sees the sky and gets really scared. And thinks, that's. After that we see that fire beast is fine. A message popped up saying, follower of light shining in the highest depths of the sky. There originally existed two sun gods who were brothers in Antria, but the two gods fought for 1,000 years, and the loser was sealed in a carriage of fire. Yu Ilshin says, I finally managed to slay it, and now it turns out I just undid a seal. That firehead's real identity was the sun god. The thousand blade that cuts all says that it is only the remnants of the sun god, but since it used to be a high-class god, it might be better to just give up now and die. Yu Ilshin thinks, what a way to talk. I spent so much money on this thing. Anyway, this situation's real fucked. I used up all my divine power with that earlier attack. But a famous person once said that even if the sky were to fall, there's a hole to rise through. Don't ask me who. The whole ground turns into lava. Fire Beast says, you dare break the carriage of fire my master has bestowed upon me. I will burn you down with the world. Yu Ilshin sees something and says, right. There it is. The hole in the sky. Ilho thinks, this monster is so strong I can barely move. I'm gonna burn to death at this rate. Yu Ilshin shouts and says, Ilho. What are you standing there doing mothering for? Sacrifice something. Don't be scared. Ilho says, dear Yu Ilshin. And grabs the tail of beast monster. And starts to spin him around. And throw it toward Yu Ilshin and says, I sacrifice this beast to you. Yu Ilshin gets happy and says, okay nice. Fire Beast says, you will not win parasites. Yu Ilshin uses some kind of dark energy and says, nice one, Ilho. A message popped up saying, the sacrifice Ilho made, follower of strong and deceitful beast, is worth 2 S-classes. Yu Ilshin says, I knew it. Quest low class evil god promotion S-class possessing transcendence potential sacrifice 10 out of 10. Some yellow light starts to come out of Yu Ilshin's body. A message popped up saying, you have accomplished the quest. Yu Ilshin will be promoted to a low-class evil god. Yu Ilshin feels really large amount of energy and says, is this the divine power of a low-class evil god? Ilho says, I believe in you, Yu Ilshin. Auntie says, dear Yu Ilshin please. Yu Ilshin thinks, yes, I'm your god. Fire Beast says, a pointless struggle. Burn down along with the world. Yu Ilshin says, shut up. You firehead. God's condemning middle fingers. A really big black energy ray comes out of his hand. He says, it's damn hot. Screw off for now. It hits Fire Beast in the face but it feels like it is a really small attack compare Fire Beast's size. Fire Beast says, you bastard. You thins this will work on me. Yu Ilshin thinks yeah, I can't hold on for long. This guy is strong. I'm a lot more certain now. Is because of the 100 billion sacrifices. Or because he used to be a high-class god before he was sealed. I was promoted to a low-class evil god. But I'm still no match for him. Damn it. Fire Beast says, you think I will lose to this kind of attack? Black Ant starts to run and says, the castle's melting run. Yu Ilshin thinks, damn it. Heavenly Demon Rain won't work again. Yu Ilshin says, I'll have to use Thousand Blades treasure trove. Sword says, stop. Thousand Blades treasure trove cannot slay fire. Yu Ilshin screams and says, what? Then how am I supposed to? A black fire appears on Yu Ilshin's head. And also his sword gets covered by black energy. After that we see in real world Sword Phantom is training really hard. He says, Heavenly Demonic God Sword's second form. I finally learned the subtlety of the second form of the Heavenly Demonic God Sword. Yu Ilshin smiles and thinks, seems like Sword Phantom has done something. Sword says, the Heavenly Demonic God Sword's second form. That made me remember who is am. Yu Ilshin's sword turn in an old man. And says, I am. The Heavenly Demon. Yu Ilshin thinks, Heavenly Demon. A message popped up saying, activating Blind God's Eye inherent authority. Quickly scanning Throat Heavenly Demon's history. We see a man is barely standing and there are a lot of sword cuts on his body. That man has tears in his eyes. A woman is laying dead in front of him. He says, Heavenly Demon killed his very own daughter, who had become an apostle of the god of destruction. And he also killed every single one of his daughter's 1 million believers. Before killing himself, Yu Ilshin says, so something like that happened to the Heavenly Demon. Of course, there's no way he could have stayed sane after that. Heavenly Demon starts to scream and says, my daughter. A message popped up saying, special note, he's been searching for thousands of years for someone who can take revenge on the god of destruction on his behalf. Even though he was scammed into losing his memories, it was all thanks to the sword demon that he managed to recover them. Scammed. Tell me more about it. Because there's one guy I'm suspecting. A message popped up saying, all slashing Heavenly Sword, tried to use revenge as bait to lure Heavenly Demon into being his apostle. However, Heavenly Demon refused, saying he disliked the scamming bastard. So all slashing Heavenly Blade erased his memories. And sealed him into his own sword for thousands of years. Leaving him penniless. Yu Ilshin thinks, that crooked scamming merchant, Heavenly Sword. Sword Demon says, his enlightenment revered my lost memories. What a good disciple you have. If it's you, will you be able to get me my revenge? Young God. Yu Ilshin says, I will. Definitely cut down that god of destruction in one strike. Sword Demon starts to laugh. And says, all right, make use of my power, you are worthy of it. You are worthy of being my master. Sword Demon disappears and goes inside Yu Ilshin's body. His energy ray gets bigger and message PP ped up saying, Heavenly Demon has recognized you as his master god. Heavenly Demon has become Yu Ilshin's believer. Fire Beast says, what is this? S-class with the probability of transcend sacrifices 10 out of 10. You have completed the quest. Congratulations, Yu Ilshin has been promoted to low-grade god. Yu Ilshin thinks, so the small but amazing miracle wraps up with the enlightenment of Sword Demon. Yu Ilshin looks toward the Fire Beast with angry look on his face. Fire Beast gets angry and says, did you think you could do something against me now? Just because you received some power from some crazy old man. A bug will always just be a bug. Die, all of you. Sword Demon says, to put out a fire, you'll have to start a bigger one. Yu Ilshin says, my thoughts exactly. Sword Demon says, this is my interpretation of the Great Burning Hell, among the worst of the 8 great hells. Heavenly Demon Divine Sword, the second form. There's no need to struggle in vain, you insignificant human. No matter how hard you try, your fate destruction won't change. A really big slash attack come toward the Fire Beast. Fire Beast gets scared and says, he cut my flames. Yu Ilshin says, I told you to fuck off, it's so goddamn hot. Fire Beast gets hit by a really strong attack. Fire Beast says, such an injury will heal in no time with my master's power. Really big fire flames cover the Fire Beast. What's with this flame? It burns. Help me. The whole sky starts to burn in blue flames. Sky gets clear and Yu Ilshin says, I did it. I managed to protect Antria. All the black ants starts to celebrate and says, Lord Yu Ilshin is victorious. He made a miracle happen and protected up. Give praise to our great God. Ilho says, as expected of our Lord Yu Ilshin. I have never doubted that victory will be yours, my lord. Yu Ilshin says, yeah. But I need to get some rest now. I'll leave the rest to you. Ilho and Auntie says, as you command. A emerged victorious form the holy war. The fame of Yu Ilshin has spread wide through the continents. Yu Ilshin goes back to reality. A message popped up saying, Mr. Yu Ilshin can now challenge the intermediate god promotion quest for good god and evil god. Yu Ilshin is laughing like an evil man. All slashing heavenly blade is glaring at you and yelling that you are a thief. Yu Ilshin says, thief, wow, I'm speechless. Mr. Heavenly Sword, aren't you the one playing sticks, trying to steal from me? All slashing heavenly blade is yelling that he had no idea that the sword demon punk will be able to awake heavenly demon's memories. Yu Ilshin says, what unfair accusations. Anyway, Mr. Miser, Heavenly Sword. Please repair this word. All slashing heavenly sword says, you've done great damage to it, so to repair heavenly demon, he will accept 50 million coins. Yu Ilshin says, sir, are you crazy? That's way too expensive. Dear stalker, don't you think so? Though I don't mind spending up to 10 million coins. Silently creeping nightmare, sneakily says, there's a blacksmith they know well. Yu Ilhan says, I knew it. These foolish stalkers. I mean my dear valued customers. Truth Seeker of Eternity has been waiting for this day and says, 5 million coins will do. Yu Ilshin thinks, look at this fool, I mean, this wonderful customer base. Whether it is capitalism of stalkers, competition amongst those is the best, don't you think so, Mr. Heavenly Sword? All slashing heavenly blade says, it'll take a year if you give it to Truth Seeker of Eternity, so he'll accept a 10 million coin deal. Yu Ilshin says, no, 3 million and you'll have a deal. All slashing heavenly blade says, that's such a crazy markdown. Yu Ilshin says, markdown. Just imagine what I've gone through before this. Oh well, I'll just give it to Mr. Eternity. All shashing heavenly blade is trembling and says, he'll take the 3 million. Yu Ilshin says, call. He receives a call from Principal. Principal says, where are you? Hurry up and come to the Hunter Association. Yu Ilshin says, the association? Why so suddenly? Principal says, they've discovered about 100 crocodile Gustav's eggs. Yu Ilshin gets scared and thinks, what? Eggs of the SS class Gustav. After that Yu Ilshin and Sword Phantom gets to Hunter Association. Mina, Miri and Principal gets there and Miri says, you're here. Yu Ilshin says, hello. Principal sighs, now. That's enough. Let's hurry inside, we better look at that crocodile egg. Yu Ilshin says to Sword Phantom that, you wait here since you're not a part of the Hunter Association. Sword Phantom says, yes, sir. They reach a conference room and there are a lot of other strong hunters sitting there. Yu Ilshin thinks, the entire nation's S-class hunters are all here to see that crocodile egg. Yu Yan says, how's it going? Yu Ilshin says, Yu Hyeon Hung. Yu Yan says, Ilshin, sit here. And Mina can sit next to me. She grabs Yu Ilshin's arm and says, no. I'm gonna stay by him. A man says, everyone, please take a seat. He is CEO Lee Jitae. Jitae says, Gustav's egg will be here soon. Mina gets excited and says, a crocodile egg. Must be yummy. Yu Ilshin says, let's sit down, Mina. Yu Ilshin sees a woman wearing a penguin mask. And think a penguin mask. Is that her theme? A message popped up saying, failed to evaluate. Yu Ilshin is really surprised and says, what? Can't evaluate. Who is she? They bring in a get it is tied with chains and there are some crystal on it. Jitae says, this is the egg of the double S-class monster Gustav. Who attacked the academy? We managed to bring this one back from Africa. Gi says, out of all the 100 this was the only unhatched one. Or currently tracking down the rest of them. Yu Ilshin thinks, Gustav's eggs. I almost died that time. And now there are 99 of those things crawling around. The eggs start to shake really hard. Yu sees that and think did it just move? They all get scared and move away from egg. Other man says, Gustav's egg is moving. The egg cracks and a small crocodile comes out and they say, a crocodile. Everyone thinks, it's so cute. I wanna take to home. A hunter come near it and says, what is it saying? Crocodile says, found mother's archenemy. Yu Ilshin thinks, it's mother's archenemy. Am I the only one who can understand that thing? Crocodile jumps with super speed. And explosion happens behind him. It stands in front of Yu Ilshin. Ready attack. And says, I'll kill you. Crocodile jumps to attack Yu Ilshin. Yu Ilshin thinks, why am I seeing it in slow motion? I guess I must have gotten stronger. I'm a low-class god now. Some mere crocodile is easy. Yu Ilshin uses God's crushing forefinger. Crocodile gets really scared and says, I'm gonna die. I'm scared. Crocodile starts to run. A man says, where do you think you are? And pouches the crocodile. His name is Gal Jonghyuk S-class hunter. Crocodile thinks I have to get out of here. Another hunter says, its cute little face almost tricked me. His name is Shin Yu S-class hunter. Crocodile starts to cry and says, I'm gonna die. Shin Yu says, is everyone okay? Yu Ilshin says, no. Yu Ilshin thinks, that's really awkward. They took care of it before I could even attack. But, S-classes sure are something else. Mina gets really scared and says, I'm scared of crocodiles. Miri says, it's okay. Principal says, how dare a crocodile? Crocodile starts to cry and says, Sniffle, please save me. If there's a god listening out there. Gal says, you're still alive. He is about to step up on the crocodile and says, die. An old man stops him and says, stop it. His name is Go Seiduk Immortals Guildmaster S-class hunter, also known as the one-man army. Gal says, why are you interrupting me? I don't want it more damage than this. I'll kill it and then take it away for dissection. Gal says, what if I feel a need to destroy this monster right here and now? Go Seiduk says, why do young people nowadays not know their manners? A portal opens behind Go Seiduk and he says, do you need to taste death to act properly? Everyone gets really scared and Principal says, you're gonna summon a yaksha here. Principal shouts and says, stop right now. You old geezer. Go Seiduk says, I can't do that. Gal says, you'll die first. Come spirit armor. Principal come in between both of them says, both of you, enough. You shouldn't be fighting. Yu Ilshin sees all that and thinks, what a mess. It's a shame I don't have popcorn. Watching a fight is the most entertaining thing. Crocodile says, help. Yu Ilshin thinks, what? Crocodile says, help me, dear God. Yu Ilshin thinks what? God. A message popped up saying, follower Gustav's baby crocodile, a male crocodile. 5 minutes old. Remark, dying from terror, a small miracle might occur if you save him. Yu Ilshin thinks, a small miracle. I need to save him. But, how will I do that? Low class good go, Yu Ilshin, will you act out of mercy for the mere creature asking for salvation? You can save him without anyone knowing. Yu Ilshin says, yes, of course. Crocodile disappears. Yu Ilshin gets angry and thinks, what? He disappeared. Did I get played? His phone starts ring. He checks his phone and says, "Who's calling?" Yu Ilshin gets surprised to see that. And think, what? Why here? And why's he so cute? Yu Ilshin thinks, it doesn't look like anyone has noticed that the baby crocodile's gone. They are still fighting and principal is trying to stop them. Yu Ilshin thinks, it'll be really bad if those two notice. Shit, let's think about it, a nice way to get out of this situation. The woman wearing penguin mask appears behind Yu Ilshin. Yu Ilshin says, what the hell? Did you see? He thinks about that the crocodile is gone. Yu Ilshin says, wait. Let's talk. Yu Ilshin thinks, did she see? She says, hung high. Yu Ilshin thinks, I did hear that there are a lot of psychos among the S classes. Looks like she hasn't noticed that the crocodile's gone. The wall right behind them blows up. Yu Ilshin thinks, what now? It's Sword Phantom and he says, Sword God. What is happening? I am here. Yu Ilshin gets happy to see him and thinks, Sword Phantom, great timing. I can use you to get out of here. Shin Yu sees Sword Phantom and says, you're strong sword, right? Sword Phantom gets angry and says, you got the wrong person. Shin says, stop lying. I'm Shin Yu, your only friend. Sword Phantom says, I said you have the wrong person. Yu Ilshin thinks, do they know each other? Well, that's none of my business. I gotta end to my own problems. Yu Ilshin gets angry and says, Sword Phantom. Do you know where you are? Why are you causing a ruckus? Let's talk outside. Sword Phantom says, I'm sorry, Sword God. Everyone is confused to see that. Sword Phantom says, I'll kill myself having disobeyed your orders. That's what I deserve. Yu Ilshin says, it's not that, be quiet. Do you know how thankful I am right now? Go screams and says, where's the damned crocodile? Today we're both going to the grave. Gal Ays, what are you talking about? You who the one that took the crocodile. Yu Ilshin thinks, let's get out of here. After that we see at the Hunter Academy nurse's office. Yu Ilshin is laying on a bed and says, being alone is much better. Auntie says, Yu Ilshin has bestowed upon me a creature, I shall raise him to be a great crocodile. She says, I've decided his name to be Crocky. I put a dog collar that seals mana on him. Yu Ilshin thinks, well. Auntie said she'll raise him, so I have to do at least that much. But, what could that small miracle be? It can't be the fact that he's in my phone now. Shin Yu comes in there and says, is that game fun? Yu Ilshin says, what bring you here? There's something I wanted to ask you. Shin Yu covers his hand in mana. Yu Ilshin thinks, don't these S classes know what it means to talk? What does he want to ask? The first part of the I'll be taking a break for personal reasons ends here. So please subscribe and like. And if you want me support financially, you can join my Patreon only for $5. My goal is 50 Patreon and then I will become a full-time YouTuber. Patreon and Discord links are in the description if you want support me. Thanks for watching. Hello. Welcome to the 5th part of I'll be taking a break for personal reasons. And first of all, I wanted to say thanks to all of you for your great support to this series. And if you want to support me financially, you can join my Patreon only for $5. My goal is 50 Patreon and then I will become a full-time YouTuber. And special thanks to my Patreons for supporting me. If you want to support me, Patreon and Discord links are in the description. And thank you very much. Let's begin. At the beginning of this part we see that Yu Ilshin says, well, ask away, I'm quite the open-minded type. I'm also a pacifist. Shin says, first, what's your relation to strong sword, I mean, Sword Phantom? Yu Ilshin thinks, I'm a god, and he's the religious zealot. But I can't say that. Yu Ilshin says, oh, you scared me. We're just co-workers. He thinks, I'm a teacher and Sword Phantom's a teaching assistant, so I'm technically saying the truth. But why does he need to ask me so threateningly? Shin asks, then, are you also a part of the Three Heroes Society? Yu Ilshin says, Three Heroes Society? What's that? Yu Ilshin thinks, Three Heroes Society? Is that some ripoff of the Triad? Well, what does it have to do with me anyway? Shin gets angry and says, I guess words won't resolve this. Shin attacks him. Yu Ilshin sees that and thinks, he's slow. But it might hurt if I fight. As Yu Ilshin was about to use skill share, Swords comes inside through the window by breaking it. Sword Phantom is ready to attack and says, you bastard. What are you doing to the sword god? Shin is surprised. Sword Phantom swings his sword with full power. Shin dodges the sword. He says, "You, strong sword, you finally came to see me." Sword Phantom says, "Stop with the nonsense." Sword Phantom swings the sword. Shin dodges the attack by jumping. Shin says, "Why don't you take my calls?" He says, "Shut up." Shin attacks him and says, "But you're still nothing compared to me." Sword Phantom blocks the attack with his sword. Sword Phantom says, "I blocked your number because you were acting like a stalker." Shin says, "What? You blocked my number? No wonder." Yu Ilsun sees them and thinks, how do they know each other? Sword Phantom gets really angry and says, "Now you're even bothering my master. You have a death wish, huh?" Shin says, "What? Master him." Sword Phantom says, "Impertinent. Do you know who he is? He's my master and the great sword god who has reached the ultimate realm of swordsmanship. If you're also a real swordsman, then you would kneel down to him in worship." Shin gets angry and says, "Worship? Kneel. I did heat that the Three Heroes Society is a cult. You're really deep in, strong sword." Yu Ilsun thinks, so what's with this Three Heroes Society? Is it something like the Pork Belly Society? Shin thinks, sword god. So he's the guy that made strong sword like this. I'll reveal your identity. Shin says, "Mr. Yu Ilsun." Yu Ilsun says, "What now?" Shin covers his hand in aura and says, "If you're the sword god, I'm sure you can deflect something like this, right?" Shin uses serpent sword class Poison Fang. Sword Phantom says to Yu Ilsun, "Please show that worm your greatness." He needs a beating before he understands anything. Yu Ilsun says, "Is that so? Well, that's great. I wanted to test how strong I've become." Yu Ilsun smiles and thinks, "I've become much stronger after saving the ants." Well, he's an S class, so he won't die. He's a great test dummy. Skill share Ilho. Strong body. Shin sees him and thinks, this must be a skill from the Three Heroes Society. Did he kill Gustav with that? Either way, it's just some wretched skill of some random cult. For me, whose strongest point is speed? Shin jumps toward Yu Ilsun with super speed. Shin thinks, super. Muscular guys are the slowest. Yu Ilsun sees him and thinks, slow, he's way too slow. Worm fist or snake fist or whatever, it doesn't matter because I'm gonna destroy him. Yu Ilsun gets really excited and is about to punch Shin. Shin gets scared. Mina gets there and says, "It's so damn loud. I said you guys are loud." Yu Ilsun thinks, "I forgot. Mina was sleeping here." She walks toward Shin. Shin says, "Mina, why are you here?" Mina says, "You're bad." Mina uses mind control. Yu Ilsun says, "Wait. Mina." She says, "Anyone who bullies our god should die." Shin chose out blood and says, "I can't breathe." Strong sword. Shin falls to the ground. Sword Phantom checks that he is alive or not. Yu Ilsun gets scared and asks, "Is he dead?" Sword Phantom says, "It's a shame. He's still alive. He's not one to give up easily." Yu says, "I'm glad. I thought we were gonna have murder case on our hands." Sword Phantom picks him and says, "Since he has disturbed you, I will throw him away somewhere adequate and come right back." Yu Ilsun says, "Wit. If I heal him with God's healing ring finger." Yu Ilsun gets scared and says, "He won't kill him, will he?" He swore to be nice. Mina comes closer to him and says, "Are you okay?" He says, "Yes of course." Mina says, "Don't worry. I'll protect you as your Ani." Yu Ilsun thinks, "You're my Nuna." Ani is a bit. Miri comes running and says, "Are you okay, teacher? I felt a tremendous flow of energy just now." Miri sees them and says, "What is this situation?" Yu Ilsun says, "Miri, so this is." Miri asks, "All this blood on the floor, what happened here?" Mina says, "Miri, I wanna go home. I was so scared." Yu Ilsun says, "That's great. Miri, will you please take her home?" Mira says, "Yes, I can do that." After that we see that Yu Ilsun is cleaning all the blood from the floor. Yu Ilsun thinks, "I'm a god, why should I clean this mess?" But someone's got OT. Tears of the Bountiful Abundance says that you are doing good things and sends a heart emoji. Yu Ilhan gets emotional and says, "You're the only friend I have." My Young Ji gets there and says, "Mr. Yu Ilsun." She is surprised to see the blood and says, "What's all this?" Yu Ilsun says, "It's nothing, I just fell." "But what is it?" She says, "The thing is." Yu Ilsun sees her and thinks, why is she so nervous? Is it something serious? He says, what is it? Don't worry and say it. She says, so, my grandpa really wants to meet you, but I think you should run away. Yu Ilshin says, what? Your grandfather, why? Why should I run? She says, well, that's. Hades says, sir, I greet you, sir. He says, oh, Hades, you're doing well. She says, Grandpa noticed that Hades evolved, and he said he really wants to meet you along with my sister. She hears the sound of a car and says, well then, good luck. I'll get going. She runs away. Yu Ilshin thinks, good luck. She thinks, I'm sorry teacher. He looks outside of the window and says, what's up with her? They're black limo outside. Someone wearing purple clothes come out of it. Yu Ilshin sees him and thinks, what? Is that the old man I saw at the Hunter Association? Go Myungji, her last name is Go, then. The immortal guildmaster Go Seiduk is Go Myungji's grandfather. Also a girl comes out of the car looking like a ghost. Yu Ilshin sees her and thinks, and who's that ghost-like lady next to him? Principal says, you zombie bastard. What brings you to my sacred school? Where do you think you are? Go Seiduk says, is that any of you business, old muscle man? Principal and Seiduk looks toward each other with angry looks. Principal says, I'm gonna kill you if you try and experiment on my students again. Seiduk says, don't worry. I just came to see what kind of school my granddaughter is attending. And to meet someone. Principal says, meet someone. Who? Seiduk says, I heard Yu Ilshin is here. Principal says, Yu Ilshin. Seiduk says, yeah, I have something to talk to him about. Yu Ilshin is surprised to hear that and says, does he know that I took Crocky? How? After that we see they are all sitting in the principal's office and drinking tea. Yu Ilshin thinks, what excuse do I make? Should I just play dumb and say it wasn't me? Seiduk says, right, we've met before, haven't we? How old are you? Yu Ilshin says, 23. And thinks, I'll just act as natural as I can. Seiduk says, 23, the 3-year difference is perfect. Girl with him says, you're embarrassing me, grandfather. Yu Ilshin thinks, perfect. What is he talking about? Plus, it's more like he's 3 decades older than me, isn't he? Seiduk says, my future grandson-in-law, nice to meet you. Yu Ilshin is really surprised and says, what? Grandson-in-law. Yu Ilshin thinks, is he telling me to marry that woman? Seiduk says, my son-in-law. Yu Ilshin says, no. I prefer being single. I don't intend on marrying. I'm sorry. Yu Ilshin thinks, since when was I against marriage? Since right now. Seiduk says, I heard you evolved the B-class zombie soldier, Hades, to S-class. Yu Ilshin is surprised and thinks, oh. I get why Myungji was acting like that now. Seiduk says, I've never seen a skill like that before. You think I'd let someone like you go? I don't want much from you. Just give birth to 3 sons. That's all I need. I want your bloodline. Yu Ilshin gets angry and thinks, so he wants to use me. Son-in-law. In your dreams, old man. Seiduk gives him something. He asks what is this? He is really surprised. Seiduk says, it's a check for 1 trillion won. I'll give this to you if you become my son-in-law. Principal is really surprised and says, what? 1 trillion. Principal says to Yu Ilshin, shouldn't you do this if 1 trillion is at stake? It does feel like you're being sold away, but. Yu Ilshin says, 1 trillion won. He thinks, that is very tempting, I would never have to worry about deadlines ever again. But, her face. It's like she's already died 4 times and I waiting for me to come to the grave too. I can't marry a woman like that. Yu Ilshin stands up and says, I'm disappointed trying to buy love with money. I can't accept a marriage like this. Yu Ilshin starts to walk away and thinks, let's run away. Seiduk's granddaughter says, wait. Yu Ilshin says, yes. She fixes her here. A message popped up saying, go Myungwei, a mix between a human and a witch 20 years old. Remark, possesses the potential of transcending. She has charming eyes that can seduce any man. Principal gets angry and says, no. Don't look into her eyes. She activates skill, captivating eye. She asks him, what do you think about my eyes, Oppa? He says, wow, they're very pretty. She says, Oppa please. Won't you become mine? Principal gets angry and says, Myungwei you. Don't try to play with Ilshin with that evil skill. That's not what love is. Seduek stops Principal and says, "Nope. You're dead if you try and do anything to my granddaughter." Principal says, "You're both crazy. You know how many men have lost their minds to that skill. It no effect on Yu Ilshin." And Yu Ilshin says, "No." She is surprised and says, "What?" Yu Ilshin says, "Do you want me to repeat myself? I don't want to be yours. You're not my type." Yu Ilshin opens the door and walks out of the office. Yu Ilshin says, "Telling me become yours. You shouldn't treat people like objects. I'm leaving." Everyone is really surprised. She thinks, my captivating eye didn't work. Who is that man? Yu Ilshin bites his hand and thinks about 1 trillion. Yu Ilshin starts to walk and thinks, well, it's a shame, but it's better than getting killed by that woman. Captivating eye, she has a unique skill. Even though it doesn't work on me. Anyway, a mix between a human and a witch. Then is her mother. A portal opens behind him. A lot of hands come out of the portal and grabs him. They pull him into the portal. Seduek and his granddaughter are sitting in the car and going. She is fixing her makeup. Seduek asks her, "So, what do you think about the husband candidate?" She says, "I like him very much." Seduek asks her, "So, why did you come with that makeup? Your face was very." She says, "Grandpa, do you think a man who marries me for my looks would be a good man?" Seduek says, "Well, that's true. But I didn't expect you captivation eye to not work." She says, "That's what made me want to have him even more. Only S-class hunters and other very advanced hunters can withstand my captivating eye." Seduek says, "Don't worry, he's already in the palm of my hand." She says, "What do you mean? Grandpa, did you?" Seduek gives an evil smile. Yu Ilshin thinks, is this Go Seduke's pocket? I didn't think he'd go to these lengths. But these things are. There are some really big monster in front of him. Yu Ilshin sees them and thinks, why are they all salivating like that? A window appears in front of him saying, Go Seduke's Yaksha Soldier. Go Seduke, the necromancer's lifelong collection of Yaksha soldiers. Remark, they are ordered to kidnap Yu Ilshin, but they are considering disobeying the orders and eating Yu Ilshin instead. Yu Ilshin thinks, what, they want to eat me? Yu Ilshin smiles and thinks, that's real funny. A monster appears behind Yu Ilshin ready to attack. Yu Ilshin think, you dare try and eat me? Monster swing the weapon. Yu Ilshin uses strong body. Monster's weapon breaks. Yu Ilshin says, you guys are no match for me. Maybe if there are a trillion of you, though, you might be a match. I'm a low-class god now, you bastards. Yu Ilshin punches the monster. Monster goes flying really high. Other monster is surprised to see that. Yu Ilshin smiles and says, you're large, but it's all just flesh. All of you, come at me instead of lazing around. Yu Ilshin starts to beat them up really quick. Yu Ilshin says, you guys are nothing compared to a legion of 1,000 ants. Yu Ilshin uses God's condemning middle finger. He burns them. Two really big monsters see that and thinks, what king of skill is that? Our Yaksha soldiers, who have never lost before, have just been defeated. All by himself. Is he perhaps? He has the gaze of a god. Yu Ilshin sees them and thinks, are they the leaders? One of them's a woman. They gets really scared to see him. A window appears saying, Go Seduke's Yaksha General. Remark, was once a follower of strong and deceitful beast. Another window appears saying, Go Seduke's Yaksha General. Remark, was once a follower of seducing knight of sexual desires. Yu Ilshin thinks, what two evil god followers? I can see why Go Seduke's so strong. But, 5-color eyes. It reminds me of Go Myunglee's eyes. General jumps toward Yu Ilshin with super speed. Other general says, no. Yu Ilshin says, you're a bit strong. He uses God's crushing forefinger. General gets crushed on the ground. General tries to get up but he was not able to. Other general tries to use captivating eye on Yu Ilshin. But is not affected at all. She thinks, he must be the rumored, young god that's supposed to be very powerful. She walks toward him and thinks, if it's him. She stands right in front of him. He thinks, what? Is he volunteering to be beat up? She kneel down in front of Yu Ilshin. She says, young god, please have mercy on us. Yu Ilshin thinks a Yaksha is using psychic skill. Who is she? Yu Ilshin activates Bind God's Eye. System says, skimming through Yaksha Great General's history. Before she became a Yaksha, her name was Lilith. She was the daughter and follower of seducing knight of sexual desires. Seducing Night was a great evil goddess, but she lost to the god of destruction and barely managed to run away. However, she and her world were already dying. In order to regain her powers, she needed the soul of a strong and innocent S-class. That is why she sent Lilith of Captivating Eye to Earth, and how Lilith met Go-Seiduk. She says to Seduek, "What, my captivating eye, someone like you is easy too." Seduek says to her, "What the hell? Screw off. I don't have time for you." But Captivating Eye did not work on Go-Seiduk at all. Lilith fell in love with him instead, married him, and even gave birth to a child. But Lilith's identity was found out by Eth, god of destruction's nether dragon, and she was brought to the brink of death. Seduek is crying while holding her in his arms. He says, "Lilith, let's from a contract. You can grant my wish and offer my soul to her." My wish. Yu Ilshin thinks, so she's Go Myunglee's grandmother. Granting a soul a wish is an unwritten law that's been passed since ancient times. Yu Ilshin says to her, "So, Go-Seiduk's wish was to revive you, and you rejected. That's why he made you into a yaksha. I guess he wanted to be with you forever even in this way." Bountiful Abundance wipes a tear and asks you to have mercy on her. Yu Ilshin says, "She tried to eat me, though." Mercy. I don't know about that. Bountiful Abundance is taken aback. Yu Ilshin smiles and says, "But I don't think it's a bad idea." System says, "Lilith. Remark, married. S-class possessing transcendence potential, raise her will, she may become your follower." Yu Ilshin thinks, "Of course, I'll have mercy. She could be my next S-class follower. Plus, I could get Go-Seiduk as a +1 deal. Perhaps even his granddaughter. 3 birds with 1 stone. The 1,000 blade that cuts all, praises you for being calculating like him. Bountiful Abundance thanks you for having mercy. What's most important is that I get stronger. I need to get stronger before that god of destruction or whatever invades. I hate that bastard." Yu Ilshin equips good god title. A hollow appears his head. He sees that and thinks, "I get something like this now that I'm a low-class god. I've got a good feeling." Yu Ilshin heals her, and thinks, "I feel like something good's gonna happen no matter what I do." God's healing ring finger. Yu Ilshin heals every sing yaksha around him. She starts melt and she starts to cry and says, "Why? Young god." All the yaksha starts to melt and screams with pain. Yu Ilshin says, "Why are you all melting? What? This is a good god skill. This is definitely a healing skill." System says, "The yaksha soldiers are being purified. A bit of will be accompanied due to the exchange of evil and good. All the yaksha become little angels." She says, "Ah, young god. I was mistaken, this feeling. It feel like I've been reborn." System says, "The yaksha soldiers have been resurrected as angel soldiers thanks to Yu Ilshin's mercy." Yu Ilshin thinks, "Angel soldiers. That's no what I expected at all. But more importantly, why did they get so much smaller?" A great evil god opens her eyes and says, "Lilith, you're back. Traitor bitch." Yu Ilshin thinks, "I guess that results of evolution and resurrection are random. Their appearance is not what I expected at all." Bountiful Abundance says that is all you can do as a low-class god and that you should just accept it. Yu Ilshin says, "But resurrection. I better hurry to Go-Seiduk before he dies." After that we see at Immortal Guild headquarters. Seiduk is standing by a window and says, "Yu Ilshin, that bastard, how dare he reject the position of being my son-in-law. Arrogant bastard. I'm sure he's learned a lesson by now. He thinks my pocket plane is also called smaller hell. Even S-classes who enter come back out crawling." He says, "Yaksha soldiers, you may now release Yu Ilshin." Some really bright light comes out of his pocket's realm. Yu Ilshin and angel soldiers come out the portal. Seduek says, "What's this?" Yu Ilshin comes out and says, "Did you call for me?" Seduek is really surprised and says, "You. How are you this normal?" Yu Ilshin looks around and says, "What a nice office." Seduek says, "What are these flies? Where are my yaksha soldiers?" Yu Ilshin says, "It's a long story, let's treat you chest first." Seduek says, "How do you know about that? Wait, what are you talking about?" Seduek gets angry and thinks, something's off. I can't sense any of the yaksha soldiers, Lilith. I can't sense Lilith either. He grabs Yu Ilshin from the neck and says, what have you done to Lilith?" Yu Ilshin sees a really big spirit in front of him, and thinks, I need to hurry up and treat him. Seduek says, Lilith, you. Yu Ilshin says, it just happened. We need to treat you first. Seduek gets really angry and says, what? I'll make it so that you can never talk again. Yu Ilshin says, I have no choice. I'll treat you real quick if you just sleep for a bit. Yu Ilshin uses God's weekly crushing forefinger. Seduek starts feel really strong pain in his chest. Yu Ilshin thinks, I didn't do anything. Did it already start? System says, Go Seduek make 61 years old. Remark, acquainted with seducing night of sexual desires. Lilith comes flying toward him. Seduek says, this skill, is it you? Lilith says, yes, it's me, Lilith. I was resurrected thanks to Yu Ilshin. I can see you now outside the pocket plane whenever I want. I still have to use my spirit skill, but. Seduek cough out blood. She says, God. Please. Lilith's remaining background story is being shown. We see a flashback. Where the great good says, you dare betray me because of this inferior bastard. You think I will just sit and watch? She says, the day you are resurrected. The day Go Seduek's wish comes true. His soul will be mine to eat. I will give him all of the world's pain and despair and rip him to pieces. That is the prophecy I give as a great evil goddess. Yu Ilshin says, not under my watch. I'll protect my precious S-classes. Yu Ilshin says, Go Seduek, excuse me. God's crushing forefinger. Yu Ilshin thinks, God's crushing forefinger, has an on and off option for the opponent too. Meaning, I can turn off the seal. Female great god gets really angry and says, you dare. Yu Ilshin, oh, you're finally here. She appears outside of the building. And says, you bastard. You dare put a hat on my offering when you're just a mere low-class god. A status window appears saying, seducing knight. Female, 690,000 years old. Remark, a deteriorated being who used to be a goddess once. Yu Ilshin thinks, a deteriorated being. So something, like that son of God ripoff I killed last time. Yu Ilshin says, nice to meet you, seducing knight. Yu Ilshin says, I don't have my divine sword, and I also haven't skill shared with Sword Phantom. Heavenly demonic god sword. But I don't need those to fight a ripoff god. Yu Ilshin jumps toward her. He breaks the window and goes outside. Yu Ilshin says, you're the inferior one here. Yu Ilshin says, heavenly demonic god sword. He punches her. He falls, lands on the ground. A man standing there says, a rupture. Run. Yu Ilshin says, to them, get out of here, everyone, I'll take care of things. She is bleeding out of her mouth and says, you dare attack me. Yu Ilshin says, what? She says, I was once a being, an inferior low-class god did not even dare to look at. See my real appearance. Yu Ilshin says, what real appearance? You're still a deteriorated being anyway. Bountiful Abance says, something, but we don't get it. Yu Ilshin gets really scared and says, huh, what? The fifth part of the I'll be taking a break for personal reasons end here. Please subscribe and like, and if you want me support financially you can join my Patreon only for $5. My goal is 50 Patreon and then I will become a full-time YouTuber. Patreon and Discord links are in the description if you want support me. And a special thanks to all my Patreons for supporting me. Thanks for watching.
Hello. Welcome to the third part of the I'll be taking a break for personal reasons. A special thanks to my channel members and Patreon for supporting me. And if you want to support, you can join my channel membership or Patreon for as low as $1. Thank you very much. Let's begin. At the beginning of this part we see that Evil God says, I was once a being, an inferior low-class god who did not even dare to look at. Yu Ilshin says, what real appearance? You're still a deteriorated being anyway. Bountiful Abundance worriedly says that seducing Knight of S desires used to be an infamous great evil goddess on the same level as God of Destruction. Yu Ilshin is really surprised to hear that. He says, same level as the God of Destruction. The evil god gets really big. Yu Ilshin thinks, this is her real appearance. That's really appalling. Soundless Nightmare offers to resolve it for about 10 million human sacrifices. He says, screw off with the nonsense. The thousand blade that cuts all says to just kill Go Saduk and clicks his tongue. He thinks, Go Saduk? System says, Go Saduk, male 61 years old. Remark, an earth being who is linked to seducing Knight of S desires, through karma. He thinks, that method is something I'd expect from an evil merchant. I guess without Go Saduk, that leftover of a god can't come here either. But, rejected. I only write happy endings. I've never written a sad ending. Same level as Tay God of Destruction? That's back in the day. All you are now is just some leftovers. Evil God says, more than a couple worlds fell to my hands because of such arrogance. I may have degraded a bit, but I am still strong enough to kill a newborn low-class god. He uses Ilho, so mean a skill share. Go Saduk says, run grandson-in-law. She's not someone you can win against. At least until the S-class hunters come. Yuilshin uses, strong body, telekinesis combo. Evil God gets hurt and says, you bastard. Go Saduk is really surprised and says, impossible. He's that strong. Yuilshin thinks, he keeps calling me his in-laws. I'm starting to want to write a sad ending. Anyways, we see that Evil God is bleeding. Yuilshin thinks she endured it. This isn't good. He uses crushing God's forefinger off. Close rupture. The rupture starts to close. He says, stop with this and just screw off to your own world. Evil God grabs the rupture before it closes and starts to open it again and says, you dare try and fight me with strength when you're only a low-class god? I'll show you how much stronger I am. Evil God uses a really strong energy attack. Yuilshin gets hit. Go Saduk says, grandson-in-law. Yuilshin is on the ground. He says, she's really damn strong. She says, did you think something like you could stop me? Yuilshin thinks she's definitely stronger than the starfish. But now I am different. Equip Evil God title. She is really surprised and says, what? Yuilshin jumps ready to punch her in the face. He says, good God Evil God title combo. He hits her with a really strong attack. She says, how can a newborn be a low-class god? This can't be. Yuilshin says, stop holding on and screw off. You pitiful remnant of an evil god. Yuilshin closes the rupture with the god's crushing forefinger off. A message popped up saying, seducing Knight of S desires is a strong offering worth 6 S classes. He thinks, I knew it. The fakest starfish sun god was worth 4. Quest window appears saying, Quest Intermediate Class Evil God Promotion in Progress S-Class Possessing Transcendence Potential Sacrifice 20 out of 100. He thinks, I might become an evil god first at this rate. 100 S-Class sacrifices. Might not take long. And angles bring Go Saduk to Yuilshin. He says, she's gone. Well, what's wrong with him? Angles says, at this rate, my husband will die. The seal is gone, but the curse still remains. Please have mercy. Yuilshin says, I guess the curse can still remain even if the god's dead. I can't let him die here. He's my S-Class. Yuilshin says, God's healing ring finger. Go Saduk wakes up and says, impossible. How? Even an S-Class healer couldn't do this. Angle says, you're alive. It's all thanks to Yuilshin. He thinks, this is the happy ending I wanted. I'm team happy ending no matter what. System says, congratulations. Archangel Lilith and Go Saduk are now Yuilshin's followers. S-Class possessing transcendence potential followers 12 out 100. He thinks, Archangel? I guess she automatically became the Archangel since she used to be the Yiksha General. She's definitely qualified for it. A few days later near Brazil's S-Class dungeon. Arkeen is there says, she is bowing in front of some, and they say, tell me again, insect. You're saying you can help me avenge my mother? She thinks 100 billion soldiers and 3 followers were all killed. If I return, the Emperor will kill me for sure. I need to use this lizard to kill Yuilshin before I can go back. Lizard says, tell me again. Insect. You're saying you can help me avenge my mother? She says, yes, that is correct. I have a skill and a plan that can help you kill the evil god Yuilshin. Lizard says, all right. Tell me about it. She says, it's. Yuilshin wakes up somewhere and says, where am I? There is a really strong and muscular god is standing in front of him. He thinks, how much do you have to fight and train to earn a physique like that? But, who are you? He says, I'm Perpetual Seeker of the Truth. I have something urgent to talk to you about. The God of Destruction's followers and copy is waking up. In order to overcome the trials you'll face and to change fate, you obtain the divine powers of an intermediate god and go to the Festival of the Gods. Yuilshin wakes up in his office. He thinks, what was that? A dream? Perpetual Seeker of the Truth. It sounds way too close to Perpetual Truth Seeker. I don't like it. Is it a new stalker? It's a given that I have to become an intermediate god, though. But, God of Destruction's followers and copy? What was that all about? Angle says, you're awake. I'll call my husband over. He's currently in a meeting with the principal. He says, there's no need. I'm sure he's going to babble on about the marriage or something. I don't want to deal with that. Angel Soldier Dispatch Report. The Angel Soldiers have created a miracle in Antria, leading to an exponential increase in followers. Quest Intermediate Class Good God Promotion in progress. Normal followers 130,233,321 out of 10 billion. He thinks, the automatic skill I earned thanks to Lilith. The Angel Soldiers have increased the number of followers by 30 million. I don't know what they're doing in Antria, but the followers just increase without me having to do anything. I was worried about how long it'd take to reach 10 billion, but with this, it'll be a piece of cake. Anyway, Lilith, I'm fine, so why don't you stay with Go Seduk Hyung? She says, Sing I've been resurrected as the Archangel. Thank to your great mercy. I have an obligation to fulfill my duties by your side. Yu Ilshin says, is that so? There's a fight. An A-class and an S-class are fighting. Apparently it's Sword Phantom and Shinyu. Yu Ilshin sees them and thinks, what? Who and who? How could you do that to me? Students are recording the fighting. She says, S-class Hunter Shinyu. But what's with his appearance? Was he abandoned on some isolated island or something? How could you just throw me away onto a deserted island? Do you know how difficult it was getting out of there? I knew I should have killed you instead. Sword Phantom says, damn it. You should have done a proper job. Shinyu gets ready to fight and says, I cannot forgive you for this even if you're my closest friend. I'm gonna beat you up, Strong Sword. He says, come. I'll show you the real powers of the heavenly demonic god sword. Everyone is enjoying T5HTE fight and says, whoa that's super cool. I get to watch an S-class battle firsthand. Yu Ilshin thinks he's fighting Sword Phantom. He must be skilled too. It's already lunchtime. My biological clock is never wrong. And today's menu is hotel-style chicken soup. I can't miss it. Let's go get lunch. Angle and Yu Ilshin are in the cafeteria and ready to eat. He think, I made a great choice becoming a teacher. I get to eat this expensive food for free. Then, let's dig in. Sword Phantom comes flying and falls on the table. And all the food gets spilled. They are really surprised. Sword Phantom says, Shinyu, you bastard. Shin gets there and says, Strong Sword. Surrender. You're no match for me. Yu Ilshin says, my chicken soup. Shinyu says, You're the three heroes, society's self-proclaimed sword god. He says, my chicken soup. Shinyu says, good that we met here. I had a debt to repay that brainwashed Strong Sword, the higher up of the evil Three Heroes Society. Yu Ilshin thinks, why the hell is he always bringing up the Three Heroes Society? Today, I will make sure to get a confession, even if I have to beat it out of you. I don't know about these three heroes. You dare. You're dare. This expensive chicken stew. I can't forgive you for this. I didn't even get to eat a single bite. Shinyu says, what? Yu Ilshin sees, you better be prepared, Shinyu. Activate the 1000 blade that cuts all's authority Ultra Blade. Sword Phantom says, provoking the sword god to a fight? How foolish. Show how weak you are compared to him. Shinyu says, what? You're gonna fight me with that spoon? He's so idiotic. What does a strong sword see in him? A spoon is perfect for someone who destroyed my chicken soup. I'll beat you to a pulp. Shinyu thinks, I don't know how he managed to deceive Strong Sword. But I won't go easy on him. Serpent Sword Class Poison Fang. They both are about to start the fight. The third part of the I'll be taking a break for personal reasons ends here. If you want to see more, please subscribe and like. And if you want to support me financially, you can join my channel membership or Patreon only for $1. Patreon and Discord links are in the description if you want to support me. And a special thanks to all my channel members for supporting me. Thanks for watching. Hello. Welcome to the fourth part of the I'll be taking a break for personal reasons. A special thanks to my channel members and Patreon for supporting me. And if you want to support, you can join my channel membership or Patreon for as low as $1. Thank you very much. Let's begin. At the beginning of this part, we see that Yu Ilshin is fighting with Shinyu. Shinyu jumps toward Yu Ilshin ready to attack him and says, I'll reveal your identity. Yu Ilshin hitting him in the forehead with a spoon. Yu Ilshin thinks, what was that just now? Yu Ilshin says, I'm not gonna let you off easily. I'll make you cry as much as the chicken soup spilled. Shinyu says, You keep going on about the chicken soup. Who gives a shit about that chicken soup? Yu Ilshin gets angry and says, "What? You really want to die, huh?" Shinyu says, "I just let my guard down earlier. I won't go easy on you this time." Yu Ilshin appears right in front of him really fast and says, "Let's see it then." He is really surprised. Shinyu thinks he's fast, but coming right within my reach? How foolish. Yu Ilshin hits him again and says, "That's for the chicken wing." Shinyu thinks, that damn chicken soup. Let's see how long you can talk about that stupid chicken soup. Yu Ilshin keeps talking about chicken soup and keeps hitting him. Shinyu is all beat up. Yu Ilshin says, "Is that all you've got? I can't have you passing out already. I only beat you up enough for one bowl, but you spilled two." Shinyu says, "I've underestimated you. I wasn't going to use this skill because it might hurt others in the area." He uses Taiji double blade skill unlock. Some really strong energy surrounds him. Everyone is standing barely because of the wind. Sword Phantom says, "You're out of your mind. Do you intend on hurting innocent bystanders?" Shinyu says, "This is all for you, strong sword." Serpent sword class special technique. Dragon Fang. Shinyu swings the spoon. Manhwa Sect special technique Plan Blossom Rampage. Student says, "Petals inside the building? It smells nice." Shinyu says, "You're too late." Yu Ilshin says, "Disappear." Shinyu is really surprised and thinks, "What?" A realm of the imagination that can completely nullify the opponent's skill. It's a skill that can defeat even a double S class in just one go. At least a triple S class. No, he's more than that. That is the realm of the sword god. I tried to win against someone like him. I was foolish. Sword Phantom comes running and says, "Sword god." Sword Phantom bow in front of him and says, "Shinyu definitely deserves to die many times over. But please have mercy and spare his life." Shinyu thinks, "Strong sword. I knew you still thought of me as your friend." Yu Ilshin says, "Sword Phantom, don't be so worried. I'll take care of it." Sword Phantom says, "If that's what you will do, then I will follow him." Yu Ilshin says, "You're so dramatic." Skill telekinesis. Sword Phantom's sword goes flying. Yu Ilshin says, "I meant I'm gonna heal Shinyu. You don't need to be so dramatic." He uses God's healing ring finger. Shinyu says, "How can this?" Sword Phantom says, "Did you see? That is the sword god I serve." Shinyu thinks, "Yes, you're right. He's." Shinyu says, "You're the real sword god. I am sorry I didn't realize sooner." Yu Ilshin thinks, "I don't like where this is going." All the students are really happy and says, "Did teacher Yu Ilshin just win against Shinyu? That's super cool." Someone is standing outside and says, "Found you. Yu Ilshin. It was you. I need to report to the Three Heroes Society right away." Yu Ilshin says, "What?" Shinyu says, "Please take me in as your disciple." System says, "You have succeeded in fostering obsessive faith using overwhelming power and fear." Shinyu is now a zealous. Quest, Intermediate Class God Promotion in progress. S-Class Possessing Transcendence Potential Sacrifice, 13 out of 100. Yu Ilshin thinks, "Oh yeah, he was an S-Class too, wasn't he? I do welcome S-Class followers, but there is still something we have yet to resolve." Shinyu says, "What do you mean?" "That saying is that you shouldn't even touch a dog when they're eating a meal. You need to apologize to me and the chicken." Shinyu says, "I'm sorry I dared to interrupt your meal. Please wait a bit." Shinyu says, "How much can you prepare in cash right now?" Yu Ilshin thinks, "Cash? They bring a lot of money to Yu Ilshin." Yu Ilshin is really happy and thinks, "How much is all this?" "I did hear that Shinyu is the youngest son of a wealthy family." Someone says, "I'm the general manager of the Osong group. Please take care of the young master." Shinyu says, "It's not much, but it's compensation for your chicken soup." Yu Ilshin thinks, "This is the compensation I get for some spilled chicken soup." Shinyu says, "If you become my master, I will give it my all. So please." Sword Phantom says, "Who do you think he is? You try to buy your way into becoming his disciple?" Yu Ilshin says, "Sword Phantom, this is special training. Go run around the field 100 times immediately." He says, "Yes, sir." Shinyu says, "Right? Who would accept someone who tried to kill him as his disciple? I guess someone like me can't be your disciple." Yu Ilshin smiles and says, "I fully understand how much you regret your actions. Well, food can get knocked over sometimes in life." Shinyu says, "You're so merciful. No wonder Strong Sword serves you. Then, will you take me in as your disciple too?" Yu Ilshin thinks, "That's gonna be a bit annoying. What am I gonna do with someone who's already in S-Class? There is no benefit in that." The Thousand Blades That Cut All says that is how the world of cold hard business works and claps. "I don't need your praise." "Well, Let's think about it. A way to get him off my ass while taking his money, right? Yu Ilshin says, you want to become my disciple? He says, yes, sword god. Yu Ilshin says, then let's do this. He gave him a book. Shin says, this is. Are you really giving me this? Yu Ilshin says, of course. He thinks, I bought it before realizing it was the 1,000 blade that cuts all scam. But now it's coming in handy. System says, a book left behind by Zhang Siphon, price, 20 million god coins. Yu Ilshin says, go and learn the wise Taiji sword before returning. Then I'll accept you as my disciple. Yu Ilshin says, can you not do it? He says, I can. I will learn it and become your disciple. Yu Ilshin thinks he's fallen for it. He says, I'll look forward to it, and also, don't ever come to me if you haven't completed it. Shinyu says, then I will now take my leave to learn it. Yu Ilshin says, okay, you should hurry. Everything's going my way. Now what should I do with all this money? After that we see behind the academy building. Someone is talking on the phone saying, Three Heroes Society's Academy Branch Secret Agent Dark Ghost reporting. The one who stole the Manhwa sword was Yu Ilshin. To regain it, I think we'll need to assassinate him. After that we saw China, a female hunter killing some really strong monsters easily. She says, that was super weak for an S-class monster. Are there none that are stronger? My sword won't be satisfied with this kind of weakness. She is China's strongest hunter, Xiaoming. Someone gets there and says, descendant of swordsman, Xiaoming Nim. Orders from the Three Heroes Society. You're to kill a Korean academy teacher, Yu Ilshin, who appears to be double S-class, and bring back the stolen Manhwa sword. She is really happy and says, double S-class? That would satisfy my sword, right? I'll cut off his head. Just wait a bit, Asura's soul-stealing sword. I'll give you lots of delicious blood soon. Inside the academy cafeteria, Yu Ilshin is holding the money and says, what a profit. Even if I've been promoted to a god, money is still the best. It's nice, but I'll have to find out a bit more about the Three Heroes Society. Something smells a bit fishy. He thinks about the Truth Seeker saying, the god of destruction's followers and copy is weakening up. I feel like that has something to do with it. He says, Sword Phantom, are you already done? He says, 100 laps is nothing. Since you did well, let's go get chicken and beat. My treat. Sword Phantom says, yes, sir. He has eaten a lot of chicken and thinks, my appetite sure has increased after becoming a low-class god. I ate almost all of the 10 chickens on my own. Well, I guess that's how much I need to eat to regain my divine power. And I can afford to order 10 chickens, thanks to the money from Shinyu. This building is mine. Now I'm a landlord. Plus I'm a low-class god. I can treat myself to this much. I've saved so many lives after all. Eating the chickens is fine, but cleaning up after is a hassle. It'd be nice if those bones would just jump into the trash on their own. Should I hire a maid? Or use telekinesis? The bones start to move on their own. Yu Ilshin thinks, what did it just move? Why is it suddenly moving on its own when I didn't even use telekinesis? Follower Go Seduk's Yiksha connection has been added to skill sharing. Yiksha connection class S God Seduk's exclusive technique. The stronger the resentment, the easier it is to put to work. He thinks, Yiksha connection. The stronger the resentment, the easier it is to put to work. What does that mean? Whatever. I'll just try it out. Skill sharing Go Seduk, Yiksha connection. Some shadow monsters appear. Yu Ilshin gets scared and thinks, what's this? The fourth part of the I'll be taking a break for personal reasons ends here. If you want to see more, please subscribe and like. And if you want to support me financially, you can join my channel membership or Patreon only for $1. Patreon and Discord links are in the description if you want to support me. And a special thanks to all my channel members for supporting me. Thanks for watching. Hello. Welcome to the fifth part of the I'll be taking a break for personal reasons. A special thanks to my channel members and Patreon for supporting me. And if you want to support, you can join my channel membership or Patreon for as low as $1. Thank you very much. Let's begin. At the beginning of this part we see that Yu Ilshin says, is this what's supposed to happen? They say, revenge. Revenge on the humans who killed and fried us, revenge. They are all really big, the chicken warriors wearing strong armor. Yu Ilshin thinks, what kind of skill is this? Revenge on humans? Yu Ilshin says, I understand how you guys feel, but revenge is a bit. Chickens keep saying, revenge. Revenge. Dear great and merciless God who has awakened us, please bestow upon us offerings for us to kill. Yu Ilshin thinks, I feel like they're going to kill me. What should I do? System says, Will you dispatch the new Yiksha Chicken Legion to the Hive, a region of the Empire? Yuilshin thinks, that's nice. But a hive? Is it a beehive? Are those guys in the Empire planning something again? System says, the Hive refers to a factory where red insect soldiers are mass-produced to be a main force of the Empire's army. One of the sources of the Emperor's power. Yuilshin smiles and says, is that so? They looked down on me like some idiot because I hadn't properly retaliated. It's my turn now, you insects. He presses yes. After that we see at the Hive. Red soldiers are patrolling. One of the ants says, is it thundering? Why is it so loud? Chickens appear there, and they're really big. All the red ants start to run around. Intermediate class evil god promotion in progress. Numbers are increasing really fast. Yuilshin thinks, a miracle where the sacrifices increase without me doing anything. Automatic hunting is the best. System says, because of automatic hunting and increased followers, automatic administration menu will be activated. Automatic administration, once activated, facility expansion and species evolution will be automatically carried out even when you are not present. Price 20 million god coins. Will you progress with this? Yuilshin says, yes, of course. I would never say no to this. This is what people call unearned income. Like a landlord. Sword Phantom left as I ordered. There are still a lot of questions unanswered. But I did get some information about the Three Heroes Society. Sword Phantom said that it's an unorthodox faction. The Three Heroes Society is an unorthodox faction organization. They have a really great information network. They're a hunter guild on the outside. But in reality, they have a bunch of spies planted all over the world. They collect information on hunters that might get in the way of the organization and assassinate them. Yuilshin says, you left that place, so now you and I are both wanted by them. Are there any other spies in the academy? The spies aren't allowed to know each other's identities. So there is no way for us to know. He says, what a shitty organization. Sword Phantom says, I apologize for not having much information. But there is one thing I should emphasize. The sword technique from the Manhwa sect is originally the Three Heroes Societies. And since they've seen that you have it, they will definitely do something about it. Of course, they're no match for you, though. Yuilshin says, what? It was stolen? So the the fraud sold me something he stole. The 1,000 blades that cut all says excitedly that is life. Yuilshin thinks, I can't just let those guys be. They dare put a hand on my student. Someone knocks on the door. He thinks it must be the spy student. Earlier in Huja's room, someone is standing in front of Huja. He gives her a piece of paper and says, this is a charm that makes teleporting possible. UST this to bring Yuilshin here. The expert martial artist of the Three Heroes Society will take care of the rest after that. She says, yes, sir. She thinks, what do I do? I can't disobey an order from the executives. But my teacher's a really good person. Yuilshin thinks, I was really surprised when I found out that she's a spy. I guess it's a good thing that I found out early on thanks to Blind God's Eye. Her information appears in front of him saying, Huja, 19 years old. Dumb but kind. Remark, a spy of the Three Heroes Society, a girl who takes care of her sick mother on her own. Yuilshin says, Sword Phantom took your mother to a safe place. She says, yes, I called her. Thank you, teacher. Yuilshin says, how dare they take her sick mother hostage to use her as their spy. Sons of bitches. I'll kill you all. She says, you even paid for the expensive hospital fees. Thank you so much. Yuilshin says, don't worry. I have a lot of money. Let's get moving. To where they're waiting. She says, yes, I'll use this charm then. She thinks, since he's defeated the SS-class Gustav and the monster on his own, I'm sure that he can save me from the Three Heroes Society. I believe in him. They appears on the mountain behind the academy. Someone gets there and says, good job, we will take it from here. Their information appears in front of him saying, Dagak MLE human, 50 years old, martial artist from Shaolin, has taken out at least half a truck's worth of S-class hunters. Pinmu Lin male human, 40 years old, successor, has taken out at least a whole truck's worth of S-class hunters. Yuilshin thinks, I don't even want to introduce myself to them. They look like they're straight out of a Mirim manhwa. Dagak says, you dare to steal the Manhwa sword technique. I'll make sure you never open that mouth of yours again. He jumps toward Yuilshin really fast. He uses demon subduing Arhat fist. Huja thinks, the secret technique of Shaolin that is said to destroy even buildings. He's using such a powerful skill from the get-go. Yuilshin uses skill share Ilho. His punch hits Yuilshin, Yuilshin doesn't even flinch. Bones in Dagak's arm breaks. He thinks, my arm. Is this the legendary indestructible gold? He starts to cry and says, my arm. My arm's broken. Yuilshin says, shut up. You're the one that attacked me first. Pinmu appears behind Yuilshin ready to attack. And says, what a hypocrite. Hyuja thinks, that's the Habukpung clan's secret technique. This might be bad. Pinmu's attacks doesn't have any effect on Yuilshin. He thinks, my skill. Yuilshin says, that was a pretty prickly lighting skill. I know lightning skills too. Skillshare Songmiri. Pinmu is really surprised and thinks, what is that? A really big lighting strike hits the mountain. Yuilshin ties them to a tree. Hyuja is really happy and thinks they may not be registered as hunters, but they're still above S-class. As expected of my teacher. Yuilshin thinks, I almost killed them because I didn't control my power well enough. Tell me where the Three Heroes Society located. Pinmu says, you thief. Do you even know who we are? Don't think that you've won already. Soon enough, the strongest hunter of the Three Heroes Society will come to kill you. Xiaoming gets there and says, you idiots. I was just a bit late. They says, Miss Xiaoming. Over here. This is Yuilshin, the one that stole the plum blossom. She says, shut up you garbage. He says, sorry. She kills them both. They say, why are you? She says, well, because you're useless. He thinks she was so fast. I barely even saw her move. All the other S-class hunter moved in slow motion in my eyes. But she's. Xiaoming appears behind Hyuja. And she says, next is the traitor. Yuilshin barely saves her. He says, Hyuja, run. She gets excited and thinks, he blocked my attack with just his body? He's as interesting as I had hoped. But Yuilshin attacks her, she says, too slow. He thinks, I missed again. The little rat. Where is she going now? He starts to bleed. He thinks, did she get me? No, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. Then, she slices Hyuja. Hyuja starts to bleed. Yuilshin shouts and says, Hyuja. He grabs her. He thinks, damn it, she's not breathing. He uses God's healing ring finger. Xiaoming says, you even have healing skills. Yuilshin tries his best and thinks, please. 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 Xiaoming says, it's pointless. That backstabbing bitch. A system window appears saying, you have failed to heal the target. You cannot bring back the dead with the authority of a low-class god. This can only be done when you are a high-class god. Xiaoming says, dies the moment I slashed her. Yuilshin says, I'll you to Lilith for now. What for me, Hyuja? I'll become a high-class god and save you. Xiaoming says, leave that bitch be and play with me instead. Weaklings like her deserve to die. Yuilshin gets really angry. For the first in whole Manhwa is really pissed. He says, shut the fuck up. Xiaoming says, oh my, so scary. You're my type. The information appears in front of him, Lin Xiaoming. Female human, 26 years old. Remark, blessing of Asura's king. Insane crazy psychopath. Yuilshin says, I've learned that a beating is the only thing that works on psychopaths. He uses Skillshare, Ilho. Super strong body. He says, and I think you need a bit of a beating. She says, I feel so excited. Hurry and let's fight. Yuilshin appears in front of her really fast and pouches her in the face. She blocks his attack with her sword in the last moment and thinks he's gotten stronger and faster. That would have been bad if I didn't manage to block it. I made a good choice coming to Korea. Yuilshin appears above her ready to attack. He says, you dare to laugh like that after killing my student. I'll make sure your death isn't peaceful. He hits her with a really strong punch. She dodges his attack. She says, you're better than I expected. To keep up with. Her nose starts to bleed. She thinks, blood to just get hit? She gets really excited and says, this is so exciting. You're the first one to ever hit me. Yuilshin says, you really are crazy. Stop with the nonsense and tell me where the Three Heroes Society is. She says, then are you going to let me go? Yuilshin says, no way, but I'll let you die a more peaceful death. She says, let me go? You? Do you think that I'm giving it my all right now? I was just playing with you because you seemed fun. But I'm bored now. She disappears. He thinks, damn it. I lost her again. No one I've seen until now has been this good. She says, where are you looking? She is above him. She uses 1,000-pound heavy hammer technique, 8 trigrams. Yuilshin thinks, how is she so strong? A shield appears and blocks her attack. Yuilshin says, what the hell is this? She says, the 8 trigram seal. Even a double S-class can't escape this. Now give me back what you stole. He says, good god and evil god title combination. Xiaoming says, what? What title combination? He uses God's condemning middle finger. She says, you piece of. A really big explosion happens. She is really surprised and says, you broke my barrier. Yu Ilshin says, you think you were the only one not giving it your all? You're dead. Yu Ilshin keeps attacking her. She is just dodging his attacks. Yu Ilshin says, why don't you stop running away like a little rat? You can't win against me. She is just getting more and more excited. She says, a man like you. You're the first. Let's have some more fun. She attacks him at super speed. She is now holding two swords. She says, Azura heaven-shattering dance. Yu Ilshin says, the school shouldn't be affected with this much. A really big energy blast hits her. She says, he's the best. The energy blast was so bright that someone at the school thinks, is the sun up? Yu Ilshin asks her, now you're Three Heroes Society boss. She says, I'm in love with you, master. Yu Ilshin is really surprised and says, what? Why is she calling me that? Could it be? System window appears saying, congratulations. You have demonstrated the overwhelming power and terror of a god, creating obsessive foddy. Xiaoming is now a fanatic follower. Yu Ilshin thinks, another weird person who's become my fanatic follower. She says, you're already this strong without any weapons. How strong would you be if you wielded a sword? System says, Lin Xiaoming fanatic. Xiaoming is a follower worth 5 S-classes. Remark, she is totally in love with you. Yu Ilshin says, I'll ignore that remark. He thinks, 5 S-classes? Then she's as strong as Gustav. Although I feel a bit iffy about her. Yu Ilshin says, Xiaoming, take me to your boss. She says, I would love to. But as you can see, I am in no shape to. Yu Ilshin uses God's healing ring finger. She says, what amazing healing power. You're so great. You're worthy of being my master. He says, take the lead, Xiaoming. After that we see at the Three Heroes Society headquarters 3 purities temples. Man of Religion says, Xiaoming has betrayed us and is now on Yu Ilshin's side. And Yu Ilshin, he's coming after us. Man of the Sword says, Yu Ilshin has divine powers, you say? Man of the Fist says, he's still just a low-class god. We can just kill him. Along with that bitch Xiaoming. The 3 purities, the 3 supremes who have led the Three Heroes Society for 500 years. Xiaoming says, were you looking for me? There was someone looking for you too. So I brought him here myself. They are really surprised. Yu Ilshin says, are you the heads of the Three Heroes Society, or whatever it was called? A system window appears. Yu Ilshin says, what's this? System says, cannot read the target. They are using detection hindering techniques. This has never happened before. Whatever. It doesn't matter. I'll just beat them to a pulp. Man of the Sword says, I can sense that you're strong. I didn't know there was someone so strong on this planet. I've gotten excited. His power is tempting. Man of Religion, is it okay if I eat his heart? Man of the Religion says, I permit it, Man of the Sword, but his head is mine. Man of the Fist gets up and says, then, I will test him first. He jumps really fast. Toward Yu Ilshin. He stops right before hitting him. He uses White Step's Divine Fist. Xiaoming says, Master. He went flying. Anyway, you guys. It seems you've built quite the grudge against me. Today has been so fun, hasn't it? My sword is gonna be happy. Yu Ilshin is on the ground. Man of the Fist says, you went flying with just that. Did I overestimate you? Then I'll eat you up. Yu Ilshin thinks, what was that just now? There was quite a distance between us. These guys are strong. A portal appears and someone says, Ilshin, that was the White Step's Divine Fist. He says, what the hell? Heavenly appears there. Yu Ilshin says, kitchen knife? I mean, Heavenly Demon. The 1,000 blade that cuts all says that the repair is complete. He says that the delivery fee is on the house. Yu Ilshin says, nice timing. But a kitchen knife. The 1,000 blade that cuts all says to not underestimate it just because it looks like a kitchen knife. Yu Ilshin thinks, well, his repair services are always so weird. I'll let it go for now since I'm busy. Nice to see you again, Heavenly Demon. Heavenly Demon says, we'll take care of our greeting later. You need to stay alert. Those guys are gods. Yu Ilshin thinks, what? These guys are gods? Man of the Fist says, this evil energy. Is it you, Heavenly Demon? Yes, it is. You damn traitors. You insects. Running away as soon as the god of destruction appeared. Man of the Fist says, one needs to plan for the future in case of disasters. It wasn't running away. Yu Ilshin says, so? These guys were scared of the god of destruction. and ended up running to Earth? Heavenly Demon says, yes. They are the worst garbage to exist. They killed all of the people that they ruled over as well. Man of the Fist says, you have quite the audacity to insult us like that when you're inside a kitchen knife. Heavenly Demon says, the god of destruction will soon be here too. Will you run away again when he is up? Man of Fist says, of course. That's why we've been teaching these useless insects our martial arts for 500 years to increase our divine power. And they've offered up millions of humans as sacrifices to us. How great is that? Yuilshin gets angry and says, what? Humans as sacrifice? You're crossing the line here. You're just some cowards. Hyojio died because of you guys. I will never forgive you. Man of the Fist says, what? How dare you insult us like that when you're just a low-class god? Yuishin uses the skill Share Sword Phantom. Second form Heavenly Demonic God. Heavenly Demon says, wait, not that. Yuilshin says, why? Heavenly Demon says, you can't win against the Man of the Fist White Steps Divine Fist with that. If you're unlucky, it'll come back to you instead. You need to use your fist. Think of what I wrote. Yuilshin thinks, is he referring to the quote, to tell the truth, my fists are stronger than my blade. I thought it was just some bullshit. Well, then let's try it out. I'll see how a fist that is stronger than a sword is. Skillshare Ilho. Super strong body. The fifth part of the I'll be taking a break for personal reasons ends here. If you want to see more, please subscribe and like. And if you want to support me financially, you can join my channel membership or Patreon only for $1. Patreon and Discord links are in the description if you want to support me. And a special thanks to all my channel members for supporting me. Thanks for watching. Hello. Welcome to the sixth part of the I'll be taking a break for personal reasons. A special thanks to my channel members and Patreon for supporting me. And if you want to support, you can join my channel membership or Patreon for as low as $1. Thank you very much. Let's begin. At the beginning of this part, we see that Yuilshin thinks, well, then let's try it out. I'll see how a fist that is stronger than a sword is. He uses Skillshare Ilho. Super strong body. Man of Fist says, what this guy too? Then, indestructible. I will show you true power. He uses White Steps Divine Fist. A young god like you dares. Yuilshin says, Heavenly Demonic God Sword third form. Heavenly Demon Heaven Shattering Fist. Yuilshin hits him really hard. Man of Fist goes flying and says, this is the Heavenly Demons. Man of Fist falls in front of Man of Religion and Man of Swords. They says, not bad. To think that he'd defeat the Man of the Fist. Man of Religion says, my blade will be able to taste a god's blood for the first time in a while. I didn't think I'd need to take out my Ichian Divine Sword. Yuilshin thinks, there are two gods left. This is a fight I can win. But why? Why am I not getting a message saying that I defeated one? The Man of the Fist, he's definitely. Man of the Sword says, how long are you gonna pretend to be dead? Yuilshin is surprised. And thinks, what? Man of the Fist says, I'm so embarrassed that he got a hit in. That young god bastard. He's mastered the Heavenly Demon's martial arts. Then let us all attack him at once. However, his head will be mine. It's been a while since I got to snack on some divine power. Let's cut him to pieces. Yuilshin thinks, this is a bit scary, but I have the Heavenly Demon. I'm sure it's doable. Heavenly Demon says, run. You can't fight all three at once yet. They've eaten way too many offerings. Hurry, run. Yuilshin says, I can't do that. I refuse to run away like they did. Heavenly Demon says, what? Yuilshin says, I still have a few skills left. Don't worry. They say, you little bastard. Die. Slay the dragon and command the world. Here it comes. A sword aura like this is nothing. Man of Fist appears behind him and says, you're wide open. Man of Fist uses Demonic of Rely. He hits Yuilshin really hard. Yuilshin goes flying. Men of the Religion get ready to attack and jump. Along with a Man of Swords. Yuilshin smiles. He uses God's condemning middle finger. They all are really surprised. A really big explosion happens. Yuilshin gets back to the ground. He thinks, I thought I had gotten pretty strong. Damn it. Man of Religion, I see why he was able to land that hit on you. Man of the Fist. This is the first one since the intermediate god in our previous world. To be able to take off all our masks. Yuilshin says, what are you guys saying? What? A message appears saying, Fallen God of the Fist, Fallen God of the Sword, Fallen God of Religion. 220,000 years old. High-class gods of Peach Blossom Paradise that was destroyed long ago by the God of Destruction. Remark, they've currently regained low-class god status. Yuilshin says, Is it because their masks broke? I can see their stats now. But they're all low-class gods like me? And they all used to be high-class gods? Heavenly Demon says, this is why I told you to run. Man of Sword appears behind Yuilshin really fast and says, what are you spacing out for? And Man of Fist appears in front of him and says, die, kid. Man of Religion attack him from above and says, his head is mine. They hit Yuilshin with really strong attacks. Yuilshin is on the ground. Man of the Religion says, he must be dead. Man of Sword says, let's divine him up then. A message appears saying, you have fulfilled the requirements for a rose that blooms at night, an exclusive authority gifted to you by a soundless nightmare. Nightmare Plant appears in front of him. Man of Fist is really surprised. Man of Religion jumps to dodge and says, move, Man of the Fist. Man of Fist barely dodges the attack. One of his arms gets injured. Man of Religion says, you let your guard down, Man of the Fist. This is more than I imagined. Man of Religion thinks, I thought all he had were just a few little tricks. But he can summon monsters? In this power. It's a divine level monster. But it'll die as soon as we kill the summoner. He says, Man of the First, Man of Religion. I'll kill Yuilshin, you distract the monster. All three of them jump to attack. After that we see that Yuilshin sitting on a chair. He opens his eyes and thinks, where am I? He sees that Ilho is in front of him covered in blood. Yuilshin quickly gets up and says, Ilho have killed a really big monster. System says, Ilho has offered one who rolls in filthy sewage as sacrifice. One who rolls in filthy sewage is worth 11 S-classes. Yuilshin really surprised and thinks, what? It's the lowest class god there could be. But Ilho offered me a god. Quest Intermediate Class Evil God Promotion in progress. Normal sacrifice 231,289,003 out of 10 billion. S-Class Possessing Transcendence Potential Sacrifice 34 out of 100. Yuilshin says, I'm proud of you. You've overcome another trial and offered me another sacrifice. I'll heal you right away. There is a fairy who starts to cry and says, Papa. Save Papa. Yuilshin says, what? Papa? Papa? Who are you? A message appears saying, Fairy Queen Incarnation of the Good God, Winged Guardian of the World. Possess transcendental power. Remark, was saved from the brink of death by Ilho. Name her and a miracle might happen. Yuilshin thinks, I don't know what happened, but he seems to be in a serious condition. I better hurry. Yuilshin uses God's healing ring finger. He gets all healed up. Ilho says, Yuilshin's miracle. Yuilshin says, Fairy Queen, I'll leave Ilho to you, then. Wait, no. He thinks, freak. I almost forgot about this. I can't lose a miracle. Yuilshin says, I would like to give you a name. Would that be okay? She says, great. Yuilshin says, then let's go with Anna. I can't think of anything right now, so I'll just go with the name of the character as created in my novel long ago. She is really happy and thanks him. A message appeared saying, congratulations. You have named a Fairy Queen, establishing her faith. Fairy Queen is a follower worth 10 S-classes. Yuilshin thinks, is this the miracle? I feel an incredible amount of energy. To thinks that Anna is worth 10 S-classes. Now that I think about it, I was fighting the 3 purities until now. Those bastards that killed Hyojio and 8 millions of sacrifices. I need to hurry back. Yuilshin opens his eyes and says, am I back? Man of Religion is attacking him and says, die. He says, if only it weren't for this monster plant. Night Follower starts to disappear. Man of Fist says, what is this? Soundless Nightmare says sadly that you shouldn't wake up yet. Yuilshin says, I'm okay now. I got stronger while I was sleeping. Thanks for protecting me. Soundless Nightmare blushes shyly. Man of Religion says, the annoying evil god's incarnation disappeared. Man of Fist says, fool. You think you can win against us on your own? Yuilshin smiles. Man of Religion attack him from behind and says, this fool's head is mine. Yuilshin easily blocks his attack. He says, how could you so easily? Right, I blocked your attack so easily, unlike earlier. Man of Swords says, he's gotten stronger all of a sudden. Man of Fist says, he must have eaten more sacrifices while he was hiding. Yuilshin uses the multiplying thumb of God. His clone appears. The message says, the multiplying thumb of God duration 6,666 seconds. Yuilshin says, long time no. Clone says, weak bastard, you called me here again because you couldn't do this on your own? Yuilshin thinks, this piece of, I'll be the bigger person. Yuilshin says, could you take on just one of them? Clone says, don't order me around. Yuilshin is getting really angry and says, it's not an order, it's a request. And I'm the original. So what? You're pretty stupid for an original. Stupid but also weak. Weak but also ugly. Yuilshin gets really angry and says, I see and ain't hold it in any longer. You piece of. Clone says, but you're a bit better than before. Not bad, although you're still just a low-class god. Yuilshin says, what? Is he playing hard to get? Clone raises hand. Yuilshin thinks, is this a handshake of apology? Yuilshin shakes his hand and says, all right, let's do this. Fighting. Clone says, do you want to die? I'm asking for HD Heavenly Demon. You said you want me to fight. Yuilshin says, ah, right. He gives him the Heavenly Demon. He says, I can see the guy I should take on. Yuilshin says, yeah, he's the weakest one. Yuilshin is going to fight with Man of Fist and Man of Religion, and his clone is going to fight with Man of Sword. The sixth part of the I'll be taking a break for personal reasons ends here. If you want to see more, please subscribe and like. And if you want to support me financially, you can join my channel membership or Patreon only for $1. Patreon and Discord links are in the description if you want to support me. And a special thanks to all my Patreons for supporting me. Thanks for watching. Hello. Welcome to the seventh part of the I'll be taking a break for personal reasons. A special thanks to my channel members and Patreon for supporting me. And if you want to support, you can join my channel membership or Patreon for as low as $1. Thank you very much. Let's begin. At the beginning of this part, we see that Yuilshin uses Ilho's super strong body. Clone equips the title Cruel Slaughter. Man of Fist says, first summoning and now a clone of him. How annoying. Man of Sword says, even then, there are 2 of them and 3 of us. Let's eat him up. Man of Religion thinks, nothing's made me feel like this since the great sage, Heaven's Equal. Clone says, these parasites. They don't even know their place. Yuilshin says, they're cowardly bastards that ran away from their own world. Man of Fist says, what? How dare you? Man of Sword says, how arrogant. Man of Religion says, you arrogant little bastard. I'll cut off your head. Man of Religion attacks him and says, cry out. Slay the dragon and command the world. I'll rip you to pieces. Yuilshin looks toward him and says, I'll leave it to you, clone. Man of Religion says, a clone won't be a match for me. Clone appears right beside him really fast. Clone says, I told you to stop ordering me around. Loser. Man of Religion is really surprised and says, when did he get here? Clones cuts him in half. Man of Religion smiles. He attaches his lower body back and says, is that all you've got? I'm the incarnation of the red flames. You can't slay fire with a sword. I'll get rid of you first. Clone says, then. You looks toward him and smiles and thinks, as expected of my clone. Clone cuts him again. This time a Man of Religion is really injured. He coughs blood and says, how did you do it? I can't heal. Could this sword be? Clone says, don't be mistaken, this isn't any regular sword. This is the sword of the Heavenly Demon. Heavenly Demonic God Sword second form, Heavenly Demon Great Inferno. Clone says, I've already killed a fire bigger than you before. Man of Religion laughs and says, my last moments are caused by the Heavenly Demon's sword. How interesting. A message appears saying, congratulations. The Man of Religion is a strong offering worth 20 S-classes. Quest Intermediate Evil God Promotion in progress. S-class Possession Transcendence Potential. Sacrifice, 58 out of 100. Man of Fist screams and says, Man of Religion. Man of the Sword says, he acted on his own again and ended up. Xiaoming sees all that, she says, there are 2 of my gods. It's so hot. I'll also do my best so you'll praise me. She is fighting against 3 Heroes Society members. Clone says, now there are 2 of them and 2 of us. Yuilshin says, worth 20 S-classes. That's nice. Man of Fist gets really angry. Man of Sword starts to walk and says, we've underestimated him. A god is a god. Man of the Fist, let's use that. Man of Fist says, all right. It'll hurt us too. But I think that's the best we have right now. Man of Fist put his hand on the back of Man of Sword. He transfers all his energy into him. Man of the Sword says, I'll borrow the power of the Man of the Fist and tear you to pieces to grieve for Man of Religion. He uses a really strong attack. Xiaoming feels the power and thinks, what a strong power. Even my god might be unable to. Yuilshin swing only one of his fingers and says, go back. Attack's color changes and it turns toward them. He says, could this be Plum Blossom Sword Technique? That thief, he's using a technique that he stole. Man of the Sword says, this is nothing. They both appear right in front of them really fast. Clone uses the Heavenly Demonic God Sword second form. Yu Ilshin uses Song Mirror skill share, lightning strike. Man of Sword says, what king of? There is only Man of Fist is standing. Yu Ilshin appears in front of him. Man of Fist last words are help. Yu Ilshin is ready to punch him and says, sorry, but the heavenly demon said I shouldn't forgive you. He uses the heavenly demonic god sword third form. Heavenly demon heaven shattering first. Yu Ilshin destroys him. System says, congratulations. The fallen man of the fist and the man of the sword are strong offerings worth 21 S classes each. Quest intermediate evil god promotion in progress S class possessing transcendence potential sacrifice 100 out of 100. Congratulations, you have completed the intermediate evil god quest. Yu Ilshin smiles and says, finally. It's for the evil god quest, but getting stronger is a good thing. Bountiful Abundance is worried that you are leaning too hard into the evil god's side. The thousand blade that cuts all says this is the best and tells you should keep pushing for this path. Clone appears in front of Xiaoming. She sees him and thinks. He killed the two strongest members of the Three Heroes Society with just one strike of the sword. As expected of my god. Clone says, get rid of all the leftover minions here. And bring the S-class hunters onto my side. You can kill all the ones who resist. And once this is done She gets really excited and says, yes, sir. I shall make it happen. Yu Ilshin says, what did you two talk about? The clone says, nothing. Don't die, loser. If you die, I'll die too. So become stronger. Yu Ilshin says, I was gonna do that even if you didn't tell me to. System says, clone duration time of 6,666 seconds is over. Summon is being cancelled. Clone disappears. Yu Ilshin gets to Xiaoming and says, Xiaoming, there's somewhere we have to go. After that we see at China General Hospital. Someone says, wow. My daughter's homeroom reacher came all the way here to visit me. You even paid for the hospital fees. Thank you so much. Yu Ilshin says, of course. You should focus on getting better. Yu Ilshin thinks. Surprisingly enough, after becoming an intermediate class god, I became fluent in Chinese. Well, that might be an obvious thing for an intermediate class god. She says, but why is she? Yu Ilshin says, you mean her? She says she's comfortable like that? Xiaoming is sitting on the ground and she says, yes, I'm comfortable like this. Yu Ilshin thinks, comfortable, I told her to do that. That is what she gets since she's a psychopath who can't feel guilt. She says, but teacher. Yu Ilshin says, yes. She says, my Huzha is doing well, right? She's just so kind. She hasn't contacted me in a while. She must be busy studying. Yu Ilshin says, yes. Yu Ilshin thinks, that was the only reply I could muster. Honestly, I should be apologizing to her. You're the one who couldn't protect Huzha. You killed her. How can you be a good god when you can't even protect a human? Yeah, I'm not fit to be a good god. Yu Ilshin's eyes turn red. He thinks, how could I be a good god? I would be more suited to walking down the evil god path. Bountiful Abundance tells you to not abandon the good god title and offers a secret potion of resurrection. Yu Ilshin is really surprised and thinks, secret potion of resurrection? Could it be? She says that it will greatly damage her own karma, but that she wants to help you continue walking the path of a good god. Quest: the entire world will be beautiful once you do 10 million good deeds. Quest reward, secret potion of resurrection, effect resurrects the dead. Current number of good deeds, 0 out of 10 million. Pamark, must save human lives. Yu Ilshin thinks, bring back the dead? This can save Huzha. But 10 million? Where do I even start? Wait, I'm in the hospital. This is the best location to save people and do good deeds, isn't it? Alright, I'll start here. He uses God's healing ring finger. He heals everyone in the hospital. After that we see at China Shandong Province Jinan. A call monster has appeared. The hunters will be here soon. Civilians, please evacuate to a safer place. It's a minotaur. Yu Ilshin gets there and punches the minotaur in the face. Yu Ilshin says, 2 left. Yu Ilshin destroyed both of them really quickly. Xiaoming is also there, and all the people watching say, who's that hunter? That's the double S-class hunter Xiaoming. Current good deeds count. 2,501 out of 10 million. Yu Ilshin thinks, I've got a long way to go. Xiaoming says, Yu Ilshin. Yu Ilshin says, what is it? She says, I'm going to leave to take care of the remnants of the Three Heroes Society. This is what the other Yu Ilshin ordered me to do. Yu Ilshin thinks the clone. He told her to do that? That's good. Yu Ilshin says, all right then. Get going. She says, yes, please stay safe. A few days later in Korea, Yu Ilshin's apartment. He thinks, it's been such a long time since I had a break. I was so busy making rounds in hospitals after returning to Korea. Songmiri and Songmina are there. Miri says, the top floor is much spacier. Congratulations on becoming a landlord. He smiles and thinks, a landlord? It feels better to be called that than to be called a god. But what's that? A gift for you. I was shopping with Uni when I found it. You need a lot of tracksuits. Yeah, so we bought 10. Try it on. I bet it'll look really good on you. Yu Ilshin says, well, I guess pink is good for a man. Miri gets an urgent call from the association. She says, teacher, I'm gonna go. Please watch Uni. Yu Ilshin says, all right. Yu Ilshin wears it. Songmina says, it's so cute, just wear this one from now on. Yu Ilshin says, but, can I ask you one thing? She says, yeah. What? Yu Ilshin says, why do you keep pretending to have lost your memory? She is really surprised. She says, how did you? System says, Songmina. Remark, her memories are back, but she's keeping up the pretense in order to maintain her relationship with her sister. She says, how long have you known? Yu Ilshin says, for a while. Is it because you want to stay close to Miri? She says, yeah. So, I'm gonna kill you if you tell Midi. And since you know, I guess I can tell her myself. Yu Ilshin thinks she changed instantly. She says, I'm gonna need you to be a bodyguard for someone. Yu Ilshin says, me? She says, creator hunters have been going missing all over the world for no reason. It's a secret. Creator hunters? That's kind of a big deal. She says, that's why a creator hunter, Kong Wu, picked you out to be his bodyguard. Yu Ilshin says, makes sense. In return for being able to get good equipment from a hunter shop. Their combat skills are lacking. Yu Ilshin says, but shouldn't creator hunters already have an S-class hunter's protection since they've always had poor combat skills? She says, well, America's creator hunter's TOE S-class bodyguards died. The creator hunter went missing. 3 of the bodyguards of an Italian creator hunter were cut in half. The creator hunter went missing, of course. Yu Ilshin says, that's kind of serious. Who could be? She says, that's why the association wants one more S-class bodyguard. Go Saduk and the principal and even Shin Yu recommended you. Same goes for me and Songmiri. Yu Ilshin says, I see. I guess I should take it on since creator hunters are going missing. This is a chance to get more good deeds done. And I think this might have something to do with this. He thinks of Truth Seeker saying, in order to overcome the trials you'll face and to change fate, you must obtain the divine powers of an intermediate god and go to the festival of the gods. He thinks, but what's the festival of the gods? Well, I guess I'll find out once I become an intermediate good god. Bountiful Abundance says, that's the spirit and cheers you on. He says, where's Hunter Kong Wu? Let's go right now. After that we see at Kong Wu's penthouse. There standing in front of Hunter Kong Wu, a window appears saying, Kong Wu 52 years old. Remark, blessed by Guardian of Fire and Blacksmiths. And has done? Yu Ilshin thinks, wait, this man is in his 50s? He looks really young. But what's with the question marks? Sword Phantom is also there. Kong Wu says, I thought you were gonna come alone. Yu Ilshin says, I can't guard you 24/7, so I brought someone to take shifts with me. Kong Wu says, right? Even a bodyguard needs to sleep. Makes sense. Anyway, nice to meet you. Yu Ilshin says, yes, I'll do my best to protect you. Yu Ilshin thinks, what a nice life. He's already drinking. How can he be so relaxed with what's been going on? Kong Wu says, we'll continue after I go to the bathroom. Sword Phantom gets angry and says, he dares to go to the bathroom while in the middle of a conversation with the sword god? I will immediately. Yu Ilshin says, shut your mouth. Kong Wu is in the bathroom, he thinks. Did something change? I don't remember that person at all. Or, something appears behind Kong Wu. He thinks, what's that? It is one of the lizards. Lizard says, there you are, creator hunter. The 7th part of the I'll be taking a break for personal reasons ends here. If you want to see more, please subscribe and like. And if you want to support me financially, you can join my channel membership or Patreon only for $1. Patreon and Discord links are in the description if you want to support me. And a special thanks to all my Patreons for supporting me. Thanks for watching. Hello. Welcome to the 8th part of the I'll be taking a break for personal reasons. A special thanks to my channel members and Patreon for supporting me. And if you want to support, you can join my channel membership or Patreon for as low as $1. Thank you very much. Let's begin. At the beginning of this part, we see that Crocodile is about to grab Kong Wu. He activates Shield of Aegis. Crocodile gets ready to attack and says, a stupid shield like that is no problem. Yuilshin appears there and says, why is there a crocodile in the bathroom? He is really surprised and says, you're... Yuilshin punches him. Yuilshin asks, are you hurt anywhere? Kongwu says, I'm okay, but that equipment can be bought only in the hunter shop. How could a monster have them? Crocodile gets really angry and says, you bastard, you're my mother's murderer? Are you perhaps Crocky's sibling? He gets really angry and says, I'll kill you and devour you to your very bones. Yuilshin says, really? That's so scary. Crocodile jumps toward Yuilshin really fast. He says, die. I shall avenge my mother. Yuilshin says, you can take him on, right? Sword Phantom starts to fight him. Sword Phantom gets excited and says, just leave it to me, Sword God. I will show you how much stronger I've gotten since last time. Yuilshin says, as you should. He thinks, I do wonder how much he's grown. Crocodile says, you dare. I'll kill you too. Sword Phantom easily dodges his attacks. Crocodile says, little rat, you sure are fast at running away. But you're still nothing more than a mere human. Let's see how long you can run away from me. Yuilshin also hides behind Kongwu's shield. Kongwu says, are you sure he can do it on his own? Yuilshin says, yeah, he might be a bit weak, but I'm sure he can manage. He did get better. Crocodile keeps swinging his sword and thinks, this bastard. Why can't I get a hit in? Sword Phantom hits him. Sword Phantom says, what a shame. I could have chopped his face in two if it weren't for his helmet. Yuilshin yawns and says, if starting to get bored over here, Sword Phantom, please hurry this up. Kongwu is really surprised and thinks he's yawning in a situation like this. Plus, he's telling him to finish off a monster that looks to be double S-class. Sword Phantom releases his full power and says, yes, sir. Crocodile thinks shit. I can't do anything despite my archenemy being right in front of me. I have no choice. Kongwu says, what is H6 doing all of a sudden? Yuilshin thinks, does he have a thorn in his throat or something? Yuilshin says, what's that? Crocodile brings out a bomb and says, let's all die together. Kongwu is really surprised and says, that's a magic bomb. Everyone, run. The entire hotel's gonna be blown away. Crocodile says, it's too late. And press the trigger. He says, revenge for my mother. Yuilshin cuts his hand off. Yuilshin grabs the bomb. Kongwu is really surprised and says, he just defeated a double S-class with a single attack. Sword Phantom says, as expected of the Sword God. You've defeated the monster in just one attack. You've gotten even better. Congratulations, Sword God. I only beat a mere lizard. He thinks, we managed to bring this one back from Africa. Out of all the 100, this was the only unhatched one. We're currently tracking down the rest of them. Yuilshin thinks, so there are about 100 of these guys? It'll be dangerous if I don't do anything about them. Kongwu says, what are you? Yuilshin thinks, is it because I killed the crocodile? I can see what the question marks were now. Yuilshin says, that's what I would like to ask you. What are you? Kongwu says, what? What are you talking about? Yuilshin says, Regressor Kongwu from the future. How did you? A system window appears, says, Kongwu, male human, 52 years old. Remark, blessed by guardians of fire and blacksmiths. And has regressed. System says, activating exclusive authority of blind God's eyes. Scanning through creator Hunter Kongwu's history. Deep within the jungles of the Amazon. Empire's commander thinks, as expected of Gustav's children. They were all persuaded as soon as I mentioned revenge. They're going to be very useful. She says, open the hunter shop. Slaves. A hunter says, hunter shop. Open. This should do. She gets Celt Myth's hero Chillin's spear price, 50 million gold. She says, what about this weapon, Alpha? The leader of the crocodiles says, my brother has died. He says, Yuilshin, that bastard. First, he killed my mother, and now he's killed my brother. I can never forgive him. We need a lot more weapons to kill him, Arachne. Arachne says, I can get you as many weapons as you need. I have a good plan. A plan? She says, yes. I know Yuilshin's critical weakness. After that we see Yuilshin asks, Kongwu, what are you? Regressor Kongwu from the future. Kongwu is really surprised and says, how did you? He activates the exclusive authority of blind God's eye. Scanning through creator Hunter Kongwu's history. Kongwu was blessed by the guardian of fire and blacksmiths in his first life. Your world will soon fall because of the descent of the god of destruction. I will lend you my power, so try and stop him. Although it'll be impossible. He was given the power to open the hunter shop and to regress. He worked with other S-Class hunters to protect Earth from Johann and Gustav, and seemed like the world had been saved. But they were met with pathetic deaths by the Three Heroes Society. He was able to remove all barriers on his second and third tries, but he was unable to prevent the Nether Dragon from ending the world. And he woke up again in his fourth life. Fate restoration successful. You now have 0 fate restorations left. Kong Wu says, I can't stop the end of the world no matter what I do. Let's just accept it. The end of the world. Yu Ilshin thinks, he's already experienced everything that I have yet to experience. So you tried to save the world and regressed again and again before giving up. Kong Wu says, how do you know that? Yu Ilshin says, I have an inspection skill. He thinks, this is the person. I've never met someone like this before in any of my lives. He stopped the descent of Johann's evil god and eliminated Gustav as well as the Three Heroes Society. And this energy, it's like when I met the Guardian of Fire and Blacksmiths. If it's him, he might be able to do what I was unable to. Kong Wu says, you're a god, right? Yu Ilshin says, sorry. I mean, he's right but. Message popped up saying, follow request grant Kong Wu's wish and shows him the omnipotence and omniscience of God. Quest reward, Kong Wu's faith. Yu Ilshin thinks, an S-Class creation hunter's faith. That's a yes, of course. Yu Ilshin says, Kong Wu, do you have a wish perhaps? Kong Wu says, how did you? I have just one wish. It's to stop the end of the world. Could you do it? Yu Ilshin thinks, that's something I have to do anyway. Is this what it means to catch 2 birds with 1 stone? Yu Ilshin says, well, I'll try. I don't know how it'll turn out though. Kong says, your system says, Kong Wu is now your follower. Kong Wu is worth 10 S-classes. Yu Ilshin says, 10 S-classes? A regressor sure is different. But what's a temporary follower? A message popped up saying, if you stop the end of the world as Kong Wu wished, you can earn Kong Wu's genuine faith. The value is degraded when he is a temporary follower. Quest Intermediate Class Good God Promotion in Progress S-Class Possessing Transcendence Potential Follower 43 out of 100. Yu Ilshin thinks, it's a shame, but it's not something I can force. Let's think about this situation first. Yu Ilshin says, I got rid of Johann, Gustav, and the Three Heroes Society's evil gods. The next possible cause of the end of the world would be Gustav's children. Then, a lot of warning messages appear. He thinks, right now, a message window appears, a great evil god of twitching with the desire to take revenge on you. If you do not stop him, the world will end. Yu Ilshin thinks, a great evil god? Then it can't be the crocodiles. According to Kong Wu Hyung Nim's history, it must be the Empire's emperor, right? Yu Ilshin says, please find the baby crocodiles for me, Hyung. I have something else I have to do. Nagwu says, yes, sir. Yu Ilshin says, you can just be casual with me. You're much older than me. Kong Wu says, I cannot do that. You're my only remaining hope and everything to me. Yu Ilshin thinks, I guess I should be glad that he's not a fanatic at least. I should focus on increasing the number of S-Class followers first. Yu Ilshin says, by the way, you've gotten much better, huh? Sword Phantom says, it's all thanks to you. Yu Ilshin gives the heavenly demon to the Sword Phantom and says, take this. Practice with this sword for now. Sword Phantom says, isn't this the blade you use? Sword Phantom is really happy and says, to lend me such a precious blade when I'm so inferior. I am greatly honored that the unfathomable are God's favors. Yu Ilshin thinks he's watched way too many historical K-dramas. Please take good care of him. Heavenly Demon. Yu Ilshin says, anyway, it's about time. Sword Phantom says, time for what? Yu Ilshin sees something and says, there. The 8th part of the I'll be taking a break for personal reasons ends here. If you want to see more, please subscribe and like. And if you want to support me financially, you can join my channel membership or Patreon only for $1. Patreon and Discord links are in the description if you want to support me. And a special thanks to all my patrons for supporting me. Thanks for watching. Hello. Welcome to the 9th part of the I'll be taking a break for personal reasons. A special thanks to my channel members and Patreon for supporting me. And if you want to support, you can join my channel membership or Patreon for as low as $1. Thank you very much. Let's begin. At the beginning of this part, we see that Ilho is in the desert and says, it's so hot. What is this place? A message popped up saying, Warrior Tower 42nd floor trail of time and space. Clear condition. Save the goddess of water who has been weakened by the sun. After that we see it's Seoul Yu Ilshin's apartment. Yu Ilshin says, I need to train with the stalkers again in my dreams. I need to sleep. Who dares to interrupt me while I'm trying to train? He checks his mobile. Ilho is asking for urgent help. Yuilshin thinks, Ilho's asking me for help? And who's that child next to him? A message popped up saying, Water's Dancer. Female. Remark, followers of the weakened goddess of water. Why is he with her? Ilho. What is it? Ilho says, over there. I don't know how to get rid of that sun. My attacks have no effect on it. Dancer says, Dear great God, please remove that evil sun and save our world which has been turned into a desert. Yuilshin says, What? Did you just ask me to get rid of the sun? What kind of impossible nonsense? Wait. Atria's sun, for billion years old. Remarks unknown. Message says, you cannot inspect the target with the current amount of divine power. Yuilshin says, What? I can't evaluate it? That means it's a god that's stronger than me. Could it be? He thinks about the warning message saying, a great evil god is twitching with the desire to take revenge on you. If you do not stop him, the world will end. Is this what the warning message was referring to? I do have an inkling of suspicion as to who it could be. Dancer says, something's coming. Ilho says, hide behind me. Some phoenix comes flying toward them. A message popped up saying, Phoenix. A divine creature of light shining in the highest depths of the sky. Higher than double S class. Yuilshin thinks, the light shining in the highest depths of the sky. I knew it. That fiery bastard did tell me he had a brother. To think I'd meet him now. Phoenix remarks, is trying to sacrifice Ilho as an offering. Yuilshin gets angry and says, Ilho? No, those phoenixes are too strong for Ilho to take on right now. I can't directly interfere when it comes to the Warrior Tower trials. Can't directly interfere when it comes to the Warrior's Tower trials. But at this rate, Ilho will end up dead. Yuilshin uses God's crushing forefinger. A lot of warning messages popped up. A message popped up saying, if you ignore the rules, you will be penalized accordingly. Yuilshin says, Ilho's about to die. Who gives a damn about rules right now? God's crushing forefinger. All the monsters get destroyed. A message popped up saying, light shining in the highest depths of the sky, is enraged that you have killed his divine creatures. You are being linked to light shining in the highest depths of the sky through karma. Yuilshin gets angry and thinks, this a bit early, but I had no choice. A message popped up saying you are being forcibly teleported to light shining in the highest depths of the sky. Yuilshin appears at the Temple of Fire. He sees them and thinks, a bird. Yuilshin says, are you the light shining in the highest depths of the sky? He says, indeed. You have killed my brother and my divine creature. You fearless young god. But now I can have your revenge. Yuilshin thinks, this didn't happen in Kong Wuhyung's history. Seems like things got a bit twisted because of me. Oh, well, I just need to kill it. Sun God says, I am generous. Yuilshin thinks, what generous? Sun God says, sacrifice Ilho to me and give me half of your divine power. Then I will forgive you and allow you to submit yourself to me, a great high-class god. Yuilshin thinks, what? Sun God says, sacrifice Ilho to me and give me half of your divine power. Then I will forgive you and allow you to submit yourself to me, a great high-class god. Yuilshin thinks, what? Become his subordinate. What is he planning? A message popped up saying, the 1,000 blades that cut all say that having a god as your subordinate makes you stronger than absorbing them. Yuilshin thinks, I knew there was a reason, but I refuse to become his subordinate even if it costs me my life. Because that burrhead said something he never should have. You want me to sacrifice Ilho? I'll fry you up in some oil. Sun God says, what? Fry me in oil? You dare. You dare mock me with such words when I'm the great sun god while you're just some loser god crawling on the earth. You will pay for the sin with your life. Yuilshin feels the pressure and thinks, he's so strong. Just shouting does this much. An explosion happens. Sun God says, it's a shame that I couldn't take him in as my subordinate. But he needs to pay for having dirted my name. Sun God is surprised. Yuilshin says, Skillshare Ilho. Super strong body. He thinks, I still take that much damage even with the super strong body? That burrhead. He's really strong. Sun God says, you are different from the other intermediate class evil gods like the rumors implied. I want you even more now. This is your last chance. Sacrifice your followers and become my subordinate. Yuilshin says, geez, this bird sure quacks around a lot. I wouldn't ever betray my followers. Sun God says, is that so? Then there's a good way around that. I'll just kill all of your followers instead. Yuilshin says, what? A warning message appears saying, you followers are in danger. At the Tower of Trial's 42nd floor. Ilho is trying to find the goddess of water. Something appears in front of them really fast. Dancer says, "What is this?" Ilho says, "Hide behind me." Ilshin says, "Who are you?" The monster says, "I am the first follower of the dominator of the Abyss Swamp, and someone who has lost my younger sibling to you guys." Ilshin thinks about the dominator of the Abyss Swamp. She must be his sister. She says, "Under the order of my master's blood alliance light shining in the highest depths of the sky, I have come to take your life." Ilho says, "So you intend on weakening Ilshin's powers by killing me?" They both get ready to fight. Ilho says, "I won't let things go your way. After that we see the ant tried." Annie says, "Is it good, Crocky?" Crocky says, "Yep." He thinks Queen Annie is so nice. So is the god she worships. There is a really big tornado coming toward them. She says, "A sandstorm out of nowhere?" Crocky gets really surprised to see something. Auntie says, "Crocky? What is it?" Crocky says, "Why are those guys here? We need to all run away." Crocky's siblings are coming with really strong weapons in their hands. The Empire's commander is also with them. She smiles and thinks, while the sun god fights Ilshin, we will kill all of Ilshin's followers. You're dead, Ilshin. Annie sees them and says, "Those monsters." Crocky says, "Please get out of here, Queen Annie." Crocky shouts, "Everyone, run." His brother appears behind him. His brother says, "There you are, traitor. You can die with them." Ilshin says, "What have you?" A lot of warning message appears saying, 23,210 of Antria have been murdered. 4 of the dispatched angel soldiers have been murdered. 6 of the dispatched Yiksha chickens have been murdered. Ilho on the 42nd floor of the warrior's tower is in danger. Warning. Your divine power is decreasing. Sun God says, "This is just the beginning. But if you decide to become my subordinate now, I will stop." Ilshin gets angry and says, You dare to put your hands on my precious children?" Ilshin uses multiplying tum and says, "I'll give it all I have then." His clone appears. Sun God says, "What's this?" Ilshin, "I'll take care of things here." Clone says, "I already know the situation. You go protect Antria since you're the original. I'll take care of that chicken." Ilshin gets happy and thinks, "Oh, he finally acknowledged me as the original? Man, I thought he just had a really shit personality." Ilshin opens the portal and says, "Then I'll leave the chicken to you." Clone says, "Shut up and just go." Ilshin says, "I'll take care of it real quick." Clone says, "Then shall we get this started?" "You arrogant chicken." Sun God gets angry and says, "What? An arrogant chicken? You're nothing more than the clone of some trash god. I'll burn you to a crisp." Clone gets ready to fight. Some white energy appears on one of his hands and some dark energy appears on his other hand. Clone says, "Skillshare Shinyu. Wise Taiji sword, first principle, first form. Harmless Taiji. I won't be able to endure him for long. You better hurry, original." The 9th part of the I'll be taking a break for personal reasons ends here. If you want to see more, please subscribe and like. And if you want to support me financially, you can join my channel membership or Patreon only for $1. Patreon and Discord links are in the description if you want to support me. And a special thanks to all my Patreons for supporting me. Thanks for watching. Hello. Welcome to the 10th part of the I'll be taking a break for personal reasons. A special thanks to my channel members and Patreon for supporting me. And if you want to support, you can join my channel membership or Patreon for as low as $1. Thank you very much. Let's begin. At the beginning of this part, we see that a lot of soldiers are dead at Antria. Crocky is also on the ground. Annie says, "Crocky?" Chrissy says, "Auntie, run away quickly." Chief of the crocodile monster says, "You're one persistent guy." Angels and Yiksha chicken soldiers are fighting, saying, "Stop the invaders." The invader uses a really strong attack and says, "These ridiculous vermin." Andy says, "Lilith. But how can we?" Empire's commander says, "That girl there is one of Ilshin's power sources." Crocodile says, "She must be worth eating." Crocky stands in front of him and says, "No, I won't let you take Annie. If you lay a hand on her, I'll kill you, even if you're my brother." Crocodile says, "Brother?" and cuts down Crocky and says, "You couldn't. To even take revenge for your parents, yet you're living like a dog down there? I've never had such a rotten brother. Now let's check out Ilshin's most cherished bug. Shall we see how tasty it is?" She thinks, "Our powers aren't enough to stop those monsters. Ilshin, please help us." After that, we see at Ilshin's office He says, "Why isn't it working?" Ilshin says, "Descend to Antria. A message popped up saying, alter ego summoning has weakened you. You cannot descend to Antria. Yuilshin thinks, damn it. I can't recall my alter ego from his fight with the sun god. And if I don't get to Antria, they're going to get annihilated. What on earth should I do? Yuilshin hears Crocky saying, please help us. Yuilshin thinks, this voice, it's Crocky. Crocky says, Yuilshin, please save Annie. Please. A message popped up saying, the tiny miracle Crocky holds is blossoming. Crocky is now able to evolve. Will you evolve the temporary divine beast Crocky into the divine beast dragon? Yuilshin thinks, divine beast dragon. That's right. Right now, you're the only one I can trust. Crocky is crying and saying, Yuilshin. Yuilshin says, Crocky, I'm leaving Antria in your hands. Crocodile is about to eat Andy. Empire Commander thinks, it's over now, Yuilshin. Finally, I can face the Emperor. Crocodile feels something. Crocky cuts his hand off. Who the hell? Andy says, thank you for rescuing me. But who? Crocky says, Annie, it's me. Crocky. She says, Crocky. A message popped up saying, Crocky has evolved into the divine beast dragon. Crocky is worth 20s rankers. Yuilshin is surprised and says, 20s rankers. This is no tiny miracle. It's a huge one. Crocodile says, how did this weak traitor suddenly? The Empire Commander thinks, Yuilshin, it's definitely his doing. But he should have been in the middle of a fight with the sun god. Crocky says, brother, what a shame. Had you not crossed the line, the merciful Yuilshin would have taken you in. Crocodile says, what the fuck did you just say? Merciful Yuilshin, you're hell-bent on dying, aren't you? The Empire Commander says, Alpha, retreat for now, he has gotten way stronger. Crocodile says, are you suggesting that I run away with that traitor in front of me? I'm going to take his head with me. Crochi says, you dare to commit the sin of murdering Yuilshin's followers, as well as laying your hand on Andy. Pay for it with your life, brother. Crocky uses dragon's breath. The Empire Commander says, how did things turn out this way? I apologize, my brother. All the black ants get happy and says, Crocky defeated the monster. We won. Crocky thinks, I can't believe I'm this strong. Wyatt, no. This is all thanks to Yuilshin. Yuilshin. A message popped up saying, Crocky's divine beast evolution and his offerings are restoring your divine powers. Yuilshin thinks, who would have expected that Crocky would become this powerful? I guess you can't fool your blood, after all. Annie says, Yuilshin, there are still many injured followers. Please rescue them. Yuilshin says, of course. After all, you are my precious children. Yuilshin uses God's healing ring finger. They all get healed up. They say, it's the grace of Yuilshin. Long live Yuilshin. Crocky thinks, so this is Yuilshin's grace. It's incredible. For someone like him, I can give him my trust and follow him. Annie says, Crocky. Crocky says, yes. Annie. She says, thank you. Because of you, we could protect the Ant Kingdom. You were so cool today. Crocky starts to blush and says, thank you. Cool. Crocky falls in love. A message popped up saying, Crocky's evolution mode has been disarmed. Annie says, my goodness, Crocky. Crocky woke up. Yuilshin thinks, now that Ant Kingdom's safe, I should give Ilho a hand. He checks Ilho's situation and thinks, what on earth happened? Ilho is injured? Yuilshin thinks, Ilho's in danger. After that we see Clone is fighting against Sun God. Clone says, what did you just say? Sun God says, I will stand at the top of the gods. Even so-called great evil gods like soundless nightmares. And the 1,000 blades that cut all will soon come to fear me. If you declined in your foolishness, I'll give you another honorable opportunity. Become my kin and devote your power to me. Clone thinks, honorable opportunity? Bullshit. He simply wants my powers. Clown says, oi, you bird brain. Sun God says, what did you say? Bird brain. Clone says, if you want to have me as you kin, kill the god of destruction. Then I'll consider coming under you. Sun God is really surprised. He says, what kind of ridiculous? The god of destruction is a mysterious being who has existed since the beginning of time. Even the greatest of the gods can do nothing. Clone says, so basically you're scared, huh? Sun God says, what? You dare run your mouth so thoughtlessly. You seem to have forgotten something very important. Behold, your followers helplessly waiting for death. Does it not matter to you if your follower dies like this? Make your choice, Yuilshin's avatar. Leave your follower to his death, or become my kin and save his life. After that we see at the Warrior's Tower 42nd floor. Snake Monster says, now die, enemy of my brother. Ilho says, I'm sorry, Yuilshin. It seems this is it for me. Please take care of yourself. Yuilshin says, Ilho, open your mouth. Ilho thinks, this voice Yuilshin. Yuilshin throws a potion into his mouth. Snake Monster thinks, where did that come from? Yuilshin thinks, if I interfere directly again, they'll connect the dots between me and the dominator of the Abyss Swamp. So the only thing I can do right now is give him the highest grade potion. A message popped up saying, Ilho has defeated death, returned to life, and advanced to the next level. Ilho has gained a new skill, Giant Eyes. Ilho gets really big. Snake Monster says, what on earth? Ilho thinks, he constantly helps me out of trouble. As always, his generosity knows no limits. Ilho says, you dare to stab Yuilshin in the back? She says, don't think. You can win just because you're bigger now. We haven't shown our true form to you yet. I'll show you what my true powers are. Ilho puts his feet on her and crushes her. Ilho says, this is your punishment for drawing your blade against Yuilshin. A lot of water starts to come out of the ground. Dancer is really happy. She says, Ilho. Sun God says, these useless lowly creatures. What a waste of precious divine power. I can't believe you trusted those scumbags, as expected of you, Birdbrain. How about you come under me instead? Sun God says, you're proud of getting rid of bums like them? Bums like them being dead or alive make no difference. Now that you've declined my final act of kindness, there will be no more mercy for you. Behold my power. After that we see at Entrinia. The sun is starting to get bigger. Eni says, don't tell me that's. And in Seoul, South Korea. And also at the Warriors Tower 42nd floor. Sun is getting bigger. Ilho says, Yuilshin. Sun God says, I shall destroy all 3 worlds that are the source of your power. Try stopping this, Yuilshin. Water Goddess appears behind him and says, the sun keeps getting bigger. Ilho says, what the hell is going on? Water Goddess says, the Sun God is going on a rampage. Dancer says, this voice. Water Goddess. Ilho says, you're the Water Goddess? Dancer hugs her and says, do you know how worried I was? She says, yes, I am the goddess of water, the god of this world. She says, thanks to you eliminating the follower of Dominator of the Abyss Swamp, I was able to wake up. As much as I'd love to say thank you and reward you, it seems like we have some work to do first. Ilho says, yes, but how on earth? That huge sun. She says, we're certainly now going to be able to stop that vicious sun on our own. However, we can create the path of least resistance. Shoot the sun god with this. Ilho says, you want me to shoot the sun god with this bow? But I don't even have arrows. She says, don't worry about the arrows, because I've got an arrow that can land a strike on even the sun god. After that we see that Hunter Kongwu penthouse. Sword Phantom says, what the heck is all this? Kongwu thinks, this is a triple S-class gate. This certainly didn't happen in my previous life. Is Yuilshin behind all this? A portal appears behind them. Shinyu says, a rupture all of a sudden? 1. Yuilshin comes out of the portal and says, have you been guarding each other properly, Sword Phantom? Shinyu? Sword Phantom says, Sword God? Where did you learn teleportation? Shinyu says, as expected of you, Sword God. You've surpassed my wildest imaginations. Yuilshin says, wait, we have more pressing matter. System says, the fanatic follower Sword Phantom has leveled up to S-class. Through the fanatic follower Lin Xiaoming's evangelism, the remnants of the 3 heroes, society have become your followers with the exception of Ouyang Feng. Yuilshin says, Mr. Sword Phantom, finally, you've progressed to S-class. Sword Phantom says, it's all thanks to you and the heavenly demon, Sword God. Yuilshin says, Sword Phantom, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna need the Chinese knife for a bit. You see, I needed to cut through some fire. Sword Phantom says, Ilshin, this guy's more powerful than the sun god from last time. But I've gotten stronger than before as well. Let's try slicing through the sun once again. Heavenly Demon. The 10th part of the I'll be taking a break for personal reasons ends here. If you want to see more, please subscribe and like. And if you want to support me financially, you can join my channel membership or Patreon only for $1. Patreon and Discord links are in the description if you want to support me. And a special thanks to all my Patreons for supporting me. Thanks for watching. Hello. Welcome to the 11th part of the I'll be taking a break for personal reasons. A special thanks to my channel members and Patreon for supporting me. And if you want to support, you can join my channel membership or Patreon for as low as $1. Thank you very much. Let's begin. At the beginning of this part we see that Clone is fighting against the sun god. Clone thinks, I can't keep waiting for the main body anymore. I was going to save it for when I face the god of destruction, but Clone says, summon the Thousand Blades treasure trove. One usage token of the Thousand Blades treasure trove has been deducted. You will be transported to the Thousand Blades treasure trove and time outside will stop for 1 minute. Clone appears in the treasure trove. Clone thinks, when the sun god and the main body fought in the past, the heavenly demon said this. Thousand Blades treasure trove cannot slay fire. But special swords from all over the universe are gathered here. There must be a sword that can cut fire. The problem is, there are just way too many swords. There's only one way to find the sword I want here. Clone says, Thousand Blade, did you hear that just now? This bird brain is saying he'll surpass you and stand at the pinnacle of gods. The Thousand Blade that cuts all is outraged at the ridiculous comment. The Thousand Blade that cuts all said he'll specially choose a sword for you for free this time. So go crush that arrogant bird brain. Clone thinks, I guess that definitely landed a hit on the Scrooge Thousand Blades ego. Clone says, free? Works for me. So what sword are you going to lend me? The Thousand Blades that cuts all says that there's a great sword to fight against that guy. Clone thinks, I knew he'd have one. A sword appears in front of him. Evil piercing moonlight sword specialty. A sword used by a knight of the goddess of justice. Clone thinks, a cold energy is emanating from the sword. The Thousand Blades that cut all swear that this sword can cut through any fire in the universe. Clone says, I'll take your word for it, Thousand Blades. Thousand Blades treasure trove has been closed and time will flow once again. Sun God says, you lowly worm, I will destroy you along with your world. Sun God sees the sword and says, you rascal, don't tell me that that sword is from Thousand Blades. Clone attacks him and says, die, you birdbrain. Birdbrain says, that wasn't even a big deal? Clone says, my fault for trusting a con man. After that we see its soul. Everyone is running around. Yuilshin says, even the heavenly demonic god sword can't cut it. Heavenly demon says, I've sliced through many fires until now, but handling this wicked sun is beyond my power. Heavenly demon starts to glow. Yuilshin thinks, I suddenly feel a chill emanating from the sword. What's happening right now? The moonlight sword says, young god, let me ask you a question. Are you just? Clone thinks, am I hearing this voice through Yuilshin? Clone says, am I just? You ask. Bountiful Abundance says that if you accept her, the evil sun will be stopped. Yuilshin and his clone thinks, accept her? Inherent ability of the blind god's eye has been activated. Skimming through the history of evil piercing moonlight swords at the speed of light. Someone says, great goddess of justice. Are you sure you want to take on the god of destruction? She says, retreating in fear. Can never be called justice. Oh, human and great being who has reached the level of a sword god. If I am defeated, will you carry on my will? He says, if it is the goddess' command, I will gladly. She says, yes, I'm sure you're more than capable of piercing through the god of destruction. The man I love. The man who shall become the master of the Thousand Blades. In the beginning, there was a goddess of justice. But even she was no match for the god of destruction. After that we see that man is crying and says, I will not forget. Your will, goddess. I will fulfill your will by any means necessary. Yuilshin says, I can't believe something like this happened. Clone says, I'm a little touched. Moonlight Sword says, I will ask you again, young god. Are you just? Yuilshin says, just, huh. I don't know about all that fancy stuff. But, if justice means defending what you stand for at all costs, then I will be just, even if my opponent is the god of destruction. I will fulfill your will by any means necessary. Moonlight Sword says, indeed. You resemble him. Choose me, young god, and destroy evil. Sun God says, the energy changed suddenly. Yuilshin says, you cannot defeat us. Because we are just, you see. Yuilshin and Clone attack at the same time. Sun God says, I can take this. Ilho is about to use the goddess of water's bow and arrow. Ilho says, you evil god. I'm here as well. Ilho shoots the bow. Ilho says, what did you just say? Goddess of water says, I've already been defeated by the sun god, and am fated to disappear. So, brave warrior, please shoot that perpetrator of all things with his arrow. Goddess of water says, I want to protect this world one last time. So please help me. Ilho says, I'll protect my world. Yuilshin's world, and your world too. Sun God says, no. Sun God is really injured. Sun God says, I can't let it end this way. I am the sun god who will rise to the pinnacle of the gods. I cannot die like this, no matter what. Sun God says, I cannot die like this, no matter what. Sun God appears on earth and says, Yuilshin, I will use all of my divine power to burn your world to ashes. Yu Ilshin says, what the hell? Is that bird brain trying to commit kamikaze? Heavenly Demon says, even if he's been weakened, if he sacrifices his own life for it, he's CNA definitely burn all of Earth. That is what an advanced god is like. After that we see the god of the sun's temple. Clone thinks, I feel weak all over because of that ultimate attack just now. I'm sorry, but I'll leave things to you from here on. Save Earth, original. Sun is melting the building. Sword fandom say 5S, he withstood Sword God's attack. Kongwu says, unbelievable. He thinks, is this world going to end before the Nether Dragon even gets here? Kongwu says, Yu Ilshin, you should just give up now. I don't think even you can stop a decided end of the world. Yu Ilshin says, give up? I can't do that. I'm not the type to give up before even trying. And there is a way. Heavenly Demon says, are you saying there's another way to get out of this situation? Yu Ilshin says, this isn't the time to be considering what's best or not. Heavenly Demon says, Yu Ilshin, are you going to? Yu Ilshin says, I'm going to put all of my divine power into one attack like he did. He's an advanced god, but it should be possible to beat him since he's been weakened. Heavenly Demon says, but then you'll. Yu Ilshin says, I'm aware. Worst case scenario, I'll die. Yu Ilshin says, but if I can't protect the ones that I treasure, then I am fine with dying. Heavenly Demon says, you're different from me. I failed to protect those I love. All right, let's do our best. Dear Just One, I will help you. Yu Ilshin says, Goddess of Justice. She says, I am weakened from the loss against the God of Destruction, but I bestow upon you my Moonlight of Justice. A message popped up saying, Evil Piercing Moonlight Sword has become your temporary follower. Quest Intermediate Class Good God Promotion in progress. S-Class Possessing Transcendence Potential. Sacrifice, 100 out of 100. A message popped up saying, Congratulations. You have accomplished the Intermediate Class Good God promotion. Yu Ilshin is now an Intermediate Class Good God. Look upon the strongest sword god under this sun. After that we see Blind God's Eyes has evolved to a class. Time will stop for a minute. Looking into the Evil Piercing Moonlight Sword story. A human that loved a god. The knight, who was nothing more than a human, reached a level surpassing God. Eliminate evil, 1,000 blades. He says, today, I will fulfill my promise to the goddess. He cuts him down and says, disappear. The human sacrificed his 1,000 blades to split the god of destruction into 100 pieces. But the god of destruction was born when the world began. Even a knight who had surpassed divinity could now kill him. He says, damn it. The knight in shining armor lost to the god of destruction. And with an explosion, the 100 pieces of the god of destruction spread throughout the universe. The knight now awaits someone who will inherit his sword to defeat the god of destruction. Heavenly Demon says, a sword technique that split the god of destruction. I'm sure you'll be able to slay the sun god with it. But how can you learn a sword technique just by looking at it? I think I can do it. The sword skill that the knight used. Heavenly Demon says, what? Just by looking at it once? Yu Ilshin says, I'm not certain. Heavenly Demon says, I don't know if it's because I became an intermediate class good god. But the sword skill entered my head as soon as I read its history. Dear knight, your will. I will carry it to completion. Sun God says, what's with that ominous sword aura? Yu Ilshin says, you're quick to catch on. It's time to sleep forever, birdbrain. The knight said. Sun God says, this power is the 1,000 blades. This cannot be. After that Yu Ilshin says, that's refreshing. A message popped up saying, Yu Ilshin has saved 3 worlds. You are now eligible to attend the Festival of the Gods. Yu Ilshin thinks, the Festival of the Gods. That's what the Perpetual Seeker of the Truth mentioned. What is it for? It doesn't sound like anything good. After that we see the god of the sun's temple. Clone says, is it time? He's gotten unimaginably stronger. I told you to trust me. But don't be too arrogant. If you die, I die too. Yu Ilshin says, can't you be more tactful? Clone says, but you were a little cool today. Yu Ilshin thinks, that Sundra bastard, he complimented me. Well, I was pretty cool today. But what's with this feeling that someone's staring at me? Sword Fandom says, Sword God, you've reached a new realm. Shinyu says, please teach me that sword technique too. Kongwu thinks it was definitely an unpreventable situation. So I was going to give up. But Yu Ilshin didn't give up. And save the world. He's definitely the only person who can stop the end of the world. Like you sacrificed everything to save this world, I will sacrifice everything for you. Kongwu says, Yu Ilshin. Yu Ilshin says, you too. They're running behind Yu Ilshin. Shinyu says, Sword God? Sword Phantom says, are you upset? Yuilshin says, finally. System says, you've surpassed the entire world and will be beautiful once you do 10 million good deeds. Current number of good deeds, 999,999,999 out of 10 million. A message says, as a reward for the quest, Bountiful Abundance hands you secret potion of resurrection. Yuilshin says, I can finally save Hugyu. The 11th part of the I'll be taking a break for personal reasons ends here. If you want to see more, please subscribe and like. And if you want to support me financially, you can join my channel membership or Patreon only for $1. Patreon and Discord links are in the description if you want to support me. And a special thanks to all my Patreons for supporting me. Thanks for watching. At the beginning of this part we see that, at China Hughes's house, some angels come flying. They're holding someone. One of the people standing there says, angels. With a human, who is it? Hughes's mother says, that's Hugh. Her mother hugs her and says, oh, my daughter. How many years has it been? Hugh opens her eyes and says, my head. Where am I? Mom? Yuilshin starts to cry after seeing that and says, I'm so touched. Become happy in this life, Hugh. The 1,000 blade that cuts all the gags, saying that you're being cringy. Yuilshin says, are you AT? Oh, I had something to ask you, actually. Are you perhaps the knight in white? The 1,000 blade that cuts all says to pay him 100 million god coins if you want the answer. Yuilshin says, you're trying to rip me off for everything these days, huh? Fine. There's no way a fraud like you would be the knight in white. Anyway, Goddess of Justice says she has a lot to say, but that she'll keep her mouth shut. She tell you to not look for her. Yuilshin says, all of a sudden? Did something happen between the two of you? After that, see that the second strongest in the ant tribe, Liho, is challenging the warrior's tower. Yuilshin thinks, finally another one to challenge the warrior's tower. I needed another S-class, this is good. But when am I going to get a quest for an advanced class god? It's already been 2 days since I became an intermediate class god. Whatever. I couldn't even sleep because of that bird brain. This is my time to catch up. Yuilshin is in dream world. Tears of the Bountiful Abundance says to rest up and replenishes your divine power. Yuilshin says, thank you Abundance Nuna, I'll leave it to you. After that at the warrior's tower 42nd floor. Desert turns into a really big forest. Dancer says, the forest is finally coming back. Ilho says, it's very pretty. She says, it's all thanks to you. Thank you so much. Ilho says, it's nothing. I should be the one thanking you for the goddess of water's help. All right, I'll get going now. She says, already? You can stay a bit longer. I can feel that my brother is climbing the tower right now. I need to get stronger so that I'm not an embarrassment to him. She gives him something. Ilho says, what is this? She says, it's the goddess of water's essence. I'm sure it'll be helpful to you on your adventure. Ilho says, thank you. Essence gets absorbed. System says, congratulations. You have cleared the 42nd floor of the warrior's tower. Trial of time and space. You have earned water's blessing as a reward. Remark, you will never be thirsty again. Ilho says, I think this will be very helpful for the tower climb. Thank you so much. She says, then, good luck. Ilho smiles and says, hopefully we'll meet again. Ilho disappears. She says, I will pray for you. I will pray that everything you wish for comes true. At Yuilshin's house. It is raining a lot. Yuilshin is sleeping. Yuilshin says, the thunder is so damn loud. I can't sleep. Xiaoming appears there. Yuilshin gets scared and says, a ghost. A ghost. Xiaoming says, I'm greatly honored that you would greet me with a scream. Yuilshin says, what are you doing at my house? She says, I have fully completed the orders you gave me. Yuilshin thinks, my copy did order her to do something. She says, as you ordered, I have brought over all of the 3 Heroes Society's members to your side as your followers. The ones that wouldn't listen were quietly taken care of. Yuilshin thinks, right? I was able to become an intermediate good god thanks to those followers. Yuilshin says, well, thank you for that. It was very helpful. Xiaoming says, to hear that I was useful to someone as glorious as you. I'm touched. I'm glad that my hard work was fruitful. She says, I just wanted to see your honored face for the last time. Now that my wish has been fulfilled, I have no regrets. She takes out her weapon. She says, please, live a long and healthy life. Yuilshin says, why are you telling me that all of a sudden? And what do you mean, last time? She is about to stab herself in the neck. Yuilshin uses a super strong body and stops her. Yuilshin says, what are you doing all of a sudden? Are you out of your mind? Xiaoming says, but we see a flashback right after the battle with the three heroes. Clone says, take care of the remnants of the three hero society and bring over the S-class hunters as my followers. You may kill those who resist. And after that is done, kill yourself. Yu Ilshin says, so, my clone gave you that order? She says, that's right, Sword God. Yu Ilshin thinks, I did actually consider killing her back then. But Hyojio's alive now, and I can't do that when each and every S-class follower is precious. Yu Ilshin says, I cancel that command. Not allowed. I can't have my followers die on me. Understood? She says, yes, sir. Now go back. It's rude to just appear unannounced at people's doors. She says, yes, Sword God. I will return as you've ordered. Yu Ilshin thinks she looks like someone that's being sent to their death. Whatever. He says, Lin Xiaoming. She says, yes. Is there an order you have for me, perhaps? Yu Ilshin says, no, but I haven't eaten dinner yet. Do you want to maybe have some jajangmyeon? Yu Ilshin thinks she came all the way here. I might as well feed her. She's really happy and says, jajangmyeon? She thinks, is this the equivalent of the K-drama line? Do you want to come over for ramen? She says, yes, I would. Yu Ilshin says, why are you undressing? Put your clothes back on right now. After that we see at the Hunter Association office. The association president says there are 2 months until the Hunter War. I hope Korea will do well this time. He says, the list of the hunters to promote to S-class for the competition? His assistant says, I've listed a number of A-class hunters with the best accomplishment records. The president says, B-class hunter Yu Ilshin is here too. Well done. This man certainly isn't a B-class. We should definitely look into his skills. Xiaoming and Yu Ilshin are eating. Xiaoming says, it's a bit different from China's jajangmyeon, but it's still good. Yu Ilshin says, really well, as long as you like it. Xiaoming says, although there are some unwelcome guests. Song Mina is also there, and she says, why is she here? Yu Ilshin says, well, it just kinda happened. She say, are you out of your mind? You said she tried to kill you before. Yu Ilshin says, yes, but you've also tried to kill me before, haven't you? She is surprised and says, that's sorry. Yu Ilshin says, you don't need to apologize. I just meant that Lin Xiaoming has changed like you have. So stop being sad and try this dumpling. Yu Ilshin feeds her. She opens her mouth. Xiaoming says, are you two dating? Song Mina says, what? What are you saying? Xiaoming says, you came over so late at night. Plus Sword God is feeding you. She says, that's Yu Ilshin thinks it's a habit from when Mina was in her childlike mental state. Yu Ilshin says, now we're not dating never. It's more like a father and daughter relationship. Xiaoming says, I see. That's good. Yu Ilshin says, right Mina? She hits him with a paper board and says, take this, you idiot. Yu Ilshin says, what is this all of a sudden? She says, it's your schedule for dungeon raids. Yu Ilshin says, dungeon raids? Those are for hunters above A-class though, aren't they? She says, I'm not taking any question. Come to the place written on there at 10 a.m. tomorrow. You're dead if you're late. And you. If I see you again, I'm gonna kill you. Yu Ilshin thinks, why is she so mad? She says, idiot, and slams the door shut. Yu Ilshin says, are you trying to break the damn door? That would cost a fortune to replace. Xiaoming says, Sword God. He says, yeah. She says, don't worry. I'm fine with being a concubine too. Yu Ilshin gets angry and says, concubine? Go home if you're done eating. He thinks, anyway, a dungeon raid. I'm too lazy for this. Well, it seems like Mina's misunderstanding something anyway. I guess I'll go to explain. Tears of the Bountiful Abundance says that she has a bad feeling about tomorrow, so you should prepare. He thinks, bad feeling? Is there something you know? The next day at the dungeon entrance. Some guards are guarding the entrance to the dungeon. They says, it's too dangerous to approach any more than this point. An A-class dungeon is about to form, so please back off. Yu Ilshin has his niece with him. He thinks, the security here is pretty serious. I have to get in though. Song Mina says, Yu Ilshin, you're late. I thought I told you that you'd be dead if you were late. He says, sorry. There was traffic. But I'm only 5 minutes late. Man behind her says, in an emergency, thousands of people could die within 5 minutes. You don't even have the basics to be a hunter. What kind of test are we doing against B-class garbage like him? Yu Ilshin thinks he has the anger issues from back at the Crocky incident. As called Gal Junghyuk? Song Mina says, say here. This hunter Gal Junghyuk, he's in charge of your test today. Yu Ilshin says, hello. She says, but who's the kid on your back? He says, her? My niece Seonjayan. My sister said she had something urgent to get to. She says, what? So you brought a kid to work? Yu Ilshin says, be quiet. I barely managed to put her to sleep. Gal says, hunters these days all have attitude issues. How are you going to get anything done? Call me when you're ready. Yu Ilshin says, he's really mad. There is a really strong monster inside the dungeon and says, Yu Ilshin, you sure are relaxed after killing 2 of my followers. I'm going to put an end to things today. Let us begin. The Festival of the Gods. Song Mina says, you're aware that this dungeon raid is an S-Class promotion exam, right? Yu Ilshin says, what? S-Class? She says, you didn't read a single line of the file I gave you. And a class dungeon will appear here soon. You can become an S-Class hunter if you pass this exam. Although it'll be a piece of cake for you. Yu Ilshin thinks, an S-Class hunter. I'm sure I'd get lots of money and become famous. But now that I'm an intermediate class god, this is a bit annoying. However, I also can't just leave a dangerous dungeon alone. So I guess I'll take care of it. Yu Ilshin says, I just need to go in there alone and destroy stuff, right? She says, no, an S-Class hunter will come along with you just in case. An S-Class hunter? Then will you be coming with me? That'd be nice. But the person coming with you is the S-Class hunter, Gal Junghyuk. He says, him. Well, a class dungeon is easy, so it should be fine. Yu Ilshin smells something. He says, but Mina, doesn't something smell fishy? She says, I don't smell anything. A lot of warning messages appears. System says, Advanced God, Dominator of the Abyss Swamp, has requested a Festival of the Gods. Yu Ilshin thinks, a Festival of the Gods. Dominator of the Abyss Swamp. That god that snakes worship, right? That's why it smelled a bit funky. System says, the rules of the Festival of the Gods are as follows. When requests die on a Festival of the God with higher class god, the opponent does not have the choice to reject. However, you may reject a request from a higher class god. Yu Ilshin thinks, so they're being nice to the weak. That's nice. System says, the Great Evil God, War of Slaughter and Insanity. The Overseer of the Festival of the Gods has bestowed upon you the blessing of massacre. Yu Ilshin thinks, War of Slaughter and Insanity. What a name. I've never seen them before, but they sound like they'd love fights. System says, will you accept the Festival of the Gods from the Advanced Evil God, Dominator of the Abyss Swamp? Dominator of the Abyss Swamp says, accept it, young god. Let us have a fight of passion and excitement. Yu Ilshin thinks, a provocation? That's fun, but nope. I don't want to fight, screw off. System says, you have rejected the Festival of the Gods requested from the Dominator of the Abyss Swamp. Dominator of the Abyss Swamp says, what? You dare turn down a war? You're coward. Yu Ilshin thinks, you think I'm crazy? I barely managed to win against the Sun God. Why would I willingly fight a god that's higher ranked than me? Get away from here. I don't have any business with you right now. She says, you dare mock me. An earthquake happens. Gal says, what's happening? She says, then I have no choice but to kill you. Activating Authority Blind God's Eye. Observing Dominator of the Abyss Swamp on another planet. She says, my lovely children, awaken from the abyss. It's finally time. Kill Yu Ilshin and destroy his world. For he has rejected the Festival of the Gods and mocked me. Yu Ilshin thinks, shit. She's connected to the A-class dungeon to send in her minions. System says, warning, the dungeon's class is being upgraded from Auto S. The dungeon's class is being upgraded from S to SS, from SS to SSS. Gal says, what's happening? There should still be some time left until it's activated. And this is very obviously higher than S-class. Gal says, shit, come forth. Soul armor. Armor appears. Yu Ilshin says, that's pretty cool, huh? Gal Junghyuk male human. Remark, wearing double S-class armor and helmet made from metal and machine. It's pretty useful, so let's try stealing it. Yu Ilshin says, what? Steal it? It's suggesting that I steal? Anyway, as expected of my niece. She's not waking up even in this situation. Yu Ilshin says, Mina, I'll leave her to you for a bit. She says, what? What are you gonna do? Yu Ilshin says, what am I gonna do? I have to resolve this since it's my fault. Gal says, Yu Ilshin, this is way above your level. Fall back. Yu Ilshin is standing in front of monsters, ready to fight. They run toward Yu Ilshin and say, Huma meat. I'm hungry. I'm gonna take the young god. Dominator of the Abyss Swamp says, die, Yuilshin. Yuilshin uses God's crushing forefinger. Yuilshin destroys them. System says, obtain 20 million G coins dark. Monster says, what just happened? A bunch of our comrades were just. Yuilshin says, 20 million God coins. Then how much are they all worth? Come at me coins. Monster says, run. Yuilshin keeps killing them. And System says, obtain 20 million G coins dark. He gets a lot of dark coins. Dominator of the Abyss Swamp says, impossible. They're strong enough to blow away a whole planet. Yet he killed them all with just one finger? Yuilshin says, that's real sweet. I can't even count how much I earned. But I shouldn't be too greedy. Yuilshin says, hey, Abyss. Let's end it here for today, okay? This is the end of the video. Subscribe for the next part. At the beginning of this part we see that Yuilshin uses God's crushing forefinger to close the dungeon. Dominator of the Abyss Swamp is trembling with fear and says, why would a god that possesses such power avoid a battle? Yuilshin says, because I'm too lazy. Now, go back to where you came from. The dungeon disappears. Gal is really surprised. He says, how did this? Songmina says, what? Yuilshin, you had the ability to seal a dungeon? His niece wakes up and says, Uncle, I'm hungry. She sees Songmina and says, who are you? Songmina says, hi. You're awake. She starts to pull Songmina's cheeks and says, you're pretty. Like a doll. Songmina says, I. Yuilshin shouts and says, Xianjian. You shouldn't do that to people. Yuilshin says to Mina, I'm sorry, she's still young. Mina says, it's okay. She's still a baby. Xianjian says, Uncle, I'm hungry. Let's go eat. Yuilshin says, well, would you like to eat, Your Highness? She says, hamburger. I want a burger. That's a great choice. Let's go right now. Keep this a secret from your mom, though, okay? She says, okay. Songmina says, wait. You can't just leave like that. Yuilshin says, sorry. The dungeon's gone. What more do I have to do? Mina says, your promotion process will become complicated if you just leave. Yuilshin says, that's fine. I don't care. What's so good about being an S-class hunter anyway? He thinks, they'll have me working like a cow if I become an S-class. Gal gets angry and says, what did you do? Just say. Did you just look down on S-classes? I get that you're skilled, but I cannot forgive you for underestimating S-classes. Yuilshin says, I didn't mean it like that. I'm just too lazy. He says, what? You need to be taught a lesson. Come to the Hunter Association training facility tomorrow at 9 a.m. I'll teach you what an S-class is. Gal fly away. Yuilshin thinks, I do want that armor. Blind God said to take it. Mina says, geez, why did you have to do that? Baekhyun acted just like you did last time and got a beating. Yuilshin says, really? She says, plus without him, the promotion process is going to be so complicated. Are you really going to fight him tomorrow? Yuilshin says, why would I? I don't care about being an S-class. I just came here today to apologize for yesterday. She gets really happy and says, really? He says, yeah. Anyway, do you want to come with us to get some burgers? She says, what? Get burgers with you? Yuilshin says, I guess it'd be annoying since you're so famous. We'll just go on our own. She says, no. I'll go with you guys too. Wait. I'll get a mask and some sunglasses. After that we see the Antria in the woods. There is some black blood on the ground. It is Alpha Crocky's brother. He says, damn it. The traitor bastard killed all of our brothers. I will get my revenge. The sickening bastard. There was one Alice. That's good. Someone gets there and says, there was one Alice. That's good. Alpha says, what are you? You little. He says, how rude. But I'll let it go just once. Where is my Arachne? Her presence vanished from around here. I don't see her. Alpha says, that spider? She's already dead. Unbelievable that I have to go through such shame just because of that bug. He says, is that so? Why was she in such a hurry that she didn't even wait for me? Alpha says, it's no matter. Take me back to my world right now, or I'll kill you. He says, kill me? Alpha thinks, this overwhelming energy. What is he? He says, I am the iron-blooded brother of this sickening insect world. Alpha says, don't come near me. Iron-blooded says, in a great god. Alpha screams, no. After that we see its soul. Yuilshin, his niece and Songmina are eating burgers. People around them are talking, saying, is it really Songmina? No way, why would she be in a place like this? She looks like her though. Yuilshin thinks, I feel like there's no point in the mask and sunglasses. They all recognize her anyway, don't they? She says, why are you just staring at me? Aren't you gonna eat? Yu Ilshin says, yeah, I'll eat. Some lighting hits out of the restaurant. It's Miri. She says, finally. Teacher. Yu Ilshin says, oh Miri. Long time no see. How did you know that I was here? She says, your scent. He thinks, my scent? I take a shower every day. Do I smell? But. Yu Ilshin says, Mina, where are you going? Miri says, Uni. What are you doing here? She says, well? Mina starts to act like a child again and says, Miri, did you come to see me? I'm so happy. Let's eat together. She says, Uni. People are staring. Yu Ilshin says, a lot more people are here now thanks to you. Everyone starts to take pictures. Yu Ilshin thinks, let's just go home. Yu Ilshin screams when he gets home. He says, what? Why are you here again? Zhao Ming is there. She is wearing a maid costume and says, since I have yet to receive my next mission from you, I thought that maybe I'd help with the household chores instead. Mina says, hey, you. I told you I'd kill you if I saw you again. Zhao Ming says, jealousy is pathetic. Middle-aged woman who has a father-daughter relationship with my dear sword god. Mina gets angry and says, what? Middle-aged woman? She says, I don't care whether you're a double S-class or not. You're dead. Miri says, you've let a woman like that into your home. Yu Ilshin says, Miri? This isn't what it looks like. She disappears while saying, I'm disappointed in you. His niece says, Uncle, which one's your girlfriend? I'm so confused. Yu Ilshin says, none of them are my girlfriend. He thinks, what a mess. What is happening? Yu Ilshin is alone and thinks, it's best to be alone. He thinks, I knocked both of them out and left them in the nurse's office since they kept fighting. They won't keep fighting after waking up, right? Well, that's their problem. It's been a while since I could sleep in peace like this. The next day, he wakes up and says, who's here so early in the morning? The doorbell's gonna break. Whose? Gal is outside of his house looking really angry. Yu Ilshin says, this man. He just doesn't give up. Whatever. I don't hear it. I don't see it. Gal breaks the door and says, I knew it. You're here. I definitely told you to come to the association training hall today, didn't I? My door one, this costs a ton. Gal says, are you even listening to me? You need a beating to get it together, huh? Yu Ilshin is really angry. Gal tries to punch him. Yu Ilshin stops him with one finger. Gal is really surprised and says, he blocked my fist with just a finger. Yu Ilshin says, I can't forgive you for destroying my door even if you're my senior. I'm not going to tolerate you anymore. Gal says, you're arrogant little. Yu Ilshin just throws him. He says, just leave after giving me the door replacement fees. This is your last chance. Gal says, you still dare to mock me. All right, I'm not going to go easy on you anymore. Come soul armor. A really big explosion happens. His apartment is just blown to pieces. Gal says, you even made me use my soul armor. I do admit that you're strong, but it won't be so easy anymore. Get a weapon. It'll only be fair. Yu Ilshin says, I redid all of the interiors to celebrate becoming a landlord. I was excited to finally have a nice home. Yet you dare destroy it? You've lost my respect. You terrorist. Summon heavenly demons' memories. Void steps. Gal is really surprised and thinks, these are the void steps that only the very expert martial artist of Mirim can use. I was wondering how he's so strong. He was from Mirim. Gal blocks Yu Ilshin's attack. He thinks, I can still feel the shock despite having blocked him. Yu Ilshin appears behind Gal and punches him. Gal hits the ground. A big hole is made on the ground by the shock of the impact. Yu Ilshin says, if I keep going, you might actually die. I will end it here if you apologize. Gal says, you want me to apologize? Never. I wasn't going to use this, but this is a technique that can wipe out even an S-class monster in just one hit. Don't hate me for it. A really big fire dragon attack goes toward Yu Ilshin. He says, soul armor cannot, dragon fist. Yu Ilshin says, I'll also stop holding back then. The fire dragon gets destroyed. This is the end of the video. Subscribe for the next part. Hello. Welcome to the 14th part of the I'll be taking a break for personal reasons. At the beginning of this part we see that Yu Ilshin says, I'll also stop holding back then. Gal is really surprised and says, no way. A really big explosion happens. Gal says, I'm sorry. I'll give you the repair fees, so please stop. Yu Ilshin thinks, I got upset and didn't hold back, but he managed to endure it. That armor really must be valuable. Spirit Armor says, my new master. Please take me in. Yu Ilshin thinks it was just talk. Wait, what? He says, you want me to take you in? Spirit Armor says, I can no longer serve this loser as my master. Gal says, Spirit Armor, what's gotten into you? Spirit Armor says, during the last 623 days and 12 hours that you had me in your possession, you only improved by 2%. Given the amount of time, you should have improved by at least 6%. A human like you isn't qualified to be my owner. But he's different. He has a different power, a different talent to him. I'm kinda great. Yeah. Compared to him, you're worth less than the dust floating around in space. I am the successor of the omnipotent AI mother. I have a duty to evolve into a transcendent entity. So please become my new owner. Yuilshin. Yuilshin says, that's gonna be a bit difficult. Spirit Armor says, then. Yuilshin says, don't be mistaken. There's just someone else who would be a better owner than me. His name's Ilho. He fights battles every single day. I think it'll be better for you to serve him as your new owner. Spirit Armor says, I can feel a power similar to the kind I feel from you. He's very strongly connected to you as well. Yuilshin says, that's right. Yuilshin thinks, I can use his abilities anyway. So I'm sure it'll be better to give it to Ilho since he has to work his ass off every day. Spirit Armor says, I will do as you say. Then goodbye, former owner, Gal Junkyuk. Spirit Armor goes to Ilho. Ilho says, God Yuilshin, this is. Yuilshin says, it's a gift, Ilho. It should help you overcome the trials. Ilho says, thank you, God Yuilshin. I shall do my best. Gal is really confused and surprised. There is a really big hole in the mountain. Someone is watching that on the laptop. They says, this is beyond what I had imagined. He defeated the Spirit Armor Gal Junkyuk so easily. I knew he wasn't an ordinary B-rank hunter. His assistant says, additionally, the Spirit Armor has decided to serve Yuilshin as its new owner. He says, what? The world's strongest AI, Spirit Armor? She says, it's certain that his past feat of killing that double S-rank monster was no coincidence, but instead, a result of his true skill. He says, it's definitely possible. Anyway, what are the damages? She says, more than 100 billion won. He says, what? 100 billion? Were any civilians hurt? She says, none. He says, that's good. So where's Yuilshin right now? Song Mina says, how hard did you beat him up that an S-rank hunter like him got 3 weeks in the hospital? I got kind of pissed off because he broke down the house. But you're certain that I'll be able to avoid paying the damages. Yuilshin says, if I heal him right? She says, yeah, the Hunter Association president said that if you just heal Gal Junkyuk, he'll give you an S-rank license, which grants you the immunity privilege. Yuilshin thinks, I almost had to pay 100 billion. I didn't know that S-rank hunters had an immunity privilege. I'll do my best to heal him. Gal is all injured in the hospital. Gal is crying and says, why have you abandoned me, Spirit Armor? Did you like Yuilshin that much? Gal says, what's so great about a guy who goes around everywhere in sweats? Come back to me, Spirit Armor. Mina says, what's wrong with him? Yuilshin says, I'm wondering the same thing. Yuilshin thinks, I feel like he's going to be even more upset if I go in there. I'll just heal him from here. Yuilshin says, God's healing ring finger. Gal says, my body. Yuilshin says, let's go now, Mina. Mina says, all right. No, stop. Mina says, let's go to the mall. I can't have you going in that outfit. Yuilshin says, the mall? Can't have me going where? After that we see a few days later at the Hunter Association. They say, thank you to all who have attended today. Today is a very significant event, an S-rank hunter. Mina says, looks good on you, handsome. Yuilshin says, I could have just worn my sweats. Miri says, good job. I was going to get him a pair too. He looks really nice. Mina says, right? I did good, right? Yuilshin thinks Mina's acting skills improve every day. She could become a professional actress, but Yuilshin thinks, why does that guy keep looking at me? Miri says, that bastard. Yuilshin says, do you know him? Miri says, Stephen Choi, he was the one overseeing my S-rank test. He was bragging so much about rejecting a scouting offer from a giant American guild to come to Korea. He kept asking for my number and hitting on me even though I rejected him so many times. He's annoying. What? How dare he? Yuilshin is really angry and says, that garbage. He thinks, this is Stephen Choi's status window? Name, Stephen Choi. Male human, 25 years old. Remark teleporter, a piece of shit and really jealous. Yuilshin thinks, that's quite an interesting remark. Then shall I go say hi? Stephen Choi says, I was excited because I heard that Miri was going to be here, but I didn't even get to sit next to her. Stephen Choi says, the hell? Do you know me? Yu Ilshin says, of course I do. Stephen Choi says, what? You dare speak to me like I'm your friend. Yu Ilshin thinks it said on his status window. He says, you're Bonksik. Choi Bonksik. Status window appears saying, name, Stephen Choi male human, 25 years old. Remark, teleporter, a piece of shit and really, really jealous. Abhors his real name, Choi Bonksik, and is very embarrassed by it. Choi Bonksik says, what? How do you know my? He says, we will now begin the S-Class Hunter ceremony. Please take your seats. Stephen Choi and Yu Ilshin, please come up onto the stage. Stephen Choi says, wait for me after this. Yu Ilshin says, all right, Bonksik. He says, this machine detects a hunter's MP and is the license of an S-Class. Yu Ilshin says, we can use this to tell if you're someone fit to be an S-Class. He thinks, I was curious about my mana state. Yu Ilshin thinks, this is a piece of cake. Capacity meter says, Stephen Choi's maximum mana capacity is 10,050 MP. Someone says, an average S-Class is usually 8,000 and above, but he hit 10,050. As expected of someone like Stephen Choi. I hears that he came back to Korea after rejecting an American Guild Scout offer. He thinks, did you see that, you bastard? There's no way you can score higher than me. Capacity meter says, Yu Ilshin maximum mana capacity 5 MP. Everyone is really surprised and says, only 5? Is he really an S-Class? Shouldn't we cancel his license? Stephen Choi thinks, just 5. I was wondering how powerful he is, but he's the lowest of the low. How embarrassing for him. Yu Ilshin thinks, it was like this in the academy too. I guess I'll have to use a different method then. Yu Ilshin uses skill share, Ilho. Strong body. Capacity meter says, Yu Ilshin maximum mana capacity 5,000 MP. 17,000 MP. 26,000 MP. Choi says, what kind of? Yu Ilshin maximum mana capacity 35,000 MP. Everyone is really surprised and says, 35,000, that's a new record. Hunter Gal Junghyuk got 31,000 when he was wearing the spirit armor. They say, I guess the machine's finally working again. We've now confirmed that you are qualified to be an S-Class. Yu Ilshin says, remember what you said earlier? Let's meet up after the ceremony, Bonksik. Yu Ilshin says, I'm tired. He thinks he apologized to me in the end. Just try hitting on Miri again. Looks like a sword phantom and Xiaoming fixed the ceiling. It seemed like they had grown closer together, so I sent them to guard Kongwu. They'll probably get along, right? Yu Ilshin says, a message from Kongwu. It says, there's going to be an S-Class dungeon in 3 days. The item in there in triple S-Class item called Gotta Balances Scales will be helpful to you. Gotta Balances Scales? I don't know what that is, but since he recommends it, I guess I gotta go get it. Yu Ilshin says, anyway, let's see what the guys are doing. I need to help them if need be. Yu Ilshin says, Ilho, you've made it to the 44th floor. System message popped up saying, attempting Warriors Tower 44th floor trial of space and time. Clear condition, save the Great Space Alliance for danger. Yu Ilshin says, Great Space Alliance? What the hell is that? Since I gave Ilho the spirit armor, I'm sure he'll do well. Yu Ilshin says, let's take a look at Kraki. What's the skill? System says, shareable skill added, Dragon Awakening Kraki's ultimate Dragon Awakening skill. It threatens even the gods. Try using it. Something interesting will happen. Yu Ilshin says, what? That skill from back then? That means I can become a dragon? I have to try this out right now. After that we saw the neighboring mountain. Yu Ilshin says, it shouldn't be a problem here. He uses skill share, Kraki, Dragon Awakening. After that we see Stephen Choi's house. Choi says, damn it. How could I have apologized to that parasite of a man? I'll get my revenge. At his watch a warning message appears saying, high threat monster appearance. At least S-Class. Urgent call for reinforcement. Choi says, an S-Class monster? He says, all right, this is my chance to prove that I'm better than him. I'll get there the fastest. I'm the only one in Korea who can teleport, after all. He appears there and says, an S-Class monster in the mountains. What? There is monster looking like Kraki. Monster says, Bonksik? Bonksik is really surprised and says, what? How do you know my real name? He thinks, how? Because I'm Yu Ilshin, Bonksik. He says, Bonksik. Are you going to answer me? Even a dragon is going to call me Bonksik. He says, I was already feeling shitty. You got unlucky. I'm gonna let my anger out on Y5OU. He says, what? You're still caught up. Skill teleport. He says, Bonksic, you're just begging to be killed right now, aren't you? Choi says, remember my name before you die. Yuilshin says, bombs? From where? He says, my name is Stephen Choi. A really big explosion happens. Choi says, how's my skill? A monster as big as you is easy to kill. He says, that stung, Choi Bonksic. Choi says, damn it. You didn't die even after all those bombs. Then I'll rain all the bombs I have on you. He says, I said I stings. Quack. He says, Bonksic. Sorry, this is my first time transforming into a dragon, so I couldn't control my strength properly. Some other S-class heroes appear. Yuilshin thinks, I'm screwed. The 14th part of the I'll be taking a break for personal reasons ends here. If you want to see more, please subscribe and like. Thanks for watching. In the start of this part, we see Yuilshin in dragon form. All S-rank hunters are there to defeat him. He thinks, damn it, how do you undo this transformation? I have no choice. In a situation like this, running away is the best option. I'm sure they won't listen to me when I look like this anyway. He suddenly realizes that he is flying and thinks, I can fly. He is very happy. A flight ability. That's amazing. Dragons are the best. Suddenly something happens to him and thinks, what is this? My head feels like it's going to burst. System says, warning. You do not have enough divine power to maintain dragon awakening any longer. He thinks, did I do too much? The strength is leaving me. He turns back to his original form and starts falling down. He grabs some scales of the dragon. After some time, someone says to him, babe, wake up. We see the flowers that bloom at night. There is a girl standing there. Yuilshin asks her, who are you? She replies, you don't recognize my voice? I'm a little upset. I'm the goddess of nightmares. I dominate over all evil. You know me as Soundless Nightmare. Yuilshin thinks, that perverted freak is this woman. Then am I inside a dream? Soundless Nightmare says to him, you're even more handsome up close, babe. Yuilshin thinks, why does she keep calling me babe? I'm scared. She says, listen closely. There isn't much time, so I'll get straight to the point. Suddenly we see a big thing, even bigger than Earth. That thing says, I'm hungry, and is about to eat the whole Earth. Yuilshin is trying to stop that thing. He says, get away from Earth right now, you damned god of destruction. Yuilshin asks his Soundless Nightmare, what was that? She replies, what you just saw was the future. I used my karma to show you. You'll be able to do that once you've surpassed the advanced god realm. He says, surpass it? I haven't even gotten the advanced god quest yet. She says, the fastest way to raise your divine level is to eat a god. You win against one during a festival of the gods, and then you devour the god you defeated. Then you can surpass the advanced god realm and become a great evil god. It takes too long with the good god's method, doesn't it? And a small god is going to challenge you to a festival of the gods soon. They'll borrow the power of both strong and deceitful beast, as well as the dominator of the abyss. You won't be able to turn down the challenge either, because he's a lower level than you. Yuilshin asks her, who is he? She tells him, Antria's emperor. So make sure you don't die. Yuilshin wakes up. He says, that could have been bad. She just does whatever she wants all the time. Mina is there. She asks him, what could have been bad? Miri is also there. She says, do you know how worried I was? Yuilshin asks her, why would you be worried? Mina says, you should have been waited for reinforcements if you came across an SS-class monster. I was worried. He asks her, what do you mean? One person comes there and says, you've only just become an SS-class hunter and you've already done a great job. We didn't see the dragon anywhere when we found you, but we found that you were holding these scales. He thinks that was from when I grabbed myself during my fall. Do these people think that I killed the dragon? Miri asks him, how did you manage to bring down a dragon like that? The association in the media is going crazy right now. They're saying you saved the world. Yuilshin thinks, I somehow became a fraud overnight. The association member says, your world's here. The association will be rewarding you soon, so you can look forward to that. He says, thank you. After some time, Yuilshin thinks, finally some quiet. I'm excited for the reward. Anyway, so I need to become at least an advanced class god in order to stop the god of destruction? Whether it's as an evil god or as a good god, I need to do all I can to become an advanced god as soon as possible. System says, advanced class good god and evil promotion quests have been activated. You see the condition and shockingly thinks, is this correct? After that we see Antria Empire. Entry as Emperor says, to Ilshin. I sacrificed all that I had to earn this power, but he took it so easily. It's power unbefitting a child like him. I will chew him up so that his power can be mine. Ilshin thinks, finally, the Advanced God Promotion Quest is here. But this is too difficult. Advanced Class Good God Quest. Regular followers, 1 trillion. Or S-Class follower, 10,000. Advanced Class Evil God Quest. Regular sacrifices, 1 trillion. Or S-Class sacrifices, 10,000. Ilshin remember what Soundless Nightmare says and thinks, if I utilize the Festival of the Gods like Nightmare said, being promoted to an advanced class evil god won't take much time. The problem is the good god promotion. That's way too many followers. But if I want to stop the god of destruction, I've got to do all that I can. I'll start with defeating the Emperor like Nightmare told me to. She said that he was originally a lower class than me, but that he's going to borrow some other guy's powers. Which means I also need to level up. First, I'll go find the god of balance's scales that Kangwoo told me about. Maybe I should eat before I do that. I was told that the food here is great. I'm excited. He sees Bongsik. He is talking to girl. He says to her, hey, do you really not know who I am? I'm Steven, the S-Class hunter. She says, I still don't know who you are. I need to go visit someone important to me. So, Ilshin thinks, I was worried he might have been badly hurt, but he must be fine since he's hitting some innocent woman. Steven says to her, it's okay. You can get to know me. Just give me your number. Ilshin shouts from behind, Bongsik. Steven gets angry and says, what piece of shit dares to call me by my real name? Ilshin says, piece of shit? Do you want to die? Bongsik asks him, why are you here? Bongsik thinks, I heard that he killed that dragon on his own. I wasn't even a match for the dragon. To think that. He was staying in the same hospital as me. Ilshin asks him, are you really hitting on women even while in the hospital? He replies, I'm not. She just looked like someone I know. The girl says to Ilshin, teacher. He keeps bothering me. He says, teacher? Are you an academy student? No, wait. He gets angry and says to Bongsik, you bastard. You're hitting on one of my students again? Bongsik runs away from there. Ilshin asks her, how do you know me, by the way? She says, did you forget who I am? Ilshin says, you don't look like a student from my class. She says, teacher, I'm Hyuju. Ilshin is shocked and says, you're Hyuju. She receives a new body, thanks to bountiful abundance. That's why she is looking like this. Ilshin asks her, you really are Hyuju? She tells him that she came here to see him. We see Bongsik and he's very angry. He says, Ilshin embarrassed me once again. I won't forgive him. He sees Ilshin and Hyuju walking on the ground and thinks, he stole that girl from me. Ilshin asks her, so you're going to go into farming once you graduate? She replies, yes, after reviving, I've been having so much fun farming. He thinks, is it because of bountiful abundance's blessing? Well, she is blessed by abundant harvest. And by the way, that you for saving my mother and I will forever be indebted to you. System says, Hyuja is now a follower of the Earth Department. She possessed transcendence potential thanks to the blessing of the bountiful abundance. Hyuja's blessing of bountiful harvest skill will be shared. She leaves the place. Ilshin thinks, knew it was thanks to bountiful abundance. I feel a bit off, but well, I guess it's a good thing. Bongsik is standing behind him plotting to attack. He thinks, he may be stronger than me, but he shouldn't be able to block my attack when he's in such a vulnerable state. Ilshin thinks, I did get one more S-Class follower thanks to Hyuja, but I've got such a long way to go. I wish it would rain S-Class followers. Bongsik launches his attack saying, die, Ilshin. This is your punishment for ruining my love. A big explosion happens. When smoke clears, we see that nothing happened to Ilshin. He says, what the heck? An S-Class did rain from the sky. Bongsik gets scared and thinks, how is he alive after taking my attack head on? This bastard's not human. This is the same feeling I feel when I faced with a dragon. Ilshin says to him, Bongsik, there is only one way you can live. Say that you believe in me. Then I'll forgive you for everything you've done. Bongsik asks him, what do you mean? Ilshin says, if you don't want to, then I'll have to punish you for all that you've done, right? Bongsik says, I believe in you. I believe in you, Ilshin. System says, Bongsik is now Ilshin's follower. Skill, Dominator of Space has been shared. S-Class followers, 767 out of 10,000. Ilshin says, that's right. Stop trying to fight me from now on. The next day at Mount Cheery, Ilshin is there, he thinks. The teleportation skill is so convenient. I can travel so far in just one breath. This must be where dungeon with the god of balances scale is. Alright, then let's. Suddenly many warning messages appear. System says, the wedding between Ilho and the child whose veins used to flow with the blood of the god of destruction is starting. This is the end of the video. Subscribe for the next part. In the start of this part, we see a spaceship. Great Space Alliance Empress spaceship. We see Ilho and he is getting married. Yu Ilshin is watching everything. He thinks, did he get seduced by that woman not knowing that she has the god of destruction's blood in her? Get it together, Ilho. Ilho hears his voice. Yu Ilshin says, get it together. That woman is. Suddenly she starts talking. She says, is this the god Yu Ilshin? Her details. Name, Esmeralda. The Empress of the Great Alliance. Once she had the blood of the god of destruction, but she became a normal human with the help of Ilho. Esmeralda was chosen by the god of destruction to be his disciple and was forced to inherit his blood. She resisted against her fate and the god of destruction but failed. She was at her wit's end and was about to give up when Ilho appeared. After a very close battle, Ilho was able to defeat god of destruction's clone. Thanks to him, Esmeralda was freed from the blood leash of the god of destruction. Yu Ilshin says, so that's what happened. Esmeralda says, I heard from Ilho that there is one god he worships, and that I also need to be of assistance to him. I am much weaker from Ilho, but if you'll allow it, I will also offer my faith to you. She worth 10 S-class followers. The faith of Yu Ilshin has been spread to the Great Space Alliance. Yu Ilshin is happy, he thinks, worth 10 S-class followers, and my faith has been spread to the Great Space Alliance. I'll get sweet a lot more followers then, won't I? He says, Ilho, thank you. Congratulations on your marriage. I'll contact you again. Ilho and Esmeralda is happy. Yu Ilshin says that somewhat relieves my worries about the good god quest. Shall I go look for the scale now? 30 minutes later. He says, it must be here. We see there are some statues. He says, is this the god of balances scale? Do I just take it? Suddenly one statue starts moving. It is a big monster. Yu Ilshin says, I guess it won't be that easy. Well, this should be a piece of cake. He uses God's crushing forefinger, but nothing happens. He says, why isn't my skill working? God's condemning middle finger. He uses all of his skills, but nothing works. System says, warning. There is a ripple in the law of casualty. 95% of skills will be sealed by powerful entity. He thinks, a powerful entity? Someone who possesses that kind of power. It was the god of destruction. He thinks, was this a trap? But I still have 5% of my power, so I need to somehow make it out of here. Ilho, I believe in you. He uses Ilho's super strong body and attack the monster. He thinks, I did it. Only one of my arms was strengthened, but this much should. We see that the monster survives his punch and one more appears. Yu Ilshin says, this would have been doable if it was just one of them. We see a message appear in front of Ilho saying, the perpetual truth seeker uses his principle of cause and effect point to intervene, changing the 45th floor's trial of time and space into the god of balance's ruins. Clear condition. Help Yu Ilshin who has fallen into the god of destruction's trap and obtain the god of balance's scales. Ilho is shocked and says, God Yu Ilshin has fallen into a trap. Esmeralda says that he must be in danger. Ilho says, I think he needs my help right now. Ilho disappears from there and appears in the dungeon. Yu Ilshin says, you're here, Ilho. But you're the same height as me now? Ilho says, I thought you made me taller with your divine power? Perpetual Truth Seeker tells Yu Ilshin that how he sent Ilho there to help Yu Ilshin. But he uses something called, God, there is one hidden word and fragment. Yu Ilshin thinks, I see, but what's God fragment? Ilho says, let's get rid of those guys first. Yu Ilshin says, but Ilho, could I borrow soul armor for a bit? I got all of my divine power sealed. Ilho says, of course. It was originally yours. Now Yu Ilshin is wearing soul armor. He thinks, I do feel bad that I'm taking what I gave to him, but right now it's an emergency. They easily defeat both monsters with just one hit. Yu Ilshin walks toward the big statue and says, so are you the final boss? I'm not that patient. Came at me already. She opened her eyes. She says, where there is light, there is darkness. Where there is life, there must be death. Where there is creation, there must be destruction, creating balance. But when creation disappeared, only destruction remained, leaving it to become a monster that devoured all things in the world. Something happening to Ilho. She says, "You Ilshin, you too have inherited his blood and blessing. But that won't change anything. Look past the scales at the great enemy. You will see that you are powerless." Scales start shining. After that we see two big monsters. You Ilshin is also there, but I think only as a spectator. He thinks, their divinity is too high for me to be able to view their stat window, but I can feel it. They're both advanced class evil gods. They're the strong and deceitful beast and the dominator of the abyss swamp. Wait, are those two the one that will kill me? Dominator says, "We only want one thing from you. It's to bring us the young god who killed our followers and even stole their powers." Monster says that I'll only feel better once I've devoured every bit of flesh and every drop of blood he has. Emperor is standing there. He says, "Do not order me around. I'm only forming an alliance with you out of temporary need. I am not your subordinate." You Ilshin thinks, why is Antria's empire there? And an alliance? What's his plan? Dominator says, "You're quite arrogant, new god of Antria." He says, "Hut up and give me what you promised. Then screw off." Dominator gets angry and says, "Do you want to die? You're nothing more than an insect to me." He says, "You won't be able to kill you Ilshin if you do anything to me. I told you, we're allies." Monster says, "It's maddening, but he's right. It's true that it'll be much harder to get rid of you Ilshin if we don't have him as our ally. Our ally need to have that kind of boldness in order to accomplish great things. All right. You should be honored that we will share our divinity with you, a mortal." Monster share his powers with Emperor. You Ilshin uses blind god's eyes to see the history of Emperor. One day, a great dome appeared in Antria. It called itself the Tutorial, and within the dome were a little over 10 people who were chosen by a certain god. They had been reduced to the size of a thumb. They were given skills, and they had to kill the bugs within the dome as well as each other, until just one remained. After 250 hours, there are only 3 survivors left. The strongest man out of the group was a firefighter. He threw his child and his mother to the bugs as bait, and at the very moment, he punched the mouth of the bug with all his might. The firefighter lost his right arm and killed the bug. Now there are only 2 survivors remaining. There is 1 egg. System says, "Congratulations. You have activated Parasitic Young God from the Great Evil God. Skill Feeding has been activated." Feeding is a skill that allows you to absorb the skill of the opponent you eat. In the last remaining egg was the child who had been eaten by the ant with his mom. An amazing ability blessed by the Great Evil God. That child would grow up to be Antria's emperor today. He uses massacring god flames and killed that firefighter. There is 1 survivor. Tutorial is now over. After that, the emperor used his feeding and parasite abilities to absorb the power of the gods native to Antria and made it his empire. That is, until you Ilshin appeared. Emperor says, "I couldn't take over the ant tribe because of that bastard you Ilshin. I can't become a real god if I just eat Anti and Ilho. Isn't that so, you Ilshin?" Emperor can see the you Ilshin spying on him. He says, "How long do you intend on spying on me? Isn't it unfair? The power I had to earn by becoming an insect, you earned by just tapping some things on your phone." System says, "The intermediate class evil god, cruel lord of insects, has requested a festival of the gods with you Ilshin." You Ilshin thinks, "What? This is just as the nightmare said. She said he's still weaker than me. I can avoid this one. I can't reject a request from someone whose divinity is lower than mine." System says, "Festival of the gods between cruel lot of insects and you Ilshin has been created. The seal of war of slaughter and insanity is being burned onto cruel lord of insects and you Ilshin." Emperor says, "Just wait for me, you Ilshin. The day I have the advanced class evil god's powers fully in my hands, I will slit your throat. Don't die until then." You Ilshin hears Ilho saying, "You need to get out of the way." He is back. We see Ilho is barely holding his own against the statue. She says, "I was going to kill you before you woke up, but you've escaped the illusion faster than I anticipated." You Ilshin thinks, "Illusion? Did she use a skill on me then?" Ilho is very injured. He says, please get out of here. She's too strong. She is about to attack and says, shut up. No one will escape. Yu Ilshin runs to attack and says, come at me. I'll kill you. Yu Ilshin gets thrown away by her. He thinks, I took this much damage despite having the soul armor. Ilho says, I'll take care of things here. You won't lay even a finger on him. She says, how impressive. Most of your abilities should be sealed. Yu Ilshin stands up and says, listen Ilho, no one is allowed to kill my followers while I'm here. I will never run. I would rather die than run. Some kind of authority is activated because of that Yu Ilshin got his 95% powers that were sealed back. This is the second time they are not telling us the skill name properly. One word is also missing this time. Yu Ilshin thinks, my powers are coming back to me? System says, Transcendent Divinity Energy Karma and Sub-Hoodie detected. Checklink. New user Yu Ilshin detected. Soul synchronization on 999%. Soul armor has reached Ultimate Armor God realm. She says, what's with this sudden increase in divinity? Yu Ilshin says, it means you're dead. Soul armor cannon God fist. She gets hit by his attack. This is the end of the video. Subscribe for the next part. Hello. Welcome to the 17th part of the I'll be taking a break for personal reasons. At the beginning of this part we see that she screams and says, no way. You really possess such power. Ilho says, that was incredibly destructive. I wouldn't expect any less from you. Things would have gotten bad without your help. System says, congratulations, you've cleared the 45th floor's trial of space and time with flying colors. The next floor's trial will soon begin. Ilho starts to disappears. He says, then I'll go back to climbing the tower. Ilho says, all right, stay safe. The dungeon starts to crumble. Yu Ilshin says, shall I head back as well? System says, returning to reality. He is seeing God of Balance's scales. A dead god's legacy. 2,220,000 years old. Remark sealed. He thinks, I don't know what this is supposed to be used for. I'll leave it with Kong Wu for now. He must know something since he's a regressor. News reporter says, next up is news about the Hunter War. The player's runner-up was announced today. The Korean representatives will be Director Gal Jung-hyuk, Hunter Song-mina, Song-miri, Stephen Choi, and lastly, the Sword Phantom and Yu Ilshin. Hunter Gal Jung-hyuk is said to be attending as the director as he's still recovering from the shock of having lost his soul armor. Yu Ilshin says, makes sense. I didn't expect my name to be on the list. He thinks, I guess it's to be expected since I've performed better than a normal S-class hunter would. Huh? But I need to prepare for the Festival of the Gods. It'd be better to send my clone there since he likes fighting. Yu Ilshin says, anyway, it'd be nice to know when I have to fight the Emperor. Don't you agree, stalkers? Tears of the Bountiful Abundance says that it'll take anywhere between 2 months and 6 to completely absorb the divine power of 2 advanced class gods. He says, nice to know. Soundless Nightmare advises you to get rid of the annoying Emperor and to hurry with the god promotion. Yu Ilshin says, I have to fight the Emperor no matter what, so don't worry about that. I'm gonna figure out the god promotion on my own somehow, so mind your own. Someone knocks on the door. He thinks, who could be visiting me this late? Yu Ilshin says, come. He says, who? Hyojio and Miri? Hyojio says, Mr. Yu Ilshin, we have a favor to ask. Yu Ilshin says, what? Is Bongsik doing that? Yes. All the time. He says, with his teleporting skills? She says, yes. He keeps asking me out, but he's so arrogant and annoying. I don't like him. So I told Miri about it, and she sighed that you'd take care of it for me. Yu Ilshin gets angry and says, how dare he? He must have lost his damn mind. I only have to tell him to cut if out since he's my follower. But he needs a good beating first. A warning message appears on their watches. It says, the appearance of 3 high-risk S-class monster, calling for reinforcement of S-class hunters and above. Hyojio says, 3 S-class monsters? Miri says, let's go. Yu Ilshin says, wait, it's right in front of my house? Bongsik is fighting the monster. He says, my advantage is that I'm faster than anyone. Reporter says, urgent new, there are S-class monsters all over Seoul at the moment. Bongsik says, Hyojio, please watch to see how handsome and strong I am. Yu Ilshin gets angry and says, his face is just begging for a knuckle sandwich. Huh? He says, Miri, can you lend me your helmet? She gave him her helmet. Yu Ilshin says, if it's just 3 I can take them down on my own, so stay here. Bongsik says, I'll kill you, you monster. Yu Ilshin destroys the monster. Bongsik is really surprised and thinks, the monster suddenly. Yu Ilshin punches Bongsik in the face. He says, you. Who are you? You dare attack the dominator of space. Yu Ilshin thinks, you dare hit on my student? He says, I'll let you know after I beat you up for a bit. Bongsik uses teleportation. He thinks, where am I? I was in such a hurry to get away that I didn't even decide the coordinates before activating the skill. Huh. He says, K-Tower? I'm 10 kilometers away from where I was just now. My. I've teleported so far. I've improved yet again. I'm starting to be afraid of my own talent. Yu Ilshin appears there and says, Bongsid, you're still in your cringe era. He says, you followed me all the way here? Who are you? Yu Ilshin removes the helmet glass and says, it's me. It seemed like your obsession with my student, Hyojio, was crossing the line. So I wanted to have a conversation with you, but then some monsters appeared. Bongsik says, that's. He says, so why don't we have a conversation? With my 2 fists in your face? Bongsik uses teleportation. Yu Ilshin says, he's making things annoying for me. After that we see in the headquarters they are monitoring the monsters. They say, things are going more smoothly than I expected. It's reported that Hunter Stephen Choi was there first with his teleporting skill, and one mysterious man in a helmet. Then those 2 are taking care of the monsters? Yes. They've already moved on towards the National Assembly building. Bongsik is running, and Yu Ilshin is after him. Yu Ilshin says, it's no use running. You need a beating to cure that mental illness of yours. Bongsik says, I'm sorry. I'll never do it again. The monster appears above them. Monster punches them. He barely dodges that and thinks, barely managed to dodge using my skill. Is Yu Ilshin dead? Yu Ilshin is fine and says, I see. You're begging for a beating too. Yu Ilshin uses a Skillshare super strong body. He says, I'll kill you first before that pervert then. Yu Ilshin jumps and punches the S-Class monster. Monster gets destroyed. Reporter says, S-Class monsters made a sudden appearance in the Heart of Seoul today. But the S-Class hunter Yu Ilshin has successfully eliminated these threats, attracting the attention of the World Hunter Association. Someone calls him and says, Mr. Yu, you got the Korean beef set I sent, right? I'll be looking forward to your services in the future too. He says thanks. You didn't really need to do all this. He's treating me so much differently now that I'm in the top 10 in the Pizang category of novels. He says, no, I do need to. I'll prepare a bonus if you reach first place too. Yu Ilshin says, a bonus? I'll do my best. He thinks okay. 5 chapters complete. Yu Ilshin says, then I'm sending the files now. He says, okay. Thank you. Yu Ilshin thinks, after becoming an intermediate class god, my writing speed has gotten surprisingly fast. Divinely fast, actually. His niece says, you must be a popular author now. I'm going to tell my friends. He says, yeah? Then bring all your friends together. I'll sign. System says, 2 clees have been added as a reward for obtaining 3,000 S-Class sacrifices and increased writing skills. S-Class possessing Transcendence Potential Sacrifice, 3,000 out of 10,000. Additional skill writing, 850. Yu Ilshin thinks, I do remember reaching 3,000 sacrifices after killing that ogre. But what's the writing skill thing? And more clones? System says, you have the ability to summon the 2 clones at once. Yu Ilshin gets excited and says, 2 at the same time? Let me give it a go right now. He uses the multiplying thumb of God. His niece says there's 2 uncles now? They both look a bit younger than him. Yu Ilshin thinks, they both look exactly like my younger self. His niece gets excited and says, whoa, there are 2 more of you now. Do you have this kind of skill because you're an S-Class? Yu Ilshin says, yeah. One of them is Angry Yu Ilshin, and the other is Writer Yu Ilshin. He says, destruction. Yu Ilshin says, what? What? His stomach makes sounds. His niece says, Uncle must be hungry. Uncle, let's go eat burgers. Uncle's grumbling stomach sounds like a tank. Yu Ilshin says, should we? Let's go get burgers. They are eating. Yu Ilshin thinks, the one with the mole on his forehead I'll name Sam Shin. The one with the pin I'll name him Sashin. Sashin went back into my body saying that he's busy. Sashin says, you'll be able to see me much more often once Yu Ilshin's divine power is higher, young lady. Yu Ilshin think, what kind of abilities do these two have though? I did get a status window after naming them, but a stats window appears saying, Yu Sam Shin, the seed of the god of destruction, unknown years old. Remark always saying destruction. Yu Sashin, the seed of the god of creation, unknown years old. Remark always holding a fountain pen. Yu Ilshin thinks, why are these seeds of the two most powerful gods my clones? Reporter says, monsters assumed to be S-class have appeared in Gangdong Station. Civilians nearby, please evacuate. Someone says, what? Another one? Is the world coming to an end? A really big monster appears in the restaurant. Yu Ilshin says, Sion Jian, you're not scared, right? She says, yeah, I have you uncles. Yu Ilshin says, all right, wait just a bit. We'll take care of them right away. Yu Ilshin tries to use God's crushing forefinger. Sam Shin uses destruction first. The monster gets destroyed. Yu Ilshin is really surprised. Everyone is really surprised and says, that little kid just killed the S-class monster. Where are the other hunters? That person is the S-class hunter Yu Ilshin. But why is he with that monstrous kid? He says, destruction. Everyone gets scared and says, scary. Is he gonna eat us too? Yu Ilshin thinks, this might be bad. Yu Ilshin says, everyone. He's a student I teach. He won't harm you. Everyone runs away. Yu Ilshin thinks, what but was that earlier? He used the ray of destruction and ate the monster. The 1,000 blades that cut all say that you should get rid of guys like this while they're still young. Soundless Nightmare says that you should kill him too. Bountiful Abundance says that he may be the seed of the god of destruction, that you can raise him to be a good child. Yu Ilshin thinks, she's right, but it'd be best to get rid of them. He starts to disappear. Yu Ilshin says, he's disappearing? His niece says, what's wrong, uncle? He touches her head. She says, okay, little uncle, come back soon. Yu Ilshin says, what? How are they communicating? Yu Ilshin gets back home. He thinks, Samshin's ability is pretty powerful. I think I can win against the Emperor if I utilize it well. Yu Samshin. Additional remark Sion Jian's kind heart is getting rid of the evil energy from within him. He now likes the burgers that Sion Jian recommended to him. Try feeding him more than 10 burgers a day. He might become a lot kinder than you would expect. He thinks, unlike the stalkers, worries. Samshin's evil energy is being purified by Sion Jian. On the other hand, I don't know anything about Sashin's abilities. I am suspicious of the fountain pen he had in hand. System says, new quest has been created. Quest. Write a blockbuster feel awesome enough to shake up the entire great universe. Let's bring in some future followers onto your side with your soulful acting. Yu Ilshin thinks, did I read that right? Write a what? System says, teleporting to the Great Space Empire fleet. They say, you're finally here, God Yu Ilshin. Yu Ilshin says, hi? They say, is that the god that saved the Empress? Yes. Apparently it is. He's the only person who can substitute Sir Ilho since he's in the Warrior's Tower. It's an honor to meet you. This film is a project to spread the knowledge of your accomplishments. But Sir Ilho is at the Warrior's Tower, so he thinks, so I'm supposed to fill in for Ilho? Yu Ilshin says, nah.
I'm Buse.
Look for someone else. He grabs his arm and says, no. Don't be like that. Just this once, please. I swear on my name that I'll make a superstar out of you. Yu Ilshin thinks, superstar, Mae? I'm not gonna fall for that. Yu Ilshin says, if you don't let me go right now. System says, the citizens of the Great Space Empire are all excited that you were cast as the protagonist of the film being made by the Empress. Your potential follower count has increased. Number of potential followers within the Great Space Empire potential fans. 252,528,838,404 increasing. Yu Ilshin says, Director, what's the population of the Great Space Empire? He says, a bit more than 50 trillion at the moment. Why? Yu Ilshin thinks, an entire population of more than 50 trillion. I already earned 252 billion potential followers just from the news that I was casted. If I make the fans of the great space empire say, I believe in you. Yu Ilshin. Yu Ilshin says, let's do it then. Let's sign a contract right away. I'll put my entire body and soul into this. I'll be able to meet my necessary follower count for the good God promotion. The 17th part of the I'll be taking a break for personal reasons ends here. If you want to see more, please subscribe and like. And if you want to support me financially, you can join my channel membership or Patreon only for $1. Patreon and Discord links are in the description if you want to support me. And a special thanks to all my Patreons for supporting me. Thanks for watching. Hello. Welcome to the 18th part of the I'll be taking a break for personal reasons. At the beginning of this part we see that Yu Ilshin's manager says, "Oh, Mr. Yu, this is a really important point in time for your series. Things are going well, right?" Yu Ilshin says, "I'm busy right now because of a film. I mean because of personal reasons, so I won't be able to write for a while." Yu Ilshin thinks, "I'm getting calls for work even in space." Manager says, "Sorry? Personal reasons?" Yu Ilshin says, "Please put up a notice that I'm taking a break for personal reasons. Thanks." He hangs up the call. Director says, "Actor Yu Ilshin, we're shooting the next scene." Yu Ilshin thinks, the novel is important, but the future of Earth is a higher priority right now. He uses a heavenly demonic god sword. Director says, "Okay, cut. We need to shoot Ilho's battle scene next, so please get ready." He says, "All right." They give Ilho a sword and say, "How is it?" The director made it, so it should be comfortable. Ilho says, "It definitely is. I think it's easy to move around in the, system says, Auntie and the citizens of the Ant tribe have built a golden statue. Will you accept it?" Yu Ilshin thinks, "Auntie, what the hell is this? /." She says, "It's a statue made from gold. Please accept it, God Yu Ilshin." He thinks, she was wondering what to do with the gold mines owned by Arachne, but I guess they all got together and made a golden statue for me. But if this is real gold, then the value. I'm not taking it for the money. I'm just taking it to show my appreciation. I can't say no to Auntie. System says, number of golden statues of greed created is 9. He thinks, why did the name change from golden statue to golden statue of greed? System says, try making 300 golden statues of greed. A surprising miracle will occur. He thinks, a surprising miracle instead of a small miracle? I do feel a bit bad, but, Auntie, do you think you can make 291 more? She says, of course. We'll do our best. Yu says, thanks. I wonder what'll happen once I get to 300. About 10 days later in Earth time. Yu Ilshin thinks, is this the last day of filming? It's been 10 days on Earth, but it's actually been 40 days here. The Hunter War already began, and there are 16 participants left. Yu Ilshin, Yu Samshin, Song Mina, and Song Mirror are amongst them. It's a good thing my clones could participate. I hope they redoing well. After that we see a flashback where Yu Ilshin is at the Hunter Association president's office. President says, you have the ability to make clones? It doesn't really matter to us, as long as they're a similar level to you. Yu Ilshin says, don't worry, they're great at combat. And I think I'll be able to gain all the followers that I need for the god promotion. The movie looks really great. System says, Auntie has finished creating 300 golden statues of greed. Yu Ilshin is surprised and says, what? Already? System says, Antria's gold is an item imbued with the most powerful unknown god's divinity. If you sacrifice the 300 golden statues of greed to the most powerful known god, a surprising miracle will occur. Will you sacrifice the 300 golden statues of greed to this god? Yu Ilshin thinks, yes, of course. I can't give up on a surprising miracle. Yu Ilshin is really surprised and thinks, is this real? His quest window appears saying, Quest Advanced Class Good God Promotion. S-Class followers possessing Transcendence potential 600 out of 10,000. Golden Statues of Greed plus 300 bonus. By sacrificing the Golden Statues of Greed, 300 S-Class followers possessing Transcendence potential have been added. Each golden statue of greed will be counted as one follower from now on. Yu Ilshin says, "Oh my god. I don't know who you are, but thank you. I'll kill the both emperor and the god of destruction." Meanwhile in Antria, the evil gods say, "The time is near, emperor. Hurry and kill that inferior god and sacrifice him to us." Emperor wakes up. Emperor says, "Finally. The time is nigh, Yu Ilshin." After that we see Yu Ilshin is having a press congress in space. They says, space god isn't just a move. It's a legend. Hero Ilho and his guardian god. Yu Ilshin's amazing action and touching acting. There are already people asking about a sequel. Is Yu Ilshin the god of movies? Yu Ilshin thinks, it hit first place in the box office as soon as it was released. Do I perhaps have a talent for acting? Yu Ilshin says, "Hello, everyone. I'm Yu Ilshin. First, thank you for loving Space God." Everyone is cheering for him. He thinks the number of people were combined with the ones watching the show. I need to grab this opportunity no matter what. Right now. Yu Ilshin says, "Everyone, Space God 2 will be made soon, and I'll be the main character, of course. We'll try to make it more fun than Space God 1. Everyone, do you believe that the next movie will be a hit too? If you do, please say that you believe in me." Everyone gets silent. Yu Ilshin says, "This is so embarrassing. Is it not going to be the world? I guess that was a bit cultish." Someone says, "I believe in you. I believe in Yu Ilshin." Someone else says, "I believe in Yu Ilshin." Then everyone starts to say, "I believe in you. I believe in you double. Yu Ilshin is the best." System's eyes, constant number of followers in the Great Space Empire. 652,331,352,604. Current number of S-class possessing transcendence potential in the Great Empire 2,254. Yu Ilshin is really happy and says, 6 billion. I expected a lot, but this is an astronomical amount. S-class follower on top of that too. I thought this advanced god promotion was going to be impossible, but it's definitely doable. Yu Ilshin thinks, I'll be able to return to Earth as an advanced class good god. But I haven't seen Ilho ever since he entered the 46th floor's trial. I hear that the 46th floor is just darkness. It's a place you must endure with only your psychological strength. I don't think I could do it. Can I help him somehow? System says, Ilho wants skill sharing of Blind God's Eye. Will you permit this? Yu Ilshin thinks, of course let me help you. There is a joker in front of Ilho. Ilho says, did the skill sharing work? I can finally see. Joker says, they already failed. How useless. But there's no need to worry. I still have plenty of pieces. Ilho says, is that God Yu Ilshin? Ilho thinks, who is he? Is he God Yu Ilshin's enemy? Joker says, I'm excited to see how you will bring joy to us this time. Aren't you excited too? Foolish follower. Ilho feel a lot of pressure and says, just who are you? Joker says, an inferior creature like you shouldn't even be able to breathe in my presence. Is this also one of the effects of the God of Destruction's actions? All right, you are worthy of knowing my name. Witness the authority of destruction. System says, Blind God's Eye is skimming through Nether Dragon's history. At first, it was nothing more than a chunk of flesh that the Knight in White had carved out of the God of Destruction. But as eternity passed, like a bird hatched out of its egg, a great dragon with a crown of thorns was born from the chunk of flesh. It was the birth of the Nether Dragon. The dragon destroyed all that it saw as its instinct guided, and neither god nor follower could stop it. Thousands of years passed as the dragon continued to devour gods and followers, and it finally managed to earn consciousness and wisdom. With its consciousness and wisdom, the dragon learned of boredom. So it began to play. It treated plains with living beings as its sandpit. It took talented creatures as its followers, or cursed creatures and ate them once they had ripened. However, even though that became boring to the Nether Dragon, it came up with another way to have fun. Joker is a godmaker. He says, on Earth, do you understand now? I'm the true follower of the God of Destruction and the only one qualified for such a position. The inferior humans call the Nether. I bring destruction and terror to all. Ilho says, you're the only reason this world is going to end? Why? Joker says, you breed and kill animals for your own entertainment too. It's the same logic. It's been a while since I liked my offerings this much, and they're ripening as we speak too. I'm sure my father will be happy about this banquet too. Once the humans you call heroes are ripened, we will devour them along with the entire planet. Then this world will become nothing but a void. Ilho thinks, what kind of nonsense plan is that? Yes, you're strong. Strong enough to devour the earth. But it won't be easy. Because we have our god, Yu-Ilshin. Yu-Ilshin thinks, I knew it. The nether dragon is alive. But for him to appear right now, it must be scheming something. Is the festival of gods between the emperor and I also his doing? If the god of combat is on his side. Either way, Earth is done for once Nether appears. I need to grow much stronger. I will have to kill the emperor first in order to do Tot 5T. Director says, we're arriving at the next fan meeting. Yu-Ilshin says, alright. Yu-Ilshin thinks, I need to increase my number of ordinary and S-class followers here as much as I can. And there's one more thing I need to check before that. Thanks to my clones, the follower count on Earth is rising too. I think right about now should be. What? Lewis and Sasaki are fighting in the semifinals? Then what about the other match? His clones are going to fight each other in a match. Referee says, then we will first begin the match between Hunter Lewis and Hunter Sasaki. Yu-Ilshin thinks, it's finally starting. A portal appears behind the referee. Yu-Ilshin thinks, what's that? Yu-Ilshin activates Blind God's Eye. One of the advanced gods says, what did you just say? Emperor says, I said that the power that you gave me isn't enough. They says, you dare underestimate our powers? Emperor says, this won't do. So, give me all of your divine power. They get really angry and say, what? You? How dare a mere bug like you look down on our divinity? Abyss Swamp stops him and says, don't kill him. We need to use him to get our revenge. We're going to eat him once this is all over anyway. I'll just use all of my principle of cause and effect points and divine power to descend ONT Earth myself. But the god of destruction will soon descend on Earth. We just need to destroy Earth before we come across him. Emperor gets into his body. He says, this crazy bug has infiltrated my body? She says, what? In your body? He bites his own tongue. She says, have you finally gone insane? He says, this isn't me doing. Emperor uses a follower Skillshare demonic sword. Emperor kills him. She is really surprised and thinks impossible. He's an advanced class god. Emperor says, it's your turn now. He cuts one of her arms. She says, you dare repay us like this? Emperor says, repay you? For what? The law of evil gods is to devour the weak. Only death awaits the weak. She attacks the emperor and says, I can't die as pathetically as he did. Emperor appears behind her and cuts her. He says, you really thought such an obvious tactic would work? You're nothing. She says, you fell for it. She is about to use a really powerful attack. She thinks, I'm using all the divine power I possess. Even if I die, I'll take you with me. Emperor says, is that all you've got? How pitiful. She is really surprised and says, you endured that? How? He says, I'll show you my own flames as my final gift to you. Emperor uses a really powerful attack. The 18th part of the I'll be taking a break for personal reasons ends here. If you want to see more, please subscribe and like. And if you want to support me financially, you can join my channel membership or Patreon only for $1. Patreon and Discord links are in the description if you want to support me. And a special thanks to all my Patreons for supporting me. Thanks for watching. Hello. Welcome to the 19th part of the I'll be taking a break for personal reasons. At the beginning of this part we see that the Emperor already killed both advanced gods. He uses the skill feeding to take their powers. He is very happy. System says, the tutorial's last remaining survivor has obtained the divine power of an advanced class god. Congratulations, you have cleared the tutorial. Emperor says, I finally cleared this hellish tutorial. How long have I waited for this moment? System says, you may now leave the cleared tutorial. Will you return to Earth? He says, yes. Let's go back to Earth. It's time to fight, Yu-Ilshin. After that we see Yu-Ilshin. He thinks, the Emperor just killed an advanced class god. Is that the Gate Emperor going to come through? And that's why my blind god eye was activated. Looks like the other hunters can't see it. I'm not an advanced class god yet, but I have to return now. Otherwise, everyone's gonna die. The Emperor returned to Earth. Clown is sitting there. Emperor asks him, "Who are you?" He says, "Welcome, my son. You've managed to absorb an advanced class god.
I'm touched.
It was worth making that tutorial using up my cause and effect principal points and divine power. You're my only success and also my greatest masterpiece." Emperor is angry. He says, "Was it you who made that tutorial?" Clown says, "Yes, my son. I am your father and the follower of the great god of destruction. I'm so glad that you returned." Emperor cut down his head and says, "So you're the one that trapped us in the tutorial and let my mother die. You piece of shit. It was just a fake. I know that you're hiding here on Earth somewhere. I'll find you and make sure you suffer the most painful death. I will avenge my mother." System says, "God of combat, war of slaughter and insanity is looking at you." Emperor says, "I've shown a rather embarrassing side of myself, great god." God says that he wants the blood and soul of a young god as agreed upon in the contract. Emperor thinks, "I receive the god of combat's blessing in return for promising to sacrifice you Ilshin to him. I don't know why he want a young god, but I will make sure to kill you Ilshin and offer him to you." We see the Hunter War Stadium. There is so much smoke in the stadium. Everyone is very shocked. We see that the strongest hunter of Earth, Lewis, is down. Sasaki says, "You're not strong as I expected." Clone of you Ilshin, Destruction says, "Destruction." Clone says, "He's an evil god's follower. We can't kill him yet." Sasaki, "He's something quite dangerous here." Lewis says, "That power, it's borrowed from an evil god. It's not a kind of power someone like you should be able to handle." Sasaki says, "You need to watch your mouth, Lewis. Do you want to die here?" Lewis says, "As if. Evil needs to be eliminated." Sasaki says, "I'll end this fight once and for all." We see Emperor appears there. Both of them are down with just his pressure. Everyone is wondering, who is that? Emperor says, "I'm asking you all, where is you Ilshin, my arch-nemesis?" Everyone is running away from there. Clone says, "Is that the Emperor?" "No, that's not the same Emperor. I can feel a different kind of power from him. I guess I have no choice but to try and stop him for now. Hurry up and return. Original body." Emperor says, "I'll asks again. Where is you Ilshin?" Sasaki is down and thinks, is he looking for the you Ilshin that's in the semifinals? Why? My sword. His sword says, "Slay him. Slay him. Slay the Emperor, human." Sasaki is getting up and thinks, the sword I received from the strong and deceitful beast is screaming.
Secret blade technique, Kamikiri.
Emperor easily stop his attack and also cut down his sword. Emperor says, "What do you intend to do with the powers of a god that's already dead?" He is about to use the flame of a massacring god. Clone sees the Emperor and thinks, those aren't the powers of a normal advanced class evil god. Can I even stop him? No, I must stop him before the original body gets here. Clone says to him, "Were you looking for me, insect?" Emperor run to attack him and says, "You Ilshin, so that's where you were." Clone uses the god's condemning middle finger. Emperor is completely fine and says, "Is that all you've got?" Clone is barely stopping his attacks. Other clone use the destruction attack. Emperor gets hit by that, but still he is completely fine. All the S-rank heroes appear there. Principal says, "He's as powerful as the Nether Dragon. Attack him all at once." Emperor says, "Annoying things." He cuts down many of them easily. Emperor says, "I didn't think you'd be this weak. I guess I was worried for no reason. You Ilshin." Clone is very injured. Emperor says, "I'll sacrifice you to the god of combat." Real you Ilshin appears there. System says, "You Ilshin has appeared. The festival of the gods will now begin." Emperor gets hit by him. You Ilshin says, "Damn it. I got here too late because of the fan meetup." Emperor asks him, "Who are you?" You Ilshin says, "I'm the god You Ilshin, the superstar of the universe that you've been so desperately searching for." He uses the god's healing forefinger and heal everyone. Clone says, "You're finally back, original. But what's with that outfit?" You Ilshin says, "Are you all right? Be relieved. I have descended upon this earth to save you all. Clone says, what the hell are you saying? Are you insane? Emperor thinks, I didn't think he had the ability to clone himself. Clone says to Yu Ilshin, what the hell have you been doing until now? Yu Ilshin says, it's just a prop to help me become an advanced class god. Director says to Yu Ilshin, every citizen of the great universe is watching your movie right now. Put a more austere being look on your face, please. Action. Yu Ilshin thinks, I'm filing Space God 2 right now, and this movie is being streamed live. His has 782 billion regular followers and 5106 S-class followers. Yu Ilshin thinks, although the director had to be out of his mind when he suggested that we do this live, but it's actually working. The number of followers is increasing rapidly. Emperor says, so what I was fighting was just a clone. S-class hunters are struggling just to stand there. Emperor says, of course, my arch-nemesis can't be that weak. There would have been no point for me to get this strong otherwise. The great god of combat is watching over us. Let us begin the festival of gods. Yu Ilshin asks S-class hunters to evacuate. Emperor says, it's not the time for you to be worrying about others. Emperor is about to attack Yu Ilshin, but Clone cut down his hands. Yu Ilshin says, well done, Yu Ishin. Yu Ishin says, don't compliment me. I'm in a shitty mood. Emperor says, these bastards. Destruction Clone is about to use his attack. He launched his attack and video end. The 19th part of the I'll be taking a break for personal reasons ends here. If you want to see more, please subscribe and like. And if you want to support me financially, you can join my channel membership or Patreon only for $1. Patreon and Discord links are in the description if you want to support me. And a special thanks to all my Patreons for supporting me. Thanks for watching. Hello. Welcome to the 20th part of the I'll be taking a break for personal reasons. At the beginning of this part we see that Yu Ilshin's clone uses destruction. The Emperor dodges the attack. He says, no more playing around. Yu Ilshin's handsome clone says, how dare a mere bug like you. He cuts the Emperor. Emperor is bleeding. He gets really angry and thinks, that bastard clone. Clone says, finish it off, original. Yu Ilshin appears above the Emperor. Emperor thinks, what? Yu Ilshin uses ultimate technique, the heavenly demon divine cult. A really strong slash attack is coming toward the Emperor. A really big explosion happens. There is a lot of smoke. Yu Ilshin lands. He thinks, I used too much divine power to sustain the clones. Yu Ilshin asks his clones, are you all alright? His clones say, I'm fine. Yu Ilshin says, the Emperor. Emperor is laying on the ground. Yu Ilshin says, is he dead? Emperor starts to heal. He says, you've managed to drive me to the brink of death. You have earned the right to see my true powers. The blessing of the god of combat. Emperor releases his full power. Yu Ilshin thinks, you mean to tell me that he hasn't been fighting at full strength? Well then, I'll give it my all too. Yu Ilshin and his clones jump toward the Emperor. His small clone uses destruction. Before his clone could attack, the Emperor appears right beside the clone and cuts him. Yu Ilshin and his other clones are really surprised. His child clone starts to disappear. Emperor says, one done. Handsome clone jumps toward the Emperor. The balance breaks between creation and destruction. Destruction side gets heavier. Handsome clone feels that. Emperor peers through the stomach of the handsome clone. Yu Ilshin gets there and swings his weapon with full speed. Emperor easily dodges the attack. His handsome clone also starts to disappear. Emperor says, Yu Ilshin, I'll send you to them right away. Emperor uses flames of massacring. Lewis says stop and uses ice magic. Emperor gets stuck inside the ice. Yu Ilshin sees that and thinks, ice magic? Is that Triple S class hunter Lewis? I thought he ran away? Yu Ilshin says, I know you're strong, but you should stay out of this fight. You might end up dying. Lewis says, don't look down on a Triple S class, Yu Ilshin. As you can see, I've managed to block what you couldn't. Emperor breaks the ice. Lewis is really surprised and says, how did he break through my ice? Emperor gets angry and says, you dare intervene in the festival of the gods? Do you even realize what you have done? War of Slaughter and Insanity is furious at Lewis for interrupting the festival of the gods. He curses Lewis. Lewis feels strong pressure and says, "What is this?" His all strength leaves his body. Soundless Nightmare is enraged by the curse and requests a festival of the gods to War of Slaughter and Insanity. Yu-Ilshin says, "What? Why?" Tears of the Bountiful Abundance says with a pale face that this is exactly what the god of combat wanted, and that they should not fight. War of Slaughter and Insanity gains and accepts the challenge. A festival of the gods between the highest class of gods is starting. Soundless Nightmare. It's none of my business who dies or not, but I can't let Yu-Ilshin die. A god cursing a human directly like that? I'll break this stupid principle of cause and effect. Even if this ends with my death. Don't ever die on me, honey pie. Yu-Ilshin says, "What?" The Thousand Blades that cut all say that this was a very rash decision, but he says he's enjoying the drama. He's starting to prepare popcorn. After that we see the evil side gets way too heavy. System says, the aura of the great evil is overwhelming. The seal of the scale is being undone to restore balance. Yu-Ilshin thinks, the seal was undone? System says, you can only defeat the great evil once the fragments of good and evil are combined together. The fragments of good you possess are too weak at the moment. The Creator God's fragment is being imbued with the Creator God's divine power in order to restore balance. Yu-Ilshin thinks, Creator God's fragment? Yu-Sashin? He said he has to do something. He thinks of Sashin saying, I'm gonna be busy for a while, so don't summon me. Well, not that you could properly summon me anyway with the amount of divine power you have. Sashin is writing something on the paper. System says, bonus skill writing skills, 7,000. He thinks, Yu-Ilshin, just hold on a bit longer. If I restore the balance to the scale with the power of the Creator God, we have a chance of winning. Emperor laughs and says, it's over for you. Yu-Ilshin. Yu-Ilshin says, sorry, but I can't really let that happen. Emperor is surprised and says, what? Yu-Ilshin starts to glow and says, unlike you, I have quite a few followers I need to protect. After that we see there are a lot of people cheering for Yu-Ilshin. System says, the movie audience is cheering Yu-Ilshin on and expressing their faith. Advanced Class Good God Quest in progress. Regular followers, 971 billion out of 1 trillion. S-Class followers possessing Transcendence potential 9,192 out of 10,000. Your stamina and divine power is increasing greatly due to sudden increase in follower number. Yu-Ilshin thinks, let's hold on a bit longer, so that I can touch the hearts of my followers, and so that they can have faith in me. Emperor says, this bastard. I was wondering how he was getting stronger, but he's somehow collecting followers. It's no use though. Emperor jumps toward him to attack him. Yu-Ilshin barely blocks the attack, but goes flying and hits the wall behind him. His followers are increasing greatly. Yu-Ilshin gets healed. Emperor says, there's no point. He brings out a dark sword and says, I'll kill you before your followers can do anything. Yu-Ilshin hardly blocks another attack. Heavenly Demonic Sword feels the shock and says, I'm not strong enough. Yu-Ilshin gets hit by a powerful attack. Heavenly Demonic Sword say, Ilshin run. You need to make it out of here, Alice. Emperor says, as if, I won't let you run away. System says, congratulations. Hero Ilho has killed thousands of S-Class monsters faster than the speed of light and has cleared the final trial of the Warrior's Tower. System says, Advanced Class Evil God Quest in progress. S-Class sacrifices possessing Transcendence potential, 10,000 out of 10,000. Congratulations, you have completed the Advanced Class Evil God Quest. You are being promoted to Advanced Class Evil God. Yu-Ilshin gets really strong. Emperor feels his power. He says, how could this happen? Yu-Ilshin says, nice timing, Ilho. You finally cleared the Warrior's Tower. System's eyes, Ilho has exited the Warrior Tower after clearing the 50th floor. Ilho gets in front of Yu-Ilshin and says, I'm here, Yu-Ilshin. Yu-Ilshin says, good work, but you're still big here. I'm not sure why, but I've had this ever since the 44th floor. Yu-Ilshin says, oh, that's good. Emperor says, you inferior creatures, you dare chit-chat in my presence. You think you can win against me just because you're an advanced class evil god now. Die both of you. Yu Ilshin says, Ilho, let's kill him together. He says, yes, God Yu Ilshin. They start the fight. Yu Ilshin and Ilho are overpowering him. Emperor gets angry and says, you bastards. His advanced class good god quest is also about to be completed. Ilho attack the Emperor. Emperor blocks the attack and says, there's no way I'd lose to these bastards. Yu Ilshin appears behind the Emperor ready to attack. Heavenly demonic sword says, now, use all the power you have. Yu Ilshin uses heavenly demon's terror. Emperor gets cut in half. Emperor coughs out blood. System says, the movie fans are excited by Yu Ilshin's performance. You have fulfilled all conditions. Yu Ilshin says, finally. His advanced class good god quest completed. System says, congratulations, you have completed the advanced class good god quest. You are being promoted to an advanced class, good god. Yu Ilshin says, give up, Emperor. Emperor thinks, damn it, I can't let it end like this. Not before I get my revenge on that nether bastard. Emperor says, dear god of combat, if you'll just lend me your power for 15 minutes, I will give you my soul and body. So please help me. The sky starts to crack open. God of combat, war of slaughter and insanity, is granting the Emperor's wish. Emperor gets the power. He gets healed. Emperor stands up with a really powerful aura. He says, 15 minutes is more than enough. I will kill both of you and go kill Nether afterward. Ilho says, shut it. How dare you speak in such a manner? Emperor says, you inferior beings. Emperor breaks the sword on Ilho. He appears in front of the Emperor really fast, ready to punch him. Ilho uses super strong body. Emperor is still able to pierce through Ilho's stomach with his bare hand. Yu Ilshin jumps to attack the Emperor and says, you stupid little insect. Emperor dodges Yu Ilshin attacks easily. Yu Ilshin uses God's healing ring finger. Ilho says, thank you, God Yu Ilshin. Emperor says, what a great skill. Ilho says, that's. Emperor says, this is the super strong body that you always use. Emperor has stolen Ilho's super strong body skill. Yu Ilshin says, he has the ability to absorb others' skills. Focus Ilho. The Emperor right now is a top-tier evil god. The 20th part of the I'll be taking a break for personal reasons ends here. If you want to see more, please subscribe and like. And if you want to support me financially, you can join my channel membership or Patreon only for $1. Patreon and Discord links are in the description if you want to support me. And a special thanks to all my Patreons for supporting me. Thanks for watching. Hello. Welcome to the 21st part of the I'll be taking a break for personal reasons. At the beginning of this part, we see that there is a lot of evil energy flowing around. Ilho says, I need to help God. Yu Ilshin is fighting with Emperor. Emperor says, I'll rip you to pieces. Yu Ilshin thinks, as expected of a top-class god, he's too strong for me to handle on my own. I have no choice but to use this even though I've been saving it to fight the god of destruction. Yu Ilshin says, summon Thousand Blades treasure trove. System says, summoning the Thousand Blades treasure trove to Earth. Time will be paused for a minute with the divine power of the Thousand Blades. Everything around Yu Ilshin stops. Yu Ilshin says, Thousand Blades. Give me a sword that can slay the Emperor right now. Yu Ilshin realizes something. Emperor breaks the time-stop magic. He says, no one is allowed to interrupt my battle, even if they are a top-class god. Emperor frees himself. System says, the Emperor is using a large amount of cause and effect plausibility points. You have failed to summon a Thousand Blades treasure trove. Yu Ilshin is surprised. Emperor is coming toward Yu Ilshin and says, your little tricks won't work on me anymore. After that we see that Sashin is still writing something. System says, additional skill, writing skill, 900,000 and increasing really fast. It reaches 1 million. Sashin says, the god of creation skill is finally complete. Share my skill, Yu Ilshin. System says, Yu Sashin's writing skill has reached 1 million. You can now use skill share on his all there is in the world. Yu Ilshin brings out Sashin's pin and says, nice timing, Yu Sashin. Emperor laughs and says, what's with that pin? He jumps toward Yu Ilshin and says, How ridiculous. You think I'd fall for something that stupid? Yu Ilshin starts to glow really bright. Emperor covers his eyes. Emperor appears somewhere else and says, "Where am I? I was definitely just fighting that bastard Yu Ilshin. So why am I in a place like this?" Child Yu Ilshin appears behind the Emperor and says, "Hello? I'm Yu Ilshin. What's your name?" Emperor says, "I'm the Emperor. I don't have such a thing as a name. Something as stupid as a name." Emperor suddenly realizes something and thinks, "What was my name? My name. It's been too long for me to remember." Child Yu Ilshin says, "Your name is Emperor? What a strange name." Emperor thinks, "Is this kid Yu Ilshin's clone? Then I need to kill him right now." Child Yu Ilshin says, "I want to become an author in the future and write an awesome novel." Emperor says, "What are you talking about all of a sudden? What are you trying to do right now?" Yu Ilshin says, "What do you want to do when you grow up, Emperor?" Emperor says, "What? I want to kill you, Yu Ilshin, of course. My ultimate goal is to absorb your divine power and have the world beneath my feet." Yu Ilshin says, "No, I know what your dream really was. Because you could have become me and I could have become you." Emperor says, "What are you talking about? You don't know anything. I'm the Emperor." Yu Ilshin says, "Calm down and look over there. This is what you wanted, right?" We see a woman smiling. Emperor starts to cry and says, "That's Mother? How are you here?" Yu Ilshin says, "She's what you wanted to see for the last time, right?" Emperor thinks, "After the tutorial, I had been chasing after power until now. I'd forgotten what it was that I truly wanted. I assume this is the end for me. Me, a pathetic being who has fallen so low." Emperor smiles and they both say at the same time, "But this is enough." Emperor starts to disappear. Yu Ilshin says, "He's chosen to die." He thinks, "So this is the god of creations, all there is in the world." Emperor says, "I don't have any regrets. But I do have a favor to ask you. Please find Nether, the one responsible for my mother's death, and kill him." Yu Ilshin says, "Don't worry about that. I will kill him with my own 2 hands." Emperor says, "All right. I'll trust you." He completely disappears. System says, "The winner of the Festival of the Gods is Yu Ilshin." After that we see at Kangwa's house. The scale disappears. Then at a residence somewhere in Seoul, a pregnant woman is watching Yu Ilshin's fight on the television. She says, "Yu Ilshin really managed to kill the Emperor. Should I be glad?" The door opens. She says, "Honey, you're back." He says, "You should just stay seated." She says, "I'll get too bored if I sit around all the time. I made some food. You should eat up before it gets cold." He says, "Wow, what a feast. Thanks." They start to eat and they are reading. "I'll be taking a break for personal reasons," on their phone. Her husband says, "Are you reading that novel with that loser main character again? Is it fun? You've been really into it recently." "No, it's not that great. The author takes such frequent hiatuses too." He says, "Then why do you keep reading it?" She says, "It's just, I'm curious about something." She has an evil look on her face. She is the Nether Dragon. After that we see at Yu Ilshin's house the destruction clone is running while taking his niece's cake. His niece says, "Uncle, give me my cake back." Sword Phantom says, "I need a new enlightenment in order to reach the realm of Sword God." His handsome clone and Ilho are fighting and says, "Not bad." Ilho says, "It's an honor that you'd say something like that to me." Yu Ilshin looks really down and says, "What a mess. I've been able to keep the clones here longer since I became an advanced class god, but this is so chaotic. At least Yu Sashin isn't coming out of his realm since he's tired of this mess." Sashin says, "Don't call me until those guys are gone." Yu Ilshin is getting angry and says, "Anyway, how am I supposed to write anything in this situation?" He gets the call from his manager. He thinks, "Manager? What could he be calling for?" He picks up the call and says, "Hello?" Manager says, "Mr. Ilshin, I have good news." He says, "Sorry? I can't hear you." His niece says, "Give me my cake back." Destruction trips and the cake falls on Yu Ilshin's head. They stop on the spot. Yu Ilshin is really angry and says, "You little, all of you, screw off. I can't hear anything on the damn phone." They all leave and Ilho says, "Yeah, let's fight outside." Yu Ilshin says, "I'm good to talk now." Manager says, "I was just going to tell you some good news." Your novel got to first place in the popularity ranking, so the physical copy publication has been finalized. We've got a fan meetup too. Yu Ilshin says, publication in book form as well as a fan meetup? Manager says, there are some papers we need to take care of before we do that. I'll contact you again soon. Please be prepared. Yu Ilshin says, okay, thank you. Yu Ilshin is really excited and says, my novel is going to be printed. This is reality, right? He smells something and says, there's a nice smell. Coming from some. Yu Ilshin sleeps. Nightmare says, hey, honey. Yu Ilshin opens his eyes in front of a nightmare. He says, Nightmare? You're okay. She says, were you worried about me, honey? Yu Ilshin says, Abundance said that you would never lose and that I should just be patient. Looks like she was right. Nightmare says, oh my. She said something like that? Yu Ilshin says, but Nightmare, can you take me down from here? She says, nope. He is tied with a big branch. She gets near Yu Ilshin. She kisses Yu Ilshin. He says, what are you? She says, it's my final gift, as well as Abundance's. He says, final? They say, you will forget about us. Don't ever dream about something like revenge on the god of combat, and just live peacefully. System says, the rose that blooms at night authority has vanished. Bountiful abundance, authority has vanished. Yu Ilshin is crying and says, no, I'm gonna forget about those two. I can't just let that happen. He uses Skillshare, Choi Bongsik, teleport. He appears in front of a really big gate. He thinks, I don't know what's going on, but something must have happened to those two. Yu Ilshin brings out Handsome Clone and Destruction Clone. Handsome Clone says, so it's come to this. Yu Ilshin says, I'm gonna need you guys' help. Nightmare and Abundance's authorities have disappeared. Handsome Clone says, I can see that. But aren't you gonna summon Ilho? He'd be of great help. Yu Ilshin says, he needs to protect Earth while I'm gone. I already ordered him to do so, of course. They say, all right then, call us when you need us. Yu Ilshin uses Skillshare, Usashin. All there is in the world. He takes the pin and says, let's go. He opens the door and goes in. He is right in front of War of Slaughter and Insanity. He says, I've been waiting for you. Yu Ilshin. Yu Ilshin says, what? You're younger than I expected. He says, should I take that as a compliment? It's all thanks to those two. He has a Nightmare and Bountiful Abundance. Yu Ilshin see them and says, Abundance. Nightmare. Yu Ilshin gets really angry and says, you bastard. He says, whoa, calm down. You know that is just the fate that awaits those who lose in battle. I saw that you have a very interesting item. A divine item that allows you to overwrite cause and affect principles to change fate. What a godlike power, however. Something like that won't work on me. Yu Ilshin says, well, I guess we'll see. Let's go somewhere else. I don't want them to get swept into the fight. Abundance says, Yu Ilshin, you must not fight him. He's already surpassed the realm of a top-class god. He says, shut your trap. She starts to scream with pain. Yu Ilshin says, Abundance, you dare hurt Abundance? I won't let you do that again. He says, that pin won't work on me. They appear somewhere else. Yu Ilshin says, then we should be safe with us here. Then shall we begin? Yu Ilshin make a request to the god of combat, War of Slaughter and Insanity, for a festival of the gods. The 21st part of the I'll be taking a break for personal reasons ends here. If you want to see more, please subscribe and like. And if you want to support me financially, you can join my channel membership or Patreon only for $1. Patreon and Discord links are in the description if you want to support me. And a special thanks to all my Patreons for supporting me. Thanks for watching.